Su Xiao entered into a contract with the reincarnation paradise, traversing various anime worlds to execute missions in the world of Ghoul. Su Xiao wielded a sharp blade, pursuing the one-eyed owl Takatsuki-san through numerous city blocks. On the battlefield, he stood atop a mound of fallen naval soldiers, gazing at the execution platform where Sengoku wore a grim expression, while Ace looked on in astonishment. The other contractors exclaimed, "Are you cheating? You can't possibly be a mere contractor. You must be a hidden character from the original story." Indeed, Su Xiao was no ordinary contractor, he was a hunter. Chapter 1. The Avenger. As night descended upon a bustling yet restless second-tier city, the streets teemed with vehicles, and the nightlife began, enticing many young souls to escape their stifling rooms and revel in fleeting moments. Perched atop a two-story villa, Su Xiao crouched, the cool night breeze offering a refreshing reprieve. Clad in black, with a wide black hood obscuring his features, he melded seamlessly into the darkness of the rooftop. Though this attire felt suffocating in the sweltering summer heat, it paled in comparison to his woeful past. He had been waiting for 2 hours. At his current age, he should have been enjoying the vibrant life of a university student. Yet, driven by vengeance, he had forsaken his studies 3 years prior to pursue knowledge of anatomy, combat, and lockpicking. The interminable wait commenced. 2 hours later, a sleek black luxury car glided into the villa's courtyard, the muffled roar of the engine silencing as the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man stumbling out, clearly inebriated. Su Xiao, concealed atop the villa, grasped a long knife, its blade darkened and nearly invisible in the night. With a swift leap from the 5-meter-high roof, he expertly grasped a protruding ledge, slowing his descent. He landed squarely before his adversary without uttering a word. The knife sliced through the air with a mournful wail, cleaving the enemy's throat. Blood gushed forth despite his efforts to evade it. Crimson stained his cuffs and hands. The drunken foe, still bewildered by the sudden assault, crumpled to the ground. Such an injury was tantamount to death, prompting Su Xiao to dash toward a more secluded area. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a uniformed security guard. While he was indeed in the act of murder, his well-concealed visage rendered him less vulnerable. However, in an instant, Su Xiao's heart raced as the guard brandished a firearm, a sleek black pistol, unmistakably equipped with a silencer. How could a security guard possess a gun? There was no time for contemplation. With a sprawling villa behind him, the guard stood approximately 20 meters away. If he chose to flee, his back would be completely exposed, rendering him a living target. Faced with peril, Su Xiao's instinct was to neutralize the threat, not to retreat. He surged forward, weaving in spattern to avoid gunfire. Puff, puff, puff. The silenced pistol emitted faint sounds. Just as Su Xiao cleared 5 meters, a jolt coursed through his calf, followed by a similar sensation in his chest. Realizing he had been shot, Su Xiao felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Though he was an Avenger, he had never faced such an injury before. The numbing sensation spread throughout his body, but he felt no fairly a sense of frustration. He had yet to exact his revenge, and now he lay defeated by an unseen enemy. It was a most humiliating fate. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he hurled the long knife. It was a desperate throw, yet as if fate itself acknowledged his unwillingness to succumb and his unjust plight, the knife miraculously spiraled through the air, embedding itself in the guard's chest. Su Xiao collapsed. A smile graced his lips. The knife was laced with a neurotoxin, a potent concoction, and the wounded guard was as good as dead. His consciousness began to fade, and a heavy blow struck his head, plunging him into darkness. In the last remnants of awareness, he faintly heard, "Hunter, reincarnation paradise has been activated for you. Body transmission in progress. 10, 50, 100, transmission complete. Significant damage detected in Hunter's body, commencing repairs. Hunter's consciousness remains dormant, repair directive postponed. Current status maintained at minimal survival levels for 10 minutes. Ding Hunter's talent identified as growth talent, survival time extended by 2 hours. In the abyss of darkness, several lines of pale blue text floated in midair, emitting a gentle glow. Beneath the blue text, Su Xiao lay bloodied in the void. His fingers twitched, and he gradually regained consciousness. Upon awakening, he felt momentarily disoriented, but as memories of the ominous gun barrel flooded back, he attempted to rise. A searing pain coursed through him, nearly sending him back into unconsciousness. Struggling to sit up, Su Xiao surveyed his surroundings apart from the flickering blue text. The environment was shrouded in darkness. "Hunter, welcome to Reincarnation Paradise." A line of text appeared before him, yet Su Xiao paid it no heed, focusing instead on assessing his injuries. His calf had been perforated, flesh torn and exposed, fingers easily probing the wound. Such a gruesome sight merely elicited a furrowed brow. He had endured far worse. The injury to his chest was more severe, yet neither his calf nor chest bled any longer. "Am I not dead?" Placing a hand on his chest, he felt the steady thump of his heart. "Hunter, you have not perished. Do you wish to join Reincarnation Paradise? Here lies everything you desire." Su Xiao had already taken note of the suspicious text, yet his wariness of the unknown kept him from engaging with it. The situation was peculiar. He had sustained fatal injuries, yet miraculously survived, and before him, a line of crimson digits counted down .1:35:101:35:09. 1 hour, 35 minutes, and 9 seconds. If his intuition served him correctly, that was the essence of those numbers, and they continued to tick down. The crimson digits instilled a sense of foreboding, as if upon their expiration, his life would be forfeit. "Hunter, please communicate with Paradise swiftly to finalize the contract, or you shall perish in 1 hour and 35 minutes. Indeed, the digits represented the time he had left to live. Su Xiao had suspected as much, for his injuries were grave enough to warrant death. My knife. Su Xiao disregarded the contract or Paradise and demanded the return of his blade. That knife was his sole memento from his parents, an officer's sword supposedly captured by his great-grandfather, passed down through generations. Real-world items cannot be brought into Paradise. Please finalize the contract promptly." Su Xiao fell silent, the pale blue text flickering, perhaps unaccustomed to a hunter of his caliber. "Contract? Enlighten me, hat must I give, and what shall I receive in return?" With his dwindling survival time, Su Xiao felt an urgency to act. He sensed he had encountered something supernatural, stirring his inner turmoil. Desiring power for his vengeance, he understood that such supernatural occurrences, while fraught with peril, could also bestow extraordinary strength. Upon entering into the covenant, you shall traverse through various derivative realms to fulfill the tasks assigned by the Paradise of Rebirth, thereby acquiring the source of the world. Ultimately, the abundance of your rewards will be determined by the quantity of the source of the world you possess. The Paradise of Rebirth is omnipotent. A multitude of text materialized before Su Xiao, who read with utmost concentration. Omnipotent? Can it resurrect the deceased? All the pale blue text suddenly froze in midair, only to vanish entirely thereafter. Given your identity as a hunter, the answer is no. Chapter 2. The Hunter. From the very beginning, the enigmatic Paradise of Reincarnation referred to Su Xiao as the Hunter. This designation puzzled him, as he had not entered into any so-called contract. What did this title signify? This question elicited a profound reaction from the Paradise. Ordinary individuals become contractors after signing a contract, undertaking tasks for the Paradise, which in turn bestows rewards. The so-called hunter refers to those contractors endowed with exceptional talents, more suited for battle. While executing ordinary tasks, the Paradise concurrently issues hunting missions to eliminate those anomalous contractors. Once inquiries are exhausted, the Paradise will no longer respond to any questions from the hunter. Please sign a contract or await death. As all illumination faded, darkness enveloped him. An ancient-looking piece of parchment materialized in the void, suspended mid-air. With great effort, Su Xiao rose and approached the parchment. It was adorned with strange symbols, and at the bottom lay a vast expanse of blank space. Do you wish to sign the contract? Yes, no. Su Xiao sensed that signing this contract would irrevocably alter the course of his life. There was much he needed to accomplish. Even if the abyss awaited him, he would leap into its depths. I agree. As soon as the words left his lips, his hand moved uncontrollably, and his thumb pressed against the blank area of the parchment. A sharp pain shot through his fingertip, and a vivid crimson drop of blood stained the parchment, transforming it into a pale red hue, exuding a faint metallic scent. Contract established. Commencing restoration of the hunter's injuries. A soft green light enveloped Su Xiao, adhering to his body, and within mere seconds, his wounds were entirely healed. Injury restoration complete, forcibly awakening hunter's talents. Just as his body returned to normal, a sudden, excruciating pain surged throughout him. The agony struck unexpectedly, causing his veins to swell painfully. Yet, Su Xiao's endurance surpassed that of ordinary men. He merely emitted a muffled groan and knelt on one knee. The pain was as sudden as it was fleeting, and he sensed something within him awakening. It did not feel foreign. Rather, it was as if he had always possessed this ability, yet had remained oblivious to it. To visually represent the hunter's overall attributes. Semidatification is initiated. Warning: semidatification serves as an auxiliary combat ability. Should vital organs such as the heart or brain sustain severe damage, the hunter will still perish. Exercise caution when confronting derived dimensions. The hunter's exclusive trial commences. Failure to complete the trial will result in the loss of hunter status, reverting to an ordinary contractor. Should death occur during a mission, the hunter will face complete demise. Paradise regulation. All exchanges shall be equivalent. As Su Xiao finished reading the text before him, darkness engulfed him once more, and he lost consciousness. Transport commencing. When Su Xiao awoke again, he found himself in a dilapidated room. The space was merely a dozen square meters, with a partially collapsed ceiling allowing sunlight to stream in. Cobwebs filled the corners, coated in dust. And both windows and doors had vanished, leaving only heaps of garbage that had spilled into the room. This crumbling space was buried beneath a massive mound of refuse. With the ceiling as its only exit, a pungent, acrid odor assaulted his senses, and just as Su Xiao prepared to leave, he felt a burning sensation on his arm. A black tattoo resembling a sword manifested on his forearm. The faint blue text reappeared, but this time it did not float in the air. Instead, it was directly embedded in his line of sight, remaining stationary even as he shifted his perspective, as if etched onto his retina. The text read as follows: Enter the world. One Piece World Difficulty, LV, 6. Purgatory. This difficulty is exclusive to the hunter's trial. Source of the world. 0. The hunter can increase this percentage by exploring or interacting with characters in the current world. Upon concluding the world, this will be calculated alongside the task difficulty to form a final score. World description: the sea, freedom, pirates, the navy, the world government. Main quest: assassinate the king of the Goya kingdom. Side quests: none. Warning: do not mention anything related to the paradise in this world. Failure to heed this warning will result in immediate execution. Tip: this world is a high-tier derived world. Do not leave the Goya kingdom area, or the difficulty will increase significantly. Tip: as it is the hunter's first entry into this world, the language will be automatically mastered for a duration of 3 natural days. World, commence. As the text faded, Su Xiao began to process the information he had gathered. First, he had arrived at a mysterious place known as the Paradise of Reincarnation. The purpose of this realm remained a mystery to him, yet his objective was crystal clear: to gain power within the paradise and seek vengeance. Secondly, he found himself in the world of One Piece. Although he sought revenge, he also indulged in anime to unwind. After all, one cannot remain perpetually tense. With Su Xiao's understanding of the pirate world, he recognized it as a perilous realm where, in later stages, powerful beings could sink islands or single-handedly annihilate nations. Despite his proficiency in certain lethal skills, here he was merely an ordinary person, navigating a world rife with monstrous entities. The designation of purgatory in the world difficulty hinted at the formidable challenges ahead. As for the task at hand, Su Xiao found himself bewildered. Assassinate the king of the Goya kingdom. This simple directive provided no other clues. Just as Su Xiao grappled with his confusion, a stream of information surged from the sword-like tattoo on his arm. He could activate the mark with his consciousness. This mark was the tattoo itself. This entity was of great significance, possessing numerous functions. Su Xiao attempted to activate the mark, a task he accomplished with ease, and several lines of text materialized before him. 1. Personal information. 2. Tasks. 3. Storage space. 4. Skills. 5. Equipment. Due to his low rank, other functions remained locked. At present, aside from the first item, personal information, and the second item, tasks, the others were of no immediate use. He was eager to uncover the specifics of his task. Judging by the previous demeanor of the paradise, failure was not an option. The prospect of becoming an ordinary contractor seemed implausible, though he had only briefly engaged with it. Su Xiao sensed the brutal nature of the paradise. Upon accessing the task options, the detailed information appeared. Main quest: assassinate the king of the Goya kingdom. Difficulty level: LV, 3. Task overview: the Goya kingdom is situated in the East Sea, governing the surrounding towns and villages, with Windmill Town and Corvo Mountain nearby. Task details: employ any means necessary to eliminate King Philip Herbert. The target is typically within the palace, making assassination challenging. Task deadline: within 72 hours. Task reward: full activation of hunter status. Having read the above information, Su Xiao finally grasped the identity of his target and his current location. No wonder there was so much refuse around. He was situated near the Goya Kingdom's waste disposal site. The very garbage heap that had been incinerated due to the arrival of the celestial dragons in the original narrative. In the original narrative, the protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, along with significant characters Ace and Sabo, spent their formative years on the slopes of Corbo's Mountain, which was also inhabited by a band of mountain pirates. The current timeline remains uncertain. It is unclear whether the three brothers have already set sail or are still in their childhood. As for the capital of the Goa Kingdom, it lies in close proximity to Corbo's Mountain, adjacent to the scrap heap. The surrounding debris is a byproduct of the capital's waste. Contemplating these thoughts, Su Xiao found no urgency in departing. The scrap heap was rife with numerous refugees, posing considerable danger. He decided it prudent to gather more information before making any plans. With the task panel closed, Su Xiao proceeded to access his personal information. Chapter 3. The Lone Wanderer Personal Information. Contractee number 13013. To protect the hunter. This is a false number. No means can pinpoint the hunter. Name: Su Xiao the Hunter. Level: LV. 1. First stage. Every 10 levels constitute a stage. Level advancement yields no attribute bonuses and corresponds to the hunter's permissions within the paradise, as well as the world's difficulty and task challenges. Health points: 100. This attribute cannot be fully quantified and varies with the degree of injury. Mana points: 60. Intelligence: 10. Current mana recovery rate: 3 points per hour. Strength: 6, related to attack power and carrying capacity. Agility: 7, related to movement and attack speed. Stamina: 5, interrelated with health points, defense, and resistance to abnormalities. Intelligence: 6, related to spell damage, mana points, and perception. Charm: 3, related to social interaction and summoning. Luck: 1, related to item unlocking and crafting. This attribute is exceedingly difficult to enhance, and the hunter should cherish every opportunity for improvement. Note: the standard attributes for adult males are set at 5 points, with luck at 1 point. Killing talent: Soul Devourer. Upon slaying a target, the hunter permanently absorbs 1 to 15 points of mana. This talent can extract a maximum of 100 mana points per world. The personal information is intended to assist the hunter in gauging their own strength and bears no relation to true combat prowess. While attribute values influence the hunter's physical capabilities, combat is not solely determined by physical attributes. The hunter is advised to exercise caution. Su Xiao meticulously reviewed his personal attributes, committing them to memory. His current level is LV. 1, a fact that signifies his permissions within the reincarnation paradise. The world he has entered, that of One Piece, has a difficulty level of LV. 6, whereas he is merely LV. 1, indicating that his situation is alarmingly precarious. Typically, the reincarnation paradise refrains from transporting contractees to worlds exceeding their level by 5, a rule intertwined with his identity as a hunter. The advantages of this so-called hunter identity remain elusive to Su Xiao, yet its disadvantages are glaringly apparent, namely, the inherent danger. Entering a LV 6 world and subsequently undertaking a LV 3 task, while being only LV 1, renders this game exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, according to the reincarnation paradise, he will be tasked with eliminating certain abnormal contractees in future worlds. This essentially marks him as a natural enemy to the majority of contractees. Even if Su Xiao were to consent to collaborate on missions, others would likely refuse. Should his identity be unveiled, he would face collective hostility. Who can ascertain that his hunting tasks do not involve their identifiers? As for the protective measures noted at the beginning, Su Xiao holds little trust for the reincarnation paradise, let alone the safeguards it claims to provide. However, there is a silver lining. His attributes surpass those of the average individual, a testament to his rigorous training. While such physical prowess may not be particularly advantageous in the One Piece world, it affords him a superior starting point. Su Xiao's strength extends far beyond the attributes presented. He possesses a unique skill, the understanding of combat, and the audacity to engage in it. Although he may lack the cunning intellect to perceive all, he is endowed with a heart unafraid of injury or death. It is not that he is devoid of fear, but rather that his courage eclipses that of the average person, emboldening him to undertake perilous endeavors. This quality serves as his capital within the reincarnation paradise. At times, a courageous heart proves far more significant than sheer physical strength. Thus, let me witness the true dangers of this pirate world. With agility, Su Xiao dashed forward, his foot finding purchase on the corner of the window ledge as he leaped upward, arms extended to grasp the eaves of the roof. With a powerful pull, he hoisted his entire body upward, emerging through a hole in the ceiling. Just as he prepared to survey the situation outside, a sharp sound pierced the air. Bang! Gunfire, dull yet resonant. Su Xiao quickly assessed the situation, retracting his body back against the wall, his hands gripping the eaves tightly. Slowly, he peeked out. Bang, bang, bang. The staccato of gunfire erupted outside, a cacophony of clashes suggesting a violent skirmish between two factions at the scrapyard. Each side boasted dozens of combatants engaged in a mid-range firefight. Su Xiao noted the tattered clothing and gaunt features of both groups, indicative of the destitution pervading the scrapyard. Toby, this territory belongs to us. What do you mean by this? We are all pitiful scavengers. Do you intend to eradicate us? The gunfire subsided momentarily, giving way to a heated argument. Your territory? I currently wield over a dozen firearms. From now on, this place is under my command. Once I gather enough berry, I'll set sail with my crew, and then I'll be the pirate. Roger, put down your weapons. I offer you a chance to join. Before Toby could finish his proposition, a gunshot interrupted, forcing him to retreat behind a mound of refuse. From his vantage point in the dilapidated building, Su Xiao caught sight of the speaker, a burly man with a thick beard. A malicious grin plastered across his face as he lurked behind a heap of garbage, clearly intent on annihilating his adversaries. This Toby, unlike the emaciated scavengers, was a towering figure, muscles rippling beneath his skin. Su Xiao sighed inwardly, finally grasping the perilous nature of the LV-6 world. Had he recklessly ventured out earlier, he would have undoubtedly been riddled with bullets. This was merely the beginning, and the dangers to come would likely surpass his expectations. As he awaited the two factions to disperse, a nimble figure suddenly leaped from the rooftop into the building where he was concealed. Phew, that was close. Finally found a safe. The newcomer began, only to freeze upon spotting Su Xiao clinging to the wall. The stranger stammered. But before they could finish, Su Xiao released his grip, allowing himself to drop to the ground. Upon landing, he crouched low, propelling himself toward the person like a swift leopard. The individual barely had time to utter a word before it was too late. Su Xiao landed a punch to their abdomen, distinctly feeling the soft flesh yield beneath his strike. The newcomer doubled over in pain, a scream stifled by Su Xiao's palm covering their mouth and nose, resulting only in a muffled whimper. But he was not finished. With one hand still restraining their mouth, he extended the other, fingers poised like a blade, striking at their chest. Thud! The unique sound of a heavy blow resonated as Su Xiao felt their body give way, panic flashing in their eyes as they slumped, only able to emit a faint murmur. As he struck the heart's location, he was met with an unexpectedly soft sensation. A woman? His actions were driven by uncertainty. He could not ascertain whether she was friend or foe, thus opting to subdue her first. No, please don't hurt me, came the delicate, almost inaudible voice. Su Xiao scrutinized the newcomer, noting the disheveled black hair and dust-covered face, yet the unblemished skin beneath the grime was strikingly pale. The oversized linen garment hinted at a frail physique, and her youth was evident. Who are you? Su Xiao inquired, surmising that her intentions were likely to seek refuge. My name is Mia. I truly mean no harm. Please, do not hurt me, she pleaded, her voice barely above a whisper. Despite the severe blow to her heart, Mia remained conscious, indicating a remarkably resilient constitution, yet she was incapable of movement for the time being. Make no noise, or I will kill you. In the face of life-threatening danger, Su Xiao is indeed capable of taking a life, for he harbors deep-seated grievances yet to be avenged. Gulp. The 15 or 16-year-old Mia swallowed hard. All right, I merely seek refuge and shall remain silent. Mia suddenly sensed that being in the company of this man was no safer than the chaos outside. The gunfire beyond gradually subsided, indicating that the tumultuous battle would soon come to an end. Su Xiao was biding his time. Once the conflict outside ceased, he would venture forth. Although such an action was fraught with peril, it also presented an opportunity, for he was in dire need of weaponry. Starting with empty hands, he had not a single decent weapon at his disposal, nor even a mere stick nearby. Chapter 4. Weapons and currency. As the echoes of gunfire gradually subsided, the anguished cries of the wounded pierced the air. Observing from the shadows, Su Xiao sensed that the moment had come. The burly figure of Toby had successfully repelled the enemy's refugees. The refugees fought without any semblance of strategy, their chaotic shooting devolving into a reckless pursuit. Emerging from the ruins of a building, Su Xiao landed deftly but immediately crouched low. Before him lay a seemingly endless expanse of garbage mounds. from which wisps of acrid smoke rose, accompanied by a nauseating stench that assaulted his senses. Unperturbed by the foulness, Su Xiao focused intently on a firearm that lay some distance away, a short-barreled flintlock pistol. Though somewhat weathered, it was undeniably a lethal weapon. The pistol's former owner had met a grim fate, his throat shattered by a stray bullet, leaving a grotesque scene, perhaps due to the concealed nature of the death. Toby's faction had overlooked this weapon. Otherwise, in this dumping ground where arms were scarce, it would never have been left behind. Crouching low, Su Xiao began to inch towards the flintlock pistol. Just then, a gaunt refugee charged forward, filthy hands reaching greedily for the weapon. Su Xiao's brow furrowed. Not out of concern for losing the opportunity, but fearing the attention it might draw from the two factions. Seizing a fist-sized rock, he hurled it with all his might. The rock struck the refugee's arm with a resounding thud, causing him to stagger and emit a pained cry. In an instant, Su Xiao rushed behind the man, pivoted his body, and drove his knee forcefully into the refugee's spine. The man bent forward, retching a stream of bile, yet astonishingly, he only stumbled 2 steps forward without collapsing. Su Xiao's pupils constricted. The physical resilience of humans in this pirate world was truly remarkable, even in one as weak as this refugee. But there was no time to ponder. He noticed the refugee's eyes glinting with fury, resembling an enraged beast, baring yellowed teeth and flexing his jaw muscles. Such a fearsome visage would compel an ordinary person to instinctively retreat, but Su Xiao was different. With combat experience, he understood that if he fled now, his exposed back would surely be met with a bullet. Clenching his fists, he struck the refugee squarely on the jaw before he could recover. The lower jaw is riddled with numerous blood vessels. A sudden impact can lead to cerebral hypoxia, resulting in brief unconsciousness. The sound of teeth flying from the man's mouth echoed in the air. After absorbing Su Xiao's full-powered blow, the refugee toppled backward like a felled tree. While a typical person would remain unconscious for several seconds after such a strike, the indigenous people of this pirate world possessed an inexplicably robust constitution. Therefore, Su Xiao swiftly flipped the refugee over and aimed a punch at the back of his neck. With a dull thud, the refugee fell into unconsciousness. Grabbing the flintlock pistol from the ground, a line of text appeared before Su Xiao's eyes. Before he could examine it further, a distant commotion caught his attention. Toby's faction was returning after their unsuccessful pursuit. A chill ran down Su Xiao's spine. If discovered now, he might not even have a chance to speak before being riddled with bullets, for these individuals were already consumed by bloodlust. Casting a wary glance around, Su Xiao's expression soured. He was surrounded by towering heaps of refuse, forming a circular barrier that obscured his surroundings. Climbing those precarious mounds was out of the question. They were prone to collapse at any moment, potentially burying him in their depths. Even if he escaped the immediate danger, he could easily succumb to infection should he be pierced by a sharp object in this wretched environment. Thus, he sought refuge inside a dilapidated building, where a girl named Mia gazed at him with evident fear. No longer needing Su Xiao's prompting, Mia instinctively covered her mouth with her hands, her gaze darting toward the flintlock pistol he held. Shortly after Su Xiao entered the building, the outside became rife with noise. After a bout of angry shouts, silence gradually fell. It seemed the group had returned to scavenge for supplies, but their furious tone suggested their haul was dismal at best. Su Xiao exhaled in relief and began to inspect the prompt that had appeared previously. Acquired, worn flintlock pistol, white, worn flintlock pistol, white, origin, Pirate King. Leopold's workshop durability, 630 ammo capacity. For 6, the rapid-fire flintlock is a unique technology of the Pirate King world. Attack power, 213, calculated based on distance, equipment requirement. Requires 1 point of strength to wield. Can be used more adeptly with over 3 points. Rating, 3. Note, white equipment ratings range from 1 to 10. A rating of 10 indicates rare status, with additional special attributes. Description, this is a poorly maintained flintlock pistol. Its high rating of 9 diminished to 3 due to neglect. Use it with caution. Perhaps the next shot will be its last, as well as yours. Price, 150 paradise coins. This item is a chance drop and cannot be taken out of the Pirate King world. The hunter has acquired equipment for the first time. An introduction to equipment grades begins. Equipment is categorized as white, green, blue, and lower tiers cannot access further details. Hunters must explore on their own. The hunter is introduced to paradise coins for the first time. An explanation of paradise coins follows. Paradise coins can be used for transactions with the reincarnation paradise or other contractors. This is the sole universal currency of the reincarnation paradise. Warning: exercise caution with every paradise coin, as they are your capital for survival and growth. Su Xiao nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that the reincarnation paradise enforced strict regulations, not only labeling the performance of various weapons but also maintaining a sophisticated currency system. While he was acutely aware that many dangers lay ahead, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him, the hope that the reincarnation paradise would empower him. Although the method of gaining strength eluded him at present, he was certain that such knowledge existed within the reincarnation paradise. Otherwise, he would be unable to tackle the increasingly arduous tasks that awaited him. After thoroughly examining the worn flintlock pistol in his grasp, a smile crept across Su Xiao's face. At long last, he possessed a weapon. Without it, navigating this perilous world would be fraught with anxiety. However, in comparison to firearms, Su Xiao held a preference for melee weapons, particularly a long, slender blade with an exceptionally sharp edge. If only his preferred weapon were at his side, his combat prowess would surge by at least 50%. Having grasped the fundamental situation, Su Xiao turned his focus to preparing for the task ahead, which had a mere 72-hour deadline. He was not keen on discovering the consequences of failure. Thus, he resolved to dedicate himself wholly to the completion of his mission. However, assassinating a king was no trivial matter. It would necessitate some alternative strategies, at the very least, a means to approach the monarch. The notion of stealthily infiltrating the royal palace had never crossed Su Xiao's mind, for in the pirate world, there existed a phenomenon known as observation hockey. Based on Su Xiao's recollections, this king was likely connected to the celestial dragons, implying the presence of skilled practitioners of observation hockey in his vicinity was far from improbable. Otherwise, given Su Xiao's assassination capabilities, the task of eliminating a king could not possibly be rated at LV3. In a world rife with surveillance equipment, Su Xiao had executed his revenge plan. How much easier would it be in a technologically backward pirate realm? Yet, it was still premature to dwell on such thoughts. The immediate priority was to ascertain his surroundings, for the reincarnation paradise offered no map feature. Everything depended on his own exploration. Su Xiao's gaze fell upon the girl cowering in the corner. Having lived in the stumping ground, she must possess an intimate knowledge of her surroundings. Upon sensing Su Xiao's gaze, the young girl Mia instinctively curled up. "What do you intend to do?" Her voice trembled, tinged with a hint of tears. She had long concealed her gender, for in the wasteland's scrapyard, being a woman was perilous. "Are you hungry?" Su Xiao crouched before the young girl, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Yet a glint of coldness lingered in his eyes. He was not a benevolent soul. Hatred had long since extinguished the kindness that once resided within him. Chapter 5. Gunfire. Mia nodded, only to shake her head almost immediately. In the scrapyard, one thing was in short supply: food. The vagrants, who lived by scavenging rather than producing, were perpetually on the brink of starvation. Su Xiao pulled out several compressed biscuits from his pocket, his emergency rations. He had observed that a forest lay in the distance beyond the scrapyard, and with a gun in his hand, he had no cause to fret about food. Mia hesitantly accepted a piece of the biscuit, having never encountered such sustenance before. Under Su Xiao's guidance, she carefully unwrapped the compressed biscuit and took a cautious bite. It was delicious. The girl, having been famished for an entire day, devoured it ravenously. "You are Mia, right? Take me away from here, and these biscuits are all yours." Having finished the biscuit in hand, Mia stared longingly at the remaining pieces in Su Xiao's possession, swallowing hard. "All right, but you mustn't harm me." Su Xiao did not respond, but instead rummaged through the dilapidated building, with Mia closely following him. "Where are you going? You're not a resident of the scrapyard, are you?" Suddenly halting, Su Xiao's eyes glinted coldly as he tossed a piece of the compressed biscuit to the ground and crushed it underfoot. "Take me away from here, and do not ask anything else." If Mia displayed any sign of abnormality, Su Xiao's finger, poised on the trigger, would be aimed at her forehead. Startled by his actions, Mia took a few steps back. All right. Daring not to speak further, she hurried ahead. "Lead me to the entrance of the Goya kingdom." Su Xiao surveyed the surroundings cautiously, occasionally spotting the fierce gazes of the vagrants. Upon noticing the gun in his hand, their greedy looks immediately retreated. Recalling the information gleaned from anime, Su Xiao began to contemplate his next course of action. The so-called scrapyard was, in fact, a vast landfill, a consequence of the Goya kingdom dumping immense amounts of household waste just outside the city. Those ferocious-looking vagrants had once been residents of the Goya kingdom, now relegated here for committing severe crimes or offending the nobility. The decay of refuse emitted toxic fumes that permeated the scrapyard, constantly eroding the lives of the vagrants. The most evident manifestation of this was that Su Xiao's health had already dropped from 100 to 98. In the scrapyard, there were no doctors, no food. Crime and disease thrived here, rendering it a lawless territory where strength dictated everything. With Mia leading the way, Su Xiao soon exited the scrapyard. Arriving before a towering wall, the high wall, constructed of black stones, featured a modest gate that came into view. This is as far as you can go. The Goya kingdom has laws, and vagrants are forbidden from entering the city. Those caught will be executed. While Mia spoke, her gaze remained fixated on the compressed biscuits in Su Xiao's hand. Tossing the biscuits to her, Su Xiao disregarded her entirely. Mia dashed away, her guidance motivated solely by the lure of food. The gates of the Goya kingdom stood wide open, with several guards stationed on either side. This was merely a side entrance, designated for the disposal of waste. Though the guards appeared lethargic, their eyes occasionally gleamed with a dangerous light, suggesting that they were accustomed to killing those vagrants attempting to breach the city. Su Xiao concealed himself nearby, unwilling to rush into the city, biding his time for the right moment. Confronting those guards directly was out of the question. The residents of this pirate world possessed extraordinary strength. The girl Mia, after sustaining a heavy blow from him, had astonishingly returned to normal in a short time, raising Su Xiao's wariness. He speculated that the guards' attributes must be at least 10 or higher, perhaps even more. An hour passed, then 2, and after 3 hours, noon arrived. The temperature rapidly escalated, the heat becoming oppressive. At last, the opportunity Su Xiao had awaited emerged. A cart laden with household waste exited the city, the acrid stench wafting for quite a distance. The guards paid no heed to the cart, instinctively stepping back. "Do you gentlemen require a routine inspection?" The driver halted the cart, a hint of trepidation evident towards the guards. "Get moving. It stinks." The guards waved their hands dismissively, showing no inclination for inspection. From afar, Su Xiao raised an eyebrow at the scene and swiftly followed the cart. Once the cart ventured deeper into the garbage heap, it found a clearing to unload its refuse. The previously timid driver suddenly revealed a dagger at his waist. The law of survival of the fittest ruled the scrapyard. Lighting a cigarette to mask the stench, the driver began to shovel the filth from the cart. As the driver worked up a sweat, Su Xiao, like a stealthy wildcat, silently approached him from behind. Just as he prepared to knock the driver unconscious, he inadvertently stepped on a half-broken glass cup. Crack! The sharp sound startled the driver. Su Xiao, too, was taken aback. In the filthy scrapyard, the ground was buried under a deep layer of refuse, making it nearly impossible to detect anything beneath. But with the arrow already on the string, he had no choice but to leap forward. The driver was no innocent. Turning to brandish his dagger and lunging directly at Su Xiao, the driver's ferocious expression made it clear that he intended to take Su Xiao's life. Su Xiao's gaze grew frigid. In this world of missions, it was either kill or be killed. Mercy towards an enemy was cruelty towards oneself. Raising his flintlock pistol, Su Xiao aimed it at the driver's head. Any ordinary person would have halted or retreated at the sight of a gun pointed at them, but this driver was different. He lunged forward even faster. With an expressionless face, Su Xiao pulled the trigger. The hammer struck the flint, sending sparks flying as the gunpowder ignited within the confined space, unleashing immense energy. Amidst the explosion of flames and smoke, the bullet was propelled forth. Bang! A thick cloud of smoke billowed, releasing a pungent smell of gunpowder as the lead bullet embedded itself in the driver's skull. The driver stumbled forward, propelled 2 meters away, convulsing twice before succumbing to death. Hint: you have killed a black market merchant. Your talent Soul Devourer has activated, permanently increasing your mana by 5 points. Current mana, 65 points. You have obtained a treasure chest, white. This is your first kill. Storage space has been unlocked, 2 square meters. Upon returning to the reincarnation paradise, the storage space can be upgraded with paradise coins. The notification from the reincarnation paradise revealed to Su Xiao that this was not merely a driver, but a black market merchant, who had likely used the guise of a driver to conduct some form of trade within the scrapyard. Upon the merchant's death, a small white wooden chest floated above his corpse. Su Xiao attempted to grasp the chest suspended in midair. Though it was palm-sized, it felt surprisingly heavy. Treasure chest, white. Open, do not open. Su Xiao chose not to open the treasure chest, but instead placed it and the worn flintlock pistol into his storage space. With a thought, the worn flintlock pistol reappeared in his hand, and he found the newly revealed storage space quite satisfactory. It was an incredibly practical feature. If utilized effectively, this ability would greatly assist him in completing his tasks. Knowing it was unsafe here, Su Xiao refrained from opening the treasure chest. White. Should it burst open with blinding light, he would be in peril. His primary objective now was to enter the capital of the Goya kingdom. He removed his outer clothing and donned the attire of the black market merchant. After a moment's hesitation, Su Xiao abruptly threw himself onto the damp ground, where a foul stench assailed his senses. His clothes and cheeks were stained with large patches of murky water, obscuring his features from view. Sitting at the front of the carriage, Su Xiao awkwardly maneuvered the horses as they progressed into the city. At that moment, he clutched a dagger in his hand, the very one wielded by the black market merchant. Yet this dagger was somewhat different from what he had envisioned. Chapter 6. This is the real world. Upon acquiring the worn flintlock earlier, Su Xiao received numerous prompts. However, the dagger he now possessed offered no such indications, lacking specific information and failing to reveal whether it could be sold. This absence led Su Xiao to speculate that his earlier acquisition of the worn flintlock was a blend of fortune and perhaps a deliberate arrangement by the reincarnation paradise. This implied that while he could obtain weapons, he must also bear certain risks, an inherent principle of the reincarnation paradise. In stark contrast, the dagger in his possession evidently fell outside this framework. Although the dagger was exceedingly sharp and usable, it could not be taken from the pirate world nor exchanged for paradise coins. This was to be expected. If anything could be traded for paradise coins, the currency mechanism of the reincarnation paradise would merely be a farce. Guiding the somewhat unruly steed, Su Xiao gradually approached the city gate, where several guards came into view. The old horse, having suddenly changed masters, was distinctly disobedient, which put Su Xiao in a difficult position, as he had never handled a horse before. With the guards now within sight, retreat was not an option. He tugged at the saddle rope, causing the horse to snort and come to a halt. Su Xiao chose to stop and submit to inspection, anticipating that exiting the city might be relatively lax, but entering would undoubtedly be more challenging. Several guards advanced, appearing nonchalant, yet their eyes were sharp and discerning, akin to those of a hawk. What brings you back to the city so early today? The familiar demeanor of the guards sent a shiver down Su Xiao's spine. These sentinels might be privy to the identity of the black market merchant, and there could even exist a mutual interest between the parties, complicating matters significantly. My lord, we just left the city today, and it was Toby's forces that attacked us. Ugh. Su Xiao's voice was exceedingly muffled, punctuated by bouts of retching. Unlike the coachman, he deliberately altered his tone. Coupled with the foul stench of the filth on his garments, the guards harbored no suspicions and instinctively distanced themselves from him. What? Toby? Are they seeking their own demise? How dare they attempt to seize you? Are they oblivious to your true identity? The guard before Su Xiao was evidently filled with anger. Yet another guard beside him remarked, Boss, that fellow Toby has been rapidly expanding his influence. According to my informants, Toby has recently obliterated Roger's faction. At present, apart from the Bolsum pirate crew, there exists no power surpassing Toby's at the junkyard. Shall we simply let this matter rest? What to do about the money? Several guards exchanged glances, their eyes filled with reluctance, yet they were powerless against Toby, who was concealed within the junkyard. Forget it. If such a situation arises again, you needn't return, just live in the junkyard. Su Xiao feigned a submissive nod, but his eyes remained remarkably composed. In pivotal moments, maintaining calm is crucial. Many failures arise from the hubris that precedes success. Su Xiao urged his steed forward, the old brown horse moving ahead with visible reluctance. Just before Su Xiao departed, a guard bent down to inspect beneath the carriage, wary of anyone hiding there, a common tactic for vagrants infiltrating the city. Su Xiao had never considered hiding beneath the carriage. Instead, he opted for the riskier approach of eliminating the coachman and taking his place, a strategy that exploited the guard's oversight. The garbage truck gradually passed through the city gates, moving steadily ahead, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. Carlos, wait. A shout from behind caused Su Xiao's pupils to constrict momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. I have arranged everything regarding your nephew. With sufficient sincerity, you can report to the guard today. The guard raised one hand, rubbing his thumb and middle finger together, the so-called sincerity referring to money. Su Xiao hurriedly nodded, feigning gratitude, but was instead seized by retching. Hurry up, it stinks terribly. I can smell it from this distance. Such a golden opportunity was not to be missed. Su Xiao seized the whip beside him and cracked it against the old horse's rear. The sharp sound echoed as the horse let out a mournful cry, its pace noticeably quickening. He had successfully infiltrated the capital of the Goya kingdom. Although he possessed safer methods of entry, they required time, which he could ill afford. Moreover, from the guard's snippets of conversation, he had gleaned much valuable intelligence. First, the current timeline was set before the original protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, set sail. During Luffy's childhood, or perhaps even before his birth. This conclusion was drawn from the mention of the Bolsum pirate crew by the guards, if Su Xiao recalled correctly. They were the very crew that clashed with young Luffy and Ace amidst the flames in the original narrative. The Bolsum pirate crew had been manipulated by the king of the Goya kingdom, used to ignite the junkyard before being forsaken to perish in the fire. Secondly, an unexpected revelation surfaced, potentially the key to Su Xiao's successful mission. A remark from a guard filled Su Xiao with elation. Regarding your nephew, I have arranged everything. With sufficient sincerity, you can report to the guard today. It appeared that this referred to some transaction between the deceased black market merchant and the guarding soldiers, utilizing money to procure a position within the guard. Should Su Xiao impersonate the merchant's nephew to join the guard, he would be one step closer to his assassination target. Though this course of action was fraught with peril, it was the best option available given that the paradise had not provided him with an identity. He was merely an outsider without documents. As Su Xiao maneuvered the carriage through the streets of the Goya Kingdom's capital, he found himself in the outer residential area, populated solely by commoners. The streets here were relatively clean, lined with vendors peddling their wares. Crowds of civilians leisurely traversed the streets, rendering the city bustling. Though some bore expressions of sorrow and urgency, the sole distinction between these commoners and the vagrants outside the walls was that they did not face starvation. Yet they struggled on the brink of subsistence. The pirate world was in a tumultuous era, rife with conflict and roving pirates. Thus the living conditions of the common folk were rather impoverished. Navigating through the cacophonous streets, Su Xiao felt as though he were in a different realm. It seemed not a task world, but a genuine one, populated by sentient beings rather than mere NPCs. The guard's vigilance was evident. Had Su Xiao not been meticulously prepared and quick to adapt, he might have already been exposed. In this task world, one must never underestimate anyone, Su Xiao reminded himself. However, the immediate priority was to find a place to cleanse himself. He also needed to open the previously acquired treasure chest, White, to make use of every available resource. With his level 1 status in this level 6, nightmare difficulty world, Su Xiao found himself facing immense challenges. Chapter 7. The Letter of Recommendation Under the Blazing Sun. With temperatures soaring to 30 degrees, the once bustling streets have become increasingly desolate. Su Xiao trudges along the pavement, his presence met with frowns and disdainful glances from the few passersby. The carriage he once owned has been disposed of, and the horse sold at a meager price. After counting the bills in his possession, Su Xiao lets out a sigh. He holds a currency known as Bailey. The sale of the horse yielded 100,000 Baileys. An amount that sounds considerable, yet translates to a mere 6,000 RMB in purchasing power. It is crucial not to overestimate this sum, for its value falls short of expectations. Su Xiao has already attempted to acquire decent attire, which necessitated 8,000 Baileys, while a satisfying meal would cost approximately 900 Baileys. Casting his gaze around, he notices the streets are devoid of life, prompting him to approach a modest residence. This choice, seemingly arbitrary, is the result of prolonged observation. Though the dwelling is not particularly tidy, the absence of climbing vines indicates occupancy, and the well-maintained facilities suggest regular use. The fine layer of dust on the doorknob implies that the owner seldom returns, making it an ideal temporary refuge. He avoids inns or taverns, aware that such places are rife with trouble and chaos. In this pirate-infested world, he is here to fulfill a mission. With only 68 hours remaining, apart from the necessities of his task, he intends to limit his interactions with others to mitigate potential risks. Once assured of his solitude, Su Xiao produces a set of rudimentary lockpicking tools. Click, click, snap. The door yields to his efforts. Having mastered the art of lockpicking, this rudimentary mechanism poses no challenge. Entering the house as if it were his own, he promptly secures the door behind him. As anticipated, the interior is vacant. The spacious home spans over 100 square meters, adorned with a photograph depicting a man, a woman, and a young girl, radiating an aura of familial bliss through the woman's genuine smile. In a swift motion, Su Xiao sheds his garments and heads straight for the bathroom. Despite his remarkable endurance, the stench emanating from his body is unbearable. Water cascades from above, washing away the grime and odor, and upon donning fresh attire, he feels rejuvenated. While seated on the sofa, a white treasure chest materializes in his hand. Treasure chest, white, open. Opting to open it, the chest silently reveals its contents. Devoid of any fanfare. You have opened the treasure chest, white, and obtain the following items: 500,000 Baileys, usable only in this world. Letter of recommendation from Captain Rowan of the City Guard, 100 paradise coins. The acquisition of these 3 items may not seem bountiful. Yet it is satisfactory, considering this is merely a white treasure chest, the lowest tier according to the item hierarchy of reincarnation paradise. First, he stashes the Baileys, which are not immediately useful. And then he inspects the letter. Letter of recommendation from Captain Rowan, quality, white type, trigger item rating, 5. The ratings for items are akin to those for equipment, ranging from 1 to 10. Higher rated items possess greater value. Description: this is a fervent letter of recommendation, wherein Captain Rowan has misused his authority to recommend a local tyrant from the Windmill District as a member of the Guard. With this letter, any male possessing sufficient Baileys can join the Guard. Upon reading the letter's description, a glimmer of joy illuminates Su Xiao's face. This is precisely what he seeks. Since direct assassination of the king is not an option, he must at least secure an audience with him. The daunting challenge of the nightmare-level mission cannot be resolved through brute force. With all items stored in his inventory, Su Xiao exits the residence. He first seeks a restaurant for a hearty meal, then begins to observe the patrolling guards throughout the streets. The so-called guard unit presumably patrols the area, dealing with petty thefts. Although their authority is limited, they are recognized as an arm of the Goya Kingdom's power. After trailing a few guards, Su Xiao soon locates the headquarters, a 2-story office building with 2 guards languidly stationed at the entrance. Armed with his letter of recommendation, he confidently approaches. Stop. This is the guard station. No unauthorized entry. A young guard, with an air of arrogance, addresses him, noticing Su Xiao's humble attire. I am a newly appointed guard. Su Xiao begins to introduce himself, but quickly realizes that the name Su Xiao seems out of place in this pirate world. Thinking on his feet, he continues. I am a new guard, Bai Yi. The young guard hesitates, scrutinizing Su Xiao. Bai Yi? I was not informed of any new recruits. You're not trying to sneak in, are you? Reese, remember what the captain mentioned earlier? Don't ask too many questions. Bai Yi, follow me. A more seasoned guard shoots a glare at the younger one before leading Su Xiao into the headquarters. The young guard glares at Su Xiao, muttering something under his breath. Such inconsequential characters are hardly worth his attention, and he follows the seasoned guard to an office door. Clearing his throat, the older guard straightens his posture, preparing to knock, when a series of hurried breaths emanate from within. Su Xiao and the older guard exchange knowing glances, both understanding the implications of the sounds. The older guard lowers his hand, opting to stand quietly aside. Knocking now would disrupt his superior's intimate moment. With an apologetic smile directed at Su Xiao, who is evidently someone under special consideration from above, the older guard seems reluctant to offend him. As they step aside, Su Xiao produces a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to the older guard. With a flick, the cigarette ignites, and the two engage in casual conversation in the corridor. Though it is merely a cigarette, it serves to forge a fragile bond of friendship, a small but meaningful gesture. You're quite fortunate to have special treatment from above. Rest assured, your entry into the guard has already been cleared. By the way, I'm Hank. We shall be colleagues from now on. Su Xiao offers a polite smile, yet his eyes betray no change in emotion. My name is Bai Yi. I look forward to working with you. As he speaks, he discreetly slips the remaining cigarettes into Hank's jacket pocket, contemplating the potential utility of this guard, who possesses knowledge of the capital that Su Xiao currently lacks. Hank's smile broadens, and just then, a muffled growl resonates from within the office. Both men understand that the moment has arrived. After a few moments of waiting, Hank knocks on the door. Who is it? Come in. A gruff voice calls from inside the office. Chapter 8. The dragon-slaying blade. Hank entered the office with a disingenuous smile, pushing the door open. Boss, it's me, Hank. Vale followed closely behind, and a faint metallic scent mingled with an aura of raw masculinity filled the air. Is that you, Hank? At least you had the sense not to disturb my leisure. Speak. What is it? A burly man sat in the office, shirtless, his gleaming bald head radiating a fierce aura that unmistakably signaled his strength. This is the new recruit, Bai Yi, recommended by that individual. Here is the letter of recommendation. The burly man glanced at Su Xiao, casually leafing through the letter before tearing it into pieces, one hand roaming over a seductive woman beside him. The initial price was 200,000 berries, but due to recent significant events and the heightened tension, the cost has now risen to at least 400,000 berries. Su Xiao's smile remained intact, masking his true emotions, for he was still weak and needed to conceal his feelings. Deep down, however, he yearned to shoot the burly man and demand the exact amount of berries. Silently, He produced 400,000 berries and placed them before the man. Su Xiao's decisive demeanor raised an eyebrow from the burly man. As expected from someone from that side. Generous from the start. You shall be a member of the guard henceforth. Remember to call me boss or sir. Su Xiao continued to smile, though an eerie undertone tinged his expression. All right, boss. Successfully joining the guard marked a significant step forward in his mission to assassinate the king. Hank, standing nearby, averted his gaze to the floor, as if it held some captivating content. In truth, he was projecting an attitude, indicating he had not witnessed his superior's bribery. This incident underscored the chaotic atmosphere of the pirate world, where wealth and perhaps higher status could buy almost anything. For Su Xiao, this was undoubtedly favorable news. Berries held little significance for him now. What he truly lacked was time, and the issues that berries could resolve were trivial. Notification: the hunter has joined the guard faction. A slight change in the storyline occurs, gaining 2. One of the source of the world. Upon exiting the office, Su Xiao received the standard equipment of the guard, a uniform and a flintlock pistol. In the armory, he looked at the rudimentary flintlock in his hand with a hint of exasperation and turned his gaze to Hank. Hank, can we exchange this weapon? Hank wore a troubled expression. This is standard issue. I can't. His hesitant tone indicated to Su Xiao that Hank was fishing for a bribe. Discreetly, Su Xiao slipped 20,000 berries into Hank's pocket, causing the man's expression to transform into one of delight. We're colleagues. If you're in a bind, we can discuss it. Choose your weapon, but you can only select one. That's an unchangeable rule. Su Xiao set down the flintlock and began to search the armory. Various weapons surrounded him until his gaze landed on a long sword. The blade measured over 1 meter in length, approximately 3 centimeters wide, with a subtle curvature. Although it paled in comparison to Su Xiao's own blade, it was still a commendable weapon. This one will do. As he grasped the sword and sheathed it, a notification from the cycle paradise appeared upon his touch. Hey, you can take other weapons, but not this sword. Hank's expression turned cold, seemingly undeterred by the previous bribe. What did you say? Su Xiao, wielding the longsword, turned towards Hank, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. Yielding endlessly would only lead others to perceive him as weak and easily manipulated. Noticing Su Xiao's gaze, Hank's demeanor shifted, a chill surging through him. This man had killed before, and not just once. Hank wrestled with the urge to confront Su Xiao, but the sight of the weapon in Su Xiao's grip filled him with apprehension. Hank, don't dwell on these matters. We are friends, aren't we? Su Xiao pointed the sword's hilt at Hank's chest. Either accept the bribe and remain silent, or I will slay you here. Those are your only choices. For this sword greatly aids me in completing my mission. Moreover, I will not relinquish what I have acquired due to a mere threat. Su Xiao was confident. He believed that even if he killed Hank, as long as he bribed the burly man sufficiently, the latter would turn a blind eye. This matter shall remain between us. Consider this sword a token of friendship. Hank patted Su Xiao's shoulder amiably, and the tense atmosphere in the armory dissipated. I just arrived in the capital today and need to gather some information, so I'm determined to keep this friendship, Su Xiao thought, sighing inwardly. If dealing with an ordinary guard was this challenging, what kind of adversaries would he face when he approached the king? The thrill of challenge quickened Su Xiao's heartbeat. A surge of adrenaline coursing through him, igniting his burgeoning enthusiasm for this feeling. The warrior within him stirred as he realized he had to be resolute. Su Xiao's firmness arose from a reason. Upon touching the longsword, the cycle paradise had provided a notification. Obtain Dragon Slaying Flash, white, rare, origin, Pirate King. Iron Forge Blacksmith durability, 35,405. This weapon has suffered significant damage, durability 5. Attack power, 516 calculated based on slashing strength. Equipment requirement, strength of 2 points to wield. Strength exceeding 5 points allows for agile use. Rating, 10. Note, white gear ratings range from 1 to 10. A rating of 10 indicates rare status with additional special properties. Additional attribute, Dragon's Majesty. Wielding this weapon instills a sense of dread in enemies. Dread effect reduces enemy morale. Description, this was the personal blade of the dragon-slaying swordsman, Longma, in his youth. After suffering severe damage, its grade declined upon restoration. Subsequently, Longma acquired the black blade, Chioshui, and this weapon remained in his bedroom. After his death, it was deemed unworthy to accompany him in burial and was left to wander. Master, I am on the brink of rusting. Where are you? Please wheel me to slay that colossal dragon. Price, 1,100 paradise coins. This item is a rule-based item. Can be taken out of the pirate world. Longma was a formidable figure in the pirate realm. Even the current world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk, might not surpass him. How could a weapon belonging to such a powerful individual in his youth be weak? Su Xiao even speculated that had the dragon-slaying flash not been damaged, it might have been graded green or even blue. This was precisely why he was willing to confront Hank for this sword. Fortunately, they had not turned against one another. This feigned friendship could endure a while longer. You're lucky. I acquired this sword from a group of pirates. Few, aside from myself, recognize its true value. If it weren't for my disinterest in swords and the stringent rules of the armory forbidding a second weapon, I would have taken it long ago. Su Xiao smiled, remaining silent, simply securing the dragon-slaying flash at his waist. With this sword at his side, his combat prowess would soar, lending him a sense of reassurance. Let us go. Significant events are set to unfold in 2 days, and we cannot afford to be idle. Hank sighed, as if burdened by some concern. What events? A heads-up would help me prepare. In half a month, the celestial dragons, the world's nobles, will arrive in the Goya kingdom for an inspection. Consequently, in 2 days, we must clean up the scrapyard. Chapter 9. Impaling them. Sukiai's eyes gleamed at Hank's words. He had finally pinpointed the current timeline to a scene from the original work. 3 days before the incineration of the scrap heap terminal. This meant that within the maximum time limit of his mission, the terminal would be engulfed in flames. This was undoubtedly good news for Su Xiao. The more chaotic the situation, the greater his opportunities. Troubled waters were always best for fishing. As Hank headed towards the warehouse exit, he seemed to recall something and turned back, saying, "Our boss is named Brandon O'Connor. You're a member of the guard now. How could you not know the boss's name?" Su Xiao chuckled softly and nodded in acknowledgement. The two exited the warehouse, and by this time, dusk had begun to settle, and the streets were filled with weary pedestrians. Through idle chatter, Su Xiao gleaned that the burly man he had met earlier, his current superior, Brandon O'Connor, had been serving as the guard captain for nearly a decade. He possessed an extensive network of contacts, interacting with officials of all ranks within the royal palace, and had even been summoned by the king. Su Xiao did not entirely believe Hank's words, suspecting flattery. While it might be true that Brandon O'Connor had been the guard captain for 10 years, the claim of an extensive network of contacts remained to be seen. After all, remaining in one position for a decade also suggested that his superior was not doing particularly well in the royal capital. Just as Hank was about to bid Su Xiao farewell, Su Xiao took the initiative to speak. "How about a drink? I just arrived in the capital today and have many things to ask you." Hank feigned reluctance. But under Su Xiao's warm invitation, the two entered a tavern. After a few cups of rice wine, Hank's face flushed slightly, his breath reeking of alcohol. And he became noticeably more talkative. "Let me tell you, if the boss hadn't been unable to control his carnal desires back then, he would have been working in the royal palace by now. Can you imagine who the boss had to sleep with?" It was Hank hiccuped, stopping mid-sentence as if he had realized he had said something he shouldn't have. Su Xiao raised his glass and clinked it against Hank's. As Hank tilted his head back to drink, the wine in Su Xiao's glass vanished without a trace. Drinking in this dangerous mission world was undoubtedly a suicidal act. So Su Xiao did not consume a single drop of alcohol. "Never mind, I won't say any more. The boss is living a carefree life now anyway. A regular at the pleasure district. I envy him, I really do." Su Xiao responded casually, pouring Hank another cup. After several rounds of drinks, around 7 o'clock in the evening, Su Xiao and Hank parted ways at the tavern entrance. The streets were now brightly lit. Su Xiao lit a cigarette, watching Hank's receding figure thoughtfully through the hazy smoke. The other party had provided him with a great deal of information, and as night fell, it was time for Su Xiao to act. With his hand resting on the hilt of the katana at his waist, Su Xiao stopped a passerby. The passerby was initially annoyed, but upon seeing Su Xiao's guard uniform, he visibly became fearful. "Tell me, where is the pleasure district?" The passerby flashed a knowing smile, before pointing Su Xiao in the right direction. That smile and the name Pleasure District made Su Xiao realize what kind of place it was. His superior certainly had boundless energy. As dusk deepened, a district dominated by pink and red lights came to life. The streets were lined with buildings featuring double or triple-tiered pointed roofs. The roofs were covered with glazed tiles, and round or square lanterns hung in front of the doors. The gentle sound of musical instruments intertwined with the laughter and chatter on the streets, as numerous men and women intimately embraced each other. On the balconies of the buildings lining the streets, one could vaguely see scantily clad women holding slender pipes, smiling seductively as they stood on the balconies, attempting to attract passing customers. This was the Pleasure District, the red light district of the pirate world. On the rooftop of one of the buildings, Su Xiao, clad in black, crouched down, holding Dragon Slayer in his hand. Since entering the pirate world, Su Xiao had not made many moves, but tonight, he would assassinate his first target, laying the groundwork for completing his mission. A burst of laughter echoed through the street. The somewhat familiar laughter immediately drew Su Xiao's attention. The person laughing was none other than the superior he had met during the day, Brandon O'Connor, followed by 2 guards. Swaggered down the pleasure district. Passers-by quickly moved aside upon seeing Brandon O'Connor, their expressions somewhat restrained. He's finally here. Su Xiao, hidden on the rooftop, followed Brandon O'Connor and his entourage closely. Before long, Brandon O'Connor and his men entered a building. Su Xiao, darting through the darkness, arrived at the top of the building. After waiting for a moment, Su Xiao leaped off the roof, landing silently and immediately pressing himself against the wall to avoid detection. Using the cover of darkness and dim lighting, Su Xiao began to investigate the rooms one by one. He didn't need to use his eyes to investigate the rooms. He could rely solely on sound. Su Xiao had undergone specialized training in this ability, and he still remembered Brandon O'Connor's voice. After investigating 3 rooms, Su Xiao found his target. He could hear voices coming from the room, a man and a woman. When will you save me? Can you bear to see me accompany other men here? Soon. This is left minister's business. It's not something that can be solved with money alone. I've been working hard lately. Left minister is someone close to the king. Su Xiao listened expressionlessly to the conversation between the 2 people in the room, but as their conversation became increasingly saccharine, his brow furrowed. But now was not the time. Su Xiao needed to wait for O'Connor to be at his most vulnerable before delivering the fatal blow. Things progressed smoothly. Before long, the room was filled with moans and gasps. Su Xiao slowly drew the katana from his waist, then gently pushed open the window and slipped into the room without making a sound. A man and a woman were entwined together in the throes of passion. The reason Su Xiao chose this moment was because only now was O'Connor at his most vulnerable. With each step closer to O'Connor, Su Xiao was exceptionally cautious. Like a leopard stalking its prey, moving silently. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Su Xiao arrived behind O'Connor and slowly raised the katana in his hand. The tip of the blade aimed at the back of O'Connor's head. The woman beneath O'Connor, who had been enjoying herself with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes for some reason and saw Su Xiao holding the sharp blade. The woman's face was filled with terror, and she subconsciously wanted to scream. And O'Connor also noticed the woman's horrified expression. But it was too late. Grasping the hilt with both hands, Su Xiao stabbed the back of O'Connor's head with all his might. The katana pierced straight through the back of O'Connor's head, the sharp tip piercing through O'Connor's mouth as if piercing through a piece of paper. The katana did not lose momentum, and the bloody tip pierced through the woman's eye socket, before embedding itself deeply into the tatami mat beneath the woman. The 2 people pierced by the katana convulsed violently, like fish out of water. One had their spine injured, and the other had their brain pierced. Both were unable to scream, so they did not attract the attention of others. Su Xiao's strike was carefully calculated. If he had only killed O'Connor, the woman beneath O'Connor would have screamed immediately, and the guards at the door would have rushed into the room, putting Su Xiao in a dangerous situation. The physical stats of ordinary people in the pirate world were very strong, let alone guards. 1 strike, 2 lives, without mercy. Su Xiao's killing skills exceeded those of most assassins. This was also why the paradise of reincarnation had chosen him to become a hunter. A hunter could not be appointed by special talent alone. They also needed to have the courage to kill. Chapter 10. The Heart of Desire for Power. After Su Xiao pierced through 2 individuals with a single stroke, he immediately noticed a faint red health bar appearing above Oka's head. It was evident that this represented Oka's remaining life force. His strike had penetrated Oka's spine, rendering him in a state of suspended animation rather than outright death. This state, often referred to as suspended animation, signifies a loss of bodily resistance while the brain remains functional. It was Su Xiao's first encounter with a health bar. Previously, when he had dispatched a black market merchant with a single shot to the head, no such bar had manifested. The health bar undoubtedly exemplifies the advantages of semi-digitalization, allowing him to ascertain whether an enemy had perished and estimate their life force. Oka's health was now approximately 5, teetering on the brink of expiration. Withdrawing the blade from Oka's nape, Su Xiao transitioned from a reverse grip to a conventional one, delivering a decisive strike to Oka's neck. The blade met flesh with a sickening squelch, and blood erupted, spraying several meters high, splattering Su Xiao's cheek with droplets that rendered his expression chillingly cold. Following the strike, Oka's head was severed, and the health bar was instantly depleted. You have slain the guard captain, Brandon Oka. Brandon Oka was an official of the Goya Kingdom, acquiring 3/6 of the world's source, now totaling 5/7. Your talent Soul Devourer has activated, permanently increasing your mana by 10 points. Current mana, 75 points. Su Xiao glanced over the successive notifications with only cursory interest. The fact that killing Oka had yielded world source was unexpected if he were to defeat stronger foes. The quantity of world source obtained would undoubtedly rise. Slaying formidable adversaries such as the Marine Admiral Sengoku or the Four Emperors would yield an astonishing amount. However, for now, such thoughts were merely fanciful, as he was unlikely to encounter such powerful beings, and even if he did, they would hardly engage him. For that would be tantamount to seeking death. The role of the world source remained ambiguous previously. The reincarnation paradise had merely hinted at its significance concerning his rewards upon completing tasks and departing the pirate world. This so-called reward presumably constituted the key to his ascent in power. The pirate world indeed offered numerous avenues for strengthening oneself, yet all required time. With a mere 72 hours at his disposal, now dwindling to just over 60, it was fortunate enough to contemplate completing his task, leaving little room for distractions. As for the devil fruits, those extraordinary entities, Su Xiao had never entertained thoughts of pursuing or seizing them. Without a solid foundation of strength, he had no qualifications whatsoever. He was merely an ordinary individual with above-average physical capabilities, fundamentally distinct from the titans of the pirate world. Under normal circumstances, Su Xiao's inaugural world would never have been one as perilous as that of the Pirate King, a circumstance attributed to his identity as a hunter. His current situation resembled that of a level 1 novice cast into a high-level map, where even the minor foes appeared as formidable bosses to him. The extent of Su Xiao's achievements had already surpassed that of ordinary individuals, had he been an average contractor. He might well have perished at the scrapyard outside the royal city. Setting aside the world's source he had acquired, the mana he had gained left him perplexed. He had no capacity to expend mana. Regardless of how much he possessed, it would be of no practical use in combat. As the adage goes, every beginning is arduous, and he would have to rely on his own efforts. A white treasure chest materialized above Oka's corpse, identical to the one he had previously opened. Su Xiao seized the chest and placed it within his storage space before hastily vacating the scene. He was currently a guard, and this identity was of paramount importance. The act of killing the guard captain Oka would render him a fugitive in the Goya kingdom if discovered. At that point, not only would completing his task become implausible, but evading the kingdom's soldiers would also prove exceedingly burdensome. The cool night breeze tousled Su Xiao's dark hair, gradually washing away the scent of blood. Upon returning to the modest dwelling where he had bathed during the day, he inspected the warning mechanisms he had previously set. A short twig and a few strands of hair confirmed that no one had approached. It was secure. Entering the dwelling, Su Xiao refrained from turning on the lights and instead sat in the pitch-black bedroom, retrieving the treasure chest obtained from slaying Oka. Treasure chest, white. Yes, no to open. Upon opening the chest, a necklace materialized in Su Xiao's hand. You have opened the treasure chest, white. Acquiring the following items. Acquired 300 paradise coins. Acquired the pendant of the deceased wife. Pendant of the deceased wife, white. Origin, 1 piece. Garrett Gem Company category. Jewelry. Jewelry type equipment is rare. Durability, none. Jewelry type equipment has no durability and requires no repair. Equipment requirement, usable by anyone. Equipment effect, strength 1. Rating, 8. Note, white equipment ratings range from 1 to 10. Those rated 10 will be marked rare and possess additional special attributes. Description, I love you. As you love those little lovers, Oka's wife who took her own life. Price, 1,600 paradise coins. Clutching the necklace tightly, a smile crept onto Su Xiao's face. At last, he had discovered a means to grow stronger. This gemstone necklace could indeed augment his strength. Exhaling deeply, he composed himself and donned the pendant of the deceased wife around his neck. Upon reviewing his personal attributes once more, his initial strength of 6 had now risen to 7. A surge of warmth coursed through his body, and Su Xiao could distinctly sense a considerable enhancement in his strength. The increase to 7 points did not merely signify a 1/6 augmentation, rather, it represented a substantial leap. This indicated that every incremental enhancement in attributes would yield significant transformations. Far from being a mere matter of 11, the reincarnation paradise truly was a wondrous realm. Su Xiao clenched his fists, the joints cracking audibly as a torrent of power surged within him. This abrupt surge in strength was intoxicating, yet he remained acutely aware. He understood that the strength conferred by the necklace was superficial. His intrinsic power had not truly increased. Should he lose the necklace, his strength attribute would diminish accordingly. The joy of his newfound power did not cloud Su Xiao's judgment. He swiftly recalled that the pendant belonged to Oka, and it could potentially be recognized by others. If that were the case, complications would ensue. Just as he was mulling over this concern, he noticed a line of minuscule text appearing within his line of sight. Barely perceptible. Yes, no to activate the hidden equipment function. This function requires 100 paradise coins and is a permanent ability. Su Xiao was still unfamiliar with the purchasing power of 100 paradise coins, but the coins he held were hard-won treasures, earned at the cost of his life. Despite the preciousness of this currency, the practicality of the function was undeniable, and he decisively chose to activate it. You have initiated the equipment hiding function. Allowing for the concealment of worn gear, weapon-type equipment cannot be hidden. The pendant around his neck gradually vanished, yet the strength enhancement persisted, leaving Su Xiao immensely satisfied. The expenditure of 100 paradise coins was well worth it. Upon entering the reincarnation paradise, Su Xiao harbored doubts regarding the intentions of this unknown yet formidable existence. However, from the current circumstances, it was evident that as long as he fulfilled his tasks, the reincarnation paradise would bestow rewards upon him. Concerning whether the reincarnation paradise could pose a threat to him, Su Xiao found little concern in that regard. The ability to heal his otherwise fatal injuries and transport him to the world of One Piece showcased the immense power of the reincarnation paradise. Su Xiao was not one to indulge in baseless fears. If the reincarnation paradise sought to harm him, why would it have saved him? Even if it were a matter of manipulation, Su Xiao could derive benefits from it, benefits unattainable in the real world, namely, the opportunity to grow stronger. Perhaps, upon completing his initial task, he would gain a deeper understanding of the reincarnation paradise. But for now, the priority was to become stronger. Weakness is indeed the original sin. A sentiment that resonated deeply with Su Xiao. Had he possessed sufficient strength in the past, he could have prevented the tragic events that transpired. The pristine ground, tainted with blood, lay scattered with shattered remains, and then Su Xiao forcefully severed the thread of his recollections, his obsidian eyes widening in the darkness. Restlessly lying on his bed, he compelled himself to rest. For tomorrow held numerous tasks requiring his attention. A necessary respite would invigorate his spirit. The situation had unfolded. And if all proceeded smoothly, Su Xiao was confident in his ability to eliminate the king of the Goya kingdom, not only to slay him, but to withdraw unscathed. He was merely executing a mission, not a mere assassin from the cycle paradise, which marked a fundamental distinction. An assassin is merely a pawn of death, whereas Su Xiao harbored a clear and defined objective. Chapter 11. Someday the next morning, Su Xiao woke early. After freshening up and donning his guard uniform, he made his way to the headquarters of the guards. Before he even entered, he noticed a throng of guards bustling in and out, their expressions hurried. Quickly, Lord Oka has been assassinated. The news had shaken the left minister, who ordered a citywide manhunt for the perpetrator. Hank, feigning sorrow, directed numerous guards. Yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of ambition, as if he believed he would become the leader following Oka's demise. Su Xiao observed 2 guards stationed at the entrance, coldly watching the commotion. These 2 were undoubtedly Oka's trusted confidants. Hank's actions may have aroused their suspicions, yet this presented an opportunity. If orchestrated correctly, Hank could potentially usurp Oka's position. The guard department was not particularly large. Aside from Oka, the others were merely ordinary guards, with Oka holding the role of captain. There had never been a vice-captain position within the guard, as Oka would never allow his power to be divided. Su Xiao's decision to eliminate Oka stemmed not from the latter's imposing demeanor, but rather from his urgent need to elevate his status swiftly. Without Oka's death, no suitable position was available. As for the palace's inner workings, Su Xiao remained uninformed and unwilling to meddle. The simplest plans tend to have fewer flaws. He merely required a role that would grant him access to the king and facilitate a rapid ascent. Tomorrow marked the day for the incineration of the scrapyard. A disreputable affair that the palace would not directly involve itself in, delegating the task to subordinates instead. Su Xiao had investigated and discovered 2 factions of guards in the royal capital, one responsible for maintaining order and the other guarding the city gates. Typically, the latter would manage such operations. However, during his previous weapon selection at the warehouse, Su Xiao had seen a substantial amount of explosives. The clues within the warehouse suggested that these explosives had only recently been stored, and their intended use was all too apparent. Setting fire to a large scrap yard could not be achieved merely by arson. Thus, Su Xiao required the position of guard leader. Whether he could meet the king depended on his own actions. What has happened? Hank, who was busy directing others, turned his head to Su Xiao. The boss was assassinated last night. These fools discovered it only this morning. You arrived just in time. Come with me to meet the left minister. A chill ran down Su Xiao's spine. The left minister wants to see me? Hank might have ulterior motives, having only just become a guard. This could easily be a trap to make him a scapegoat. However, the likelihood was low. While contemplating how to outmaneuver Hank, a smile appeared on Su Xiao's face. The left minister? That esteemed figure desires to summon me? Su Xiao feigned confusion, yet his gaze remained fixed on Hank. Yes, the left minister wishes to see you. Though I cannot discern the exact reason. Hank's expression was tinged with envy, even jealousy. This unexpected news bewildered Su Xiao. He had no connections to the palace's upper echelons. With only that letter of recommendation as a potential link, it seemed that the letter held far more significance than he had anticipated. Following Hank through several streets, Su Xiao arrived at a courtyard, where a lavish villa came into view. Hank appeared nervous as he approached, only to be stopped by 2 guards at the entrance. Is this the person the Lord wishes to meet? Hank nodded eagerly, and the guards confiscated his weapons. As for Su Xiao, all his weapons were securely stored in his spatial compartment, rendering them undiscoverable. The guards led the way, and Su Xiao entered a grand hall, where a family was having breakfast. An elderly man with a solemn expression sat at the head of the table. Upon seeing Hank, the old man carelessly dropped his food and gestured for the others to leave, leaving only a robust man standing behind him. This muscular man exuded an aura of danger. Despite being unarmed, Su Xiao noted the thick calluses on his knuckles and their flattened appearance. This was a master of physical combat, the old man's personal bodyguard. You are Hank, correct? And this is the new guard? The old man spoke with a calm demeanor, exuding the poise of one in a position of great power. Yes, my lord, Hank stammered, clearly struggling with his words. Leave us. The old man seemed displeased with Hank's nervousness, barely casting him a glance. Hank bowed his head and retreated to the door, disappearing from Su Xiao's view. I am the left minister of the kingdom. Carlos has presented me with many intriguing collectibles, and as his nephew, I should extend my regard to you. Unfortunately, Carlos had an unfortunate departure from the city yesterday, and my collection is now lacking. In his absence, I must seek out his nephew, which is you. Su Xiao began to piece together the situation. Carlos was the black market merchant he had slain the previous day. With Carlos's death, the left minister's offering was rendered void. In the absence of Carlos, the left minister sought out Su Xiao as a substitute. The unfortunate merchant had not only been exploited by the gate guards, but had also served the left minister. It appeared that the left minister wished for him to replace Carlos in procuring goods. Su Xiao was unaware of the specifics of their dealings. And if not for the protection the old man had, he would have seized control of the left minister long ago. Yet, opportunities to engage with the kingdom's elite were rare. There is no issue with the collectibles. I am fully aware of my uncle's channels. He sustained serious injuries yesterday and is recuperating, but the left minister raised an eyebrow, regarding Su Xiao intently. If you can procure the items I require, the conditions are yours to propose. I heard that your captain was killed yesterday. Should you handle this matter well, I shall appoint you as the captain of the guards. Half an hour later, Su Xiao exited the left minister's courtyard, strolling along the streets. The situation had progressed relatively smoothly. Yet the conditions proposed by the left minister left Su Xiao somewhat troubled. Moreover, following the left minister's proposition, a new task appeared in the cycle of reincarnation. Triggered side quest, the left minister's collectibles difficulty level, LV. 2 task description, the left minister is exceedingly greedy and covets all valuable collectibles. Task information, kill the master of Kolbo Mountain and obtain its teeth. Master of Kolbo Mountain, a ferocious beast from the pirate world. A colossal feline. Task deadline, within 10 hours. Task reward, title of guard leader. Failure penalty, expulsion from the guard and being falsely accused of a crime. Su Xiao understood what the master of Kolbo Mountain was, a massive tiger that nearly killed young Luffy. He sighed deeply since entering the pirate world. His opponents had proven excessively formidable, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. Someday, he would wield his long blade and carve a path forward, never again cowering in fear. Yet the pirate world was perilously dangerous. He lacked even the qualifications to fight for his life. He was still too weak, and before growing strong, he must learn to exercise patience. The master of Kolbo Mountain was powerful, certainly beyond Su Xiao's current capacity to confront directly, but regardless of its strength, it remained merely a beast. Being unable to confront it head-on did not preclude Su Xiao from slaying the tiger. Chapter 12. Arrangement and estimation as Su Xiao traversed the streets of the royal capital. His gaze was drawn to the shops lining either side until it settled upon a quaint establishment named Delu Grocery. He halted in his tracks. for this was the very place he sought. Entering the rather desolate grocery store, he was met with the shopkeeper's wary gaze. "Ah, Sir Guard. Our little shop settled the security fee 3 days ago. What brings you here?" The shopkeeper's expression suggested he was accustomed to the oppressive scrutiny of the guards. "I am not here to collect the security fee. I am in search of a particular plant." Half an hour later, Su Xiao exited the grocery store with a smile, having procured a considerable number of items, and the shopkeeper's warm send-off indicated his satisfaction with the transaction. However, the task of eliminating the master of Corbo's Mountain would prove to be no trivial endeavor. Recalling from memory, he envisioned the beast, a tiger of monstrous proportions, towering at least 4 to 5 meters high, a true embodiment of a formidable monster. Instead of venturing directly into the wilderness in search of the Corbo's Mountain master, Su Xiao opted to return to the guard's headquarters first. After lingering momentarily within the headquarters, he made his way to the supply storage warehouse. In light of Oka's demise, the guard unit had become a headless dragon, and within a mere morning, signs of factionalism began to manifest. Hank and Aka's trusted allies were forming rival factions, engaged in subtle power struggles. With the time for the incineration of waste at the terminal fast approaching tomorrow night, it was imperative that a new guard leader be chosen today to avoid disrupting critical matters. Amidst this chaos, Su Xiao easily infiltrated the warehouse. After spending some time within, he left the guard unit and headed towards Corbo's Mountain. As he approached the distant city gate, he recalled that he had previously entered through that very entrance. Now, exiting the city was a matter of straightforwardness, requiring only to walk forward with confidence. The guard stationed at the gate acknowledged Su Xiao with a nod and permitted him to pass without question. Upon crossing the city gate and passing the waste terminal, he beheld vast expanses of forest, the very realm where the original protagonist, Luffy, had grown up. As he stepped into the woods, the air became noticeably fresher, imbued with the essence of various plants. Unknown birds chirped incessantly from the branches, while gentle herbivores meandered through the underbrush, seemingly unafraid of human presence. Though Corbo's Mountain boasted picturesque scenery, it was equally fraught with danger, often home to ferocious beasts that deterred the average person from venturing too deep. As Su Xiao wandered through the deserted forest, his hand rested upon the hilt of his blade, appearing relaxed yet ever vigilant to the slightest rustle of the surroundings. The dense thicket surrounding him was ill-suited as a hunting ground. He required an open space. This clearing need not be vast, yet it must fulfill two essential criteria. First, it had to possess a water source. Given that the kingdom of Goya was an island, scarcity of water was a common plight, and Corbo's Mountain had limited water resources. Finding a water source would significantly enhance his chances of locating the giant tiger. Second, the clearing must be adorned with vegetation to facilitate the arrangement of traps. Of course, the traps Su Xiao intended to set were far from rudimentary pits designed to ensnare the master of Corbo's Mountain. The soil of Corbo's Mountain was not particularly hard. A creature of such immense size would likely cause a collapse unless the pit was reinforced with cement. In that case, escape would be impossible. The search for an ideal trap-setting site proved arduous, but fortune favored the diligent. After 3 hours of searching, Su Xiao finally discovered a promising landscape. It was a clearing encircled by trees, blanketed in lush grass and adorned with wildflowers of various hues, exuding a delicate fragrance. Upon catching a whiff of the floral aroma, Su Xiao furrowed his brow. The scent could potentially interfere with his plans. Yet, it bore both advantages and disadvantages, as it could mask the scent of certain items he intended to conceal. Retrieving a shovel from his storage space, Su Xiao shed his outer garment and commenced digging in the clearing. 2 hours later, he concealed himself in the branches of a sturdy tree near the clearing, which now appeared unremarkable, save for a few scattered nuts on the ground. Sweat trickled down Su Xiao's cheek, revealing his well-defined musculature. His physique was not exaggerated but rather smooth and athletic. In truth, those brawny men with bulging muscles were often ill-suited for combat, while such strength indeed enhanced power. It could detrimentally affect speed and agility. Su Xiao once endeavored to test this notion at a renowned boxing gym, sparring with the strongest instructor there. He estimated that the muscular instructor possessed at least double his strength and delivered quick strikes. Yet, within 5 minutes, the instructor, reputed as a champion of free combat in a certain city, lay collapsed on the floor, convulsing in agony, drawing sympathetic glances from the female students. Su Xiao honed his lethal skills, while that instructor trained for sport. The two pursuits were fundamentally distinct. In a regulated match, Su Xiao might not have stood a chance. But in a life-or-death struggle, he could eliminate his opponent in under 2 minutes. Upon observing Su Xiao's relatively unassuming stature of about 1.8 meters, the instructor remarked, "There's no need for rules in a friendly spar," sealing his own tragic fate. Perched upon a robust tree trunk, Su Xiao gripped his worn flintlock, which contained 3 remaining bullets. He had previously attempted to load the gun, but the cycle of reincarnation warned him that the severe wear might render it irreparable if he proceeded, thus preventing its use altogether. This was likely a limitation, as he had found the weapon rather than obtaining it from a treasure chest. After unlocking 2 white treasure chests, Su Xiao garnered a basic understanding of the rules of the reincarnation paradise. Items acquired through treasure chests were generally rule-based and could be taken out of the pirate world, while items found or obtained during missions had a certain probability of being taken out, such as the void slash at his waist. Through preliminary exploration, Su Xiao arrived at several conclusions. The semi-digitization of living beings served merely as a prompt. For instance, his strength rising from 6 to 7 was a clear indicator of his enhancement. As for life force metrics, they could not be precisely quantified, at best. They were expressed as percentages, and one would not witness a scenario in which a single strike resulted in a specific quantity of blood loss. The health bar that appeared above an enemy's head primarily indicated their vitality. The more it diminished, the weaker the foe became. Upon sustaining a fatal injury, an enemy would perish instantly. Even if they retained 100 of their health, the health bar would vanish in an instant, followed by their demise. The data digitization of equipment and items proved even more fascinating. For instance, he comprehended the durability and additional attributes of the Dragon Slayer flash at his waist. While its attack power of 516 denoted the weapon's sharpness and striking force, the rating of the equipment was the most critical metric, as it directly reflected the item's value. After several encounters, Su Xiao understood that although the semi-digitization existed, it was merely a means to facilitate the assessment of strength, all anchored in reality, devoid of any gamified elements. This semi-digitization served to vividly illustrate his prowess and the worth of his possessions, representing the greatest aid bestowed upon him by the reincarnation paradise. Chapter 13. The vulnerabilities of feline creatures. Semi-digitalization offers numerous advantages, such as providing a clear insight into one's own strengths. With this perspective, the path to becoming stronger appears considerably simpler. One must enhance various physical attributes, while simultaneously improving practical combat skills. No matter how formidable one's attributes may be, if they cannot be effectively utilized in battle, they hold no significance. Furthermore, Su Xiao speculates that since he has been transported to the world of pirates, he is likely to be teleported to other worlds as well, presenting abundant opportunities for growth. His current attributes are as follows: Strength 7, Agility 7, Stamina 5, Intelligence 6, Charisma 3, and Luck, a mere 1. The significance of strength and agility is self-evident, as they are closely linked to his melee capabilities. Stamina represents the vigor of life and the ability to withstand blows, while the role of intelligence, pertaining to spell casting, remains unclear for now. As for charisma, it raises further questions. Could an increase in charisma render him more handsome? Su Xiao shook his head, contemplating that the charm attribute should not be as simplistic as it appears. It ought to enhance social interactions or summon capabilities. As for the final luck attribute, it signifies a crucial quality, exceedingly formidable, yet its enhancement is likely to be quite challenging. Su Xiao excels in wielding a blade, and his future development may be intertwined with attributes such as strength and agility. However, he is yet to ascertain his path, as this is his inaugural venture into a derivative world, rendering such contemplations somewhat premature. While Su Xiao pondered, the distant forest echoed with the crackling sound of breaking branches, signaling the approach of a colossal beast. It has arrived. Gradually approaching was the master of Kolbo Mountain, a colossal tiger of immense proportions. This magnificent creature bore a resemblance to an ordinary tiger, yet its size was staggering, standing over 4 meters tall and measuring at least 7 to 8 meters in length. It surpassed even the largest elephants on Earth, its bulk comparable to that of a house. The tiger's deep yellow fur was remarkably textured, gleaming under the brilliant sunlight and reflecting a subtle sheen. Su Xiao concealed himself among the branches of a great tree, intently observing the enormous tiger below, even suppressing his breath. Such a formidable beast could detect even the faintest sound, prompting Su Xiao to exercise utmost caution. As the tiger drew near the traps laid by Su Xiao, its nostrils flared, seemingly sensing danger and hesitating to approach. Yet, the few dried fruits atop the trap held an irresistible allure for this giant feline. These fruits, known as wood tianji, were procured from a general store in the royal capital. Unique to the pirate world, wood Tianji shares effects akin to catnip in the real world, despite its formidable size. The master of Kolbo Mountain could not escape the primal instincts of felines, finding itself utterly defenseless against the allure of wood Tianji, which is often referred to as catnip due to its potent attraction for most members of the feline family. Observing the drool-inducing gaze of the giant tiger, Su Xiao recognized the success of his scheme. The tiger paced warily around the trap, acutely aware of an unfamiliar scent, yet it did not perceive any imminent threat. At last, enticed by the wood Tianji, the colossal tiger moved cautiously toward the center of the trap. It advanced a few careful steps before halting abruptly, turning its head to scan the surroundings. Su Xiao, perched in the tree, felt a twinge of anxiety. The intelligence of animals in the pirate world seemed significantly heightened, with the tiger displaying an intellect comparable to that of a 10-year-old child, or perhaps even greater. As time slipped away, a prolonged stalemate ensued, a test of patience. Ultimately, the master of Kolbo Mountain succumbed to the temptation of wood Tianji and lunged forward. A cloud of dust erupted as the tiger devoured the fruits from the ground, beginning to chew. The taste of wood Tianji was far from pleasant, bitter and astringent, but the tiger savored it with evident delight. After a brief moment, the tiger began to exhibit signs of reaction, shifting from a prone position to rolling onto its back, rubbing against the grass. The master of Kolbo Mountain was in a state of ecstasy. Much like a domestic cat after consuming a copious amount of catnip, it was now experiencing hallucinations and rolling about in sheer delight. Despite its imposing appearance, the tiger was unable to resist this primal instinct, as evidenced by the drool trickling from its mouth, indicating its current state of delirium. The moment was ripe. Su Xiao raised his flintlock pistol, aiming at the ground beneath the giant tiger. Indeed, it is the ground. The flintlock pistol in his hand, even if aimed directly at the eye of the master of Kolbo Mountain, would merely injure the giant tiger rather than slay it, and given his marksmanship, he could not guarantee a hit on the tiger's eye. Beneath the colossal beast, Su Xiao had concealed a substantial quantity of explosives, and above these explosives, he had devised additional modifications, sufficient for the tiger to drink a significant draught. With extended arms, he squeezed the trigger of the flintlock. Bang! The gunshot reverberated through the forest, shattering its tranquility and startling flocks of birds into flight. A searing bullet, ignited by the explosive powder, erupted from the muzzle, slicing through the air in waves and burying itself into the earth, severing a vibrant blade of grass and scattering its shattered leaves. The crimson bullet first pierced the surface soil before plunging into the buried barrels of gunpowder, where the intense heat ignited the explosives in an instant. The abrupt gunfire jolted the master of Kolbo Mountain, who was rolling on the ground, into a frenzy. He attempted to rise and flee, but it was too late. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed throughout the forest, causing all creatures within a kilometer radius to tremble in fear, turning their gazes towards the source of the sound. The numerous barrels of explosives buried underground detonated in succession, creating a chain reaction, the cacophony coalescing into a singular, thunderous roar. The ground beneath the master of Kolbo Mountain erupted, sending soil flying in all directions, amidst which fragments of iron nails, strategically placed by Su Xiao atop the explosives to enhance their lethality, glimmered faintly. This massive creature, weighing several tons, was propelled 3 meters into the air by the force of the explosion, hundreds of iron nails embedding themselves deep within its flesh. A piercing tiger's roar echoed through the chaos, yet the nightmare was far from over. Flames surged skyward, engulfing the master of Kolbo Mountain, while the acrid stench of singed fur permeated the air. Bang! The master of Kolbo Mountain crashed to the ground, engulfed by the thick smoke produced from the burning gunpowder, accompanied by the ominous sound of crackling flames. From a distance, Su Xiao stood atop a towering tree, observing the spectacle with a cold demeanor. Though his expression was far from pleasant, it was not out of sympathy. Such sentiments had long been discarded, rather. His discontent stemmed from the fact that the giant tiger had not perished. At least, the cycle of reincarnation offered no indication of its demise. The plan unfolded seamlessly. Yet the formidable nature of the creatures from the pirate world instilled a sense of dread. Leaping from the tree, Su Xiao unsheathed the dragon slayer flash from his waist, gripping the blade with one hand as he advanced towards the billowing smoke. If he could not obliterate it with explosives, he would sever its life. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope for victory, he possessed the audacity to engage in battle. He was never one to shy away from conflict. In a sense, Su Xiao was a fervent aficionado of combat. The exhilarating sensation of life and death that accompanied battle allowed him to forget enmity and past misfortunes. immersing himself entirely in the struggle until his adversary was vanquished. Chapter 14. The beauty of battle. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, mingling the acrid scent of gunpowder with the unmistakable odor of singed hair, creating a peculiar aroma that made Su Xiao furrow his brow. His vision obscured by the dense smoke, he found himself unable to ascertain the precise location of the colossal tiger. Roar. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The furious roar of the tiger echoed through the dense smoke. Upon hearing the roar, Su Xiao's attention became intensely focused, yet his muscles remained relaxed. Tension in the muscles could lead to sluggish movements, creating potentially fatal openings in combat. The long blade in his hand hung limply, its tip resting on the ground. The colossal tiger had yet to emerge from the veil of smoke, but Su Xiao sensed that it had already detected his presence. A strong gust swept through the jungle, dispersing the swirling smoke. At that moment, a massive figure surged forth from the haze, accompanied by a wisp of blue smoke. It was the tiger, in Su Xiao's line of sight. The tiger appeared far less formidable than before. Patches of its fur were singed, clinging to its skin, with faint sparks still flickering amidst the charred remains. Its immense body bore countless wounds, with iron nails embedded deep within its flesh. The most grievous injury was to one of its eyes, surrounded by a multitude of nails. Dark red fluid oozing from the socket. Noticing the tiger's injuries, a smile crept across Su Xiao's lips. Such wounds would inevitably diminish its combat effectiveness by at least 90%, confirming the efficacy of his traps. Indeed, humans are the most perilous creatures in the natural world. The tiger charged at Su Xiao, propelled by the howling wind, closing the distance in mere strides. Compared to this behemoth, Su Xiao was scarcely taller than its forelegs. Yet, inexplicably, his heart raced with exhilaration at the prospect of facing such a formidable opponent. Before the tiger could reach him, Su Xiao forcefully pushed off the ground, sending dry leaves flying as he advanced toward the beast, his blade aimed at the tiger's forepaw. With a resounding slice, blood spurted forth as he carved a wound into the tiger's paw. The Dragon Slayer Flash, a weapon rated at 10, effortlessly pierced the tiger's tough exterior, plunging deep into its muscle. The tiger let out a pained roar. The previous explosive injuries had rendered its movement sluggish, and its mind still clouded. Just as the tiger prepared to retaliate, Su Xiao deftly sidestepped, positioning himself in the tiger's left blind spot. The tiger's enormous claws, as large as millstones, slashed forward, glinting with a metallic sheen. Should Su Xiao be caught in their grasp, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. However, the tiger failed to land a blow. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiao lunged forward, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, delivering another strike to the tiger's paw. His choice to target the paw stemmed from necessity. The tiger stood at least 4 meters tall, making it exceedingly difficult to strike at its throat or head. The threat of those massive claws deterred him from recklessly attacking the tiger's vital areas. Nevertheless, time was on Su Xiao's side, with several hours remaining before the deadline of his side quest. However, the tiger had no such luxury. In just a brief skirmish, the ground was already saturated with its blood. It would not be long before the tiger succumbed to its injuries, at which point Su Xiao could easily dispatch it. The tiger, sensing its predicament, cast a vengeful glare at Su Xiao, contemplating retreat. In the face of extreme adversity, most wild animals instinctively choose to flee, unless they have young to protect. Survival instincts are not exclusive to humans. Beasts also possess them, and this tiger, in particular, was highly intelligent. With heavy breaths, the tiger sank its claws deep into the earth, poised to escape at a moment's notice. Given the gravity of the situation, Su Xiao would not allow the tiger to flee. He would not waste precious time setting traps. Just as the tiger contemplated retreat, Su Xiao unleashed a flurry of strikes with the Dragon Slayer Flash, leaving a series of gruesome gashes on the tiger's body. Observing that the tiger's health had dwindled to a mere 8, it was evident that its demise was imminent. In the cycle paradise, creatures do not enter a frenzied state simply due to low health. Rather, any being below 10 health becomes exceedingly vulnerable. Not only was the tiger unable to flee effectively, but its attacks were also erratic, driven solely by a desire to escape. As the tiger made its 6th attempt to flee, Su Xiao plunged his blade into its hind leg, gripping the hilt tightly and yanking outward with force. The sound of the blade slicing through muscle was unmistakable, and Su Xiao felt a distinct tremor travel through the hilt as the flesh parted. The tiger emitted a sorrowful howl as a deep gash appeared on its hind leg, revealing a severed tendon before the wound could fill with blood. With the tendon severed, the tiger had lost its chance to escape. Its fate was sealed. Perhaps the tiger realized this as well, for it shifted its demeanor, facing Su Xiao and issuing threatening roars. Standing before the colossal beast, Su Xiao's bare torso was splattered with the tiger's blood. The slick warmth of the blood ignited a primal ferocity within him, rendering him a formidable figure in that moment. Before this house-sized predator, Su Xiao smiled, his expression oddly gentle. The master of Tokyo Mountain, who had ruled over the region for many years without fear of any creature, now faced a moment of trepidation from the giant beast. For this smiling human might just take its life. A roar, imbued with a blend of anger and trepidation, reverberated throughout the expanse of Kelp Mountain. Su Xiao, nimble and agile, darted towards the colossal tiger, frequently altering his position. The great beast lowered its body, seemingly preparing to engage Su Xiao in a desperate struggle. A paw, imbued with the scent of blood, lunged towards Su Xiao's face with alarming speed, revealing the tiger's hidden swiftness at this critical juncture, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Should this claw strike true, even if by some stroke of luck Su Xiao survived, he would have no choice but to flee. Although Su Xiao appeared to have the upper hand, the reality was starkly different. The disparity in strength between him and the tiger was insurmountable. Despite inflicting a dozen or so strikes, the tiger's health bar had diminished by a mere one. A trivial amount, and this was amidst the beast's rapid blood loss. However, if he were to be struck by that lethal paw, the battle would likely come to a swift conclusion. As the deadly paw approached, Su Xiao maintained his forward momentum, surprisingly choosing to confront it head-on. Just as the claw was about to connect, he spread his legs apart, dropping into a kneeling position, lowering his center of gravity and arching his body backward. The bloodstained paw glided perilously close to Su Xiao's nose, the force of its wind tousling his hair. The leaves on the ground became slick beneath his knees as he narrowly evaded the tiger's strike. With a single hand striking the earth, Su Xiao leaped upward, positioning himself directly beneath the tiger's head, where its vulnerable throat was exposed. Without hesitation, he plunged his knife into the soft flesh. A torrent of crimson gushed forth, drenching Su Xiao in blood. While Su Xiao battled for his life against the tiger, a slight figure concealed within a thicket observed from afar. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a child. Quite impressive, indeed. The underbrush rustled as the child's head emerged, a straw hat perched atop, adorned with a few green leaves. Chapter 15. Elite Beasts. After Su Xiao delivered a nearly fatal strike, the colossal tiger's body began to slump, its massive form crashing down towards him. Beneath the weight of the giant beast, Su Xiao sensed a looming darkness above and swiftly rolled to the side. Boom. Dust erupted as the giant tiger collapsed to the ground, appearing lifeless. Covered in blood, Su Xiao rose cautiously, his gaze fixed on the fallen creature, refraining from approaching. For the blood bar above the tiger's head still indicated 5 of its life remained. The master of Tokyo Mountain was not dead. This astute beast had feigned death to deceive Su Xiao. Truly, a clever creature. With a flick of his long knife, he cast away the blood splattered upon the blade, leaving a semicircle of crimson stains on the ground. Heavy breaths echoed in the stillness. Though only a few rounds had passed, the encounter had been fraught with peril, draining Su Xiao's stamina significantly. His constitution was merely 5 points, indicating that his endurance was not exceptional, only on par with an average person. In the real world, enhancing a single attribute was akin to scaling a mountain, and after 3 arduous years of training, he had managed to increase his strength by only 1 point and agility by 2 points. With these 3 additional points, Su Xiao possessed the capability to overpower ordinary individuals, illustrating the profound impact each attribute boost could yield. 1 minute, 2 minutes, both man and beast remained in a stalemate, the master of Tokyo Mountain still feigning death, while Su Xiao opted not to attack, recognizing his need to recuperate. Suddenly, the giant tiger opened its singular eye, revealing a mix of despair and defiance. It was astonishing to witness such complex emotions in a beast, yet not entirely surprising, as the animals in the pirate world often boasted higher intelligence. In a desert nation within this world, there was even a lecherous camel that would only carry women. The master of Tokyo Mountain struggled to rise, its solitary eye fixed on Su Xiao, blackish-red blood oozing from the corner of its mouth. Having regained some stamina, Su Xiao cautiously approached the beast. A low growl resonated, laced with menace, as one of the tiger's claws reached out tentatively towards him. Su Xiao retreated instantly but advanced again a few seconds later. He was acutely aware that engaging the tiger directly was unwise. Despite its current state, it retained the power to end his life. The hierarchy within the pirate world was formidable, and Su Xiao could only proceed with caution, recognizing Su Xiao's intention to delay. The master of Corbo Mountain succumbed to utter despair, realizing it faced an experienced hunter. Trembling, it steadied its limbs and unleashed a thunderous roar, perhaps its final declaration to the forest. Following this roar, the master lunged at Su Xiao, disregarding the blade in his hand and the internal injuries it had sustained. Boom, boom. The ground trembled lightly within a radius of several hundred meters as the tiger charged forward. The beast indeed exuded ferocity, yet its battered body lacked the strength for a sustained assault. Its chosen method of attack was simple: to bite. Its massive jaws aimed directly at Su Xiao. However, due to the injury to its hind legs, the master faltered and collapsed before it could cover much ground. Its attempt to bite transforming from an offensive maneuver into a desperate act. The tiger's gaping maw came alarmingly close to Su Xiao, surprising him, but he acted swiftly. Thrusting his blade forward, Dragon Slash pierced through the tiger's soft mouth, traversing a layer of bone and embedding itself deep within the creature's brain. As a level 10 white equipment, Dragon Slash was among the finest of its kind, even surpassing some green equipment, its sharpness unquestionable. The tiger's eyes dimmed as it suffered a grievous wound. Its health bar plummeted to the brink of depletion. Remarkably, the beast remained alive despite such a devastating injury, showcasing an astounding vitality. Then, an unexpected scene unfolded. The tiger, impaled through the brain, lunged forward, driving the blade deeper into its skull, but Su Xiao's expression shifted. As the tiger thrust its body forward, Su Xiao's arm entered the tiger's biting range. The jaws clamped shut, seizing his right arm. He immediately felt the agonizing sting of his arm being pierced, first a wave of numbness followed by excruciating pain. Despite the numbness spreading through his entire arm, Su Xiao did not relinquish his grip on Dragon Slash. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as his unoccupied left hand produced a flintlock pistol, pressing it against the tiger's lone eye before pulling the trigger. Bang! The eye burst, fluid splattering everywhere. This shot proved to be the final straw for the beleaguered tiger. Its health bar emptied, and the massive jaws released their hold on Su Xiao's arm, allowing him to withdraw. The area around his upper arm was a gruesome mess. Yet he found solace in the fact that his bones remained unscathed. Though painful, he had avoided serious injury. The tiger, having delivered its final bite, was on the brink of collapse. You have slain, elite beast, master of Corbo Mountain. As it is an elite beast, you have gained 2 of the world source. Your total world source is now 8. 9. Your talent Soul Devourer has activated, permanently increasing your mana by 15 points. Your current mana is 91 points. The notification from the reincarnation paradise allowed Su Xiao to relax slightly. The master of Corbo Mountain was definitively dead. Excessive blood loss and exhaustion rendered him weak, and he sank to the ground. He retrieved a cigarette from his storage space, igniting it with a sharp snap, and watched as the wisps of smoke curled into the air. Heh, heh. Bloodied and battered, Su Xiao sat upon the grass, his head bowed as his shoulders trembled. He had become enamored with the exhilarating sensation of life and death that accompanied battle. In this brutal reality, victors lived while the vanquished perished. Though harsh, it was compellingly simple. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he gazed at the tiger's lifeless body. Above it floated a pale green treasure chest, shimmering with an enchanting emerald glow. Struggling to his feet, Su Xiao beheld the green chest for the first time. Having opened white chests to obtain wondrous gear like the necklace of the deceased wife, he wondered what treasures might await him within a chest of greater value. His heart raced with anticipation, yet he knew the time was not right. In this forest filled with uncertainty, lurking dangers could emerge at any moment. The ground was stained with blood, the scent likely attracting other predators. He stowed the green chest, and, using the hilt of his knife, knocked out all the tiger's teeth, preparing to cleanse himself at a nearby water source. Just then, a faint sound emanated from a thicket several meters away. Su Xiao's gaze sharpened, gripping Dragon Slash tightly as he turned towards the underbrush. Who goes there? Show yourself, he called out sharply, anticipating a reaction if a beast lurked within. Yet, contrary to his expectation, silence enveloped the thicket, raising his wariness. Someone might be hiding among the bushes. Chapter 16. The Blade of Escape. Su Xiao cautiously approached the thicket, his left hand steadying the flintlock pistol aimed at the underbrush, with the last bullet still nestled within. Wait, I am not a bad person. A clear, youthful voice resonated from within the foliage. A child? Su Xiao pondered, his brows furrowing in confusion. In the perilous realm of Corbo Mountain, the presence of a child heightened his alertness. I'll give you 3 seconds to come out. Otherwise, you needn't bother. The trigger of the flintlock tightened under his finger. If the child did not emerge within 3 seconds, he would not hesitate to fire. Is that so? Then I shan't come out. The child seemed to misunderstand Su Xiao's words. A twitch flickered at the corner of Su Xiao's eye. He now realized that there truly was a child concealed within the thicket, and this child's intellect was rather limited. Sheathing the flintlock, he deemed it wise not to squander the last bullet here. Come out. With a few swift strides, Su Xiao reached the thicket and delivered a forceful kick. Instead of the anticipated sensation of striking flesh, he felt a peculiar springiness. Boom. The sound echoed as a slight figure was propelled far from the thicket. Boom, boom. Upon hitting the ground, the figure rebounded several times before eventually lying still. Ugwa. The child, having been kicked, began to wail, possibly in pain from the impact. This strange elasticity piqued Su Xiao's interest, causing his eyes to narrow. He scrutinized the child. Yellow skin, black hair, and pitch-black eyes, coupled with that bizarre springiness. Su Xiao deduced the child's identity. Was this not the protagonist of the original tale, Monkey D. Luffy? He had previously wondered how a child could be present in Corbo Mountain. If it were indeed Luffy, it would explain his presence, as he had grown up here. Su Xiao approached Luffy, who sat on the ground sobbing, with snot trailing down his face, evidently in distress from the kick. The young Luffy, devoid of his future prowess, was merely a child, lacking the charisma he would later possess. Stop crying, or I'll have to eliminate you. Su Xiao's fierce demeanor silenced the child's wails. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. Luffy's straightforward response elicited a wry smile from Su Xiao. He was not focused on Luffy's status as the protagonist, but rather intrigued by observing the devil fruit user. Grasping Luffy's cheeks, Su Xiao lifted him, stretching his face comically. Luffy sniffled, gazing at Su Xiao with a dazed expression, rendering him quite amusing. At that moment, a series of alerts blared from the reincarnation paradise. Warning! Warning! The hunter is in contact with the child of the dimension. Please keep your distance. Warning! Warning! The hunter is in contact with the child of the dimension. Please keep your distance. Warning! Warning! The hunter is in contact with the child of the dimension. Please keep your distance. This time, the alerts were blood red rather than the usual light blue, instilling a sense of danger. Warning! A powerful being is approaching. Analysis indicates the being is Monkey D. Garp. The hunter should evacuate immediately. Mission triggered. Legendary assassination. Legendary assassination difficulty level LV 79. Upon seeing difficulty level LV 79, Su Xiao promptly dropped Luffy and headed towards the water source. He had no interest in the mission rewards, nor would he entertain this so-called legendary assassination. It was evident that a task of LV 79 difficulty would yield astonishing rewards. However, for Su Xiao, such a challenge was premature. Even completing LV 3 tasks posed significant difficulty. Upon entering the pirate world, the displayed difficulty was LV 6, but that merely reflected the challenges of the Goa Kingdom region. He paid little heed to Monkey D. Garp, assuming the formidable figure to be far from his current location. Otherwise, he would have had no chance to escape. Reaching a small river, Su Xiao began to cleanse himself. The clear waters washed away the blood, leaving a crimson patch in the river, which attracted a multitude of fish. A large fish leapt from the surface, and instinctively, Su Xiao drew his blade, piercing the 2-meter-long fish with precision. With a powerful motion, he hoisted it onto the shore. The angle of his strike was remarkably astute, and the force applied was impressive, even to Su Xiao himself. His swordsmanship had evidently improved significantly, a revelation that stemmed from his recent battle. This leap in skill could be attributed to his rigorous training in the real world. Opportunities for full-blown combat had been scarce, but the life-or-death struggle against the giant tiger had activated the results of his 3 years of swordsmanship practice. In the real world, it felt like a cage. His honed killing techniques served little purpose beyond revenge. During those encounters, it was usually a swift kill, leaving little room for actual combat. Yet, the reincarnation paradise was different. It was fraught with peril. Regardless of wealth or status in the real world, without sufficient strength, one could only await death in this realm. Emerging from the cage, Su Xiao felt a sense of liberation. While the reincarnation paradise was indeed treacherous, akin to a primordial forest where the strong preyed upon the weak, he found it preferable to the real world. Perhaps he was innately suited for this place, where his abilities could truly shine. Adventuring in a foreign world while gaining strength was indeed a thrilling experience. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiao resolved to carve out a path for himself within the reincarnation paradise, growing stronger, continuously, until he surpassed all others. For only then could he break free from his shackles. However, Before pursuing this grand ambition, he first needed to satiate his hunger. And the struggling fish on the grass was undoubtedly the perfect lunch. Bleeding it, scaling it, gutting it, and lighting a fire. After several minutes, the 2-meter-long fish was roasting over the flames. Without any seasoning, the fish might not taste exceptional. He noted that killing this fish did not grant him any mana points. This was likely because the fish was too weak to meet the standards of his innate ability, Soul Devourer. This was reasonable. If the death of any creature could yield mana points, Su Xiao could simply crush a mound of ants to directly increase his mana points by 100, his maximum acquisition for any world. As for the purpose of mana points, Su Xiao remained uncertain, but they might prove crucial in the future. The branches crackled as they burned, and soon the fish was perfectly cooked, its oil sizzling as it dripped onto the flames. Cutting a slice of fish, Su Xiao placed it into his mouth. Although it looked appetizing, he anticipated it might lack flavor without any seasoning. Yet, after a few chews, he was taken aback. The fish was tender and succulent, imbued with a primal essence, the inherent flavor of the fish itself, rendering any seasoning superfluous. Delicious, exceedingly so. This might have been the most exquisite food he had ever tasted. Swallowing the morsel, Su Xiao gazed at the large fish, swallowing hard. Perhaps he could not only gain power in this derived realm, but also indulge in culinary delights. After relishing an extraordinarily delectable lunch, he departed only when he could eat no more, feeling satisfied, yet yearning for more. The side quest had been completed. If all went according to plan, he would soon assume the role of the captain of the guards. It was time to prepare for the assassination of the king. The true mission that lay ahead. Everything he had done thus far was merely a prologue. Chapter 17. Initial success upon returning to the royal capital. Su Xiao made his way directly to the residence of the left minister. In the study, the left minister was meticulously examining several tiger teeth. Indeed, splendid work, he remarked, concealing the tiger teeth with a significant gaze directed at Su Xiao. I never anticipated you would truly accomplish this. Although that tiger was not particularly formidable, it was exceptionally difficult to hunt within the treacherous terrain of Kolbo Mountain. You have outshone your uncle, and henceforth, you shall take his place. In mere words, Su Xiao supplanted the position of the black market merchant, revealing the left minister's callous nature, as he had completely disregarded the previous merchant's services. I have completed the task. As for the position of the captain of the guards, I intend to assume it today. Might I inquire about your stance on this, left minister? Su Xiao scrutinized the left minister, aware of the old man's cold disposition that might lead him to renege on their agreement. Captain of the guards? What are you implying? I never made such a statement. The left minister's voice faltered, and his cunning eyes suddenly dimmed. The left minister has violated the regulations of the reincarnation paradise. Corrective measures are being enforced. A chilling voice echoed in Su Xiao's ears, marking his first encounter with the voice of the reincarnation paradise. It bore a mechanical tone, devoid of emotional nuance, yet emanated an undertone of cruelty. After a brief silence, the left minister resumed, since you have fulfilled your task, the position of captain of the guards shall be yours. I will arrange the necessary formalities at the palace shortly, in 1 hour. You will be the current captain of the guards. The left minister's monotonous tone and contradictory statements left his guards perplexed. Su Xiao meticulously observed the left minister, recognizing that his odd behavior was undoubtedly linked to the reincarnation paradise. Su Xiao had long surmised that the left minister would not honor his commitments. His motivation to hunt the Lord of Kolbo Mountain stemmed entirely from the task mandated by the reincarnation paradise. Thus far, despite the cold and emotionless demeanor of the reincarnation paradise, it had never exhibited any tendency towards deceit. It was harsh yet fair, which was the impression it left upon Su Xiao. Consequently, Su Xiao yearned to test the repercussions of the left minister's potential breach of contract. Notably, his side mission reward was the title of captain of the guards. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that the reincarnation paradise opted to directly control the left minister, compelling him to bestow the mission reward. As for the left minister's fate henceforth, it remained uncertain. Perhaps he would regain his faculties, or perhaps he would descend into folly. Moreover, Su Xiao had previously harbored doubts regarding the nature of the pirate world he inhabited. Was it a genuine reality, or merely a fabrication of the reincarnation paradise? Should it indeed be a construct of the reincarnation paradise, the left minister would effectively function as an NPC, incapable of breaching his promises. The present situation, however, strongly suggested that this realm was likely authentic, as everything Su Xiao had encountered felt palpably real. The so-called derived world might very well be born from the collective imagination of humanity, ultimately manifesting into a tangible existence. Departing from the left minister's abode, Su Xiao began to contemplate the assassination of the king, although he had ascended to the rank of captain of the guards. This title alone would not grant him an audience with the king, nor would it enable him to execute the assassination. The king would undoubtedly be shielded by numerous guards. Even if Su Xiao possessed a 1 in a million chance of success, he would still face certain death. The reincarnation paradise had previously issued a warning. Should he perish in the pirate world, he would face irrevocable demise, devoid of a second opportunity. While it seemed Su Xiao was ensnared in a predicament, the reality was far from it. He had already acquired the means to carry out the king's assassination. To succeed in this endeavor, 2 pivotal elements were essential. The first was infiltrating the palace, a concern Su Xiao never entertained. The second, and most crucial factor, was diverting the guards surrounding the king. The guards in proximity to the king must possess formidable strength. Under what circumstances could they be lured away? The answer lay in the emergence of a formidable foe within the palace, one that posed a significant threat to the king's safety, compelling the guards to respond. It was precisely at that moment that Su Xiao would strike. As for the king's own prowess, Su Xiao felt no trepidation. If the king were excessively powerful, the likelihood of completing the mission would be drastically diminished. The main quest could not possibly be of only LV3 difficulty. Concerning the identification of a potential adversary capable of threatening the king, Su Xiao relied on the matter of the waste incineration terminal. This was why he fervently sought the position of captain of the guards, as it would grant him decision-making authority during the incineration process. Despite the nobility of the Goya kingdom disregarding the plight of the destitute beyond the city walls, the task of waste incineration would never be entrusted to the royal departments. The rationale was simple. Such an endeavor would tarnish the kingdom's image. Consequently, the waste incineration terminal would solely be assigned to certain underworld factions and in the pirate world. These factions were primarily the nearby pirates. Large pirate crews in the vicinity had caught wind of a lucrative opportunity within the Goya kingdom, one that promised noble status upon successful execution. The allure of nobility was an irresistible temptation for those desperate individuals. Most became pirates out of sheer necessity. Thus, several pirate crews had already congregated in the waters near the Goya kingdom, eagerly awaiting their chance. On this very night, the Goya kingdom would select a crew from among these pirates, entrusting them with the task of overseeing the waste incineration terminal the following evening. As the armed force within the royal capital, the guards were now under Su Xiao's purview, responsible for liaising and negotiating with these pirates. If he adeptly leveraged his current status, he would undoubtedly find an opportunity to succeed in assassinating the king. According to the original plot, the king had no genuine intention of granting noble status to these pirates. He merely sought to exploit them. As Su Xiao pondered these matters, he returned to the guards' headquarters. In stark contrast to the previous day, the headquarters now appeared chaotic. The guards stationed at the entrance had vanished, and upon entering, Su Xiao beheld a scene of disarray within the main hall. Dozens of guards were engaged in gambling, while others gathered in clusters to drink. The pungent odors of low-quality tobacco, alcohol, and sweat permeated the air. The absence of leadership was palpable. Although Su Xiao held the title of leader, he had no intention of managing these guards. He merely required his current position. The state of the guards' headquarters was of no concern to him. Upon reaching the office once occupied by Oka, Su Xiao pushed the door open. Inside, 3 individuals were present, Hank and 2 of Oka's trusted aides. Hank reclined on the sofa, while Oka's aides flanked either side of Oka's chair. The 3 engaged in a standoff, yet no one dared to occupy the vacant seat. As Su Xiao entered, the trio expressed surprise. Hank remained silent, but one of Oka's aides spoke up. "Is this where you belong? Leave at once." With his gaze lowered, Su Xiao disregarded the aide's words and approached Oka's seat, promptly taking a seat. "You scoundrel! Do you think you have the right to sit here? Who do you think you are?" One of Oka's aides, livid with rage, advanced towards Su Xiao. "You're no longer a guard. I will give you 1 minute to disappear." The aide barked. Su Xiao continued to ignore him, preoccupied with strategizing his next move. Engaging with such individuals was a waste of time. The aide initially stood in shock, before a mocking grin spread across his face as he regarded Su Xiao. At that moment, the office door swung open, and a messenger entered, bearing several documents. "Sir Bei, here is your official appointment as captain of the guards, along with your identification." The left minister's efficiency exceeded expectations. Oka's aide was left speechless, staring blankly at Su Xiao. "You two need not leave. Remain here indefinitely," Su Xiao declared, directing his gaze toward Oka's aides. Meanwhile, Hank's mind raced, and he bellowed, "Everyone downstairs. Come up and celebrate our new and old leader." Hank felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, Yet he found himself powerless, unwilling to openly defy the edicts of the kingdom. Chapter 18. Pirates. Chapter 19. The eve within a decrepit warehouse. Click and Akin awaited with a palpable sense of impatience. The long unopened door creaked ominously, causing both pirates, seasoned in the art of bloodshed, to adopt a wary stance. Standing at the threshold, Su Xiao hesitated before stepping inside. "Wait for me here," he instructed, before disappearing into the shadows of the warehouse. Hank, behind him, opened his mouth as if to speak but ultimately remained silent, standing guard outside. As Su Xiao entered, he was greeted by a disarray of wooden crates and a floor thick with dust, indicating that the warehouse had long been abandoned. Too slow. Is this the attitude of the kingdom of Goya? Click's voice cut through the stillness, tinged with disdain. A light chuckle escaped Su Xiao as he scrutinized Click, whose imposing figure was mostly concealed beneath a hood. Despite the distance between them, Su Xiao detected a peculiar odor, a scent of potent toxins reminiscent of poisons he occasionally employed on his blades. "The matter is yours to handle. Upon its successful completion, the kingdom will grant you noble status," Su Xiao stated, cutting to the chase, uninterested in idle chatter with the pirates. "Is that all? I was led to believe there were 3 factions vying for control." Click's words trailed off as Su Xiao interrupted him. "No, the other 2 factions are merely rabble. I hold the decision-making power. Your only task is to respond with agreement or dissent." Click's irritation was evident. Yet the presence of numerous guards lurking nearby kept him in check. "Let me clarify what exactly needs to be done," Click pressed. "The incineration of the waste disposal site is known only to those within the capital. Outsiders like us are unaware of the specifics. Tomorrow at 6 o'clock, ignite the waste disposal site. The timing must be precise." Su Xiao began to outline the details, and Click and Akin's expressions grew increasingly grave. "Burn it all? That presents quite a challenge. The waste disposal site is extensive. Are you not aware of explosives?" Su Xiao locked his gaze onto Click, ready for any sign of betrayal as the negotiations reached a critical juncture. "Such a quantity of explosives? Unless you are willing to provide them, I will withdraw." Click's stance was anticipated by Su Xiao. "Is that so? What a pity," he replied nonchalantly, preparing to turn away without engaging in a bargaining process. "Wait," Akin called out, leaning in to whisper to Click. "Boss, if we transport all the explosives from the ship, we will have enough." Click glared at Su Xiao, fully aware of the ample explosives aboard the ship, but reluctant to part with them. "Do you truly believe that merely igniting the waste disposal site will grant you noble status? The explosives must indeed come from your end, otherwise, our conversation is moot." Half an hour later, Su Xiao exited the warehouse, leaving Click and Akin visibly distressed. As a token of the agreed-upon benefits, Su Xiao left behind a document, a noble certification from the kingdom. Once Click affixed his signature, he could proceed to the kingdom's notary to claim his nobility. This document, sanctioned by the world government, could not be unilaterally revoked. Pirates are not easily deceived. Without a genuine incentive, they would never risk their lives. "Lord Bey, has the matter been settled?" Hank inquired tentatively, causing Su Xiao to abruptly halt. "Are you certain you wish to know?" His icy gaze prompted Hank to instinctively step back. "I dare not." At that moment, Hank regretted not eliminating Su Xiao when he had the chance during the weapon selection. "Hank, there is a task I require you to undertake. It is of utmost importance." With that, Su Xiao summoned the concealed guards, and 100 of them assembled behind him as he led them back to the guard headquarters. As night fell, Su Xiao sat alone in the darkened office of the headquarters. The sudden appearance of Click's pirate crew had not disrupted his plans. Rather, it had facilitated them. Leaning on his desk, he pressed his forehead with a sigh. Although he considered himself astute, he recognized that his current scheme was far from flawless, potentially riddled with unforeseen vulnerabilities. Yet, he was powerless to alter it. His current weakness compelled him to rely on strategic maneuvering. In Su Xiao's customary fashion, he preferred to resolve matters with the blade in his hand. "Soon, I shall escape this perilous world." Though his initial foray into this treacherous realm was indeed within the domain of One Piece, he believed that the reincarnation paradise could not perpetually cast him into worlds that far surpassed his capabilities. His entry into the world of pirates may have been a trial set forth by the reincarnation paradise, testing his identity as a hunter. Perhaps, until he accomplished the main quest, he was not truly a hunter, but merely bore the title without its accompanying responsibilities. That night, Su Xiao chose to rest in the office. Early the following morning, he awoke with purpose, preparing for the night's endeavor. This marked the final day of his main quest's time limit. By midnight, he would attempt to assassinate the king of the Goya kingdom. His success hinged upon this singular moment. Throughout the day, Su Xiao busied himself, assuming the role of the primary overseer of the waste disposal site, ensuring that all departments yielded to his authority. The left minister had been rendered utterly ineffective. Su Xiao shuddered at the sight of his vacant gaze during their brief encounter. It was not until 4 p.m. that Su Xiao completed all necessary preparations and retreated to the office, disappearing from the sight of his subordinates. Now, all that remained was to wait for the pirates outside to ignite the waste disposal site. The rationale behind the incineration was almost laughable. In just over 10 days, the celestial dragons would arrive for an inspection, and to prevent them from witnessing the mountains of refuse outside the city, the Goya kingdom opted to eradicate the waste disposal site along with the destitute inhabitants residing nearby, thousands of lives at stake. As dusk approached, the sky darkened, and the night breeze began to stir. In 1 hour, the time to ignite the waste disposal site would arrive, and the city lay in an unusual hush. Alone in the pitch-black office, Su Xiao sat behind his desk, and suddenly, a green treasure chest materialized in his hands. This chest, acquired after slaying the master of Kolbo Mountain, had remained unopened due to his recent busyness. The sight of the green chest filled Su Xiao with anticipation, a smile breaking through his weariness. Treasure chest, green, open? Choosing to open it, several items materialized in his grasp. You have opened the treasure chest, green, and received the following items. Obtained 1,000 berries. Obtained soul crystal, small. Obtained tiger claw. No equipment had surfaced, but this was anticipated. Su Xiao had opened several chests and had gained some insight into their mechanics. The quality of items obtained from a chest correlated with its color. The known tiers were white, green, and blue. The nature of the items or equipment within a chest was also contingent upon the identity of its slayer. For instance, slaying a tiger would not yield a sword or shield from its treasure chest. To slay a tiger is to potentially acquire its claws or pelt. The same holds true for the demise of a human. Upon vanquishing the black market dealer, Su Xiao obtained a letter of recommendation left behind by the merchant. Similarly, after defeating Oka, he acquired the pendant worn by Oka. As Su Xiao examined the items in his possession, the paradise coin was directly deposited into his imprint. Although referred to as a paradise coin, it is an incorporeal currency. Tiger claw, quality, green type, material rating, 16. Note: green materials have a rating between 10 to 30. The higher the rating, the more precious the material. Description: the claw of an elite creature. It can be used to forge equipment within the reincarnation paradise or serve as an enhancement catalyst. Small soul crystal, quality, none type, essence of soul concentration rating, none description. Soul crystals are rare items with various uses. Insufficient authority. Unable to access the following content. As he toyed with this small soul crystal in his hand, Su Xiao found himself utterly perplexed by the two newly acquired items. Yet, he harbored a suspicion that this translucent crystal, merely the size of a fingernail, might very well be the most valuable item he had ever obtained. Clarity would come once he returned to the reincarnation paradise. For now, his primary focus was to accomplish his task. Unbeknownst to him, time had stealthily progressed to 6 o'clock in the evening. Su Xiao departed from his office, vanishing into the night. He would either fulfill his mission this evening or perish within the palace, with no alternative outcome. Chapter 20. Deception and Ransom. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions resounded from outside the city. The Click pirate crew had ignited the junkyard, and the deadline for their primary mission dwindled to mere hours. After 3 days of meticulous planning, the moment of fruition had finally arrived. Su Xiao traversed through the encroaching night, drawing closer to the city gates. Outside the city, at the junkyard, explosions erupted in a continuous barrage, flames soaring into the sky as heaps of burning refuse were hurled high. The displaced populace, who had been resting within the junkyard, were abruptly awakened by the thunderous blasts as the inferno began to spread among the mountains of debris. By the time they comprehended the danger and attempted to flee their makeshift shelters, the flames had already engulfed the area. The chilling cries of the terrified mingled with the explosions, painting a scene reminiscent of hell itself. If hell were to exist, then the junkyard at this moment epitomized its essence. The members of the Click pirate crew observed the encroaching blaze with urgency, hastening their approach towards the city gates. They had previously conferred with Su Xiao, agreeing to proceed to the gates once the junkyard was ignited, whereupon Su Xiao would dispatch someone to open the gates. However, entrusting their lives to another was a notion that Click vehemently opposed. Consequently, after their meeting, Su Xiao had sent his confidant, Hank, to accompany the Click pirate crew. At this juncture, Hank had disguised himself as a pirate, trailing closely behind Click. "Hurry, the fire is about to spread, and we will be in peril." Click bellowed, prompting his followers to quicken their pace. 3 minutes later, the Click pirate crew arrived at the city gates. Upon reaching their destination, the pirates wore expressions of elation. Confident that their plan had succeeded, all that remained was to enter the city and embrace a life of luxury. Click, in particular, envisioned the opulence that awaited him: lavish quarters, exquisite cuisine, and a throng of beautiful women. At that moment, Click even contemplated abandoning his pirate identity altogether. Bang, bang, bang. Click rapped on the city gates. Open up. We are the Click pirate crew. We have set the junkyard ablaze. However, after his knocks, an eerie silence ensued, aside from the wind stirring the flames. The interior remained devoid of sound. Hey, open the door quickly. The fire is about to spread. Silence persisted, and unease gripped Click's heart. Behind them loomed an all-consuming inferno, while before them stood the impenetrable gates. They were ensnared, and it would not be long before the flames claimed them. What is happening? Why have the gates not opened? Bloodshot eyes filled with fury turned upon Hank. Hank's lips paled. Dispatched by Su Xiao, he was merely an ordinary guard, oblivious to the king's intentions to renege on his promise. No, it can't be. Wait, let me try. Hank stammered, a sense of foreboding dawning upon him. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. I'm Hank of the guard. Bai, come out, now. Hank began to scream, omitting the honorifics in his desperation. Bai, I will kill you. Click realized he had been deceived by Su Xiao. They were but pawns, destined for sacrifice. With bloodshot eyes, he glared at Hank. Burn him. Kill him. Upon Click's command, his subordinates swiftly bound Hank, casting him into the nearby inferno. It's not my fault. Bai, you will pay for this. Flames began to kiss Hank's skin, and his piercing screams faded after a mere few seconds, just as despair threatened to engulf the Click pirate crew. A deep male voice resonated from the city walls. Hey, down there. Do you wish to live? Every body at the gates trembled. Who is it? Show yourself. Click, losing his grip on reason, peered into the darkness illuminated by the flames, spotting a gaunt middle-aged man atop the wall. Just as Click opened his mouth to speak, the man began tossing down barrels of explosives. A chill ran down Click's spine at the sight of the falling barrels. They were intended to annihilate them. Blast open the gates, and you may yet have a chance. With that, the middle-aged man withdrew into the shadows. Within mere seconds, Ajin was the first to dash towards the barrels, positioning them at the gates. Anxious voices erupted from within the city, indicating awareness of the happenings outside. Click tore away his dark cloak to reveal a suit of yellow armor, raising his arm as a bullet pierced the barrel. Boom. The force of the explosion sent the Click pirate crew staggering backward, some unfortunate pirates pierced by the debris, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Among the hundreds in the crew, at least a dozen had perished due to the blast. However, the outcome was worth it, for the gates had been blown open. Amidst the wreckage of the gates lay the mangled bodies of the guards. The Click pirate crew surged through the shattered entryway into the royal city. They were a band of enraged pirates, intent on pillaging and wreaking havoc within the palace. Hey, stop right there. Click shouted, directing his attention to a shadowy corner. His weapon trained ahead. Do not fire. I am here to save you. The middle-aged man emerged from the darkness, fear evident in his eyes. Why save me? I hardly recognize you. Click did not lower his weapon. I have a vendetta against Bai. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. A cruel smile curled upon Click's lips. Where's Bai? In the royal palace. He is receiving the king's rewards. Rumor has it he has been bestowed with noble status. The mention of rewards and nobility ignited Click's fury, for such accolades should have been his. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed as the middle-aged man's chest was pierced, a gaping hole forming where blood gushed forth. Click had shot his savior. You bastard! Did you dare to throw explosives at me? Do you wish to see me dead? With that, Click charged towards the palace, intent on eliminating Bai and the king, and plundering the royal treasury to compensate for the losses incurred that day. The middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, blood pooling from his mouth, his body convulsing. As he watched the Click pirate crew depart, his eyes began to dim. Just then, a young man, cigarette in mouth, emerged from the shadows. Give the money to my wife and daughter. I have fulfilled my end of the bargain. Su Xiao crouched before the middle-aged man, exhaling a plume of smoke. Well done. The money has been delivered to them. That is wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. With those final words, the man's eyes lost all light, succumbing to Click's gunfire. This middle-aged man had been a death row inmate rescued by Su Xiao from prison. The preceding events had merely been a transaction. Su Xiao provided the gold, and the man offered his life, a transaction both fair and unfair. Watching the retreating Click Pirate crew, Su Xiao discarded his cigarette, extinguishing it beneath his foot. Click Pirate crew, do not disappoint me. He vanished into the night, hastening towards the palace. Chapter 21. The humanoid tank charge, my little ones. Slay them, and rend the White Knight to pieces. A horde of pirates surged through the streets of the royal capital, causing the civilians to scream and flee in terror. As they advanced toward the palace, the ruthless pirates set fire to everything in their path. Outside the city, flames soared to the heavens, and soon thick smoke billowed within. Su Xiao navigated the night and swiftly outpaced the marauding pirates, arriving ahead of them at the palace gates. The kingdom of Goya was merely a small nation in the realm of pirates, and thus, its palace resembled an unassuming castle, concealed near the kingdom. Su Xiao began to await the arrival of the Click Pirate crew. The royal capital was divided into 3 distinct zones. The outermost was the civilian district, followed by the central street, and at the heart lay the palace. Outside the palace area stood a wall, but it was not particularly high. The Click Pirate crew would soon breach it and invade the palace grounds. The palace guards had long since mobilized, and it was too long before the sounds of battle echoed. Su Xiao remained patient, for he understood that the palace guards were but a fade of strength. Those unblooded sentinels were no match for the seasoned pirates. Indeed, within half an hour, the guards were repelled, retreating to the palace entrance in disarray, their expressions frantic and their numbers dwindling, with some even fleeing in terror. Little ones, the palace is within our grasp. Let us seize it. Click. Driven mad by bloodlust after being deceived by Su Xiao, commanded his crew. Kill them all. With a roar, hundreds of pirates charged toward the palace, engaging the guards in a brutal melee. The air filled with the sounds of clashing steel and gunfire, blood splattering, and limbs severed. Inside the palace, King Philip Herbert, a man in his 60s with a mane of dark hair and a bushy beard, was roused from his slumber by the cacophony outside. Thanks to his opulent lifestyle and the expertise of the palace's doctors, he bore no signs of aging. What is happening outside? Why this uproar? The king, slightly irritated, rose from his bed, while the young queen beside him sat up in confusion. Your Highness, it seems to be the sound of gunfire. What has occurred? The queen, timid and bewildered, nestled closer to the king. Enter. The door swung open, and a burly man with a deep scar across his face rushed in. This man, known as Hausen, was the king's personal guard. Yet, around his neck hung a metal collar, dark as iron, adorned with intricate mechanisms. Had Su Xiao been present, he would have recognized this collar as a slave's restraint from the pirate world. Hausen, a slave bound to the king, understood well why the king had chosen him as his closest protector. Hausen remained silent, communicating only through gestures. His ability to speak had been stripped away when slave traders severed his tongue. Had he not been exceptionally strong, he might have perished at their hands. Pirates? How could there be pirates in the palace? Right Minister, dispatch someone to eliminate them. The king, though sensing something amiss, remained confident in the palace's defenses. Hausen stood motionless, bound by the collar that restricted his freedom. It could be detonated at any moment, sealing his fate. Outside the palace, Su Xiao waited for the opportune moment. Though the fighting within the palace was fierce, it had yet to reach its zenith. After approximately an hour of chaos, the king could no longer maintain his composure. He could hear the battle cries drawing ever closer, and in that moment, the gravity of the situation dawned upon him. With a thunderous crash, the door burst open, and the blood-soaked Right Minister stumbled into the room. Your Highness, we are in grave danger. The pirates have breached our defenses and are now on the 3rd floor. The king's countenance paled. Impossible. My guards are elite, handpicked for their prowess. How could they be vanquished so easily? The Right Minister knelt, quivering in fear, unable to respond. The guards within the palace were not the elite warriors the king believed them to be. They were merely overpaid youth lacking true combat experience. Hausen, you must go. But wait. The king's face twisted with concern. While Hausen was indeed formidable, sending him forth would jeopardize the king's own safety. Yet, if he did not dispatch Hausen, the pirates would soon be upon him, and the bullets would not discriminate. Eliminate the pirates swiftly and return immediately, even if you're injured. Do you understand? If I perish, you shall follow me to the grave. Hausen, his eyes devoid of emotion, nodded blankly before departing the room. Meanwhile, outside the palace, Su Xiao waited the perfect moment. Finally, he heard a resounding explosion from within, followed by the spread of a thick purple gas. At last, the moment has arrived. Su Xiao leaped into action, scaling the castle walls with the agility of a gecko, swiftly bypassing the 3rd floor where the conflict raged. Knowing the king could not be below that level, Upon reaching the third floor, he peered through a window to witness a fierce battle between Click and a muscular adversary. To Su Xiao's astonishment, Click appeared gravely injured, one arm hanging limply at his side, unable to hold out much longer. The hulking figure before him was nothing short of a humanoid tank, capable of smashing through walls with each charge. Engaging such a formidable foe would surely spell doom for Su Xiao. This behemoth, conservatively estimated to possess a strength attribute exceeding 20 points, rendered it clear that Su Xiao's decision to refrain from directly assassinating the king was prudent. Confronting such an enemy would be tantamount to courting death. With Click nearing his limit, time was of the essence for Su Xiao. The palace housed numerous rooms, and he quickly searched through the windows. After failing to locate the king on the 4th, 5th, or 6th floors, he finally spotted him through a window. The king was not confined to a room. He was fleeing down a corridor, seemingly seeking to ascend to a higher level to evade detection by the pirates. The tremors from the castle's foundation disoriented him further. Moonlight flooded through the windows as the king sprinted down the corridor, gasping, "Your Highness, I cannot run any further. Let me rest a moment." The young queen, panting heavily, collapsed to the ground. The king's expression shifted rapidly, while he found some novelty in her presence. He could not prioritize her life over his own. "Stay here and rest." With that, the king prepared to turn away, leaving the foolish woman behind. Just then, the glass window beside the corridor shattered with a crash, and a figure armed with a blade burst through. Chapter 22. Return and Reward as shards of glass scattered. Su Xiao dashed into the corridor, adjusting his center of gravity midair, and struck toward the king of the Goya kingdom. The king, with his back turned to Su Xiao, remained oblivious to the impending danger, his expression one of utter bewilderment. The gleaming blade sliced through the air, illuminated by the moonlight, creating a hauntingly beautiful arc as it whistled ominously. With a swift motion, Su Xiao cleaved through the king's waist, blood erupting in a spray, forming droplets that danced in the air before shattering upon contact with the ground or walls. This strike had severed the king in two. His legs remained rooted in place, while his upper body and severed arms soared away. In midair, the king wore a look of astonishment, gazing down at his own legs with a sense of eerie familiarity. Thud! The king's upper body crashed to the ground, and an unbearable pain enveloped him, threatening to consume him whole. His mouth agape, he attempted to scream. But Su Xiao's second strike was already upon him. It was as swift, precise, and ruthless as the first. The blade swept through, and the head rolled away. Mission accomplished. With a flick of his wrist, Su Xiao shook off the blood from his blade. Alone, he had executed the assassination of a king unscathed in a world teeming with monsters. Such an achievement demanded an abundance of both audacity and courage. You have slain the king of the Goya kingdom, Philip Herbert. Philip Herbert was the mission target. The source of the world cannot be obtained. You have now acquired 9 of the world's source. Your talent Soul Devourer has activated, permanently increasing your mana by 2 points. You now possess 93 points of mana. After the king's demise, a white treasure chest floated above his lifeless body. Having already opened several white chests, Su Xiao chose to unveil this one. You have opened the treasure chest, white, and obtained the following items. Acquired the World Tree Ring. A ring materialized in Su Xiao's hand, entirely transparent, seemingly crafted from a crystalline substance. World Tree Ring, quality, white rating. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. Introduction. This is a ring crafted from atomwood. Do not underestimate it, for its material is derived from the very essence of atomwood, which is often referred to as the world tree, the pivotal anchor of the pirate realm. This ring possesses no attributes and is of a white quality. Its description is rather ambiguous. Su Xiao promptly cast it into his storage space, intending to study it further at a later time. A piercing scream echoed through the air. It was the princess. Su Xiao furrowed his brow, aware that such a cry would attract other foes. He dashed forward, swiftly severing a throat, and the scream abruptly ceased. To show mercy to one's enemies is an act of profound foolishness, a notion Su Xiao fully comprehended. Once one is categorized as an adversary, he would not hesitate to strike. Indecisive individuals are ill-suited for combat, and even less so for navigating the treacherous realms of the reincarnation paradise. The hunter has completed the main quest, Assassinate the King of the Goya Kingdom. Main quest difficulty, LV. 3. World difficulty, LV. 6. Hunter's exclusive trial successful. Hunter identity officially unlocked, commencing hunting tasks, to be released in the next world. Main quest completed. The hunter will depart this world in 30 seconds. Returning to the reincarnation paradise. Please prepare accordingly. It is over. After enduring numerous perils, Su Xiao has finally fulfilled his mission. In just 30 more seconds, he would be able to escape the world of pirates. Although the reincarnation paradise is not entirely devoid of danger, it should remain relatively safe. Unless the paradise intended to eliminate him, it would not continuously thrust him into perilous situations. A tremendous roar reverberated from below, followed by the entire castle beginning to tilt ominously. This was likely the result of the king's guards clashing with Click. Indeed, humanity can reach astonishing heights of power. Su Xiao felt no fear of their might. Instead, a smile crept upon his lips. He sensed that he might yet return to the world of pirates, but next time. It would not be merely to complete a task within a small kingdom. Perhaps he would participate in the Great War at the top, or perhaps he would participate in the maritime contest for supremacy. The fundamental premise of all this remains his sufficient strength. As the 30 seconds elapsed, Su Xiao felt a sudden darkness envelop him, as if his head had been struck by a hammer, leaving him in a state of drowsiness. Amidst the haze of his consciousness, he vaguely sensed that he was encased within a layer of transparent membrane, hurtling through space at high speed, with indistinct stars surrounding him. Suddenly, during the transmission, Su Xiao felt a jolt around him, and his awareness sharpened. Is this the cycle paradise? What a jest! Su Xiao gazed around, a sense of bewilderment washing over him, as his surroundings revealed an expanse of darkness. Suddenly, a piercing sword chi cleaved through the void. Within that abyss, vast tendrils of lightning unfurled, seemingly capable of devouring all matter in their path. Even the surrounding shadows were consumed. The lightning surged ominously towards Su Xiao. Humanity? How could there be humanity in the void? How intriguing. This power of time and space is quite formidable. That consciousness, emerge. Let us engage in battle. A voice tinged with a metallic scent of blood echoed through the air. Indeed, it was the scent of blood. Although Su Xiao could not discern the nature of the entity before him, he could certainly feel its overwhelming power. Rising from the darkness, Su Xiao directed his gaze towards the source of the sound. Warning. Transmission interrupted by an unknown, formidable entity. Suspected highly dangerous being, Void Swordsman. Repairing. Repair complete. Transmission resuming. Darkness enveloped Su Xiao once more, followed by a return to the previous sensation. In the void, a man wielding a long sword. His gaze sharp, surveyed his surroundings. Escaped, have they? How very dull. I had hoped for a worthy battle. Ah, well, that bald fellow named Saitama was somewhat adequate. I shall seek him out for a rematch. The void teams with the unknown and the perilous. Su Xiao, unfortunately, encountered such a danger. Upon regaining consciousness, Su Xiao found himself within a chamber. The room was peculiar, its walls entirely sealed, devoid of windows or doors. The ceiling emitted a soft glow, illuminating the space and maintaining a comfortable temperature, free from any sense of stuffiness. As Su Xiao examined his surroundings, a prompt from the paradise of reincarnation materialized. Transmission complete. Hunter has returned to their personal quarters. Personal quarters are an absolute sanctuary. Entry is forbidden to all without the hunter's express permission. Hunter has returned to the paradise of reincarnation. Commencing mission reward settlement. Derivative world, One Piece. Difficulty, LV, 6, Nightmare. Acquired world source, 8, 9. Number of completed missions, 2, main mission, assassinate Goa Kingdom side mission, Minister of the Left's collection. Overall evaluation, A. Note, ratings range from E to S. Overall evaluation is calculated based on the total world source acquired and the number of missions completed, due to the world level exceeding the hunter's LV 5. Resulting in nightmare difficulty, rewards are doubled. Commencing collection of world source. World source collection complete. Commencing reward disbursement. Rewards acquired. For attribute points, 10. 000 paradise coins. These are the doubled values. With an overall evaluation of A, hunter level 1 advances to LV. 2 level advancement is based on the rating. As this world was a trial world, the increase is capped at LV 1. Settlement complete. Rewards have been automatically deposited into the hunter's mark. Su Xiao promptly accessed his mark to ascertain the nature of the attribute points. As I had hoped, this is the promise of empowerment. A smile played on Su Xiao's lips, for the attribute points could enhance any attribute save for luck. If it means growing stronger, what matters it if I risk my very life? For the true despair lies not in the face of danger, but in the absence of any chance for daring. Su Xiao was poised to utilize the attribute points immediately, but the Paradise of Reincarnation issued a prompt. They could only be used within the Attribute Enhancement Hall, a facility within the Paradise of Reincarnation. The settlement had concluded, and Su Xiao gazed around in a state of confusion. Enclosed by impenetrable walls, he pondered how he might escape. At that moment, a peculiar prompt appeared before him. Do you wish to sell the World Tree Ring for 50,000 paradise coins? The World Tree Ring was an item obtained by Su Xiao after vanquishing the king, and now the Cycle Paradise was unexpectedly offering him the chance to sell this item. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that if he refused to sell, the Cycle Paradise would not permit his release, confining him indefinitely within this exclusive chamber. After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Xiao chose to decline. He resolved to embrace a reckless fate. Chapter 23. The distinction between recklessness and being a couch potato. The room lay shrouded in silence, devoid of any hints. I refuse to believe I will perish in this place. Su Xiao chose to sit down, entering a stalemate with the reincarnation paradise. He had come to realize that the World Tree Ring within his storage space was an invaluable item. The rating of the World Tree Ring indicated that the reincarnation paradise seemed reluctant to disclose its true worth. Please, Hunter, sell the World Tree Ring so that the reincarnation paradise may absorb the power of the world. The prompt reappeared, prompting Su Xiao to ponder before asking, what is your true purpose in sending me to the derivative world, and what exactly is this ring? Surprisingly, the reincarnation paradise provided him with an answer. The reincarnation paradise and hunters share a symbiotic relationship. Hunters or other contractors enter derivative planes to explore and obtain the source of the world. The reincarnation paradise requires the power of the world for evolution and to maintain its normal operations. The World Tree Ring contains a vast amount of world power. Please sell it immediately, Hunter. The following content cannot be viewed due to insufficient permissions, though the hints offered by the reincarnation paradise were scant. Su Xiao grasped the most crucial insight. The reincarnation paradise had transported him to the derivative world to acquire world power through him. This so-called world power was likely extracted from the source of the world, which explained why the reincarnation paradise rewarded him based on the amount of the source. The reincarnation paradise must adhere to certain rules. Otherwise, it would not allow him to sell the World Tree Ring, but would instead forcibly claim it. His identity as a hunter indicated that the reincarnation paradise, under normal circumstances, could not directly execute contractors. In the absence of violations of the reincarnation paradise's regulations, it could not penalize him, and this applied to other contractors as well, thus justifying the existence of hunters. A hunter, in essence, is one who manages those who have violated rules without infringing upon the regulations of the reincarnation paradise. For instance, should a contractor discover a loophole in the reincarnation paradise's rules to gain benefits, it would be the moment for Su Xiao to step in. It was safe to assume that those violating contractors would be formidable and exceedingly cunning. Su Xiao remained seated on the ground, casually toying with the dragon-slaying flash. He entertained a bold notion to extort the reincarnation paradise. While it seemed perilous, his identity as a hunter would likely protect him from reprisal. Su Xiao wagered the significance of his identity as a hunter. If it were inconsequential, then his experience in the nightmare difficulty world would have been in vain. Moments ticked by, and at long last, after 2 hours, a prompt from the reincarnation paradise materialized before him. Special task, choice, difficulty level? Task description, hand over the World Tree Ring to the reincarnation paradise. Task information, none. Task deadline, 5 minutes. Task reward, a high degree of compatibility with hunter talent inheritance. A smile graced Su Xiao's face. It seemed his identity as a hunter held more weight than he had anticipated, as the reincarnation paradise had issued a task. After contemplation, Su Xiao opted to accept the task. Given the cold and merciless nature of the reincarnation paradise, he felt uncertain about his future existence within it. Special task, choice, completed. Preparing to distribute rewards. Please prepare, Hunter. Prepare? It appeared the reward was not trivial. Following the prompt from the reincarnation paradise, a radiant light enveloped Su Xiao. He remained motionless, staring ahead, his eyes losing focus, flickers of blue light occasionally flashing within them. At that moment, Su Xiao's consciousness transcended to a vast hall. The hall was extraordinarily expansive, its boundaries seemingly non-existent. As Su Xiao surveyed his surroundings, he noticed 6 colossal stone statues towering over 100 meters high, depicting humans but magnified to an immense scale. Successor, step forward, a voice of authority resonated, causing Su Xiao's body to tense. The voice emanated from one of the stone statues. The time had come to fulfill the prior agreement. Another statue spoke, and it seemed Su Xiao's arrival triggered a chain reaction, as all 6 statues began to address him. You are the final successor. Our legacy ends here. Whether we should fade into the river of time, or whether those spellcasters shall be judged by you remains to be seen. Spellcasters disrupt the balance of the world and matter. Their so-called spells consume the power of the rules. Foolish spellcasters, even if our forms are destroyed, our consciousness endures. Su Xiao stood frozen, his scalp prickling. These speaking stone statues were far more powerful than he had imagined. Moreover, these statues were not living beings but mere remnants of consciousness left by some incredibly powerful entities. Destruction, birth, annihilation, and revival all transpired within this sacred birthplace. Successor. Remember the name we share. We are the shadows of law destruction, the nemesis of all spellcasters. Simultaneously, the 6 stone statues opened their eyes and focused on Su Xiao. He felt a surge of violent energy coursing through his body, followed by a whirlwind sensation and a buzzing in his ears. Gasping for breath, Su Xiao awoke in his designated room, panting heavily. He was still within the confines of his personal chamber. The previous scene felt like a mere illusion. Reward concluded. Personal room activated. Upon the reincarnation paradise's prompt, a door appeared on one wall of the room, indicating that he could finally step outside. However, Su Xiao paid little heed to this. He felt an overwhelming surge of energy within him, as though it might burst him apart. What is happening? Su Xiao struggled to articulate his thoughts. The energy within him was rapidly altering his body. His blood flowed at an accelerated pace. This unfamiliar energy was not destroying him, but rather enhancing his physique, albeit in a brutally forceful manner. His cells underwent metamorphosis, the most noticeable change being his hair, which subtly began to turn gray, though the shift was minuscule and nearly imperceptible. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, feeling as though he could no longer endure. If this continued, he would soon perish. Detecting abnormal life signs of the hunter, preparing to activate recovery function. This function will consume the hunter's paradise coins. Yes, no to initiate? The voice of the reincarnation paradise no longer sounded cold, but rather resonated like a melodious symphony in Su Xiao's ears. Activate. Agonizing pain enveloped his body, gradually consuming his consciousness. As soon as Su Xiao uttered the command, a verdant light enveloped him, while his paradise coins began to deplete rapidly. In under 5 seconds, the recovery function consumed over 1,000 paradise coins. Moments later, the energy within him dissipated, entirely absorbed by Su Xiao's body. And the recovery function ceased. As he sat up, attempting to move his body, he immediately sensed something was amiss. What is this? He gazed at his hands in disbelief. After absorbing that energy, he appeared to have grown stronger. No, he had become significantly stronger. However, this newfound strength was not a result of assistance from the reincarnation paradise, which explained the lack of a prompt. Upon opening personal information, Su Xiao stood frozen in place. The rewards garnered from the World Tree Ring far exceeded his wildest expectations. Chapter 24. The Unexpected Individual, Contractor number 13013. To protect the hunter, this is a false number. No means can lock onto the hunter. Name, Su Xiao Hunter. Level, LV. 2 First Stage. Every 10 levels constitute a stage. Level advancement yields no attribute bonuses, corresponding solely to the hunter's authority within the paradise, as well as the difficulty of the world and tasks. Health, 100. This attribute cannot be fully quantified, changing according to the degree of injury. Mana, 153. Intelligence, 10. Current mana recovery rate is 4 points per hour. Strength, 12, related to attack power, carrying capacity, etc. Agility, 10, related to movement, attack speed, etc. Stamina, 6, interrelated with health, defense, and abnormal resistance. Intelligence, 12, related to spell damage, mana, perception, etc. Charisma, 3, related to social interactions, summoning, etc. Luck, 1, related to item discovery and crafting. This attribute is exceedingly difficult to enhance. Hunters should cherish opportunities for improvement. Note, the standard attributes for an adult male are 5 points, with luck being 1 point. Killing talent, Soul Devourer. Upon slaying a target, 1 permanently acquires 1 to 15 points of mana. This talent can seize a maximum of 100 mana per world. After obtaining the inheritance of Shadow of Magic Destruction, Su Xiao's attributes underwent a remarkable transformation. Strength surged from 7 to 12 points. Agility also saw an increase, rising from 7 to 10 points. Intelligence ascended from 6 to 12 points. The enhancement of strength and agility immediately manifested in palpable effects. Su Xiao tentatively threw a punch, producing a gust of wind. The force of his strike was incomparably stronger than before. Taking a few steps forward, he abruptly halted, narrowly avoiding collision with the wall. The sudden increase in speed left him somewhat disoriented. This unexpected surge of power quickened his heartbeat. Had he possessed these attributes in the pirate world, assassinating a king would have been a trivial endeavor. With merely 6 hours, he could accomplish it without a doubt. Such is the allure of strength. How intoxicating it is. Worth risking one's life in pursuit. However, he would require some time to acclimatize to these newfound attributes. Should he engage in battle now, he would find it exceedingly uncomfortable. Once he adapts to his current attributes, his combat prowess will reach astonishing levels. The shadow of magic destruction is indeed a delightful acquisition. Just as he intended to close his personal information, he suddenly noticed his skill options flickering. Upon opening the skill panel, a significant change was evident. What was once a blank slate now displayed a skill tree. A prompt from the reincarnation paradise appeared. Due to the hunter acquiring the unique profession Shadow of Magic Destruction, the skill list has undergone corresponding changes. Shadow of Magic Destruction, Unique, Skill 1, Steel Shadow, LV, 1, Active Skill, Activation Condition, upon activating Steel Shadow. The hunter consumes 2 points of mana per minute. If mana drops below 1, it automatically deactivates. Skill Effect, upon activation. Each melee attack will drain 10 points of the enemy's mana, inflicting equivalent real damage, causing them to endure the intense pain of mana burn. Skill 2, Mastery of Blades, LV, 1, Passive Skill Effect. Increases melee attack power by 10 and proficiency with bladed weapons. Note, this is a skill-based ability categorized into basic, adept, and master levels. Higher levels exhibit greater growth potential, with the probability of acquiring mastery-level abilities being exceedingly low. Skill 3, Arcane Immunity, LV, Max. Skill Effect, unable to comprehend or learn any spell-based skills. Skill 4, Unlocked, requires a small soul crystal and 1,000 paradise coins. Su Xiao discerned what he had previously obtained. He had acquired a complete occupational inheritance. This profession is known as Shadow of Magic Destruction. Observing the skills above, Su Xiao realized that this profession is the nemesis of mage-type professions. Upon activating Steel Shadow, every melee attack would incinerate the enemy's mana. A mage devoid of mana is rendered utterly helpless, reduced to wielding a mere stick. Yet, Su Xiao pondered whether there exist mages within the reincarnation paradise. Although Shadow of Magic Destruction significantly enhances various attributes and grants him 2 formidable skills, it is not without its drawbacks. He shall be unable to learn spell-based skills in the future. It is too early to dwell on such matters. Su Xiao was not in a hurry to unlock the 4th skill of Shadow of Magic Destruction. He wished first to survey the landscape of the reincarnation paradise. Pushing open the door, a cacophony of voices enveloped him, revealing the sights of the reincarnation paradise. An array of buildings came into view, each exhibiting unique designs. Some forged from metal, others constructed from brick and stone, while some appeared to be formed by some biological entity, exuding a liquid from their surface. The presence of these buildings created a network of streets throughout the reincarnation paradise. Gazing upwards, a layer of milky white membrane enveloped the ceiling, resembling an inverted dome, casting a shroud over the entire reincarnation paradise. The ground beneath his feet was composed of a pale yellow, gelatinous material, not particularly soft, yet remarkably even. The expanse of the reincarnation paradise was vast. At least, Su Xiao could not discern its limits. The streets were populated by individuals adorned in various garbs. Some donned full suits of armor, while others wielded staves, clad in flowing robes, unmistakably resembling mages. Su Xiao felt as though he had wandered into a convention, with an array of eccentric costumes parading before him. Some individuals even sat by the roadside, placing a carpet before them, commencing their sales pitches. White-rated firearms, 700 paradise coins. For the financially challenged, 5 health restoration potions, 1,000 paradise coins. Buy 3 or more for a discount of 20. Seeking a mage for protection. I am about to enter a world of difficulty LV. 3. Prices are negotiable. The manner of these individuals struck a familiar chord with Su Xiao, leading him to speculate that perhaps these people in the reincarnation paradise hail from the real world. Terms like financially challenged and mage are seldom heard in derivative worlds. Stepping out of his room, Su Xiao began to meander through the reincarnation paradise, eager to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Hey, brother. Care to take a look at my wares? They are truly affordable. I am about to enter a derivative world and desperately need paradise coins for survival. A man clad in a suit, his face obscured by mist, called out to Su Xiao. Turning his head, Su Xiao noticed that although the man did not conceal his features, he could not discern his visage clearly. Pausing at the suit-clad man's stall, Su Xiao began to examine the items for sale. The goods lay upon a black cloth, openly displayed without any concern for theft. Picking up an item, he quickly understood the reason. Beast bone, quality, white type, material rating, 1. Note, white materials are rated from 1 to 10. Higher rated materials are more valuable. Description: the skeletal remains of an ordinary beast. This item belongs to another individual. It cannot be taken beyond 1 meter, nor can it be stored in a storage space. Purchase is required to gain control. It seems that in the reincarnation paradise, selling goods has certain guarantees. However, to be frank, the items before the suit-clad man were not particularly impressive. Is this really useful? The suit-clad man chuckled lightly, though his expression betrayed some displeasure. I risked my life to acquire this. I nearly perished while hunting that rhinoceros. How about this, brother? 30 paradise coins for this beast bone. Although its rating is low, it is a material for crafting weapons. Su Xiao shook his head, discarding the beast bone and continuing his leisurely stroll. Hey, the newcomer over there. Yes, you. A petite girl with white hair and blue eyes called out to Su Xiao. Upon clearly observing the girl's appearance, Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Connor? Chapter 25. Specializing in various turrets, the petite girl scampered up to Su Xiao, her face beaming with joy. Hello, I am Connor. Isn't it adorable? The little girl exhibited a lively personality, spinning around in front of Su Xiao. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this little girl was not the Connor who consumed everything. You are not Connor. Have I been discovered? Indeed, I must be more cautious with my tone. The little girl ceased her playful demeanor. How about making a deal? I will help you understand the cycle paradise, and you will pay me 50 paradise coins. Su Xiao was indeed in need of insights regarding the cycle paradise, and the imposter Connor before him was undoubtedly the best option. All right, how shall I transfer the coins to you? Su Xiao's straightforwardness surprised the little girl. Aren't you afraid I might deceive you? There are plenty of swindlers in the cycle paradise. The dragon-slashing flash appeared in Su Xiao's hand as he cast a cold glare at the little girl. If you deceive me, I will kill you. The little girl chuckled lightly. You are indeed a newcomer. Outside the arena, contractors cannot attack one another in the cycle paradise. This is an absolute safe zone. Is that so? Then it must be possible in the derivative worlds. Su Xiao's chilling gaze made the little girl take a few steps back. Hey. We are not enemies. I want to deceive you. Su Xiao's icy stare instilled fear in the little girl. He seemed like the kind of person who would kill without hesitation. Thinking quickly, she decided to retreat and avoid conducting business with Su Xiao. Beep. You have received 50 paradise coins from contractor number 13013. The little girl's face immediately soured, and she looked at Su Xiao with a hint of grievance. There are too many people around here. Let's find an ice cream shop to discuss. With a resigned sigh, she walked ahead, and Su Xiao followed closely behind. Honestly, I didn't intend to do business with you, but since the coins have already been paid, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shiluoluo, and I am an employee of the Cycle Paradise. Employee? Su Xiao pondered silently, refraining from voicing his confusion. Soon, Shiluoluo led Su Xiao to an ice cream shop with a rather peculiar name, Cats and Dogs. Welcome. Oh, it's little Shi. Have you managed to attract a new client? A mature and alluring woman approached, her voluptuous figure accentuated by black stockings and high heels, making her nearly as tall as Su Xiao. Boss, I would like some watermelon juice. What would you like, sir? Plain water. Su Xiao casually replied, unwilling to consume drinks offered by strangers. Rest assured, we are employees. Unlike you contractors, we harbor no ill intentions. Su Xiao tapped his fingers on the table, inquiring, what exactly is an employee? Shiluoluo cleared her throat and began to explain, and soon Su Xiao grasped the concept of employees. In the Cycle Paradise, there are primarily two types of individuals, contractors and employees like Shiluoluo. Contractors often undertake perilous missions, while employees serve as the service staff within the Cycle Paradise, either selling goods or providing dining services. Employees are those contractors who failed their first world mission and were thus eliminated. Without these employees, contractors would struggle to meet even their basic needs. It is worth noting that the Cycle Paradise does not offer a redemption feature. All daily necessities require the assistance of these employees. One advantage of being an employee is the ability to enter a derivative world once every 2 months. Shiluoluo was wary of Su Xiao because she also had to enter a derivative world. If she were to encounter Su Xiao, with her remarkable combat prowess. Survival would be highly improbable. Shi Luoluo produced a transparent tablet and handed it to Su Xiao. This contains detailed information about the Cycle Paradise. Please take a look. It is certified by the Cycle Paradise, completely reliable. Su Xiao accepted the tablet, impressed by its technological sophistication, capable of projecting 3D images. Gradually, he became acquainted with the general situation of the Cycle Paradise. The Cycle Paradise is extensive, with an uncounted population exceeding 100,000. The reason for the lack of statistics is the incredibly high mortality rate among contractors. According to the intelligence provided by Shi Luoluo, the mortality rate for contractors in the first world is 80, in the second world it is 60, and in the third world, 50. There are many more figures, but Su Xiao did not delve into them. This alarming mortality rate underscores the hardships contractors face within the Cycle Paradise. Most shops in the Cycle Paradise are operated by employees, and these establishments are essential for maintaining the daily lives of contractors. In the central area of the Cycle Paradise, there are several buildings established by the Cycle Paradise itself, including the aforementioned Attribute Enhancement Hall. These buildings are vital for contractors seeking to enhance their abilities. After reviewing the final piece of information on the tablet, Su Xiao set it down. The information indicated that contractors can remain in the Cycle Paradise for 3 days before returning to the real world to await their next mission. Does this mean I can return to the real world? Shi Luoluo bit on her straw and retracted the tablet. Yes, after each experience in a derivative world, every contractor can stay in the Cycle Paradise for 3 days. Following this, the Cycle Paradise will transport the contractor back to the real world. Typically, after returning to the real world, one waits about a week before receiving a summons from the Cycle Paradise to return and embark on the next derivative world. At this point, a look of sorrow crossed Shi Luoluo's face as she gazed at Su Xiao with envy. Employees differ from contractors. They can only return to the real world for 3 days each month. I miss my family so much. Shi Luoluo propped her chin on her hands, pouting. Oh. And there's one more thing. You can conceal your appearance through the Cycle Paradise to avoid being targeted for revenge or assassination by other contractors in the real world, which could endanger your family as well. This is a lesson learned through bloodshed. My current appearance is a result of modifications made through the Cycle Paradise, costing me 500 Paradise coins. Su Xiao merely responded with a nonchalant showing no interest. Are you not going to conceal your appearance? You can do it right now. Shi Luoluo looked at Su Xiao with curiosity. No need. I have no one who can be implicated. Su Xiao's reply silenced Shi Luoluo. This astute little girl dared not provoke Su Xiao further. You have reviewed the information, so the transaction is complete. A word of friendly advice. Do not provoke the mages in the derivative worlds. Those individuals are monsters, akin to turrets. She shrank her neck, revealing a look of apprehension. Mages? Are they particularly formidable in the Cycle Paradise? A slight, enigmatic smile graced Su Xiao's lips, prompting Shi Luoluo to shake her head. Not just formidable. They are extraordinarily powerful. Any adventurer group will eagerly recruit mages. You see, I have experienced 2 derivative worlds, both times hiring mages for protection. Su Xiao nodded, a tumult of emotions stirring within him. His current profession was that of a shadow slayer, a nemesis to mages. He suddenly felt a surge of anticipation, pondering whether those mages would still appear so formidable in his presence. Having just accepted the inheritance of the shadow slayer, he was still unaware of the full extent of this profession's strength. Now, it was no longer a matter of whether mages were strong before him. It was whether they could survive upon encountering him. Chapter 26. Growth. Departing from the ice cream shop, Su Xiao walked contemplatively along the streets of the reincarnation paradise. Based on the information provided by Shi Luoluo, his foremost task was to head to the central area of the reincarnation paradise to familiarize himself with the significant buildings there. First, he needed to become acquainted with the reincarnation paradise, then enhance his attributes, and only after that could he spend the paradise coins he had acquired. Currently, he possessed a total of 8,400 paradise coins. Originally, he had more, but he had previously spent over 3,000 coins on healing and paid Shi Luoluo 50 coins, leaving him with this amount. After a preliminary exploration, Su Xiao had already grasped the value of the paradise coins. Typically, ordinary contractors would earn between 1,000 to 2,000 paradise coins after their first arrived world, which was merely enough to purchase a single weapon. However, as he had traversed a particularly hazardous derived world, he had amassed a substantial sum exceeding 10,000 coins. strolling through the streets of the reincarnation paradise, observing the diverse array of contractors. Su Xiao suddenly found himself rather fond of the place. The reincarnation paradise resembled a primitive forest, where its harshness stripped away the masks of pretense from everyone, revealing their true selves. Though brutal, it was undeniably simpler. If animosities arose, they would simply resolve them through life and death confrontations. The arena within the reincarnation paradise was designed precisely for such conflicts. After about an hour of walking, Su Xiao arrived at the central area. Due to not concealing his appearance, many gazes were cast in his direction along the way, but no foolish bystanders dared to provoke him. There were several reasons for not hiding one's face. One might be a newcomer or perhaps an exceptionally powerful monster that deemed concealment beneath them. Unbeknownst to Su Xiao, he embodied both aspects. He was indeed a newcomer and an extraordinary monster. The inheritance of the Shadow of Annihilation had granted him a remarkable increase of 14 attribute points. Acquiring attribute points was no simple feat. Ordinary contractors typically needed to traverse 4 to 6 worlds to barely accumulate 14 points, assuming fortune favored them. Upon reaching the center of the reincarnation paradise, a dozen magnificent buildings came into view. Unlike the shops of the workers, these structures towered significantly higher, standing out like cranes among chickens. Attribute Enhancement Hall, Equipment Enhancement Hall, Trial Grounds, Arena. Su Xiao could only discern these 4 buildings, as the others were shrouded in mist, likely due to his lack of access rights. Su Xiao stepped directly into the Attribute Enhancement Hall. As he crossed the threshold, a flash of light enveloped him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself inside a small steel compartment. Click, click. The sound of machinery filled the air as a screen materialized before him. Welcome to the Attribute Enhancement Chamber. Please pay the activation fee. Activation fee, 100 paradise coins. He was already familiar with this procedure. Upon entering the Attribute Enhancement Hall, each individual was randomly teleported to an enhancement chamber, where they would subsequently need to pay to utilize the chamber. After paying the 100 paradise coins, the screen displayed the following message: Strength, 121, Equipment bonuses temporarily invalid, Agility, 10 Stamina, 6 Intelligence, 12 Charm. 3. The hunter may allocate attribute points. Current attribute points, 4. Beep. Detected affinity attributes for the hunter: Strength, Agility, Intelligence. Please prioritize enhancing these 3 attributes. Su Xiao was not surprised by the prompt from the reincarnation paradise. After inheriting the Shadow of Annihilation, he had received a notification that once his 3 affinity attributes reached 20 points, additional changes would occur. Every contractor typically selects affinity attributes, often choosing based on their specialization. For instance, melee contractors would opt for strength or agility, while mages would select intelligence, and so forth. Su Xiao's situation was somewhat unique after inheriting the Shadow of Annihilation. His affinity attributes had already been solidified. Moreover, frustratingly, his affinity attributes possessed a peculiar characteristic. The disparity between the 3 could not exceed 3 points. Otherwise, he would be unable to enhance his higher attributes within the Attribute Enhancement Hall. This limitation undoubtedly hindered Su Xiao's rapid growth. If he were to enhance only one attribute, it could soon reach 20 points. However, there were benefits to developing multiple attributes simultaneously. As long as he kept pace with contractors of the same tier, he would undoubtedly be a top-tier powerhouse. With 4 attribute points at his disposal, Su Xiao contemplated for a moment before allocating 1 point to strength and distributing the remaining 3 points entirely to agility, thereby achieving a more balanced attribute distribution. Enhancement commencing. Due to the immense pain accompanying enhancement, would you like to use the anesthesia feature? This feature is free. Do not activate. Su Xiao decisively replied. Luo had previously mentioned that it was best not to opt for anesthesia during attribute enhancement, as it would impact the enhancement effects. Nevertheless, most contractors chose to utilize the anesthesia feature, for the sensations experienced during attribute enhancement could only be described as excruciating. As the enhancement chamber began its gradual operation, a pain that pierced to the bone enveloped him. Was it true that others would choose the anesthesia feature? Su Xiao's skin began to redden, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The sensation during the enhancement was truly exhilarating. 10 minutes later, a drenched Su Xiao emerged from the Attribute Enhancement Hall. Although the enhancement had been agonizing, enduring the initial searing pain was worthwhile, as the subsequent feeling of growing strength was immensely gratifying. He was uncertain of how others felt, but he relished that sensation. The strength acquired through enduring trials was the most dependable kind, As for the so-called anesthesia feature, he would not choose it, today or ever again. In truth, Shiluoluo had merely mentioned it casually. Aside from a select few freaks, most contractors opted for the anesthesia feature. After enhancing his attributes, Su Xiao's base attributes transformed to Strength 12, Agility 13, and Intelligence 12. With the bonus from a necklace of the deceased wife, his strength also reached 13 points, equaling his agility. Although Su Xiao had become considerably stronger, he remained dissatisfied. The sudden surge in attributes left him struggling to adapt. Even walking felt somewhat awkward. His consciousness was not yet attuned to his newfound strength, which would require extensive training. There were no shortcuts. Yet, this was not a concern. The trial grounds, within the reincarnation paradise, was his optimal solution at present. Glancing at the trial grounds before him, Su Xiao shook his head. He had not rested since departing the derived world, and in that realm, vigilance against various dangers was paramount. Finding peace to rest was utterly impossible. Activating the mark on his arm, Su Xiao vanished from the spot and reappeared in his exclusive room. This was a perk provided by the reincarnation paradise. As long as he was within its confines, he could return to his exclusive room at any time. The comfortable temperature of the exclusive room soon lulled Su Xiao into a drowsy state. Lying on the somewhat soft ground, within 5 minutes, he had succumbed to a deep slumber. The prolonged strain on his mind in the derived world left him utterly unable to hold on any longer. Following a profound slumber of over a dozen hours, Su Xiao was roused by the pangs of hunger. The gnawing sensation of gastric acid against his stomach lining was the only thing that could have interrupted his rest. Before stepping out of his desolate, private chamber, Su Xiao furrowed his brow, noting the starkness of the space, devoid even of a bed. It was clear that some paradise coins would need to be invested in its embellishment. The paradise of reincarnation furnished only the means to expand one's private quarters, not the accoutrements to fill them. These, it seemed, Su Xiao would have to procure himself. A vexing prospect, but one he resolved to address promptly. He sought out a restaurant run by a staff member, where a mere 3 paradise coins secured him a hearty meal. The fare was palatable, and the proprietor was exceedingly affable. From the warmth of his demeanor, it was evident that even staff members faced their share of challenges within the paradise of reincarnation. Replete, Su Xiao scoured the stalls that lined the streets in search of furnishings. Acquiring the necessities proved straightforward. A staff member had conceived of compressed capsules, capable of shrinking furniture to the size of a finger, thus facilitating transport. For 200 paradise coins, Su Xiao obtained all that he required. With the matters of sustenance and accommodation resolved, Su Xiao headed directly to the central precinct of the paradise of reincarnation, arriving at the threshold of the trial arena. He had but 2 days remaining in the paradise, and he intended to dedicate them to acclimating himself to his newfound strength. Welcome, Hunter, to the trial arena. Please select a mode. Assisted mode, combat mode. After a moment's deliberation, Su Xiao opted for assisted mode. Assisted mode selected. Please choose a mirror grade to summon. 3 options materialized before Su Xiao: low-grade mirror, mid-grade mirror, and high-grade mirror. Each was accompanied by its price: 100 paradise coins per hour for the low-grade mirror, 1,000 for the mid-grade mirror, and a staggering 10,000 for the high-grade mirror. After some hesitation, Su Xiao chose the mid-grade mirror. He had spent a considerable amount of time observing the wares offered by the contractors, and had noted that most of the equipment for sale was of white grade and of meager quality. The sole green-grade firearm he had encountered commanded a price of 4,000 paradise coins, and was coveted by many contractors. Yet its attributes paled in comparison to those of Su Xiao's own Dragon Flash. While the contractors might possess treasures, they were rare finds, contingent upon luck. Su Xiao preferred to invest in his own capabilities. Intrinsic strength was the truest form of power. Having parted with 1,000 paradise coins for an hour with the mid-grade mirror, a milky luminescence coalesced before him. As it dissipated, a middle-aged man, clad in a white training uniform and wielding a blade, materialized. The surroundings transformed into a dojo within a kendo school. Koshiro mirror has been summoned. Originating from the world of One Piece. Upon reading the Paradise of Reincarnation's notification, Su Xiao was inwardly delighted. He was uncertain of Koshiro's martial prowess, but his pedagogical skills were beyond question. Zoro was a testament to that. Though Koshiro had not imparted any specific techniques to Zoro, he had laid the foundation for the swordsman's future strength. Greetings, I am Koshiro. Time is of the essence, so let us commence forthwith. Koshiro's demeanor was natural, a mere reflection of the man. He glanced at the dragon flash at Su Xiao's waist and nodded. A weapon akin to mine, I see. This simplifies matters. Attack me with all your might. Su Xiao wasted no time, the exorbitant cost of 1,000 paradise coins per hour fueling his urgency. He lunged at Koshiro, blade flashing. With his current attributes, the strike was swift and precise, aimed squarely at Koshiro's head. To Su Xiao's astonishment, Koshiro merely deflected the blow with his scabbard, altering its angle. Su Xiao felt his blade veer uncontrollably to the side, and his own momentum caused him to stumble. The ease with which his attack was neutralized left Su Xiao frustrated, but resigned. The reality he inhabited and the world of One Piece were not on equal footing. His hard-won skills were inconsequential in Koshiro's eyes. While masterful swordsmanship may exist in the real world, the rapid advancement of technology had rendered it obsolete, leading to its decline. Enough. Your comprehension of swordsmanship is even more rudimentary than I anticipated. Koshiro used the term swordsmanship to refer to the art of the blade, regardless of nomenclature. Su Xiao was overcome with a sense of inadequacy. His diligently honed skills were dismissed as trivial, and he could not refute the assessment. To be outmatched was not shameful. Only the refusal to improve was. What must I do? Practice the basics? Su Xiao executed a few rapid strikes, leaving white streaks in the air. No. Your fundamentals are sound, far better than most. Few would dedicate years to such simple, arduous actions. He paused and asked, "Tell me, how do you perceive the weapon in your hand?" Koshiro, clad in his white uniform, sat cross-legged, regarding Su Xiao with a gentle smile. His spectacles added to his affable air. How do I perceive it? As an instrument of death. Koshiro shook his head. If you cling to that notion, you will merely be swinging a stick, even after a century of practice. It will never be swordsmanship. Su Xiao gazed at the dragon flash in his hand, saying nothing. Since the weapon, make it an extension of your own body. If you cannot achieve that, I can teach you nothing. Su Xiao's face clouded over. He had expended 1,000 paradise coins to summon Koshiro, only to be told to rely on his own intuition. He immediately attempted to pause the session, intending to resume once he had established a connection with his blade. However, the paradise of reincarnation informed him that the session could not be paused. He could leave, but the coins would not be refunded, and Koshiro would vanish. Reluctantly, Su Xiao seated himself in a similar posture, placing the dragon flash across his lap and focusing on his senses. Do not visualize your weapon, sense it. Its sharpness, its feel, its unique essence. Koshiro proved to be more than a mere figurehead. As Su Xiao concentrated, the instructor began to impart his wisdom, sharing the insights he reserved for his most promising students, such as Zaro. As a summoned mirror, he held nothing back. Time ebbed away. After half an hour, Su Xiao began to perceive the dragon flash on his legs. He instinctively drew it and slashed, eliciting a keen whistle from the air. Koshiro nodded approvingly and continued his instruction. An hour later, Koshiro faded into nothingness, but Su Xiao remained seated, occasionally brandishing his blade. He felt a door slowly opening before him. His previous practice had been mere stick swinging, with little practical application beyond basic form. The dedication to a single, repetitive action for 3 years spoke to Su Xiao's passion for the blade. And now, with Koshiro's guidance, that dedication was beginning to bear fruit. Chapter 28. Sands of Yellow and Death. Su Xiao grasped the long knife, extending his arm straight. Although he had yet to achieve the level where a weapon became an extension of his body, his perception of the blade in hand had evolved significantly. Attaining such mastery is not an endeavor accomplished in a day. Despite spending 1,000 paradise coins in just 1 short hour, Su Xiao deemed the expenditure worthwhile. Kung Shiro did not teach him any specific techniques, yet he had opened a new door for him. Once more, Su Xiao summoned Kung Shiro. Feeling invigorated, he sought to call upon him again. Unable to summon the specified image. Ding, hunter privileges activated. Please select the duration of the summon. A smile crept onto Su Xiao's lips. It appeared that his identity as a hunter had its uses. 3 hours. Kung Shiro image summoning in progress. Summon complete. Kung Shiro reappeared, nodding to Su Xiao without introducing himself. Su Xiao was somewhat surprised, as Kung Shiro seemed to recognize him. Now that you have begun to perceive the weapon in your hands, let us continue our previous training, Kung Shiro stated, making it clear why the reincarnation paradise did not offer the summoning of the same image. The reappearance of the same image would retain the memory of their previous encounter, which was undoubtedly beneficial for Su Xiao. Now, you are qualified to spar with me. Come. For the first time, Kung Shiro drew his weapon, a knife that Su Xiao recognized as the Great Knife number 21 in the Dado Ichimonji. Su Xiao rose and charged at Kung Shiro, understanding that time was precious and he must seize every moment to grow stronger. The crisp sound of blades clashing resonated as he engaged in battle with such a skilled opponent, an invaluable experience that would have been unattainable without the reincarnation paradise. During the duel, Su Xiao observed King Shiro's every movement, absorbing sword techniques like a parched sponge. After an hour of continuous sparring, sweat soaked through Su Xiao's clothing, and heat radiated from his body. Let us take a break. There are a few points you should be aware of. During their respite, King Shiro began to address Su Xiao's previous shortcomings. At this moment, due to being an image, King Shiro offered guidance without any reservations. 3 hours swiftly passed by, and Su Xiao still felt a lingering desire for more. Time is up. Until next time. King Shiro gradually faded from view. Su Xiao yearned to summon him once more. But upon seeing the remaining 4027 paradise coins, he had no choice but to temporarily abandon the idea. Taking a deep breath, he felt the previous sensation of overwhelming power dissipate. It was merely a side effect of his rapid attribute enhancement. Clenching his fist, he heard the satisfying crack. He had grown accustomed to the sudden increase in his attributes, now only needing to complete the final step. Paradise, initiate combat mode. Combat mode consumes 10 paradise coins per minute. Yes, no to payment. Pay. Combat mode activated. Mechanical puppets will appear in 30 seconds. Please prepare accordingly. The surroundings began to shift, transforming from a sword dojo into a vast desert. The dojo had materialized automatically upon King Shiro's arrival. Whereas the current setting was designed for combat, the combat mode would conclude only when Su Xiao perished within it. However, death in the trial arena did not equate to true demise. A fierce wind stirred the yellow sands, casting a hazy gloom around him. As a silver iron sphere emerged from the earth, it was not merely an iron sphere, but rather the head of a mechanical puppet. One by one, these steel constructs emerged from the sand, dozens of red electronic eyes fixated on Su Xiao. The number of mechanical puppets rapidly escalated, soon surrounding him entirely. Time is up. Combat practice begins. The sound of synchronized metallic clanking filled the air as the mechanical puppets swiftly closed in on Su Xiao from all directions. The sheer volume of puppets demanded his utmost caution, prompting him to quickly regulate his breathing. Countless weapons surged toward him, enveloping him in a torrent of assault. Silver blades flashed, and many mechanical puppets shattered upon impact. Su Xiao was no longer the same. Both his physical prowess and swordsmanship had significantly improved. Metal crunched and sand erupted as a brutal melee commenced. 10 minutes later, Su Xiao was teleported to the entrance of the trial arena. Upon appearing, he instinctively touched his head, confirming that it was intact. His head had been shattered during the onslaught of the mechanical puppets. How realistic. He mused as a smile graced his face while exiting the trial arena. Although he had spent over 4,000 paradise coins, he had adapted to his current physique. Moreover, his mastery of swordsmanship had also advanced. Skill 2. Swordsmanship Mastery, LV, 2. Passive Skill Effect. Increases melee attack power by 12 and proficiency with bladed weapons. The advancement in swordsmanship mastery was no small feat. It required a small soul crystal, costing 1,000 paradise coins, to upgrade his Shadow of Annihilation skill. Su Xiao would need to either train independently or use a soul crystal along with paradise coins for enhancement. Now, understanding the value of a soul crystal, he felt fortunate to have slain an elite creature, acquiring a small soul crystal in the process. He had searched the trading market in the reincarnation paradise for soul crystals, but none were available for sale. Most contractors were unaware of what a soul crystal even was. Thus, the small soul crystal in his possession felt exceedingly precious. Returning to his exclusive room, Su Xiao spent 100 paradise coins to expand his bedroom, bathroom, and other spaces, arranging the purchased furniture meticulously. After a thorough redecorating, his exclusive room transformed into a spacious and luxurious haven. Sitting on the soft bed he had acquired for 40 paradise coins, Su Xiao fell into contemplation. Now possessing a small soul crystal, he faced two choices: to upgrade an existing skill or to unlock a new one. Given the current circumstances, aside from the blue steel shadow skill and swordsmanship mastery, he lacked extensive combat skills. However, he had formed a rough objective: to center his combat around swordsmanship, with other abilities as support. This path held great potential, as many powerful beings across various dimensions had followed a similar route. In the world of pirates, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, fought using swordsmanship. Though referred to as swordsmanship in that realm, Mihawk wielded a knife, and others like red-haired Shanks did the same. This illustrates the promising prospects of specializing in a single capability. Su Xiao was still not fully adept at utilizing blue steel shadow, so he was not in a rush to acquire a new skill. Thus, he deliberated between choosing to enhance either blue steel shadow or swordsmanship mastery. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to elevate swordsmanship mastery, as it would yield a more noticeable increase in his strength. Consuming small soul crystal, 1,000 paradise coins, to upgrade swordsmanship mastery, Su Xiao felt a brief haze before knowledge regarding swordsmanship flooded his mind. Once more, he checked his swordsmanship mastery. Skill 2. Swordsmanship mastery, LV 3. Passive skill effect. Increases melee attack power by 14 and proficiency with bladed weapons. Utilizing the soul crystal to enhance the skill felt seamless, requiring no adjustment period. As he instantly grasped the knowledge, it was no wonder that soul crystals were so rare. To possess such a miraculous item, Su Xiao was indeed fortunate to have found it within a green treasure chest. In truth, it was not solely luck. In the nightmarish difficulty world, the rewards for defeating enemies had significantly increased, making such fortuitous occurrences likely to be rare in the future. Chapter 29. Seeking the Blade in the Reincarnation Paradise. The majority of Su Xiao's time was spent traversing between the trial grounds and his exclusive space. He opted not to summon the mirror image of Gungshiro again, instead choosing the practical combat mode to hone his martial skills. Despite experiencing several deaths during this period, Su Xiao emerged with considerable gains. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed, and a notification from the Reincarnation Paradise reached him. The hunter is about to return to the real world. Please remember the regulations of the Reincarnation Paradise. Under no circumstances may any aspect of the Reincarnation Paradise be disclosed in the real world. Violations will result in a warning, and if ignored, the hunter will face execution. The hunter cannot utilize abilities acquired in the Reincarnation Paradise in the real world, except for personal attributes and passive skills. Most equipment or items obtained in the Reincarnation Paradise cannot be taken into the real world and remain in a locked state. Returning to the Reincarnation Paradise upon re-entry. Teleportation commencing. Destination, real world. As the familiar sensation of teleportation enveloped him, Su Xiao regained consciousness to find himself lying in a frigid storage unit. The temperature within the unit was low and somewhat constrictive. Su Xiao's complexion darkened as he realized the only plausible scenario for his current predicament. With a forceful kick, he struck the storage unit door, warping it and sending it flying outward. This mighty kick not only propelled the door away, but also sent him sliding out. The storage unit resembled a long metallic drawer. With a resounding thud, the unit hit the ground, echoing through the eerily silent room. Su Xiao surveyed his surroundings, illuminated by harsh fluorescent lights. Confirming his suspicion, he was in a morgue, a place designated for the deceased. Previously, he had been shot and his body stored here. He had entered the Reincarnation Paradise while feigning death, as it had locked his vital signs. Thus, he was not truly dead. The loud noise from the storage unit drew the attention of others. In the hospital's duty room, a young intern nurse was startled by the commotion. Clad in a white coat, she discerned that the sound originated from the lower morgue. However, her colleague had gone out for a late-night snack, leaving her alone in the empty hospital at this late hour. Fear gripped her. Could it be a ghost? No, don't let your imagination run wild. The instructor had once said that ghosts do not exist. No. The nurse, named Ruo, had been interning for 2 months. Her slender figure and pale cheeks gave her a fragile appearance, yet her delicate features evoked a sense of sympathy, especially in her nurse's uniform, which added an alluring touch. Another loud crash reverberated through the morgue, causing Ruo to scream, her pink thermos slipping from her grasp and shattering on the floor. This noise was the result of Su Xiao's violent breach of the morgue door. He stepped into the narrow corridor, with various departments labeled along both sides. The pungent scent of disinfectant confirming his location as a hospital, specifically one in a city. Su Xiao had visited this modest public hospital once before and had some recollection of it. He was not in a hurry to leave, for he was determined to locate the ancestral blade he had inherited. Everything could be forsaken, but not that knife. Scanning for hospital staff, he found himself devoid of any leads on the knife. Soon, he arrived at the door of a duty room, where the lights were on, and a beautiful young nurse stared at him in bewilderment. As Su Xiao entered the duty room, before he could utter a word, the nurse sitting in the chair rolled her eyes back and fainted, collapsing to the floor. Puzzled by the fallen nurse, Su Xiao approached and pinched her acupoint harshly. The nurse stirred back to consciousness, but upon seeing Su Xiao, terror filled her eyes, and she instinctively recoiled, about to scream. He swiftly covered her mouth and nose, feeling the warmth of her delicate skin against his palm. Silence, or I will end you. Fresh from the derivative world, his aura was laden with murderous intent. The nurse nodded rapidly, her eyes brimming with tears, appearing utterly pitiful. Which police station sent me here? Su Xiao deduced from her previous reaction that she might have seen him before, thus her current demeanor. The nurse pointed to his hand, signaling that she was still unable to speak. He released his grip. Panting heavily, she stammered. You're not dead, are you? This has nothing to do with me. Don't come after me. Su Xiao continued to regard her coldly. Answer my question. His frigid tone made her shudder. Yes. It was the East City precinct that brought you here. With a clear response, Su Xiao stood and departed, making his way to the East City precinct. Born in this second-tier city, he was well aware of its location. On the deserted streets of the night, he hailed a taxi and directed it towards the East City precinct. 10 minutes later, he arrived at its entrance. He had no intention of entering through the front door, as he was now considered a black household, likely implicated in a homicide. Utilizing his stealth skills, he infiltrated the precinct's evidence room within half an hour. As he rummaged through the evidence room, his expression grew increasingly grim. His knife was not present. Frustration mounted as time dragged on, diminishing his chances of finding the blade. He exited the administrative office and began searching for police officers within the precinct. It sounded insane, but given his current strength, he was unconcerned about the officers. Before long, he set his sights on a young officer stationed at a desk. Su Xiao stealthily approached from behind, and when he was close enough, he suddenly lunged forward, wrapping his left arm around the officer's neck while his right fist formed a guillotine grip typical of Brazilian jiu-jitsu. This move was ruthlessly efficient. Capable of completely cutting off blood supply to the brain, with sufficient force, it could render someone unconscious in 2 to 3 seconds and potentially fatal within 10. The young officer had no chance to call for help. His body slumped lifelessly. Su Xiao hoisted the officer over his shoulder and retraced his steps out of the precinct. Navigating the dimly lit police station at this hour was a simple task for him. In a dark alley, the young officer gradually regained consciousness. If you wish to live, answer my questions truthfully. Who are you? I am. The officer's words were cut short as Su Xiao delivered a powerful blow to his chest. A pained groan escaped the officer as he crumpled to the ground. Where is my knife? The young officer gazed at Su Xiao in confusion, his face etched with agony. The punch felt as if he had been struck by a train. What knife? Who are you? Su Xiao. He revealed his true name without hesitation. Realizing there was no need for subterfuge, he was certain that by the next day, he would be labeled a wanted criminal. It was you. Your knife was taken by personnel from the headquarters. The young officer spoke in a calm tone, showing no sign of distress. Liar. Su Xiao seized one of the officer's hands, and with a series of sickening cracks, the alley echoed with a sound akin to a pig being slaughtered. This time it's your fingers. Next time, it'll be your neck. After you die, I will seek out other officers for answers. The precinct is not limited to just you. Think of your family. Is this stubbornness truly worth it? After your death, your beautiful wife will be toyed with by strangers, while others sleep with her and harm your children. The young officer's face twisted in anguish, his eyes blazing with fury. It appeared he was married. Your knife was taken by our captain. It has nothing to do with me. Very well, take me to your captain. Chapter 30. Abnormal. Su Xiao drove through the midnight streets, with a young police officer seated beside him. At that moment, the officer found himself bound by a belt around his neck, securely fastened to the back of the seat. Each time Su Xiao released the brakes, the young officer's eyes rolled back in terror. How much farther? Su Xiao had pressed the accelerator to the floor, the speedometer soaring beyond 160 km/h. With the streets nearly deserted at this hour, he realized that despite the velocity, he maintained a remarkable composure. His agility not only enhanced his speed but also sharpened his reflexes. Please, slow down. My son is only 2 years old, the young officer pleaded, despair evident in his eyes. He recognized the look in Su Xiao's gaze, one that typically followed a murder. It was far more menacing than that of any serial killer he had encountered a year ago. Help me find my knife, and you shall live, Su Xiao declared. Lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, the young officer sighed, ultimately nodding in reluctant agreement. Upon entering a residential complex, Su Xiao reached his destination. Get out, he instructed. Grasping the officer's firearm, he followed the officer's directions to the home of the chief. He knocked on the door. Hesitating, the young officer glanced at the loaded gun in Su Xiao's hand. With no other choice, he rapped on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After several knocks, faint footsteps approached from within. Who is it at this late hour? A weary female voice inquired. It's me, Xiaozhong. Moments later, a poised middle-aged woman opened the door. Come in. What's the matter at this hour? Her inquiry was abruptly halted by a dark gun barrel pressed against her forehead. Step back slowly and remain silent. The woman, paralyzed with fear, stared at Su Xiao, then cautiously retreated. Su Xiao pulled the young officer inside, gently closing the door behind them. In her retreat, the woman inadvertently collided with a half-meter-tall vase. The shattering sound of ceramics echoed painfully in the silent room. "Please, don't act rashly. It was unintentional," the woman exclaimed. Ignoring her, Su Xiao's gaze locked onto a knife rack on the coffee table, where his sheathed blade awaited him. Approaching, he grasped the familiar weapon. A smile breaking across his face. "Mom, it's so noisy." A young girl in a tank top emerged from a bedroom, rubbing her eyes. She gazed at Su Xiao, mouth agape, as if to scream. Su Xiao raised his gun, motioning for her to retreat. The girl nodded quickly and slammed her door shut. With his knife found, Su Xiao departed, leaving the two women behind, swiftly exiting the complex. "Xiao Zhang, we should call the police," the middle-aged woman suggested, shaken. The young officer chuckled bitterly, glancing at her helplessly. "I'll notify the provincial department immediately. That man is highly trained. I have no idea how he subdued me. He is not an ordinary criminal." By the time the provincial department was alerted to Su Xiao's actions, he had already boarded a high-speed train to a neighboring city. At that moment, Su Xiao's appearance had significantly transformed. He now resembled a student. With a little makeup, he could easily pass for a university student. Upon arrival in the neighboring city, Su Xiao did not linger, instead boarding a long-distance bus. As the bus jostled along the road, he appeared to doze off, yet remained vigilant of his surroundings. The sounds of children crying, two young girls whispering in the seats ahead, and a young man swaying to music with headphones filled the bus. Suddenly, an announcement interrupted the atmosphere. A suspect in a heinous murder case has been spotted in the neighboring city. The bus's LCD screen cut to Su Xiao's photograph. Criminal suspect. The passengers turned their heads, captivated by the news. Su Xiao sighed inwardly at the rapid response. Within 6 hours, a wanted notice had been issued. However, he felt little threat from this pursuit. Not only did he possess formidable skills, but his ability to hide made it exceedingly difficult for the police to locate him. After several days of travel, he finally halted when he no longer recognized his surroundings. Checking his new phone for his location, he discovered he had arrived in DL City. A coastal town. Not a bad place, he mused. Surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, even a massive police search would only lead him to clandestinely slip abroad. Furthermore, his situation was merely a homicide case, not particularly severe. The only unusual aspect was his inexplicable resurrection. The specifics of his kidnapping the officer would likely remain undisclosed. Not wishing to escape abroad unless absolutely necessary, Su Xiao prioritized finding a place to settle. He avoided hotels, preferring to evade crowded places unsuitable for long-term stays. Standing on the bustling street, hunger pangs struck him. He had scarcely eaten properly during his travels. He sought out a restaurant and ordered the local specialty, hairy crab. In May, the crabs were at their most succulent, each weighing over a pound. Cracking open the tough shell and dipping the meat into the restaurant's secret sauce, he savored each bite. The rich, tender crab flesh tantalized his taste buds, the unique flavor of seafood lingering delightfully. As he concluded his meal, he placed the last crab shell down with a satisfied burp. The restaurant owner approached, astonished at the remnants on the table. "Well," he remarked. Taken aback by the sheer quantity, Su Xiao had consumed 7 or 8 times the average portion. Enhanced physical attributes meant Su Xiao required more energy. Strength does not manifest without significant sustenance. That will be 789. You can pay 780. Su Xiao handed over a few hundred yuan bills. "Are there any rental options nearby? I'm a new student looking for temporary accommodation." The owner pulled out his phone, fiddling for a moment before directing it at Su Xiao, revealing a website titled DL City Rental Network. The owner's gaze seemed to convey, "Young man, no one searches for rentals on the street anymore." Su Xiao chuckled awkwardly, noting the website before exiting the restaurant. As he walked along the vibrant street, his thumb danced across his phone screen. Exploring the rental site, a small local social platform dedicated to housing. After perusing for some time, he stumbled upon a rather peculiar listing. Prime location, convenient transportation. Starting rent of 100,000 yuan per month. In DL City, while 100,000 yuan monthly rent was not uncommon, the lack of detailed housing information in the advertisement was puzzling, with merely a phone number left behind. Lacking financial concerns, Su Xiao dialed the number, expecting that such an expensive rental would surely offer decent conditions. The call connected swiftly, a gravelly male voice responding. "Meet to discuss. Tianai Road, number 37. With that simple statement, the call ended abruptly. Chapter 31. The terrifying psychic realm. After careful consideration, Su Xiao selected a residential area and arrived at the neighborhood that afternoon. It was a somewhat dilapidated community located on the outskirts of the city, but it boasted relatively convenient transportation. The area appeared rather desolate, with only a few elderly individuals gathered to play chess. Such older neighborhoods tend to be populated by seniors, yet the greenery here was commendable, offering a stark contrast to the polluted air of the city center. From a distance, Su Xiao spotted a young man in a tailored suit, seemingly waiting for something, occasionally glancing at his wristwatch. As Su Xiao approached, the young man noticed him and his eyes brightened, quickly coming over. "Hello, are you Mr. Su? I'm Xiao Ji from Sunshine Housing Network." Su Xiao nodded. At that moment, he was using the alias Su Xiao, a name backed by legitimate identification, complete with an ID card and other essential documents such as train tickets and a phone card, all procured under this identity. In today's world, lacking a legal identity could render one utterly helpless. "Yes, that's me. Please show me the property." Xiao Ji's demeanor instantly became enthusiastic as he began to introduce the housing options. "Mr. Su, to be frank, the monthly rent of 800 is an exceptionally reasonable price. Given the current real estate prospects in DL City, if your finances permit, purchasing this property would also be a wise investment." As the enthusiastic introduction unfolded, Su Xiao responded with a smile. He had no intention of purchasing the place. Given his status as a fugitive, it was uncertain how long he could even reside there, and he was always prepared to flee. Although his strength had surged, rendering him unconcerned about the police, it did not mean he could disregard the power of the state. The police merely maintained urban order. The true force of the nation lay in its military. Should the military ever encircle him, he would have no choice but to evade them, for the military of the real world was far from the rabble of the pirate realm. With advanced technology and superior weaponry, unless his attributes exceeded 30 points, he would not stand a chance against the military. Furthermore, judging by the attitude of the reincarnation paradise, it seemed they wished to prevent contractors from interfering with the real world, as this place might be a foundation of the reincarnation paradise. Based on Su Xiao's prior observations, most contractors likely hailed from the real world, which is why the reincarnation paradise sought to avoid their interference. As Su Xiao pondered, he arrived at the door of the apartment. "Here we are, Mr. Su. Please come in." Xiao Ji opened the door with a hurried motion, as if pressed for time. "Are you in a rush?" Su Xiao scrutinized Xiao Ji's expression, noting no abnormalities, just a hint of impatience. "It's nothing. I just need to use the restroom." "My apologies, Mr. Su." Stepping into the room, Su Xiao was greeted by a spacious living room, already renovated and quite tastefully done in a warm style, perfect for long-term residence. He surveyed the room, noting the excellent ventilation and sun exposure, with all necessary amenities in place, allowing him to move in immediately with just his belongings. Knocking on the walls, Su Xiao gauged their thickness. Generally, such older complexes had thick walls, indicating superior soundproofing. "Not bad. I'll take it." Xiao Ji's face lit up with joy. This was a noteworthy achievement. "Very well, Mr. Su, because the price is quite favorable. The minimum rental period is 1 year. Here is the contract. Please have a look." Su Xiao reviewed the contract, found no issues, paid the fee, and signed, officially securing the rental. Once everything was completed, Xiao Ji and Su Xiao exchanged polite farewells, but the agent's subsequent action struck Su Xiao as peculiar. Xiao Ji first opened the door, ensuring the hallway was empty before hastily departing. This scene confirmed Su Xiao's earlier suspicion that the agent had been acting strangely. It seemed the issue lay not with the apartment itself, but with certain individuals residing within the building who instilled fear in the agent. "Interesting," Su Xiao mused with a light chuckle. Having previously encountered an exorbitantly priced rental, he now found himself in an extraordinary neighborhood once more. Yet, he thought little of it. As a fugitive, why would he fear others? That notion was absurd. Seated on the sofa in the living room, Su Xiao suddenly found himself at a loss for what to do. He had eliminated his last enemy, the only one he could find. And now being in a foreign land meant that his quest for revenge must be postponed, a necessity he had to accept, even with his newfound powers. It did not grant him the liberty to act recklessly. Revenge was not something to be pursued impulsively. He had endured for 3 years and could afford to wait a bit longer. Moreover, he believed that as his strength grew, so too would his methods for tracking down his enemies. Gradually calming himself, Su Xiao began to plan for the future. With a stable residence secured, the next step was to await the summons of the reincarnation paradise and enhance his abilities within it. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, breaking the silence. Someone was calling. He had no habit of using ringtones. Picking up the phone, he was surprised to see unknown number displayed. Answering without speaking, he heard a familiar voice. "Friend, I've been waiting for you. Why haven't you arrived?" Su Xiao's eyes narrowed. It was the voice of the man who had previously offered a rental at 10,000. "Renting your place is too troublesome. I'm hanging up." With that, Su Xiao pretended to disconnect the call. "Wait." The voice on the line grew urgent, causing Su Xiao to pause his finger in midair. "Friend, we're all toiling in the paradise. How about we meet?" Upon hearing the word paradise, Su Xiao felt a rush of realization, recalling the reincarnation paradise. Not interested, he replied flatly, but suddenly sensed something amiss. Why had he made that call previously? While he was not short on money, 10,000 for rent seemed outrageous. He was no fool with an excess of cash. Thoughts raced through his mind, and at that moment, Su Xiao realized that the rental advertisement might be problematic. He had inexplicably dialed the number, originally thinking that 10,000 wasn't excessive, and that the quality of the housing must be exceptional. Yet, in hindsight, it was utterly absurd. Hypnosis? No, Su Xiao swiftly dismissed that notion. He had encountered hypnosis before and knew it was not that extraordinary. The advertisement resembled a form of psychological suggestion. "Don't push your luck. Come meet me immediately, or I'll make sure you regret it." The man on the phone began to issue blatant threats. The howls of hyenas echoing threats should be made while standing over an enemy, not over the phone. With that, Su Xiao hung up, not the slightest bit worried about being traced. The phone he was using had cost him a fortune and was equipped to prevent tracking. In a small courtyard on the outskirts of the city, a muscular man sat shirtless on a small stool, his face contorted as he gripped the phone tightly. "Old Wu, has the tracking team located this phone?" The burly man's roar caused his scarred face to twitch. A thin figure darted out from a nearby bungalow. "Boss, the other party is no ordinary person. They are completely untraceable, likely military. The higher-ups have advised us to abandon the pursuit." The scar-faced giant's expression darkened. "Abandon? Do you know how much I spent on that advertisement?" "A full 10,000. Those psychological mages are truly unscrupulous." Despite his words, the scar-faced man's resolve began to wane. The advertisement was visible only to contractors, and only those with an intelligence attribute exceeding 20 points could resist it. The fact that the other party had called him once indicated their intelligence attribute was likely quite high. If the individual were a mage, the scar-faced man felt a chill run down his spine, prompting him to reconsider provoking Su Xiao further. After Su Xiao entered into a contract with the reincarnation paradise, the true nature of the real world began to gradually unveil itself before him. Although the reincarnation paradise does not permit its contractors to interfere with the realities of the world, the allure of immense benefits often tempts individuals to take reckless risks. What they remain oblivious to is the existence within the reincarnation paradise known as the Hunter, whose sole purpose is to deal with such transgressors. Chapter 32. A new derivative world. Tick, tick. The sound of a clock echoed in the quiet living room. Su Xiao sat cross-legged on the sofa, the blade resting upon his legs, as he engaged in meditation. This meditation was not of the mage's sort, but rather a method imparted to him by Gung Serong, allowing him a clearer perception of his own being. Practicing swordsmanship transcended mere slashing. It constituted a formidable process of strengthening both body and mind. While this process might seem tedious to others, Su Xiao found immense joy within it. The fervor one possesses for a pursuit often indicates the heights to which one may ascend. Without a foundational passion, one might as well choose to abandon the endeavor, particularly in the realm of sword training. With a deep exhale, Su Xiao concluded his meditation. Despite having remained still, he felt an insatiable hunger. He picked up his phone and ordered takeaway for 8, for his current appetite rendered ordinary portions insufficient. Half an hour later, a knock resounded at his door. Observing the delivery person, drenched in sweat and burdened with 8 bags of food, Su Xiao couldn't help but smile wryly, acknowledging the labor involved in bringing the feast upstairs. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a man clad in sunglasses, his demeanor serious. The man glanced at Su Xiao and the delivery person, his vigilance heightening upon recognizing Su Xiao as a neighbor. A new resident, perhaps? After a brief exchange, the man descended the stairs, following a hearty meal. Su Xiao reflected on the sunglasses-wearing man. The man's strides were powerful, his stance steady. He was no ordinary individual. However, Su Xiao refrained from investigating his background. That would be an unwarranted intrusion. Having lingered in the real world for merely a few days, Su Xiao felt an inexplicable irritation. He found himself yearning to plunge back into the reincarnation paradise for adventure, eliciting a wry smile. Perhaps he was simply not one to lead a placid existence. Beep. A new derivative world is about to commence. The hunter shall return to the reincarnation paradise. Please ensure there are no witnesses nearby. Transmitting. Transmission complete. Su Xiao felt a momentary disorientation, a buzzing in his ears. When clarity returned, he found himself within his dedicated chamber. A new derivative world awaited him. An anticipation bubbled within as he pondered which realm he would enter. Should it again be an ordeal akin to the nightmarish difficulty of the Pirate King, matters would become troublesome. In this venture, he would not only receive the mainline task from the reincarnation paradise, but also assassination missions. If the derivative world's challenge proved excessively formidable, the likelihood of his success would diminish significantly. Paradise. What derivative world shall I enter? Hunter level. LV. 2. Notification of the derivative world will be received 10 minutes prior to entry. The hunter shall enter the derivative world in 1 hour. Please await patiently. Now enlightened. Su Xiao understood that he could discern the forthcoming derivative world in advance, contingent upon his level. The higher the level, the earlier the notification, thus affording him greater preparation time. Currently, he had a mere 10 minutes of notice, not particularly lengthy, yet insufficient for thorough preparation. Exiting his private space, Su Xiao made his way to a trading market, a circular plaza bustling with activity. Although various vendors populated the reincarnation paradise, this marketplace attracted the most patrons, often featuring exceptional wares. The green firearm he had previously observed was procured from this very trading square. The air buzzed with the clamor of vendors hawking their goods in the din of haggling. Su Xiao had 827 paradise coins remaining, a sum he had intentionally set aside for the impending derivative world. Pausing at a stall selling restorative items, he noticed several contractors gathered, their expressions betraying hesitation. This stall, familiar to him from past visits, was run by a worker, a frequent presence in the market. In contrast to the contractors, Su Xiao held a favorable view of the worker-s stall. Contractors often treated items acquired in derivative worlds as treasures, pricing them exorbitantly. Workers, however, were seasoned in the marketplace, possessing keen insights into the fluctuating costs within the reincarnation paradise. If a significant influx of contractors entered a world inhabited by dark creatures, prices for light attribute items would spike accordingly, an immutable law. Workers dared not inflate prices, as they too would venture into derivative worlds and risk retaliation. At the restorative goods stall, Su Xiao discovered several promising items. Salt rice ball, origin, food wars quality, white type, restorative item effect. Consuming it gradually restores 10 of health. Rating, 3. Note, white items are rated from 1 to 10, with the rating signifying the item's value. Description, a rice ball, a wondrous rice ball, capable of slowly healing wounds. Golden fried rice, origin, food wars quality, white type, restorative item effect. Consuming it gradually restores 40 of health. This item requires a prolonged eating period. Health restoration varies based on quantity consumed, with a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 40. Rating, 5. Description, not merely a restorative item, but also a delectable dish. A culinary creation that cannot be deemed good if it does not tantalize the taste buds. XT12 Vitality Potion, origin, Reincarnation Paradise, produced by the glowing potion line number 3. Quality, white type, restorative item effect. Drinking it swiftly restores 15 of health. Rating, 8. Description, manufactured by workers and approved by the Reincarnation Paradise, safe for consumption. Among these restorative items, while golden fried rice offered the highest restoration volume, it required complete consumption and was slow-acting. Both salt rice ball and golden fried rice were comparable. Yet the former could be consumed more rapidly. Su Xiao estimated he could finish it in 2 bites, even swallowing it whole in a dire situation. The most valuable, however, was the XT12 Vitality Potion. Although it restored only 15 of health, it could be consumed during a brief respite in battle. The Reincarnation Paradise did not allow for the direct use of potions. He needed to administer them himself. Despite the challenges of consuming restorative items amidst fierce combat, their worth remained undeniable, making them the ideal choice for recuperation post-battle. Now, please name your price for these 3 items, the worker, noticing Su Xiao's intent to purchase, inquired. Unlike the other contractors nearby, Su Xiao possessed a clear purpose. Salt rice ball, for 100 paradise coins. Golden fried rice, for 200 paradise coins. XT12 Vitality Potion, for 700 paradise coins, totaling 1,000 paradise coins. My friend, I can discern your sincere intent to buy, and I too am earnestly selling. This is the most favorable price I can offer. My name is Medic. Consider it a gesture of friendship. The prices for the first 2 food items were reasonable. Yet the potion stood at a steep 700 paradise coins. However, given its life-saving potential, such a price was justifiable. Imagine a contractor on the brink of death. A single potion could be the difference between life and demise. Too expensive. How about this? I'll purchase a few more. After some haggling, Su Xiao acquired 1 XT12 vitality potion, 2 golden fried rice, and 5 salt rice balls, for a total of 500 paradise coins. The worker, named Medic, appeared quite pleased and even offered Su Xiao advice on proper usage. Medic was, of course, a pseudonym, much like Su Xiao's alias, Bai Yi, in the reincarnation paradise. Contractors using their true names were rarer than pandas. Although the rice balls can only restore 10 of health, they are remarkably convenient for consumption. The restorative items do not possess a cooldown period. However, if consumed in rapid succession, their efficacy diminishes, ultimately leading to a complete loss of restorative effect. My dear brother, I wish you a safe return. The medic waved at Su Xiao, a genuine smile gracing his face. Unlike contractors, workers have not endured much cruelty. Indeed, most of them have never taken a life. Thank you for your kind words. After meandering through the trading market for a while, Su Xiao received a notification from the reincarnation paradise. The hunter will enter the derivative world, Tokyo Ghoul, in 10 minutes. Chapter 1. A daring proposition. Upon the notification from the paradise of reincarnation, Su Xiao noticed a shift in the expressions of the surrounding contractors. It seemed they arrived in this derivative world around the same time, a mass influx, as it were. This is preposterous. How did I end up in the Hunter x Hunter world? This is a disaster. Utterly doomed. Who can I form a temporary team with? I'm willing to offer everything I have, 2,000 paradise coins. A female contractor's lament echoed from afar, drawing Su Xiao's gaze. Her desperate plea was met with derisive looks from nearby contractors. The paradise of reincarnation harbored several notoriously dangerous derivative worlds, One Piece, Bleach, Hunter x Hunter, among others. Entering these realms often meant certain death. Rumor had it that 30 contractors once entered the One Piece world during the time of Luffy's battle with Captain Morgan. And only 2 survived. Someone, please help me. I beg you. The female contractor pleaded, a look of utter despair on her face, her eyes darting around in search of assistance. The surrounding contractors showed no pity, some even sneering. The paradise of reincarnation was a cruel place where one could only rely on themselves, unless they had a stable team. Su Xiao, devoid of any altruistic tendencies, cared little for the woman's fate. However, the term team caught his attention. It seemed to be a method of grouping among contractors. He softly inquired of the paradise of reincarnation, which provided the following information. There were 2 types of teams, temporary and permanent. Temporary teams were formed by contractors, often strangers, before entering a derivative world. In the trading square, many contractors had already posted recruitment information. Contractors entering the same derivative world could form temporary teams. Permanent teams were more complex. One had to apply at the Paradise of Reincarnation's Adventure Hall, after which the Paradise would issue a mission. Upon completion, the contractors would obtain a permanent team, with one becoming the leader, inviting others to join. Within a permanent team, contractors of similar levels would enter the same derivative world, significantly increasing their chances of survival. As a hunter, Su Xiao had no intention of joining any team. It would be terribly awkward if his target were a teammate. However, the Paradise of Reincarnation's information suggested that permanent teams offered special bonuses, piquing his interest. Perhaps he could establish a permanent team, a team of 1. He cared little for teammates, but the bonuses of a permanent team were appealing. It was too early to consider such things. He could only establish a permanent team after reaching level 10. With 3 minutes remaining before entering the derivative world, Su Xiao took a deep breath, preparing for the Paradise of Reincarnation's teleportation. Just then, a familiar voice reached his ears. Staff member seeking a carry. Obedient, non-disruptive, with support abilities. Su Xiao turned to see the speaker, the lowly, who resembled Kanna, Shiluoluo. In Shiluoluo's information, Su Xiao noticed the words Tokyo Ghoul. She was entering the same world as him. It was quite a coincidence that a staff member who entered a derivative world every 2 months happened to be in the same world as him. Su Xiao did not approach her. He had a hunting mission in the Ghoul world and would not accept her request. He was skilled at killing, not babysitting. Time's up. Derivative world, Tokyo Ghoul, is now open. Derivative world requires resetting. Timeline is refreshing. Refresh complete. Consuming 0.03 ounces of space-time power. Due to the consumption of 0.03 3 ounces of space-time power, the contractor's minimum comprehensive rating in this world must reach sea level. A sudden commotion erupted in the paradise of reincarnation, with several contractors looking particularly distraught. The lowly, Shiluluo, turned pale, her fists clenched, a look of despair in her eyes. An elderly man wielding a golden scepter suddenly roared, "Which bastard disrupted the balance of the ghoul world? The child of destiny must have died before the story even began." Early-stage Kaneki-kin is useless trash before the old man could finish his rant. Su Xiao felt the paradise of reincarnation's teleportation. The familiar sensation, similar to his return from the One Piece world, washed over him. In his dazed state, Su Xiao wondered if he would encounter another void swordsman. He was being overly cautious. The odds of encountering a void swordsman were astronomically low. When his consciousness returned, Su Xiao found himself inside a building, likely an office building with Japanese-style decor. A massive fish tank adorned one wall, filled with ornamental fish. It was nighttime, and the building was brightly lit but deserted. As Su Xiao prepared to leave, he discovered a circle of light surrounding him, gently pushing him back. A countdown appeared before his eyes, 5 minutes and 30 seconds. The situation was clear. He could not leave for 5 minutes. He was not alone. A dozen or so people stood nearby, their attire revealing them as contractors. Shiluluo was among them, within the same light barrier as several other contractors. She had found protectors and formed a temporary team. Temporary teams were somewhat reliable, preventing members from attacking each other within the derivative world. However, they had a drawback. A contractor could forcibly leave by paying a 10,000 paradise coin penalty. Including Su Xiao, there were 18 people present, divided into 2 teams of 5 and 7, respectively, with the remaining individuals operating alone, as indicated by the restrictive light barriers. Everyone, be careful. The timeline has been reset, and the story is returning to its beginning. I'm Hanyu. I don't know if anyone has heard of me. The elderly man with the scepter, whom Su Xiao had seen earlier, spoke first, his intention clear, to rally support. As the leader of the 7-member temporary team, Hanyu's actions were understandable. Hanyu's team was the largest force present, which included Shiluluo. The 5 members of the other team exchanged uneasy glances, seemingly familiar with Hanyu. The lone contractors also turned to look at the old man. Su Xiao ignored Hanyu. He sensed someone approaching rapidly. His heightened intellect made his senses increasingly acute. Here they come, behind the wall to the left of the hall. Boom. Just as Hanyu was about to speak, a deafening crash echoed through the hall. The wall to the left shattered, and several figures flew out of the hole, collapsing on the ground, their fates unknown. A violet-haired beauty emerged from the opening. Her figure exquisite, a faint smile playing on her lips. Why run? Wouldn't it be better to be eaten by me? The purple-haired beauty approached the fallen figures, seemingly oblivious to Su Xiao and the others. Help save me. A middle-aged man in a business suit struggled to raise his arm, pleading for help. The purple-haired beauty walked over, grasped the man's arm, placed her foot on his back, and yanked. Thwack! Blood spurted out, accompanied by a scream of agony as the woman tore off the man's arm. It was hard to believe such a slender beauty possessed such brute strength. What followed was even more chilling. The violet-haired woman brought the severed arm to her mouth and took a bite. The sickening sound of chewing filled the air, followed by a delicate moan. Delicious more. I want more. The scene unfolded before the contractors, and even the composed Hanyu paled, clearly wary of the purple-haired beauty. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 2. The emergence of fangs. At that moment, information from the derivative world finally materialized before Su Xiao's eyes. Inner world. Tokyo Ghoul. World difficulty. LV. 3. Difficulty reduced due to the low strength of ordinary contractors. World source. 0. Hunting exploration or interaction with current world characters will increase this, upon world conclusion. It will be calculated in tandem with mission difficulty to form a final score. World synopsis. In the chaotic modern society of Tokyo, a species of man-eating monsters known as ghouls proliferate. Ghouls appear indistinguishable from ordinary humans, but once the RC cells within them become active, they exhibit crimson eyes. Ghouls sustain the activity of their RC cells by consuming human flesh, which also endows them with extraordinary physical prowess. Main mission. Join CCG, Ghoul Investigators, or the Ghoul Faction, Ajarai Clowns. Subsequent missions will activate after the hunter joins one of the factions. Hunting mission. Eliminate the violator. Contractor 12,470. When the hunter enters within a kilometer of Contractor 12470, The pursuit function will activate automatically. Warning: do not mention anything related to paradise in this world. Failure to heed this warning will result in immediate execution. Tip: the main mission in this world is a chain quest. Upon completing 3 main missions, one may choose to return to the reincarnation paradise. Hunters must complete hunting missions. The more main missions completed, the higher the overall evaluation. Tip: it has been detected that the hunter does not comprehend the language of this world. 100 paradise coins will be consumed to automatically acquire proficiency in the language of this world. World, commence. Upon seeing that the difficulty was rated LV 3, Su Xiao let out a long breath, a smile creeping across his face. At last, it was not a life-threatening nightmare level. He would not feel as stifled as he did in the pirate world. Now, he merely needed to assess the strengths of the ghouls in CCG. This was the first time Su Xiao had received a chain main mission, and as for his choice, he naturally opted for CCG. Joining the ghouls was an exceedingly unwise choice. Setting aside his human identity, the ghouls' furtive nature made them inherently untrustworthy. Regarding the hunting mission, Su Xiao was utterly in the dark concerning the unfortunate contractor 12470. With no leads available, the hint from the reincarnation paradise indicated that he could track the target within a kilometer range. Fortunately, Tokyo was not vast, and a kilometer was a sufficient perceptual radius. Now he merely needed to complete the main mission normally. The time limit for the main mission was 48 hours, with a penalty of losing 13,000 paradise coins for failure. Should he lack enough coins, equipment would be deducted, and if still insufficient, he would be left to await death. As for the hunting mission, Su Xiao noted there were no penalties or time limits mentioned. He sensed that there might be hidden elements to the hunting mission. Perhaps the timing was not yet right. A contractor worthy of making his hunting list would undoubtedly not be a compliant individual. It would not be long before they recklessly revealed themselves. And he was in no rush. Creak, creak. The sound of flesh being chewed echoed as Kirishima Rise had already consumed 2 individuals. Su Xiao observed this blood-soaked beauty with astonishment, quietly marveling at her voracious appetite. She was indeed deserving of the title binge eater. Having devoured the flesh and blood of 2 people, the slight protrusion of her abdomen barely noticeable. Ugh! A retching sound came from behind. The little girl, Shiro, looked on with tears in her eyes, horrified by the scene before her. Some novice contractors also bore grim expressions, for Kirishima was in the midst of devouring human flesh. Su Xiao shook his head, finding their mental fortitude woefully inadequate. 2 minutes had already passed, and Rise continued her frenzied consumption. Clop, clop, clop. Footsteps resonated from the distant corridor as a robust man, masked, emerged from the shadows. The moniker binge eater was clearly well-earned. The man was clad in a white suit and donned a white mask, featuring air holes at the mouth and nose. Upon nearing Rise, he pressed his thumb against his index finger, producing a crisp snap. Rise halted her meal, her expression slightly displeased. I detest being interrupted during my meals. The two began to converse, an intense atmosphere of hostility permeating the air, indicating an impending clash. This is dire, Lord Hanyu. What shall we do? 2 S-rank ghouls. With Kirishima Rise positioned between S and SS rank, a chill swept through the hearts of the many contractors. Such an opening scenario was unprecedented. Even Hanyu had never witnessed anything like it. The reincarnation paradise had indeed thrown them into the presence of 2 S-rank ghouls. Once the protective shield dissipated, they would have to flee immediately. Their survival would then hinge upon luck. Hanyu had lost his earlier composure, gripping his staff tightly. With less than a minute remaining until the protective barrier vanished, their fates could be sealed. Su Xiao had long recognized the 2 before him. The purple-haired beauty was Kirishima Rise, while the masked man in the suit was known as Yakumo Daisuke. The name Yakumo may sound unfamiliar, but the CCG referred to him as Jason, while ghouls called him Gecko, the very same who trained Kaneki Kin in the original narrative. I've been sent to capture you alive, said Gecko, wielding a long-handled iron clamp, which was actually an instrument used in ghoul surgeries. Ghouls differed from ordinary humans. Due to the abundance of RC cells within them, their membranes were incredibly resilient. Standard blades or medical instruments could not harm them. In the realm of ghouls, ordinary humans also contained trace amounts of RC cells, but merely in minuscule quantities. The reason ghouls consumed humans was not only driven by hunger but also to replenish their RC cells. RC cells could be described as a wondrous energy source, capable of enhancing the human body while also forming powerful weapons known as kakuja. Were it not for the accompanying cannibalistic desire, RC cells could be considered an excellent method of enhancement, at least superior to the bloodlines of vampires or werewolves, which possessed evident weaknesses. Su Xiao speculated that contractors within the reincarnation paradise might be utilizing this method of enhancement, though he would not opt for it. Certain contractors with peculiar tastes might indeed consider it. The confrontation between Rise and Gecko was on the verge of ignition, with Gecko in a state of fervor. Before I take you back, could you spare me a finger, 3 or 4 arms, or 5 or 6 legs? Gecko laughed boisterously. He was a sadist. Rather than simply eliminating his opponents, he reveled in inflicting torment. With a massive physique yet an affinity for small toys, do you fancy playing house? How adorable. Rise's mockery incited Gecko's fury, prompting him to charge at her, his iron clamp aimed at the back of her head. Rise did not even turn around. From the base of her slender spine, her kakuja suddenly sprouted. The kakuja glowed a deep crimson, resembling elongated tails, their surfaces radiating a vibrant red light, indicative of highly active RC cells. Boom. Gecko was forced back several steps by Rise's kakuja, and the wall nearby was pierced, releasing a torrent of water. Rise had no intention of engaging Gecko. Instead, she leapt high into the air, preparing to flee. Just as Rise soared upward, the protective barrier surrounding Su Xiao dissipated, signaling the end of the countdown. In a swift motion, Su Xiao's leg muscles tensed, and he leapt, passing through a shadow in the air. When he reappeared, he found himself suspended mid-air, directly before Rise. He delivered a fierce kick to Rise's soft abdomen. The airborne Rise, caught off guard, had no means to evade Su Xiao's assault. Her beautiful visage quickly contorted in pain. Bang! The force of his kick sent Rise crashing to the ground, rolling several times. Su Xiao landed, stretching his slightly sore calves. The ghoul's membranes were far tougher than he had anticipated. Dragon-slaying flash materialized in his hand. And Su Xiao gazed at Rise and Gecko with a smile. So this is an S-rank ghoul? How unexpectedly feeble. Just as I was pondering how to join CCG. Eliminating the two of you should suffice. Lizzie struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with trepidation as she regarded Su Xiao. Her beautiful gaze darted around, already contemplating her escape. In the distance, the other contractors stood in stunned silence, while Hanyu was drenched in cold sweat. He finally grasped the reason for encountering two S-rank ghouls right from the start. It was because among the contractors, there existed even more monstrous entities. And the Psycho Paradise had orchestrated the scene to maintain narrative balance. Chapter 3. The Azure Shadow. Su Xiao, wielding Zanlongshan, stood motionless, an absolute hush blanketing the arena. Gulp. The strained sound of someone swallowing broke the silence. Shi Luo gazed at Su Xiao's back, her limpid eyes gleaming with fervent admiration. Clearly, she recognized him. Above Su Xiao's head, Shi Luo had already mentally affixed several labels. Powerful figure, super reliable ally, big shot. Shi Luo suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had she known Su Xiao was this formidable, she would have noted down his serial number beforehand, ensuring that she could enlist his aid with generous compensation in future perilous derivative worlds. Who are you? How did you get here? The previous frenzy had vanished from Baihu's face, his eyes now fixed intently on Su Xiao. His Kagun swiftly emerged, enveloping one of his arms. Baihu's Kagun was a Rinkaku, its sac located near the kidneys. Rinkaku ghouls possessed exceptional regenerative abilities, characterized by potent offensive power but relatively weak defense. There were 4 types of Kagun: Akaku, Rinkaku, Kukaku, and Bikaku, each with its own strengths and weaknesses, and no fixed form. They materialized based on the ghoul's imagination. The current shape of Baihu's Kagun was molded by his imagination and combat habits. Who am I? You can call me Baiyi. Your Kagun is quite remarkable. I'll be taking it. Su Xiao activated the Extinguisher of Life, initiating Azure Shadow for the first time. Mana immediately diminished by 2 points, and continued to decrease at a rate of 2 points per minute. Upon activating Azure Shadow, he felt a certain energy within his body awaken his mana. The mana circulated within him, undergoing a mystical conversion to form a novel type of energy. This energy first coursed through his arm, then extended to Zanlongshan in his hand. The blade's surface was suddenly enveloped in a layer of azure light. Upon closer inspection, one could observe subtle blue-white arcs of electricity dancing across it. This was not lightning, but rather mana transformed through a specific power conversion, resulting in a new form of energy, the very core of Azure Shadow. Azure Shadow was a state-based active skill. Once activated by Su Xiao, it consumed 2 points of mana per minute. While this may seem insignificant, continuous combat for an hour would deplete 120 points of mana. Fortunately, he currently possessed 153 points of mana, sufficient for sustained engagement. The advantage of ample mana became apparent, granting him the capacity for prolonged combat. With Azure Shadow active, each of Su Xiao's attacks would burn 10 points of the enemy's mana. This may seem trivial, but a few direct hits could deplete their mana to a fatal extent. Imagine Su Xiao and his adversary locked in a fierce battle, both poised to unleash their ultimate techniques, only for the enemy to discover, to their utter despair, that they were devoid of mana. Moreover, Azure Shadow not only consumed the enemy's mana but also inflicted an equal amount of true damage. Su Xiao had once inquired with the Paradise of Reincarnation about the nature of true damage. The Paradise of Reincarnation responded, damage that ignores everything. Even if the enemy's defense is impenetrable, they will still be wounded. Su Xiao stretched his shoulders, removing his upper garment and exposing his bare torso. He had a habit of fighting shirtless, which heightened his senses. Perhaps it was merely a delusion, but it was his custom. With 13 points in strength, 13 points in agility, and 12 points in intelligence, Su Xiao sought to assess the combat prowess afforded by these attributes. One should not underestimate the utility of intelligence in close combat. An increase in intelligence not only augmented spell damage and mana but also enhanced perception, which was immensely beneficial in melee engagements. Very well, I'll use you as a test subject. You appear to be quite sturdy, unlikely to be easily cleaved apart. Su Xiao forcefully propelled himself off the ground, swiftly charging toward Baihu. His 13 points in agility allowed him to outpace everyone present. Baihu merely perceived a blur before Su Xiao's visage materialized before him, along with a long blade radiating azure light, aimed at his neck. Su Xiao's strike was exceptionally cunning, a testament to Geng Shilong's tutelage, which had greatly enhanced his swordsmanship. Wielding the blade with both hands, Su Xiao's strike was poised to bisect Baihu's neck. While ghouls possessed formidable regenerative abilities, decapitation would prove fatal. In this dire moment, Baihu bellowed, as parrying with his arms was no longer an option. However, Baihu's Kagun was in close proximity to his neck, and it immediately enveloped it. Poochie. The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh echoed, yet no blood was visible. Su Xiao's blade struck Baihu's Kagun. And as Rinkaku was not renowned for its defensive capabilities, Su Xiao promptly severed it. Baihu's face contorted beneath his mask. What incredible cutting power! If he was not mistaken, his opponent was wielding only an ordinary weapon, not a quinqua made from Kagun. Escape. I must escape immediately. This human is too powerful. Even an SS-class ghoul would be reduced to a pile of minced meat. Just as Baihu attempted to retreat, he suddenly felt a sharp pain emanating from the wound on his Kagun, followed by a burning sensation as a certain energy within his body was incinerated, his RC cells. As his RC cells were consumed, Baihu experienced an unprecedented level of agony. Even with his considerable tolerance, he could not help but emit a wretched scream. The true damage from mana combustion had taken effect. Su Xiao's Azure Shadow, in its literal sense, consumed the enemy's mana. But what about creatures like ghouls, devoid of mana? The answer was that it incinerated other forms of energy. The principle of Azure Shadow was that it consumed Su Xiao's mana to generate a unique energy. This unique energy adhered to his weapon, and upon Su Xiao's melee attacks, it would invade the enemy's body, initiating a destructive reaction with the energy within, ultimately achieving the effect of burning mana. If the enemy lacked mana, the unique energy would target other forms of energy, such as RC cells, chakra, thought, or spiritual pressure. Compared to mana, Azure Shadow's rate of destruction was slightly lower for other forms of energy, decreasing from 10 points to approximately 7 to 9 points. The sensation of having one's internal energy incinerated was, of course, unpleasant. However, the intense pain was even more debilitating than the true damage it inflicted. The skill description for Azure Shadow stated, upon activation, each melee attack will eliminate 10 points of the enemy's mana and inflict an equal amount of true damage. The enemy will endure the intense pain of mana combustion. Previously, Su Xiao had disregarded the intense pain aspect, but witnessing Baihu's expression, he realized that the sensation must be excruciating. As Baihu cried out in agony, Su Xiao's second strike arrived. The blade sliced through the air, producing a terrifying wail as the sharp edge cleaved through the atmosphere. Poochie. An arm and half an ear were severed simultaneously. Su Xiao's second strike was also aimed at Baihu's head. However, Baihu sacrificed an arm to momentarily impede Zan Longshan, then violently tilted his head to evade decapitation. In just 2 strikes, Baihu had been reduced to a near-fatal state. His Kagun had been severed, his severed arm lay on the ground, and his combat capabilities had diminished by at least 50. Li Shi, upon witnessing this scene, felt her scalp tingle. Simultaneously, she lamented, "Are all the humans in the 20th district this powerful?" Without using a quinqua, he was capable of confronting ghouls head-on. No, what she was witnessing was not confrontation. but rather unilateral devastation. Li Shi's immediate impulse was also to flee, but a pair of sharp eyes were already fixed upon her. "Where do you think you're going?" Shindai Li Shi. Chapter 4. The despair of Rise. Upon sensing Su Xiao's gaze, Rise's body stiffened, her eyes fixated on him, not daring to avert her gaze for even a moment. At this moment, the Dragon Slayer flash in Su Xiao's hand had plunged deeply into the head of the gecko, piercing through the eye socket and emerging from the back of its skull. Yet, despite this, the gecko remained alive, a testament to the resilience of the ghoul's life force. Having severed its kagun and dismembered an arm, the gecko was left with little combat capability, thus allowing Su Xiao to pierce its head effortlessly. "No, it's impossible. How could a human be so powerful?" The gecko convulsed, its brain damaged, leaving it in a state of confusion. Su Xiao tightened his grip on the hilt, pulling the Dragon Slayer flash horizontally. A brutal scene unfolded as the sharp blade cleaved through the gecko's skull, piercing through the temple and exiting the other side. Half of the gecko's head was severed, collapsing to the ground with a thud, crimson and white liquid oozing from its eye socket in a gruesome display. The distinction between piercing the head and severing it is profound. While the gecko possessed a fierce vitality, without timely access to human flesh, it would soon succumb. Su Xiao understood the tenacity of ghouls well. In the original work, the gourmet Jukiyama had survived after losing half his head, miraculously sustained by consuming his own flesh. With a flash of the blade, the gecko's head rolled away, its face, once adorned with a white mask now stained with blood, shattered. Su Xiao recognized the gecko as a pivotal character in the original narrative, essential for advancing the plot. Without the gecko, Kaneki Kin's development would have been significantly hampered. But this was of no concern to him. He had come to fulfill his mission, to grow stronger with the power of the reincarnation paradise, not to fawn over characters from the original story. Should Kaneki appear before him after gaining strength, he would strike without hesitation. Currently, Kaneki held no value as a target. You have slain an S-class ghoul, Amon Yakumo. Amon Yakumo is a key character in the plot, gaining 5. 2 of the world source, now totaling 5. 2. Your talent Soul Devourer has activated, permanently increasing your mana by 10 points, now possessing 163 points of mana. Upon the gecko's demise, a green treasure chest floated above its remains. This chest was visible only to contractors, and the nearby group of contractors greedily eyed it. Ready to pounce had Su Xiao not been present. "What is the matter? Do you desire this treasure? If so, feel free to come and claim it." A smile graced Su Xiao's face as he regarded the contractors. If not for the fear of Rise fleeing, he would have already begun to clear the area. In truth, Rise longed to escape, but the gecko had perished too swiftly. It had been a mere exchange of blows, culminating in 4 strikes. The first severed the kagun. The second dismembered an arm. The third pierced the head, and the fourth resulted in decapitation. Rise did not lack the desire to flee. She simply had not been afforded the opportunity. Do not misunderstand. We harbor no ulterior motives. The first to express this was Kanu, retreating slowly with his group, followed suit by the other contractors. The little girl, Hanami, hesitated but ultimately withdrew with Kanu, although she had previously struck a deal with Su Xiao. There were no bonds of friendship to speak of. Su Xiao's ruthless combat style revealed he was no soft-hearted individual. The contractors began to withdraw but did not leave immediately, instead maintaining a safe distance while observing the unfolding situation. "Now, it's your turn." Su Xiao flicked the Dragon Slayer flash, the remnants of the gecko's tissues splattering off, the blade gleaming with a cold brilliance. Through several battles, he had come to appreciate the Dragon Slayer flash as an excellent weapon. Though classified as white gear, its rating was exceptionally high, reaching the maximum score for white equipment at 10. This insight led him to realize that fully rated gear tended to be quite impressive, even if of the white variety. One could only imagine the attributes of a fully rated green or blue piece of equipment. They would surely be extraordinary. As for higher-tier gear, Su Xiao had yet to hear of any. However, it was certain that more advanced equipment indeed existed. With a menacing aura, Su Xiao caused Rise to involuntarily step back, her current demeanor evoking a semblance of pity. Were she to wipe the blood from her face, Su Xiao might appear as the quintessential villain, menacingly tormenting a weaker woman. Yet, Rise was no fragile damsel. She was a man-eating ghoul, and regardless of her beauty, she remained a ghoul. "Do not come any closer. We bear no grudge. So how about letting me go?" Rise resorted to the most desperate of negotiations. The headless corpse of the gecko sprawled on the ground. A direct confrontation clearly out of the question. Su Xiao retrieved the green treasure chest dropped by the gecko, smiling at Rise. "Let you go? What benefit would that bring me?" Rise hesitated, a flicker of murderous intent in her eyes, yet ultimately cast a flirtatious glance. The numerous contractors in the distance felt an overwhelming sense of imbalance upon witnessing this. Rise, a figure akin to a boss in their eyes, was now attempting to barter for her life before Su Xiao. What an inequitable circumstance. Unfair is it? They only perceived Su Xiao as present might, forgetting that during his time in the pirate world, he had faced insurmountable challenges. In a realm rife with monsters, to assassinate a king was no trivial task. Su Xiao's true strength had vastly exceeded his level 2 status, hence his ability to dominate an S-class ghoul. Moreover, in his view, the world was inherently unjust. The only fairness lay in the inevitability of death for all. Intrigued by Rise, Su Xiao approached her slowly. Rise hesitated before stepping forward to meet him. Yet she did not retract her kagun. Confident in her beauty, she had lured countless men into her snare, though their fates had been dire, reduced to mere meals. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Su Xiao lifted his left hand, gently caressing Rise's cheek. The skin of a ghoul was remarkably resilient. Yet Rise's complexion was extraordinarily smooth. Behind her, her deep crimson kagun began to gather power, glowing ominously, poised for action. Die. The 4 kagun surged forth like iron hooks, encircling and striking towards Su Xiao's back. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced flesh. Su Xiao's long knife thrust through Rise's chest. Her crimson eyes widened in horror, reflecting a mixture of cruelty, madness, and the stark terror of death. I knew it. Rise let out a grim smile, her gaze helplessly falling upon the blade that had impaled her, the dragon slayer flash piercing directly through her heart. The tip stained with blood. Men like you were truly not so easily seduced. How painful. As the excruciating agony of her burning RC cells coursed through her. Rise bent forward. Su Xiao, gripping the hilt with one hand, pressed down on the blade with the other, forcefully pushing it aside. The dragon slayer flash sliced through Rise's chest, emerging from her armpit. With a splatter, a torrent of blood rained down. Rise's body grew weak, her kagun dissipating into the air as she slumped against Su Xiao. Throughout the ordeal, Su Xiao's eyes remained devoid of any lust. It was utterly foolish to be swayed by a woman in battle. At that moment, the reincarnation paradise issued a warning to Su Xiao. Warning: the hunter is attempting to kill an important plot character, Rise Kamishiro. Please extract the kagun from her body before her demise to ensure the continuity of the plot. Su Xiao nodded. This was an anticipated development. With a thud, Rise collapsed at Su Xiao's feet, breathing heavily, blood pooling on the pristine tiles. Su Xiao crouched down, the long knife hesitating above Rise. He was uncertain of the precise location of her kagun. According to the information from the original narrative, it should be near her kidneys. Su Xiao casually inflicted a wound on Li Shi's smooth abdomen, then extended his left hand into her body, exploring within. A pained groan escaped Li Shi's lips as she cast a fearful glance at Su Xiao. To her, the man before her appeared to be a pervert, intent on violating her before taking her life. Hey, do not indiscriminately toy with a girl's body. It may lead to misunderstandings, a woman's voice chimed in. Emerging from the dark corridor behind Su Xiao were several figures. At the forefront stood a petite individual, wrapped in bandages and clad in loose pink attire, complete with a hood that obscured their face due to the bindings. Chapter 5. The rebellious youth. The sudden appearance of several individuals caused Su Xiao to halt his actions. He had been probing Li Shi's body for some time, yet he was unable to locate the kagun. Withdrawing his left hand from her abdomen, Li Shi visibly trembled, lying flat on the ground, resembling someone who had been thoroughly toyed with. Should Li Shi be fortunate enough to escape, Su Xiao would become her shadow. The newcomers were not insignificant characters. According to Su Xiao's recollection, the bandaged little girl among them was the leader of the Qing Tongshu, the one-eyed king, 8 Fangzuan. 8 Fangzuan typically operated under the alias Takatsuki Sen, masquerading as a novelist within human society. As a rare one-eyed ghoul in this world, Takatsuki Sen's prowess was unquestionable. Although not the pinnacle among SSS-class ghouls, she was formidable nonetheless. Accompanying her were several others: the SSS-class ghoul, Dotaku, the SS-class ghoul, Neru, and the S-class ghoul, Kiraha Ayado. Dotaka donned a red mask and a white trench coat, obscuring the lower half of his face, rendering his features indistinguishable. Neru was even more tightly wrapped, with no part of his body exposed save for his hands. Kiraha Ayato also wore a mask, his crimson eyes glaring defiantly at Su Xiao. Their intentions were unmistakable: to capture Kamishiro Rise. The previous appearance of the gecko was also aimed at seizing Kamishiro Rise. Release her, or face death. Dotaku's tone was devoid of menace, yet his kagun had already manifested. The headless corpse of the gecko lay nearby. While the group did not underestimate Su Xiao, They also did not regard him with fear. Defeating two S-class ghouls illustrated Su Xiao's strength. Yet the assembled ghouls harbored a suspicion that perhaps Su Xiao had merely taken advantage of the clash between the Gecko and Kamishiro Rise. It seems luck is on my side today. Su Xiao wiped the blood from his left hand on Rise's clothing, choosing to disregard her for the moment. Until he extracted the Kagun from her body, she could not perish. Otherwise, the consequences in the alternate world were uncertain, a risk Su Xiao is unwilling to take. This had been explicitly cautioned against by the reincarnation paradise previously. Faced with an SSS-class ghoul and two SS-class ghouls, Su Xiao felt the pressure mounting. As for Kiriha Ayato, he was disregarded entirely. Su Xiao was confident he could overpower an S-class ghoul, and he had no doubts about handling an SS-class as well. However, he had yet to engage with an SSS class, leaving that uncertain. Whether he could eliminate the individuals before him remained to be tested, even if he was not their match. Su Xiao believed he could escape. He had confidence in that. With the dragon-slashing flash angled toward the ground, Su Xiao strode deliberately toward the Qing Tong Shu group. Observing from a distance, many contractors shared a singular thought. Su Xiao had lost his mind. To confront the formidable Takatsuki-san head-on in the presence of other ghouls was madness. No longer hesitating, the contractors began to flee, scattering in an instant. Unwilling to risk witnessing the battle, if Su Xiao faltered, they would perish, and even if he triumphed, danger still loomed for them. The Qing Tong Shu members noted the fleeing contractors, but merely cast a glance before disregarding them. Aido, kill him, commanded Dotaku, who held a higher status within the Qing Tong Shu. While Aido did not contest Dotaku's order, he let out a disdainful huff, clearly displeased. Human, I'm in a good mood today, so I shall grant you the opportunity to vanish before my eyes. Although the ghouls speculated about Su Xiao's capabilities, they did not regard him with much concern. The primary reason was that he wielded a long blade instead of a quinqua, which was the main weapon developed by the CCG to combat ghouls, manufactured from the Kagun of ghouls. Su Xiao remained silent, continuing his measured advance. The disdain of his adversaries did not faze him. It was, in fact, an advantage. TSK, since you seek death, I shall send you on your way. The rebellious youth. Kiriha Ayato manifested his Kagun, an irregularly shaped wing emerging from his left rear. This wing represented his Kagun, the feather. The characteristic of a feather ghoul is remarkable speed and explosive power, often possessing long-range attack capabilities, yet they bear a significant flaw, a lack of endurance. If they cannot swiftly dispatch their opponent in the early stages of combat, they are likely to be defeated quickly. Though somewhat arrogant, Ayato was not foolish. He recognized Su Xiao's evident proficiency in close combat, thus he refrained from approaching him. As Ayato unfurled his Kagun, a barrage of dense, diamond-shaped crimson crystals hurtled towards Su Xiao. A whoosh echoed as the projectiles sped through the air, their striking power evident. Su Xiao halted, his obsidian gaze fixated on the rapidly approaching crimson crystals. As he concentrated, the once swift projectiles gradually slowed in his sight, his heightened agility enhancing his dynamic vision. With a series of swift slashes from his long blade, he left trails of white light in the air. Clink, clink, clink. The incoming crystals shattered entirely, transforming into a shower of debris. Aido was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Su Xiao had effortlessly neutralized his assault. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Su Xiao suddenly surged forward, closing the distance in mere strides. So fast, Ayato's pupils constricted as he instinctively attempted to retreat, already poised to leap back. But his feet had yet to leave the ground. Could he truly escape now that Su Xiao was so close? Of course not. Su Xiao leaped forward, delivering a powerful kick to Ayato's shin bone. Though sturdy, the bone was also brittle. A sickening crack echoed through the air as Ayato's shin bone fractured, bending in a V-shape. With a gruesome white shard piercing through his flesh, Ayato let out a blood-curdling scream, his retreat thwarted, stumbling backward. A smile curled on Su Xiao's lips as he mercilessly aimed his blade at Ayato's throat. This was Su Xiao's combat style. If he chose to strike, he would do so with lethal intent. Before the blade could slice through Ayato's throat, he felt a sharp prick at his neck. Should he be struck, death would be inevitable. Ayato was filled with regret. He had been overly reckless, failing to maintain sufficient vigilance against an unknown enemy. Just as he prepared to meet his demise, a robust Kagun interposed itself before him. This Kagun was exceptionally thick, with a fong-like structure at its tip. It belonged to Neru. Su Xiao's strike was not easily impeded. Neru's Kagun was cleaved in half, with the dragon-slashing flash embedding deeply within. Su Xiao pressed on. Yet he felt as if he were slicing into a rubber tire, the subsequent damage minimal. The blue steel shadow activated. a faint azure energy coursing into the wound of Nera's Kagun. Not far off, Nera grunted, swiftly retracting his Kagun. Su Xiao was aware of Nera's capabilities. This individual was formidable, possessing a body structure almost identical to that of his Kagun, granting him near-immortal regenerative abilities. Breathing heavily, Ayato was grateful to have escaped a fatal blow. At the moment Su Xiao had lunged, he had believed his end was nigh. No one dared to underestimate the smiling Su Xiao anymore. Dotaku and the others advanced, forming a surrounding formation. Chapter 6. Adversary regrettably. What he had anticipated to be yet another treasure chest turned out otherwise. Su Xiao lightly tapped the ground with his long sword. His bare torso stained with large patches of blood from the beautiful Rise, whom he had previously wounded in the abdomen, causing a considerable spurt of crimson. "Edo, hold him off," came the low voice of Donato. Among the green paulownia trees, he was one of the few privy to Takatsuki-sen's true identity. "Take Rise and go ahead," Takatsuki-sen commanded, her gaze fixated on Su Xiao, her expression heavy with intent. Donato furrowed his brow. "Is it necessary?" "It is essential. This human is nothing short of a monster," Takatsuki-sen declared, removing her upper garment to reveal her body tightly wrapped in bandages. Evidently preparing for a fierce battle with Su Xiao. "Understood. Let us depart, Ayato." Noro, Donato decided, no longer hesitating. With Ayato present, Takatsuki-sen could not reveal her true form. As for Noro, he too was aware of her identity, being her adoptive father. "Are we really just going to flee like this? This guy killed a gecko." Ayato, in excruciating pain, voiced his discontent, recalling how close Su Xiao had come to ending his life. Donato remained silent, merely observing Ayato, who felt increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutiny, finally huffing and turning away. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed, drawing everyone's attention to its source. Rise, having recovered somewhat, chose to escape through a broken window. The ground below was over 10 meters down, and in her desperate situation, she opted to leap. Though the paulownia tree would soften her fall, the outcome would not be pleasant, and being caught by Su Xiao would mean certain death. Thus, she chose the leap. A resounding thud reverberated from below, followed by the blaring of a car alarm. Ignoring the others, Su Xiao rushed to the window just in time to see Rise, tattered and battered, escape a considerable distance before vanishing into a dark alley. She got away. The prey has eluded us. The smile on Su Xiao's face faded, his grip on the hilt of his dragon slayer tightening ominously. "It seems we have angered him." Ayato felt an inexplicable chill wash over him, instinctively stepping back. Though the pain in his calves brought beads of cold sweat to his brow, Su Xiao's cold gaze swept over the remaining individuals, veins bulging on his forehead. Even if he could not eliminate Rise, acquiring her Kakuja would yield substantial rewards. However, with the paulownia tree's interference, the gains had now jumped out the window. "She has escaped. You shall take her place, Ayato." Upon uttering Ayato's name, the expressions of the three present shifted dramatically, while only Ayato appeared bewildered. Hearing the name for the first time, "Take them away," Takatsuki-sen's voice was now cold, devoid of its previous childlike innocence. Noro's Kakuja erupted, ensnaring Ayato with its sharp fangs. "Noro, what are you doing? Let me go." Ayato struggled, but the disparity in strength was too great to overcome. Noro leaped from the shattered window, evidently pursuing Rise. "Do you need assistance?" Donato, wary of Su Xiao's formidable strength, had never encountered such a powerful pure human before. Ghouls possessed an acute sense of smell, surpassing that of most animals. From Su Xiao's scent, Donato discerned that he was purely human, a revelation that astonished him. In the world of ghouls, ordinary humans typically bore a trace of RC cells, allowing ghouls to determine if another being was human or ghoul based on the density of these cells. Yet, Su Xiao carried no trace of RC cells whatsoever. "No need. You pursue Rise. She is of great importance to me, the most exceptional among the chosen targets." After Ayato was forcibly taken, Takatsuki-sen no longer concealed her true voice. "CCG is approaching. My subordinates cannot hold them off for long. Let us act swiftly." Donato leaped out of the window, leaving only Su Xiao and Takatsuki-sen in the room. "Who are you, and how do you know my true name?" Although Takatsuki-sen was now 25, she was petite, standing at roughly 1.50 meters. Her Kakuja began to stir, revealing her 10 Kakuja as the one-eyed king. As the Kakuja manifested, the bandages wrapping her body loosened, particularly around her chest, which fell away to expose a significant expanse of delicate skin, her femininity laid bare to the air. Takatsuki-san, unfazed, remained fixated on Su Xiao. "Shiroya." Su Xiao's succinct reply momentarily stunned Takatsuki. "Senator, what? Without further words, Su Xiao's muscles subtly tensed, preparing for combat. A plethora of kakuja enveloped Takatsuki-san. The crimson mass swirling ominously, soon obscuring her true form from Su Xiao's view. What materialized before him was a monstrous figure towering at least 2.5 meters. With pale claws planted firmly on the ground, and a mass of thorns blossoming from her back, an amalgamation of kakuja, embodying both formidable defense and offensive capabilities. At this moment, Takatsuki-san was no longer an ordinary ghoul, she had transformed into a kakuja. The transition into a kakuja was a brutal process, requiring the consumption of numerous other ghouls. The kakuja form of Takatsuki-san opened its gaping maw, exhaling a mist of red fog. Ha, you are such a pure human, I have never encountered one before. You must be delicious. Her demeanor had drastically shifted, her tone laced with madness. The mental state of a kakuja often teetered on instability, with the overwhelming presence of RC cells fostering an extreme ferocity, influencing the ghoul's psyche. While Takatsuki-san had managed to control her emotions, her personality had become far more unrestrained. Su Xiao grew vigilant. The pressure she had exerted before was a mere 5, but now it surged to at least 13. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, reminding himself that in battle, one must not allow anger to cloud judgment. Her strength had significantly amplified, accompanied by a notable shift in temperament. Rather than charging forward, Su Xiao opted to sidestep, circling around Takatsuki's senator each time he created distance. She would turn to maintain her focus on him. Feigning a charge, Takatsuki-san raised her claws, poised to strike. Yet, Su Xiao abruptly halted, executing a feint before resuming his wait for the opportune moment. Growing impatient, Takatsuki-san unleashed a roar from her gaping maw and lunged at Su Xiao on all fours. Though her speed was not particularly swift, her presence was overwhelming, akin to that of an armored vehicle. A gust of wind rushed toward him. Upon reaching Su Xiao, Takatsuki-san rose, a pale claw lunging toward him, aiming for his head. Su Xiao tilted his body, narrowly evading the razor-sharp claw that grazed past his ear, the accompanying wind tousling his dark hair. Just as he dodged, another kakuja-like appendage from her shoulder slashed toward him. With no means of evasion, Su Xiao opted to retaliate. Clenching his sword, he struck at Takatsuki-san's kakuja. A thunderous crash echoed as the tiles beneath them shattered, dust swirling upward. The immense force coursing through Su Xiao's arms caused his expression to shift, yet the subsequent development left him astonished. The blue light of Dragon Slayer shimmered, and the unique energy transformed from the Qing steel shadow surged into Takatsuki-san's body. With a pain cry, she instinctively recoiled. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiao did not hesitate. With a swift motion, he severed one of Takagi Izumi's claws. As her supporting limb fell away, Takatsuki's body tilted precariously to the side. Without missing a beat, Su Xiao struck again, this time landing a blow upon her back, shattering a large cluster of her red matter into countless fragments. The glimmering shards of crimson floated through the air, creating a hauntingly beautiful spectacle. In the wake of such a devastating assault, Takagi Izumi was consumed by rage. Despite the excruciating pain from the burning RC cells within her, she lunged at Su Xiao with her remaining claw, aiming for his abdomen. Su Xiao swiftly leaped back. Though not swiftly enough to evade entirely, deep claw marks appeared on his lower abdomen, blood dripping onto the ground. His reflexes had been remarkably quick. Had he been a moment slower, the strike could have eviscerated him. Breathing heavily, Takatsuki supported herself with one hand. Feeling the sharp and agile presence of the man before her, known as Bai, she realized she could no longer continue the fight. The sudden pain coursing through her body had placed her at a disadvantage. In a desperate bid, Takatsuki sprinted towards the window. But Su Xiao would not let her escape so easily. Gripping his wound with his left hand, he brandished his blade in his right and pursued her swiftly. With a powerful leap, Takatsuki vaulted out of the building. Su Xiao halted, standing by the window, coldly observing her descent. Mid-air, Takatsuki turned her head, and the red matter around her fractured, revealing half of her pale cheek. To Su Xiao's surprise, she smiled at him for reasons unknown. Though he possessed remarkable strength and agility, Su Xiao refrained from jumping after her. The risk of injury from such a fall was too great. Today, far too many ghouls had descended upon the bronze tree, and the terrain was not in his favor. He could not afford to chase after Takagi Izumi. Just as he resigned himself to retreat, he caught sight of a man in a suit nearby, holding a metallic briefcase. The suited man stood there, mouth agape, seemingly entranced by what he had just witnessed. Iamoto Kantaru? Su Xiao realized that Iamoto had just witnessed his confrontation with the One-Eyed King, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chapter 7. Beautiful as a flower, fierce as a wolf. After the complete withdrawal of all members of the bronze tree, the battle subsided. Su Xiao sheathed the dragon-slaying flash and picked up his discarded jacket, draping it over his shoulder. During his confrontation with Takagi Izumi, he had lost 12 of his health, as blood continued to seep from his lower abdomen, causing his vitality to diminish slowly. Su Xiao also kept an eye on Takagi Izumi's health bar. His previous 2 strikes had likely caused her to lose over 10 of her health. It must be said that the vitality of ghouls is indeed astonishing. In her ghoul form, Takagi Izumi's physical attributes were at least above 15 points. If one were to compare various attributes, Takagi Izumi would undoubtedly surpass Su Xiao, but when it comes to combat ability, the comparison becomes somewhat convoluted. In Su Xiao's view, while Takagi Izumi had considerable combat experience, her techniques were lamentably poor, relying primarily on brute force. This was also the reason why she could overpower S-level ghouls. Ghouls tend to charge recklessly in battle, overwhelming their enemies through sheer strength. Otherwise, the CCG's investigators would hardly stand a chance against them. The CCG investigators are merely exceptionally fit ordinary humans, relying on skill and intelligence in their battles against ghouls, but there are exceptions. The appearance of Arima Katara indicated that the area was now surrounded by CCG personnel, presenting an opportune moment to join the CCG. After sheathing the dragon-slaying flash, Su Xiao strode towards Arima Katara. "Stop!" Arima Katara shouted, simultaneously pressing a button on his suitcase. The case underwent a significant transformation, as something within it began to expand rapidly. When it hit the ground, a uniquely designed weapon appeared in Arima's hands, a long metallic staff encircled by a ring of Kagun at its upper half, which was Arima Katara's quinqua. Su Xiao was intrigued by the peculiar design of the quinqua. Could this weapon truly be effective in combat? "Who are you? A ghoul? A human?" Arima Katara gripped his quinqua tightly, eyeing Su Xiao warily. The earlier scene of Su Xiao pursuing the one-eyed owl had startled this first-class investigator. "Have you ever seen a ghoul fight with a sword?" Su Xiao placed a hand on the hilt at his waist and continued toward Arima Katara. Just as Arima was about to speak, Su Xiao preempted him. "No need to be nervous. If I intended to kill you, you would already be dead." In a flash of white light, the dragon-slaying flash was unsheathed and positioned against Arima Katara's neck. Arima swallowed hard, disbelief washing over him at Su Xiao's incredible speed. "See, there's no need to be anxious." Su Xiao retracted the dragon-slaying flash and patted Arima Katara on the shoulder. A profound sense of defeat surged within Arima. Had Su Xiao been a ghoul, his head would have already rolled. "Hey, what?" Arima Katara looked at Su Xiao in confusion. "Is the CCG in need of personnel?" The ghoul lying over there could serve as an introduction to joining the CCG. At this moment, Arima Katara noticed the headless corpse of the gecko. "This is S-level ghoul Jason?" He sprinted a few steps toward the body, which was indeed listed as Jason in the CCG's records. "You haven't answered my question." Su Xiao retrieved some medical bandages from his storage space and began to tend to his abdominal wound. After a moment of hesitation, Arima Katara recognized this was an opportunity. Su Xiao's ability to hunt the one-eyed owl demonstrated his undeniable strength. In the CCG, few could achieve such feats, although joining the CCG required stringent evaluations. Your situation is somewhat unique. As long as you can prove you are not a ghoul, joining should pose no issue. Upon receiving a clear response, a smile broke across Su Xiao's face. His greatest fear was the cumbersome process of joining the CCG, especially given the limited time he had for his main quest. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from behind. An elderly man with flowing white hair and a suitcase rushed into the room. Not only was he entirely white-haired, but he also had one eye larger than the other, moving with a somewhat erratic, almost pathological demeanor. "Where is he? He must be here." The owl. This man was Arima Katara's superior, the esteemed investigator, Kanu Masaya. Once a principled investigator with a strong sense of justice, Kanu had become a changed man after witnessing his wife being devoured by a ghoul. Since then, his hatred for ghouls intensified, leading him to obsessively create quinquas. Yet, despite this, Kanu remained decent to his fellow investigators, as evidenced by his earnest mentorship of Arima Katara. "Mr. Kanu, you have arrived," Arima greeted, leaning in to whisper something to him. Moments later, Kanu's mismatched eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Su Xiao. He swiftly approached Su Xiao, moving with impressive agility, and began sniffing around him like a canine. A human, without a doubt. The sin of those beasts. I will never forget it until my dying day. After confirming Su Xiao was human, Kanu became exceedingly enthusiastic. "Hello, I am Kanu Masaya. You truly engaged with the one-eyed owl?" His eyes seemed to blaze with anticipation. Seeing the fervor in Kanu's gaze, Su Xiao sighed. It was a look he recognized all too well, one filled with hatred, a desire to obliterate everything. Yes, I encountered him. The terrain was somewhat disadvantageous, allowing him to escape. What a pity. A disturbing and neurotic laughter erupted from Kanu. You wish to join the CCG? Come with me. I will vouch for you. At that moment, Kanu was no longer concerned about Su Xiao's background or identity. All that mattered was the chance to eliminate the one-eyed owl. A pursuit for which he was willing to sacrifice everything, even his life. Mr. Kanu, please calm down. Arima Katara placed a hand on Kanu's shoulder, prompting him to take a few deep breaths before nodding in agreement. May I ask your name, sir? Arima Katara inquired, smiling at Su Xiao. Byakuya. And your origins? Su Xiao's silence left Arima Katara somewhat exasperated. How about this, Mr. Byakuya? You were injured during your earlier battle with the ghoul. We have a medical vehicle downstairs. As for the matter of joining the CCG, we can discuss it in detail at the 20th District Branch. Su Xiao pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding. Following Arima Katara downstairs, Kanu Masaya had already noticed the gecko's corpse and hoisted it over his shoulder, descending with the two men. At the base of the building, several vehicles awaited, their sirens blaring and red and blue lights flashing. The CCG had likely responded to public reports of ghoul sightings, sending 2 ghouls investigators to the scene. Meanwhile, the police present were merely there to evacuate nearby civilians. Against ghouls, they possessed no combat capabilities. Inside one of the medical vehicles, Su Xiao sat shirtless on a makeshift bed, while a beautiful young nurse focused intently on treating his wounds. The nurse's timid voice caught his attention, and he turned to her. The wound is quite deep. Perhaps we should use a small amount of anesthetic? Otherwise, no need. Anesthesia would impair my reflexes. Just stitch it up directly. The nurse hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement, though she was as lovely as a flower and exuded an air of fragility. Her hands were surprisingly firm, as evidenced by Su Xiao's occasional winces during the procedure. Chapter 8. The Unseen Plan After the Wound Was Bandaged. Su Xiao was drenched in cold sweat. The beautiful nurse, with a timid glance at him, kindly offered some anti-inflammatory medication. Both the bandaging and the medication were provided free of charge, a privilege not stemming from any personal interest the nurse had in Su Xiao, but rather from the entitlements afforded by the CCG. High-ranking investigators possess the authority to mobilize police forces to evacuate civilians. Mr. Bay, let us proceed to the nearby branch to discuss your potential enrollment in the CCG. Certainly. Accompanied by the investigator Tru Amano, the 3 of them drove to the CCG branch in District 20. Half an hour later, Su Xiao arrived before a grand edifice. Although merely one of the CCG's branches, it occupied a significant area in the Narima district. In a world rife with ghouls, the CCG stands as the primary force opposing them, conferring upon it an esteemed status. To the average citizen, the CCG resembles a guardian deity. Indeed, without the extensive efforts of the CCG to eliminate ghouls, humanity would face extinction within a century. What are ghouls? They are formidable beings devoid of natural enemies, and as humans serve as their sole sustenance. The exponential growth of the ghoul population renders extinction an inevitable fate. If the number of ghouls were to equal half that of humans, extinction would occur in less than a month. Yet, the current situation in District 20 is quite the opposite. Humans thrive in the sunlight while ghouls hide in the shadows, fearful of revealing their identities, a testament to the CCG's success. However, the CCG is not without its own significant flaws, yet Su Xiao remains indifferent to these issues. His motivation for joining the CCG lies solely in the convenience it affords him to fulfill his plans. At this hour, though it was the dead of night, the CCG branch was brightly illuminated. Upon entering, he was greeted by a large security checkpoint. To gain entry into the CCG branch, one must pass through this checkpoint, which is not merely a security measure but rather an RC cell detection gate. The RC cell levels within ghouls are several to hundreds of times higher than those of ordinary humans. Thus, they cannot pass through this gate. Of course, some exceptionally powerful ghouls have mastered the ability to control their RC cells, circumventing the detection. Su Xiao walked past the RC cell detection gate with an unperturbed expression. A beep sounded, and a green light illuminated, prompting a sigh of relief from Amano Tru behind him. Soon, Su Xiao was escorted to a conference room by Amano Tru. Mr. Bay, please hold on, Amano Tru said before exiting the room. When he returned, he brought with him a laptop, which he set in front of Su Xiao, activating the video function. On the screen appeared a face still heavy with sleep. Is this the individual who single-handedly repelled the One-Eyed King? Recognizing the figure on the screen, Su Xiao identified him as Marahara Sai, one of the 7 special investigators within the CCG. Amano Tru had directly contacted the CCG's upper echelons. Such treatment would be unfathomable for an ordinary person seeking to join the organization. However, Su Xiao's astounding feat of defeating Takatsuki-sen could not be overlooked by the CCG. "It is I," Su Xiao replied, and a silence enveloped the room. "We need to assess your potential membership in the CCG." Su Xiao furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of his tone. Maruharasai continued. "Your identity remains uncertain at this point. The headquarters is currently gathering your information overnight. If no discrepancies arise, I can make an exception to allow you to join the CCG after a combat assessment. Tonight, you may stay at the District 20 branch, with meals and lodging provided." Su Xiao felt a pang of discomfort. Having been transported to the ghoul world by the reincarnation paradise, he lacked a legitimate identity. This raised concerns. If he needed to obtain a legal identity first, the main quest could prove exceedingly challenging. From the outset of this derived world, he encountered Rise Kamishiro, followed immediately by the arrival of CCG personnel, leaving him no time to forge a false identity. The reincarnation paradise would not issue impossible tasks. There had to be a shortcut. Is it possible for the paradise to fabricate an identity? Su Xiao pondered internally. Unexpectedly, the reincarnation paradise promptly presented several options. Identity: fighting coach in a certain region, cost 50 paradise coins. Identity: ghoul, cost 100 paradise coins. Identity: surviving family member of a fallen ghoul investigator, cost 100 paradise coins. Beneath these 3 options lay a plethora of choices, each with varying costs in paradise coins. These options appeared to serve as prerequisites for joining a faction. Regardless of the difficulty of joining the CCG, most contractors were human, making it nearly impossible to join the ghouls. However, with the reincarnation paradise's disguise function, matters became considerably simpler. Joining a faction was merely the preliminary stage of the main quest, devoid of any rewards, thus presenting little challenge. Su Xiao decisively selected the option for surviving family member of a fallen ghoul investigator, an identity crafted expressly for joining the CCG. Hunter selection completed. Paradise coins will be deducted automatically. With a legitimate identity and Su Xiao's formidable combat prowess, joining the CCG posed no issue. "Very well, I await your response. But do so swiftly." Maruharasai nodded, his weary visage breaking into a slight smile. The grin bore a charmingly roguish quality, revealing his nonchalant demeanor. As the video ended, Amano Tru relaxed his guard around Su Xiao, as they were indeed within the CCG branch. Su Xiao could not help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, personal strength was of paramount importance. Reflecting on his prior experience of joining the guard in the pirate world, the disparity in treatment was glaring. "Mr. Bay, shall we dine together? If all goes well, we may soon be colleagues." Feeling a twinge of hunger after the strenuous battle with the bronze tree, Su Xiao agreed to Amano Tru's invitation, and the two made their way toward the dining hall. Outside District 20, a shadow flitted across the withered grass. Confirming that no one was around, the shadow halted. A flash of crimson light illuminated the surroundings, and a multitude of bandages fluttered in the wind, revealing a petite yet voluptuous figure at their center. It was indeed Takatsuki-sen, the individual with whom Su Xiao had recently battled. Having dispelled her ghoul state, Takatsuki-sen appeared noticeably weakened, collapsing to the ground. Who exactly is that person? Their combat experience is far too extensive, with long, emerald green hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Her singular crimson eye bestowed upon her an otherworldly beauty. Should I notify him? This sudden human presence could jeopardize her meticulously crafted plan, one that had been in the works for 13 years. It simply could not be interrupted now. Takatsuki-sen grasped the bandage from the ground and wrapped her alluring form within it. 5 minutes later, she transformed into a small girl swathed in bandages, named 8. In the tranquil confines of a quiet bedroom, Su Xiao sat cross-legged on the bed, deep in meditation. This practice had gradually become a habit, as he found an extraordinary sense of peace within it. Today's battle had yielded significant rewards. Not only a green treasure chest, but also a profound understanding of the ability known as the Shadow of Nullification. While it ostensibly counters mages, Su Xiao discovered that the Shadow of Nullification was far more complex than it appeared. The ability of the blue steel shadow to incinerate RC cells indicated that this profession held greater promise than he had initially surmised. Not only does it facilitate combat against mages, but the agony inflicted by the burning energy also adversely affects other foes. Furthermore, the genuine damage inflicted by the blue steel shadow is remarkably potent. Had it not been for the substantial pain caused to Takatsuki-sen earlier, he would not have so easily gained the upper hand. Currently, the blue steel shadow is merely at level 1, should his skill level rise in the future. A single strike would undoubtedly be far from pleasant. Simultaneously, Su Xiao found himself intrigued by the other skills possessed by the shadow of nullification. Upon awakening from his meditation, Su Xiao retrieved the green treasure chest that had fallen from the gecko, feeling an undeniable sense of anticipation within his heart. Chapter 9. The balancing mechanism. Upon deciding to open the green treasure chest, several items materialized in Su Xiao's hands. You have opened a green treasure chest and obtained the following items: 900 paradise coins, Heki Pack, S grade, Wailing Spirit, green. Heki Pack, S grade, origin, Tokyo Ghoul quality, white type, material rating, 9. Note: the rating for white items ranges from 1 to 10, with higher ratings indicating greater rarity. Description: a Heki Pack from a gecko, usable for equipment forging or internal implantation. Implanting the Heki Pack internally carries a 5 chance of becoming a ghoul, a 94 chance of death, and a 1 chance of an unknown mutation. Selling price: 1,100 paradise coins. Wailing Spirit, origin, Tokyo Ghoul. 13th District Jewelry Store grade, green category. Ring durability, none. Jewelry items have no durability and do not require repair. Equipment requirement: intelligence above 10 points. Equipment effect: roar, active. Upon activation, pain is ignored for 20 seconds. During this period, each attack received increases attack speed by 5. The maximum increase in attack speed is 50. Once the roar effect dissipates, this bonus ceases. Tip: the roar, active, has a cooldown of 12 hours. Forcibly using it in succession will lead to a state of mental confusion. Rating: 21. Note: green equipment ratings range from 10 to 30. A rating of 30 indicates rare and grants special attributes. Description: let me plunder everything. Price: 2,700 paradise coins. Holding the ring in his hand, Su Xiao pondered for a moment. Although the ring did not enhance any attributes, it possessed an extraordinary ability to ignore pain for 20 seconds. This may seem trivial, but in combat, pain is not to be underestimated. Intense pain can lead to delayed reactions and potential defeat. However, permanently losing the sense of pain is also not beneficial. This temporary ability to disregard pain is akin to a powerful stimulant. This ring could allow him to unleash his full combat prowess at the brink of death. Although it lasts only 20 seconds, such a boon is invaluable. When his health dips below 10, he enters a weakened state, and below 5, most beings lose their capacity to resist. If Su Xiao's health falls below 5 during a fight, he can use this ring to temporarily ignore physical pain and engage in a desperate struggle against his foes. He slipped the ring onto his finger and felt a peculiar energy enveloping it, which he could activate at will, activating the hidden feature of the equipment. The ring became concealed, and Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze to the Heki Pack in his hand. This was the gecko's Heki Pack. The Heki Pack was spherical, about the size of an egg, with vivid red patterns adorning its surface, overall appearing dark red. It felt solid and heavy, lacking any resemblance to an organ, resembling instead some form of hard material. Su Xiao had no intention of implanting the gecko's Heki Pack internally. Aside from the dismal mortality rate, ghouls themselves are not high-level beings, making the risk unworthy. He had already chosen his profession and would not consider other bloodlines. The likelihood of a conflict leading to death was alarmingly high. As for the notion of merging to create a superior bloodline, that was nothing more than a fantasy. Surviving was already a stroke of luck. Even if a merger were to occur, the resulting abilities would likely be subpar, akin to the offspring of a tiger and a dog never yielding an elephant. He stored the Heki Pack in his saving space, even if it had no immediate use. It could be sold. A material rated 9 in white holds considerable value within the reincarnation paradise, especially for weapon crafting, with many eager buyers in the trading market. Opening the green treasure chest yielded satisfactory items, and overall, his luck appeared favorable. After opening several treasure chests, Su Xiao deduced a few things. Creatures that drop treasure chests are generally quite powerful, while weaker beings typically do not drop them. However, even upon obtaining a treasure chest, the likelihood of receiving substantial rewards remains uncertain. Once he finished with the treasure chests, Su Xiao lay down and fell asleep. Tomorrow morning, CCG would respond to him. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would need to swiftly join the Ghoul faction, as the consequences of failing his mission were too great to bear. The following morning around 7, a knock sounded at Su Xiao's door. It was Shiroya, delivering news from headquarters, voice of Makoto Wushu. Has CCG approved my joining? Indeed. Receiving a clear answer, Su Xiao felt a sense of reassurance. Here are your employment documents and identification. I didn't realize your father was a special investigator. This greatly aided your acceptance into CCG. As Su shouted the employment documents, the reincarnation paradise promptly displayed a notification. Hunter has completed main quest, 1 faction selection. This quest has no rewards. Subsequent quests are now available. Main quest, 2 senior special investigator. Difficulty level, LV, 3. Quest description, rapidly advance your position within CCG to prepare for subsequent tasks. Quest information, utilize any means to elevate your status, including exterminating ghouls, bribery, and other methods. Quest deadline, 20 days. Quest reward, 1 attribute point, 1,500 paradise coins. Hunter has successfully joined CCG, faction contribution value activated. Current position, 3rd class special investigator. CCG contribution value 0.50. Exterminating ghouls will yield contribution points. Once contributions reach maximum, position can be elevated. Contribution points can also be used for internal CCG purchases or crafting quinqua, etc. Finally, the subsequent tasks appeared. According to previous notifications from the reincarnation paradise, he needed to complete 3 main quests in total to return to the reincarnation paradise. Yet, just after successfully joining CCG, a piece of bad news arrived from the reincarnation paradise. Announcement: a contractor has joined the faction. Contractors can interfere with faction balance. The balancing mechanism has been activated. This announcement was not merely a notification for Su Xiao. It also alerted all contractors within the ghoul-derived world. Except for Su Xiao, all other contractors' main quest, 1, had changed from selecting a faction to being limited to joining the ghoul faction. This was a balancing mechanism employed by the reincarnation paradise to prevent any single faction from becoming excessively weak. Su Xiao's expression darkened. He too received a notification. The current situation indicated that he was the sole representative of the CCG faction, while all other contractors had been assigned to the ghoul faction. Previously, Su Xiao had pondered a certain matter. His identity as a hunter seemed to offer privileges only within the reincarnation paradise, whereas in the derived world, the reincarnation paradise treated all equally. Su Xiao bore no resentment. This was indeed logical. His overall impression of the reincarnation paradise was one of cruelty, coldness, and impartiality. However, upon reflection, being the sole individual within the CCG faction also had its advantages. At least there would be no other contractors to disrupt his efforts. Shiroya, you've been assigned to the 14th district. The situation there is quite complex, and your strength is greatly needed. Makoto Wushu expressed a hint of regret, as Su Xiao had not been assigned to the 20th district. Understood. I have a feeling that it won't be long before I return to the 20th district. With Makoto Wushu's puzzled gaze upon him, Su Xiao departed from the CCG branch in the 20th district with his employment documents in hand. The 14th district was adjacent to the 20th district. Sometimes, if the pressure on the 14th district became overwhelming, the CCG branch from the 20th district would provide assistance, indicating that the 14th district was indeed tumultuous. Just before leaving the 20th district, Su Xiao suddenly recalled whether he should visit the CAF known as the Stability Zone, considering it was a gathering place for numerous ghouls. Chapter 10. The young receiver on the bustling streets. The symphony of honking cars intermingled with the footsteps of passers-by. Su Xiao strolled along the thoroughfare, clutching a map in his hand. He had arrived at District 14, initially intending to visit a CAF named Inding District. However, considering the prowess of the CAF's manager, he decided to forego that plan for the time being. There was no immediate necessity to confront the manager, who, despite being an SSS-rated ghoul like Takagi Izumi, possessed far superior combat skills. Yet, due to advancing age, the manager's fighting capabilities had waned. Rather than seeking out the manager, it would be more expedient to eliminate ghouls in District 14. Before long, Su Xiao located the CCG branch in District 14. As a third-class investigator, he entered the premises unimpeded. It was approximately 9 in the morning, and the branch was bustling with numerous investigators. His unfamiliar visage attracted considerable attention, a testament to the heightened sensitivity that often afflicts those in his profession. "Excuse me, could you tell me where I might find Mr. Shinohara Yukinori?" Su Xiao inquired at the front desk, where a young female receptionist attended to visitors. "Are you looking for Mr. Shinohara? May I ask who you are?" The receptionist greeted with a professional smile, her demeanor gentle. "I am the newly appointed third-class investigator, Bai Yi, here to report for duty today." Su Xiao presented her identification to the female receptionist. After verifying the credentials, the receptionist made a brief phone call. "Mr. Bai Yi, good day. Mr. Shinohara is on the 12th floor in his office. It would be prudent to hurry, as he is about to leave. Su Xiao retrieved her identification and ascended the elevator directly to the 12th floor. The head of the CCG branch in District 14 is the first-class investigator, Yukinori Shinohara. Su Xiao had encountered him in the original narrative. He was a middle-aged man with a flat top, known for his humility and amiable nature. Knock, knock, knock. Please enter. Su Xiao pushed open the office door, finding Yukinori Shinohara organizing a quinqua, seemingly preparing to depart. You arrived quite early, third class by ye, he remarked. Setting aside the quinqua and taking a seat behind his desk, gesturing for Su Xiao to sit as he began to search for documents. Let me see. Ah. Here it is. The family of Bai Chuan, age 20, began honing combat skills in childhood, combat power SSS? Yukinori Shinohara gazed in astonishment at Su Xiao, scrutinizing the document in his hands with a hint of disbelief. He doubted his own eyes. He had merely heard whispers of a formidable third-class investigator being transferred, yet he never anticipated that the individual in question possessed a battle prowess of SSS. It seemed that the title of third-class investigator had clouded Shinohara's judgment. Greetings, Mr. Shinohara, Su Xiao acknowledged. Shinohara's gaze oscillated between Su Xiao and the document, struggling to reconcile the slender figure before him with such extraordinary strength. Hello, third class by ye. However, prior to your official appointment, we must conduct a combat assessment. Of course, when shall we commence? Su Xiao inquired. The primary mission, too, afforded him a generous span of 20 days, allowing his previously taut nerves to relax somewhat. From the perspective of the ghoul world's challenges, although his current strength was not the mightiest, it was certainly not lacking. Being transported to a realm that did not pose significant difficulties might be a deliberate intention of the reincarnation paradise. The reincarnation paradise had tested his qualifications to become a hunter in the pirate world, and now the ghoul world served as a covert reward for him. After a moment of contemplation following Su Xiao's question, Shinohara replied, "Let us proceed now. I can conduct the assessment right here." With that, he removed his suit jacket and stretched his arms. Su Xiao understood Shinohara's intent. He simply wished to spar with him, for hearing alone is not sufficient. Seeing is believing. I'm ready. Come at me. Su Xiao's gaze sharpened suddenly. As this was a sparring assessment, Shinohara refrained from using his quinqua, and Su Xiao did not employ his dragon slash. The office was relatively small, and with his impressive agility rating of 13, Su Xiao swiftly closed the distance, making it difficult for Shinohara to track his movements. Shinohara quickly raised his fist in defense, feeling a surge of trepidation at Su Xiao's overwhelming aura. Without uttering another word, Su Xiao launched a punch towards Shinohara's forearm. The impact resonated with a thud, prompting Shinohara to involuntarily step back, a throbbing pain radiating from his arm. What a powerful punch! As Shinohara staggered, Su Xiao unleashed a flurry of blows to his shoulders and forearms, landing several strikes. However, as a special investigator, Shinohara was no pushover. After enduring a few exchanges, he bellowed, his robust arms sweeping forward in an attempt to push Su Xiao back. The two engaged in a whirl of combat. Su Xiao's style was graceful and agile, yet each strike bore considerable weight, while Shinohara adopted a steadfast approach, willing to absorb hits rather than expose his vulnerabilities. The sound of their strikes echoed, thud, thud, thud. Both warriors, gaining momentum, became increasingly earnest in their duel. Su Xiao executed a sweeping kick aimed at Shinohara's chest. Shinohara deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow. Yet, the force of Su Xiao's kick shattered the corner of a nearby desk. With a resounding crash, the desk corner flew away, eliciting a twitch from Shinohara's mouth but igniting his fighting spirit even further. It was evident that no coward could ascend to the rank of special investigator in the CCG. Confronting powerful ghouls with mere flesh and blood necessitated immense courage. Just as Su Xiao sent the desk corner flying, a sudden cry of pain echoed from a distance. This exclamation interrupted the spar, and both warriors turned toward the source of the sound. What caught Su Xiao's eye was a youth with a shock of white hair. At first glance, the individual appeared more akin to a girl, with a fair complexion, a petite frame, and androgynous attire. "Shirzwa, are you all right?" Shinohara approached the youth with concern, noting a bruise on his forehead, the result of the desk corner's trajectory. "I'm fine, Mr. Shinohara. Why have you stopped?" "I haven't had my fill of the spectacle yet." The young man, known as Shirzwa Ritsuya, was Shinohara's subordinate. In fact, Shinohara served not only as Shirzwa's superior, but also as his guardian, overseeing his daily life with great care. although Shurzwa's appearance leaned towards femininity. He was originally male, and his current gender identity was none. Raised by a ghoul named Big Madam, an SS-level ghoul, Shurzwa had experienced a tumultuous childhood. Big Madam, a sadistic individual with a penchant for pedophilia, could not tolerate Shurzwa's naturally feminine features as he matured. Consequently, she ruthlessly mutilated him to halt his masculine development, rendering him increasingly feminine. Following a CCG raid that fortuitously rescued him, Shurzwa became a ghoul investigator. The misfortunes of his childhood had imbued him with an eccentric personality, characterized by laziness and a lack of basic understanding, a blend of victim and perpetrator. After assessing Shurzwa's injury, Shinohara confirmed that he was indeed unharmed. "I'm glad you're all right. This is our new colleague, Baiyi. You should greet him." Shinohara stepped aside, encouraging Shurzwa to introduce himself to Su Xiao. "Hello there. I'm Shurzwa Ritsuya. May I cut you?" Ringing the peculiar greeting, Shinohara Yukinori felt a sense of helplessness. The child bore no malice, merely lacking in fundamental common sense. Ah, the little rascal. Chapter 11. The Open High School Girl. Hey, everyone, we are colleagues. We should coexist peacefully. Shurzwa, you cannot greet your coworkers this way. Yashiki Shinohara interposed himself between the two and began to instill basic etiquette into Shurzwa Ritsuya. Given that someone devoid of fundamental understanding was present, Su Xiao refrained from displaying any anger. However, he vowed to deal with this brat when the opportunity arose. "Is that so? I see now. My apologies," Ritsuya smiled, genuinely apologizing to Su Xiao, showcasing his contradictory nature. "Mr. Shinohara, has the test concluded?" Shinohara, with his arms still tingling from the activity, nodded. "Yes, it has. You are now officially a ghoul investigator with the CCG." His expression turned grave. Becoming a ghoul investigator carries immense responsibility. Protecting ordinary people and eliminating those man-eating ghouls is our primary duty. This may come at a cost, but it is a sacrifice we must be willing to make. His impassioned speech began. Although Su Xiao found it rather tedious, he did not exhibit any signs of impatience. That is the gist of it. If you are psychologically prepared, you may now commence your assignments. However, third-class investigators are not permitted to operate alone. They require the protection of higher-ranking investigators. Su Xiao cleared his throat. "Mr. Shinohara, who do you think could protect me?" Shinohara chuckled lightly and shook his head. "Well, that is how the rules are structured. I can handle it alone, after all. It is merely about driving out ghouls. The end justifies the means." After a lengthy pause, Shinohara conceded that Su Xiao indeed did not need the protection of a higher-ranking investigator. It would be more fitting to say that Su Xiao could provide protection to them. "In that case, allow me to provide you with a lead on a ghoul." Shinohara approached the desk and handed Su Xiao a document. Upon reviewing its contents, Su Xiao found it to be rather trivial: strange noises from the sewers, burned undergarments, and missing female students, among others. "This is our daily work. Ghouls are exceedingly cunning, especially in the 14th district, which is neither entirely stable nor chaotic. Eliminating ghouls is no simple task. Most ghouls conceal themselves among ordinary people, revealing their true forms only during feeding. They need to feed just once or twice a month to sustain themselves. So the most crucial task in driving them out is identifying them. For Su Xiao, the primary challenge in eliminating ghouls lay in locating them. Once found, the process became straightforward. The information you have pertains to the whereabouts of a specific ghoul. Find him and eliminate him. Shinohara's expression turned serious, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Understood." Su Xiao turned to leave the office. Although time was ample, he did not wish to squander it. "Baiyi, remember to collect tools from the logistics department. They will prove useful." Su Xiao paused, nodded, and exited. Another indifferent colleague. Sigh, truly vexing. Shinohara sat behind his desk, gently rubbing his forehead, and upon noticing Ritsuya's silly grin, his headache intensified. Su Xiao first headed to the logistics department, presenting his credentials to obtain a variety of tools. An hour later, he arrived alone at a park, squatting on a bench by the roadside. The park was lush with greenery, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves, while the midday sun blazed down and summer cicadas chirped on the branches. Due to the heat, the park was relatively empty, but Su Xiao, sitting under the shade, felt quite comfortable. The intel provided by Shinohara was not overly detailed, but indicated a general target. Numerous disappearance cases had occurred in this park over the past 6 months. The CCG had clear divisions of labor. Ordinary investigators were responsible for gathering leads, as their combat abilities were not particularly formidable. When leads became somewhat clear and a ghoul was likely encountered, It was the duty of higher-ranking investigators to personally search for them, thus avoiding unnecessary casualties among the ordinary ones. Yet even so, 5 ordinary investigators had vanished within this park. Shinohara's intention to patrol this area was precisely due to this alarming statistic. Su Xiao observed the pedestrians passing by. But after a considerable time, he noted no significant development. However, he remained unperturbed. According to Shinohara's information, there had been no disappearances in this park for the past 2 Sundays. The ghoul would soon make an appearance, as this was its hunting ground. Ghouls exhibit behaviors akin to wild beasts, such as marking territories, hunting grounds, and disputes may arise between 2 ghouls over territory. Within 3 days, this ghoul was bound to show itself, and it was likely of a considerable rank, not a weakling below Class A. Most ghouls meet their demise due to their inability to restrain their appetites, leading to their discovery by investigators. Success is inextricably linked to patience, and thus, Su Xiao sat quietly on the park bench, awaiting his target. Time slipped away swiftly, and by mid-afternoon, a soft melody wafted through the air. School? Su Xiao squinted at a building in the distance. Half an hour later, the number of people in the park began to increase, mostly high school students just released from classes. Ghouls typically feed at night, so Su Xiao prepared to stay overnight. Brother, why are you sitting here all alone? It must be lonely. A female high school student in uniform sat beside Su Xiao, dressed in a light top, a black skirt, and knee-high black socks that accentuated her slender legs. Su Xiao was taken aback. Could it be he had encountered the legendary flirty schoolgirl? What an unexpected openness. Silence. TCH, what a dull person. Realizing Su Xiao had ignored her, the girl stood up and walked away. As night fell, the park's lights flickered on. Su Xiao had been on watch for an entire afternoon and was beginning to feel a pang of hunger. Just as he prepared to rise for dinner, a sudden, sharp scream pierced the air. The scream was brief, but his keen senses captured it instantly. Su Xiao sprang to his feet and hurried towards the source of the sound, which emanated from a corner of the park, not far from him. Upon reaching the location, he scanned the surroundings but found nothing. No people, not even a ghostly shadow. He was certain he had not misheard the scream. Something must have transpired here. After a meticulous search, Su Xiao discovered a few drops of blood and a broken fingernail at the edge of a flower bed. Dipping a finger into the blood, he noted it was cold but not yet congealed, indicating it was quite fresh. Creak, creak. The sound of flesh being torn apart echoed from the nearby woods, prompting Su Xiao to stealthily enter the forest. A ghastly scene unfolded before him. An indistinct victim lay on the ground, while a ghoul feasted above. Finding a ghoul should have been a fortuitous event, yet Su Xiao frowned. The ghoul before him appeared weak, perhaps only a Class B, and its savage feeding method seemed unlikely to evade the scrutiny of ordinary investigators. From the ghoul's gluttonous demeanor, Su Xiao surmised the situation. This may not have been the ghoul's designated hunting ground, but its hunger had driven it to take such risks. Mongrel, who permitted you to hunt in my territory? Do you wish to die? A clear, melodious voice resonated through the woods, and simultaneously, a slender kakuja lashed out at the feeding ghoul. With a swift motion, the ghoul's head was severed before it could utter a word, its face contorted in terror. The owner of the kakuja emerged from the trees, and upon recognizing her, Su Xiao was taken aback. It was indeed the same high school girl he had encountered earlier. She was, astonishingly, a ghoul. Chapter 12. The Ghoul and Humanity. Su Xiao stood behind a grand tree as the high school girl ghoul began to deal with the corpses at the scene. It must be said that the girl's technique was remarkably adept. First, she cleaned the extensive bloodstains on the ground, then dragged the 2 bodies nearby. A soft gulp echoed as the girl's gaze fixed upon the human corpse before her, the gnawing hunger in her belly causing her great distress. This is the last time. I shall never consume raw flesh again. I am not a beast. The girl's hand reached towards the corpse, her pale skin now stained with blood. Are you about to feast before me? Su Xiao emerged from behind the trunk. For some inexplicable reason, the girl trembled, her crimson eyes and kagun retracting simultaneously as she hastily concealed her bloodied hand behind her back, her demeanor betraying her panic. Who are you? How did you appear here? CCG, third-class investigator, Bai Yi. The gleaming blade, Dragon Slayer flash, materialized in Su Xiao's hand, reflecting a cold glint under the moonlight. A CCG investigator. So the day has finally arrived. The girl lowered her head, her concealed hand dropping, revealing blood that had yet to be wiped clean. The kagun and crimson eyes reappeared. This ghoul possessed a tail kagun at the base of her spine, 2 slender tendrils no thicker than a finger. Did you see my face? My name is Chica, and I am here to kill you. Chica's delicate features twisted into a grimace. This ghoul retained a semblance of humanity, yet she was, without a doubt, a ghoul. This park is your hunting ground, isn't it? Given your previous actions. It seems you lured lecherous men. What has become of the missing female students? Su Xiao's inquiry ignited Chika's fury. Those soul-like creatures, selling their bodies for a pittance. They possess human identities. Why not seek a beloved and live in peace? Indeed, I envy them. I envy their humanity. Each time, I tear them apart and consume them. Most ghouls, due to their prolonged consumption of humans, developed a twisted psyche as the distinction between humans and ghouls was minimal. Su Xiao comprehended the root of the matter. The ghoul he sought was none other than Chika before him. I shall grant you 10 seconds to leave your final words. Chika was taken aback, laughing mockingly at Su Xiao. You are merely a third-class investigator, and you expect me to leave a final message? That broken blade in your hand cannot harm me. Such a peculiar notion. With that, Su Xiao lunged forward with his blade. A clash ensued, with screams and cries filling the air. Moments later, silence enveloped the forest. Chika lay bloodied on the ground, her cocoon severed, and both her arms lost to the fray. How painful. So this is what it feels like to be injured. No wonder those prey screamed so loudly. Tears stained Chika's cheeks. She was merely an A to S-class ghoul, easily dispatched by Su Xiao's strikes. Are you going to kill me? Su Xiao remained silent, standing beside Chika, raising the Dragon Slayer flash. Is it truly wrong to live as a ghoul? Ha. To consume humans will indeed invoke retribution. It matters not to me. It is merely a task. Farewell. The long blade descended, blood splattered. You have slain S-class ghoul, Chika. Chika is an ordinary ghoul. You have gained 0, 5 of the world source, totaling 5, 7. Your talent Soul Devourer has activated, permanently increasing your mana by 7 points. Your current mana is 170 points. You have gained 40 points of CCG contribution value. Though Chika was an S-class ghoul, she did not drop a treasure chest. This was not unexpected. The disparity in strength between Chika and Su Xiao is vast, as evidenced by the world source acquired, indicating Chika's negligible impact on the narrative. The gecko's ability to drop green treasure chests stemmed not from its strength, but rather its close ties to the original story. Su Xiao retrieved a CCG special phone and dialed, explaining the situation to the 14th District branch before hanging up. He would not need to handle the subsequent matters. CCG would send personnel to manage Chika's remains, and once her Kagun was extracted, he could attain further contribution value. Of course, he could also retain the Kagun, spending contribution value to craft it into a Quinqua. An S-class Kagun would likely yield merely white equipment, so Su Xiao opted to submit the Quinqua, gaining 10 contribution points. Thus, Su Xiao's contribution stood at third-class investigator, contribution value 50-50, promotion, yes-no. Choosing to promote, his rank remained unchanged, and the reincarnation paradise provided a notification. Awaiting feedback from CCG headquarters, estimated time, 3 hours. Promotion is not solely a matter of choice. It requires notification from CCG headquarters. With the influence of the reincarnation paradise, elevating to second-class investigator is assured. Without its influence, Su Xiao would have needed several years to rise to first-class investigator. This was unrelated to how many ghouls he expelled. It was a matter of qualifications. Now, with the reincarnation paradise's influence, the qualification barrier was lifted, and Su Xiao merely needed to hunt ghouls in abundance. Even so, ascending to first-class investigator would not be an easy feat. CCG investigators are categorized into 6 ranks, from lowest to highest. Third-class investigator, second-class investigator, first-class investigator, senior investigator, special-class investigator, and elite investigator. The third class is the weakest, while the elite is the strongest. Upon returning to the 14th District branch, Shinohara Yukiki approached Su Xiao. This is how it transpired, in any case. The ghoul has been expelled. Are there any other ghouls that require eradication? Su Xiao recounted the events to Shinohara Yukiki, who nodded in response. I have already reported your solo expulsion of an S-class ghoul to headquarters. If all goes well, you should qualify for a promotion to second-class investigator. Your capabilities warrant more than a third-class title. Indeed, even a second-class title seems beneath your potential, but without certain achievements, headquarters will not elevate your rank. Su Xiao remained silent. His sole desire was to continue his search for the next ghoul. The current predicament was that, aside from him, all other contractors had been classified within the ghoul faction. Thus, his target, contractor number 12470, was also among the ghouls. Given the main storyline tasks 1, 2, the forthcoming main task, 3, would likely involve a combat scenario. Otherwise, there would be no need to divide into two factions and initiate a balance mechanism. In light of this, Shinohara, it would be beneficial for you to provide me with additional locations of ghouls. Completing the main task, too, promptly would yield substantial advantages. That is indeed a strategy, but you require rest now. It is already 10 p.m. Moreover, I have a matter to discuss with you in the morning, or rather, Mr. Shinoto has a request for you. Su Xiao felt a twinge of confusion, but refrained from probing further. After bidding farewell to Shinohara Yukiki, he made his way to the dormitory assigned to him on the 16th floor of the 14th District CCG branch. District 11, Oda Ward. As the lair of the Bronze Tree, District 11 has become nearly a human forbidden zone. The Bronze Tree has repeatedly assaulted the CCG branch in District 11, reducing the human presence to a mere shadow of its former self. Scattered civilians now live in constant fear near the CCG branch. These civilians do not willingly inhabit this area. They are trapped, confined by the ghouls of District 11, who view them as emergency food supplies. Apart from the robust investigators, no one can freely enter or exit District 11. Life for the ghouls here relies on imported human flesh, underscoring the perilous nature of District 11. At this moment, in an unfinished building on the outskirts of District 11, a gathering of over 20 humans convened. These individuals were not a single faction, but divided into three groups, each varying in size. These were the contractors of the ghoul faction. Hanyu, cease your nonsensical chatter. The balance mechanism merely reflects the fact that CCG currently surpasses the Bronze Tree in power. Spare me your fabricated adversaries. A young man with fiery red hair and a tempestuous temper disdainfully regarded Hanyu. With a cold smirk, Hanyu shook his head. If you weren't a fire mage, I wouldn't have even considered an alliance with you. Don't assume that just because I sought your partnership, you can act arrogantly. He pointed his staff to the ground, a thin layer of ice spreading beneath his feet. Hanyu was also a mage, but of the ice element. His strength lay not in offensive capabilities, but rather in control. If we weren't on the same side, I would annihilate you right now. The fiery youth tightened his grip on his short staff, a wave of heat radiating outward as numerous sparks ignited around him. The intensity of his aura caused Hanyu's expression to shift. Is it possible you found a staff that suits your elemental affinity? Hanyu inquired, his gaze fixed on the short staff in the youth's hand. The staff appeared rather unimpressive, resembling a mere fire poker, yet at its apex was embedded a red crystal the size of a fingernail, within which flames seemed to flicker and dance. The youth, slightly smug, cast a disparaging glance at Hanyu's staff. This treasure cost me 14,000 paradise coins. The total earnings from my two worlds, not to mention expenses for bringing others along. His face bore an expression of pain mingled with excitement. Fortunate fellow, Hanyu remarked, his eyes filled with envy. Shaking his head, he retrieved a small camera from his storage space and tossed it to the fiery youth. Upon catching the camera and examining it, the youth's expression transformed dramatically. The device contained footage of Su Xiao's swift elimination of the gecko and his overwhelming defeat of Li Shi. Though he had a fiery temperament, the youth was not devoid of intellect. Otherwise, he could not have assembled a temporary adventurer team of 10. Let us form an alliance, Hanyu. In this derived world, we must collaborate. Otherwise, we will all fall victim to that monster. To think an S-class ghoul would enter this realm, this being must be at least level 7 or higher. I will first present my goodwill, a crucial piece of information. The third phase of the main quest involves a confrontation task, which I procured for 400 paradise coins. Hanyu felt a sense of relief. Perhaps an alliance with the fiery youth would grant them a glimmer of hope. Chapter 13. The mascot. The unwilling alliance between the ghoul and the contractee was a mystery to Su Xiao. While he speculated that the third phase of the main mission involved confrontation, this was merely conjecture based on prior tasks. Early in the morning, Su Xiao arrived at Yashiki Shinohara's office, who had mentioned the night before that he needed to discuss an important matter with him. Have you had breakfast? Yashiki Shinohara stood up, warmly welcoming Su Xiao. Su Xiao was taken aback by the excessive enthusiasm. Not yet. Perfect timing then. Let us head to a nearby little shop. It's quite good, though the breakfast provided by the division is nutritionally balanced. The taste, well. Su Xiao could now ascertain that Shinohara was likely seeking his assistance. My treat, Shinohara emphasized. It was evident that he had something to ask of Su Xiao. Nodding, Su Xiao followed Shinohara to a quaint eatery. The shop was small yet bustling with patrons, and the enticing aroma of food invigorated Su Xiao's appetite. This way, Shinohara led them to a 4-person table and gestured for Su Xiao to sit across from him, ordering several breakfast dishes. Once the food was served, Su Xiao remained still, casting a meaningful glance at Shinohara. Yashiki, this breakfast is unexpectedly lavish. Noticing Su Xiao's lack of movement, Shinohara chuckled softly, indicating for him to dig in. Let us eat first. She will arrive shortly. Su Xiao silently began his meal. The ghoul expelled last night has been sent to headquarters. Exceptionally. They have promoted you to second-class investigator. Here is your new identification. Su Xiao paused, setting down half of his pastry to accept the credentials. Hint. Hunter promoted to second-class investigator. Contribution 5,400. Su Xiao did not require qualifications for the promotion, but he needed to eliminate more ghouls. To reach 400 contribution points, he would likely need to exterminate 2 to 3 S-class ghouls, a task of considerable difficulty. Advancing from first-class investigator to the next rank would pose even greater challenges. Under normal circumstances, the main mission, too, should not be so arduous. Primarily because Su Xiao was the sole representative of the CCG faction. Typically, the CCG would have over a dozen ordinary contractees, allowing them to share the contribution points, requiring only around 30 points each to elevate to first-class investigator. However, as Su Xiao stood alone in his faction, he bore the burden of completing tasks meant for many. Hence the high contribution requirement. Most areas in District 14 were relatively peaceful, yet the challenge of hunting ghouls remained formidable. If he were assigned to Districts 1 through 4, the difficulty would plummet. The ghoul density in those districts was so high that human survival was nearly impossible. The ghouls there survived by cannibalism, leading to numerous formidable foes. In typical scenarios, S-Class represents the pinnacle of ghoul strength. To grow stronger, they must consume one another to enhance the concentration of RC cells within their bodies. D-Class ghouls are juvenile. C-Class can utilize Kagun but are weaker. B-Class are ordinary ghouls hiding among humans. A-Class are elite within ghoul factions, and S-Class are rare prodigies. Beyond S-Class, the only path to advancement lies in cannibalism. The strength of a ghoul is not cultivated through training. Rather, it is derived from relentless consumption of their kind. Contemplating this, Su Xiao bit into his pastry. Apologies for the delay. While Su Xiao was lost in thought, a stunning woman took the seat beside him. Her light golden hair was elegantly tied back, and she donned a fitted black suit that accentuated her fair, delicate skin. The black stockings highlighted her alluring legs. Let me introduce you. This is Akira Jean, your subordinate from now on. Shinohara's eyes sparkled with mirth as he regarded Su Xiao, as if to say how commendable it was to assign such a beauty as his subordinate. Understood. I have no objections. However, Su Xiao raised his gaze, piercingly focused on Shinohara. She may not last long. I plan to venture into areas with high ghoul density, such as the West District. Upon hearing Su Xiao's non-rejection, Shinohara smiled, but his expression faltered at the mention of the West District. The West District? That area is notorious for its cannibalistic ghouls, teeming with S-Class ones. Bai Yi. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Absolutely. Were it anyone else, Shinohara would have vehemently opposed, but Su Xiao's prowess left him speechless. Akira. It seems I must assign you a new superior. Shinohara turned to Jean. I have no issues with that. As a ghoul investigator, I am prepared for any situation. Even in the West District. Jin's posture was straight, her tone resolute as she cast a sidelong glance at Su Xiao. Tap, tap. Shinohara lightly rapped on the table, retrieving his phone to make a call. He spoke briefly, then hung up. This guy, fine, you will temporarily follow Bai Yi. Though you are both second-class investigators, you must heed his commands. Bai Yi, when do you plan to head to the West District? It appeared Shinohara was also inclined to have Su Xiao cleanse the ghouls in the West District, where cannibalism was rampant and urgently needed rectification. Right now, let us go. Mascot. Su Xiao referred to Jean as the mascot, and according to the original text, her strength was average. As for her fate in the West District, it would be left to chance. Taken aback by the moniker, Jean blinked in surprise, pointing at herself in disbelief. Observing her reaction, Shinohara could only smile wryly, signaling her to follow Su Xiao. A sleek black car glided along the road, with Jean at the wheel and Su Xiao in the passenger seat, both en route to the West District. Bai Yi, do you have a plan for the West District? What should I do? Jean's expression was serious, her posture firm. Upon arrival, we strike. The straightforwardness of this plan evidently startled Jean, who nearly rear-ended the car in front of her as she pressed down hard on the accelerator, embodying the essence of a female driver. What should I do? After regaining her composure, Jean posed her second question. You just need to be as beautiful as a flower. Su Xiao's calm demeanor provoked a surge of anger in Jean. Ghouls will not covet my beauty. Su Xiao chuckled lightly, glancing at Jean. Rest assured, you have a very important role. Without you, my plan may not succeed. 2 seconds prior, a strategy had taken form in Su Xiao's mind. Sensing Su Xiao's gaze, Jean felt an urge to turn back and flee. Could you perhaps share your plan? Su Xiao smirked, shaking his head. Not a chance. If you grasp the situation, it might jeopardize the plan. Frustration welled within Jean, and she pressed the accelerator with fervor. As anxiety gripped her heart, the two arrived in the West District, a brutal land of cannibalism. Chapter 14. The terrifying intuition. Upon arriving in the West District, Su Xiao did not immediately exit the vehicle. Matoi, are you well acquainted with the specific intelligence of the West District? Although the area is rife with ghouls devouring one another, there are also some civilians residing nearby. Naturally, after being assigned to District 14, I have gathered detailed intelligence about this place. Matoi rummaged through the car for a moment before extracting a file folder. District 14, Nakano District. This area is notorious for cannibalism among ghouls, with most hiding among ordinary people. Various factions of ghouls operate here, making it a social hub for them, replete with numerous information brokers. Su Xiao lit a cigarette and silently listened to Matoi's account. He rolled down the window, exhaling a plume of smoke. Second class Bai, please refrain from smoking. Cigarettes contain over 4,000 chemical substances, of which 60 are significantly harmful to the body, including nicotine, tar, carbon monoxide, and irritants. Moreover, secondhand smoke adversely affects my skin. As the smoke curled around him, Su Xiao inquired, can you locate a bar named Helterskelt? It should be nearby. Matoi let out a resigned sigh. No problem. Retrieving a small computer, she began scanning the nearby map. Found it, it's right. Before Matoi could finish her sentence, Su Xiao suddenly straightened, focusing on a passerby on the street. A ghoul. Su Xiao's piercing gaze startled Matoi. What? She questioned, bewildered, unable to fathom how Su Xiao could discern a ghoul merely by sight. Su Xiao exited the vehicle, trailing behind a weary-looking middle-aged man who appeared to be a disillusioned office worker, clutching a briefcase. Bai, wait for me, Matoi called out, hastily following him with her suitcase in tow. Can you tell me how you deduced that man is a ghoul? Intuition. The middle-aged man turned into a narrow alley, and Su Xiao quickened his pace to follow. Intuition? Matoi's eyes were filled with skepticism as she regarded Su Xiao's retreating figure, pondering whether this second-class investigator was truly reliable. In the dim, damp alley, the middle-aged man continued his slow advance. Halt! Su Xiao's voice, laced with a hint of chill, echoed from behind the man. Who are you? The man gazed at Su Xiao in confusion, his eyes darting around. Next time, don't package human flesh in a briefcase. The blood will seep out. Su Xiao's words caused the man's complexion to shift, panic washing over his features. Mind your own business. You're asking for trouble. The man's expression morphed into one of ferocity, his red eyes flaring as he charged at Su Xiao. The ghoul before him was not particularly formidable, merely around beer rank, and Su Xiao refrained from unsheathing his Dragon Slayer flash. The man lunged at Su Xiao, delivering a sluggish, awkward punch aimed at his head. Such an attack barely piqued Su Xiao's interest in evasion. With a swift motion, he raised his left leg, delivering a powerful kick to the man's abdomen. The man doubled over in pain, his body contorting into a V-shape as he expelled a mouthful of bile. In that moment, his head was conveniently positioned before Su Xiao. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiao wrapped his arm around the man's neck, tightening his grip with ferocity. Let go of me, you. Just as Su Xiao constricted the man's neck, Matoi rushed into the alley. A sickening crack of bones echoed, and the man's body went limp as Su Xiao released him, allowing the corpse to collapse to the ground. Get someone to clean this up. As Su Xiao passed by Matoi, she looked on in astonishment at the lifeless ghoul. This prompted her to wonder if it was truly possible to locate ghouls based solely on intuition. Returning to the vehicle, Su Xiao himself was unsure why he had suddenly felt that the middle-aged man was a ghoul upon catching sight of him. The briefcase he held had not yet bled. That had occurred later. He speculated that this might be related to his enhanced attributes. As his abilities improved, he sensed significant changes within his body. While his physique remained unchanged, his muscles had become noticeably firmer and stronger. Prior to entering the reincarnation paradise, Su Xiao had practiced swordsmanship extensively. His rigorous training had caused some damage to his right wrist, which ached whenever it rained. However, now, the old injury was nearly healed, and it would not be long before it was completely remedied. Matoi also returned to the vehicle, her gaze towards Su Xiao markedly altered. Second class Bai, where to now? To the Helterskelt bar. The car started, and 5 minutes later, they arrived at the bar's entrance. Wait for me in the car. Su Xiao stepped out, leaving Matoi alone. The Helterskelt bar was operated by a female ghoul named Inori. While Su Xiao was unfamiliar with the precise location, he understood that it served as a small intelligence center. He was not there to expel Inori, but rather to gather information. Inori was an SSS rank ghoul. Under normal circumstances, Su Xiao would not let her go. But she held greater significance. An intelligence broker well-versed in ghouls was far more valuable than a mere treasure chest. Through Inori, he could acquire even more treasures. Upon entering the bar, he found it devoid of patrons due to the daylight. The vintage DCOR featured unembellished dark yellow walls, and the establishment lacked windows, save for a solitary lamp illuminating the bar, casting a dim light throughout. "Welcome." A languid voice greeted him from behind the bar as Su Xiao took a seat. "What would you like to drink, customer?" Inori stood behind the counter, her vibrant orange hair standing out in the dimly lit bar, the most vivid color in the establishment. Although she appeared calm, she was exceedingly vigilant. As an information broker, she instantly recognized Su Xiao. Noticing her gaze, Su Xiao understood that negotiations would proceed more smoothly. "Answer me one question, and I will refrain from causing you trouble." Inori stepped back, maintaining a safe distance from him. Third-class investigator by Yi. The monster-level human who battled with Ado. A profound silence enveloped the bar as neither spoke. Su Xiao was mildly surprised by Inori's intelligence-gathering prowess. While it was unsurprising she knew about Takagi Izumi, it was startling that she was aware of his affiliation with the CCG. "Speak. What is your question?" Inori sighed, choosing to relent. "Where is the cannibalism zone in District 14? "Right here, in the West District." Inori picked up a glass containing half a cup of dark red liquid, resembling red wine, but in reality, it was human blood. Ghouls possess a different taste bud structure than humans, perceiving a strong fishy flavor when consuming human food. Ghouls can only ingest water and coffee. All other human food is inedible to them. Be more specific about the exact location in the West District. Su Xiao's patience was wearing thin. Try not to wear such a terrifying expression. All right. After 9 o'clock every night. The central area of the West District is where cannibalism is most rampant. Without much hesitation, Inori divulged information about other ghouls. Having obtained the specifics, Su Xiao exited the bar, already formulating a swift plan to complete his mission. If all went smoothly, he could finish the main task, too, within a week. The prospect of witnessing the true nature of cannibalism was indeed exciting. Chapter 15. The Grim Reaper night enveloped the sky, with a bright moon hanging high above. In District 14. At the heart of the West Street area, this place was notorious throughout Tokyo. As twilight fell, it transformed into a miniature gathering ground for ghouls. The ghouls congregated here were nothing short of marauders, their intentions starkly simple: to slaughter one another and partake in cannibalism, striving to distinguish themselves among the myriad of ordinary ghouls. Among ghouls, status was merely a reflection of strength. It was approximately 8:30 in the evening, with shadows flitting across the streets, as most ghouls began to stir with anticipation. A man and a woman walked along the street, displaying no intent to conceal themselves from the lurking ghouls. "Is this truly all right, second class by Yi?" asked the woman, Su Xiao, clutching a briefcase while nervously scanning her surroundings in her black uniform. Su Xiao yawned nonchalantly. "There is no cause for concern. We shall proceed according to the plan." In stark contrast to Su Xiao's anxiety, Su Xiao appeared utterly relaxed. "Second class by Yi, I have a question," Su Xiao inquired. "Yes? Where is your quinqua? We may need to confront ghouls shortly." Su Xiao had no quinqua. He favored wielding the Dragon Slayer flash. "I do not require a quinqua." Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, Su Xiao abruptly halted, gazing at him in confusion. "You don't need a quinqua?" Her voice rose, revealing her disbelief. "Here is fine. Xiao, you can stand here," Su Xiao reassured her, patting her shoulder before leaping onto the roof of a nearby 2-story building, vanishing into the night. "By Yi, second class?" Su Xiao nearly dropped her quinqua in shock, her mind racing as she grasped Su Xiao's plan. She had become the bait. As a second-class investigator, Su Xiao could at most repel B to A-ranked ghouls. If confronted by an A-ranked ghoul, she might not stand a chance. She felt exposed and vulnerable, akin to being stripped bare and cast into a frozen wasteland. Just as Su Xiao contemplated fleeing, several pairs of blood-red eyes emerged from the surrounding darkness. 1, 2, 3. A total of 7 ghouls. "This is it. I'm doomed. If Su Xiao doesn't rescue me, I'm finished," she thought. Pressing the button on her briefcase, summoning her quinqua, a whip-like weapon known as a mass. A ghoul investigator. How could a CCG investigator appear here? Just kill her. It's not yet time for cannibalism, and I haven't had my fill of investigators. Strangely, the ghouls did not turn on one another. Their cannibalistic tendencies seemed to follow a specific schedule. It appeared that the cannibalistic activities in the West Street District were not merely spontaneous among ghouls. but rather maintained by some underlying force. Otherwise, they would not wait until 9 o'clock to commence their slaughter. This seemed to be some form of selection process. Those who survived could join a particular faction. This woman is weak. She poses little threat. As more ghouls gathered, the initial few multiplied into a dozen. Jin Huxiao's heart sank. She had no chance to escape now. It seems the plan is working, came Su Xiao's voice from atop the building. Upon hearing him, Jin Huxiao exhaled in relief, though uncertainty lingered in her mind. Could this newly joined CCG investigator truly handle so many ghouls, despite his rumored prowess? Who are you? Another investigator? The surrounding ghouls eyed Su Xiao warily. He exuded an aura that felt entirely different from Jin Huxiao. With his Dragon Slayer flash, unsheathed, Su Xiao leaped down from the several-meter-high rooftop, landing gracefully. 14 ghouls should be manageable within 5 minutes. Su Xiao strode towards the ghouls, his pace quickening to a sprint. 2 astute ghouls recognized the danger and fled, while the remaining 12 braced themselves to confront him. Tendrils of crimson energy surged towards Su Xiao in a flurry. In an instant, he found himself enveloped by the ghastly aura. Witnessing this, Jin Huxiao gasped, rushing towards an A-ranked ghoul with her quinqua drawn. This was the extent of her capabilities. Even against an A-ranked ghoul, her survival was uncertain. The dark red energy cloaked Su Xiao, yet a brilliant flash of blade gleamed through the night, activating blue steel shadow. His mana drained at a rate of 2 points per minute. The 10 tendrils were severed effortlessly, dissipating into crimson mist. The ghouls, now shrieking in fear, stared wide-eyed at Su Xiao. He dashed towards an A-ranked ghoul, leaving a faint blue streak in the air with his blade. A head soared into the night sky. In a mere exchange, the ghoul fell lifelessly to Su Xiao's blade, swift and decisive. Unfaltering, Su Xiao continued his advance, shifting his footing to pursue a nearby ghoul. Perhaps overwhelmed by the swiftness of his comrade's demise, this ghoul stood frozen momentarily before turning to flee. Foolish. Su Xiao's obsidian eyes glimmered. To flee during battle, exposing one's back to the enemy, was the most foolish of actions, akin to courting death. With a swift thrust, Dragon Slayer flash pierced the fleeing ghoul's heart. Su Xiao, gripping the hilt with his 13 points of strength, easily lifted the ghoul and hurled it towards another attempting to escape. With a thud, the unfortunate ghoul tumbled to the ground. As the downed ghoul struggled to rise, a flash of steel caught its eye. First came a resonating hum in its ears, followed by a disorienting whirl. The last memory of that ghoul was of a headless corpse gushing blood and a man standing in the moonlight, blade in hand, an embodiment of death itself. Of the 12 ghouls, only 11 remained, with one engaged with Jin Huxiao. In under 20 seconds, the number of ghouls had dwindled to 8. The remaining 8 ghouls now harbored a singular thought: to escape the presence of this deathly figure. Impossible. How could such a powerful human appear in the cannibalistic zone? Surely that organization would not allow this. One ghoul roared defiantly before turning to flee. Su Xiao's agility matched his strength, both at 13 points, placing him among the upper echelon in the ghoul world, where brute force often reigns supreme. Yet, Su Xiao's prowess lay not merely in his attributes, but also in his swordsmanship and combat techniques. Of course, the influence of the Shadow of Annihilation could not be overlooked. However, he had only recently acquired this skill, and its full potential remained yet to be realized. As the slaughter commenced, Su Xiao dashed through the streets, dispatching ghouls with alarming efficiency. The wails of agony and pleas for mercy filled the air. The ghouls, not devoid of intelligence, scattered in different directions. In the end, Su Xiao left 6 ghouls in his wake, with 2 fortunate ones managing to escape. Meanwhile, Jin Huxiao remained locked in a fierce struggle with an A-ranked ghoul, who was on the verge of tears, not from fear of her, but from the dread of that grim reaper of a man. Engrossed in battle, Jin Huxiao felt the immense pressure from the A-ranked ghoul, leaving her no time to assess the surrounding chaos. She was still too inexperienced in battle. One must remain vigilant, for neglecting to do so could lead to ambush. Please, I beg you, let me go. The sudden plea from the ghoul momentarily stunned Jin Huxiao. How could the tables turn so quickly? It was then that she finally grasped the situation around her. Su Xiao sat atop the lifeless bodies of 2 ghouls, a cigarette dangling from his lips, while the long blade in his hand continued to drip with crimson blood. The exquisite eyes of Jin Huxiao widened in disbelief. She had managed to eliminate 1 ghoul, yet the adversary had eradicated the remaining ones. As for the last remaining ghoul, a warning echoed in Su Xiao's voice. If you dare to flee, I shall reduce you to mere kindling. He turned his gaze towards the final ghoul, recognizing the emergence of a new bait, for utilizing subordinates as lures was hardly an optimal strategy. Chapter 16. A modest harvest, the sudden halt of the renowned Jin Hu Xiao granted the ghoul a fleeting opportunity to escape. Just as the ghoul attempted to flee, it was met with Su Xiao's menacing words. Hesitating for a moment, the ghoul quickly turned and ran, disregarding Su Xiao's warning. Perhaps it was the right choice. Remaining would lead to demise, so why not seize the chance for escape? However, mere meters away, a long blade, slicing through the air with a whoosh, was launched toward the ghoul. With a sickening thud, the blade pierced through the ghoul's calf, embedding itself deep into the asphalt street. A pained scream escaped the ghoul's lips as it fell to the ground, its face pressed against the unforgiving pavement. A correct choice indeed. Su Xiao rose and walked slowly toward the fallen ghoul. Its act of fleeing appeared entirely rational to him. Had he been in its position, he would have made the same decision. If remaining meant death, why not fight for a glimmer of hope? What do you intend to do? The ghoul's eyes were frantic as it attempted to crawl forward, but the blade, Dragon Slayer, held it firmly in place. Su Xiao grasped the hilt of Dragon Slayer and withdrew it. Instantly, the ghoul sought to escape once more. In a flash, the blade glinted and blood erupted, splattering across the asphalt. With 4 swift strokes, Su Xiao severed the ghoul's limbs, fulfilling his intent. Given a ghoul's resilience, such injuries could only be deemed grievous, yet not life-threatening. What comes next? Jin Hu Xiao's face bore signs of fatigue. The battle had drained her, sweat soaking her attire, her light golden hair clinging to her forehead. Continue. We shall slay as many ghouls as come tonight. A chill gripped Jin Hu Xiao's heart as she recalled the hundreds, if not more, ghouls in the West District. Are we truly capable of this? Su Xiao remained silent, commencing the grim task of clearing the street of corpses. He intended to use the dismembered ghoul as bait. However, ghouls are not foolish. The multitude of bodies scattered about would only frighten them away. He piled the corpses in a narrow alley, leaving the blood on the asphalt untouched, as the scent would surely attract more ghouls. The dismembered ghoul was left in the center of the street. It was unnecessary to draw other ghouls too close. Merely having them show themselves would suffice. With Su Xiao's agility, once they appeared, escape would be impossible. Hunting low-level ghouls, while the chances of treasure drops were slim, would still yield CCG contribution points. Moreover, his innate ability, Soul Eater, would significantly augment his mana. Now, mana was crucial for Su Xiao, as the azure steel shadow consumed it voraciously. Standing in the street center with Dragon Slayer in hand, Su Xiao awaited his next prey, while Jin Hu Xiao stood by his side. Ghouls would indeed appear, for the area had just witnessed a battle. Disregarding Jin Hu Xiao's concerns, Su Xiao understood that ghouls capable of mutual predation were akin to beasts. The scent of blood would not deter them, but rather entice them. Within 2 minutes, the first ghoul emerged, a frail, elderly figure. Upon seeing Su Xiao brandishing his weapon, the old ghoul hesitated momentarily before opting to retreat. Alas, it was too late as Su Xiao charged forward. A minute later, stained with blood, Su Xiao returned to his spot, awaiting the next quarry. On the rooftop of a tall building in the West District, the night breeze swept through, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing 2 figures standing atop. What shall we do? If left unchecked, the ghouls here will be annihilated, spoke Kirishima Ayado, adorned with a black rabbit mask. His gaze filled with trepidation as he looked towards Su Xiao in the distance. Beside him, TDR had remained silent, observing the scene. This location served as a recruitment ground for the Bronze Tree, where its officers often invited stronger ghouls. The Bottle Brothers, for instance, were recognized here by the Bronze Tree. Let it go, TD's words ignited a flicker of reluctance in Kirishima Ayado. This place. Just as Kirishima began to protest, he noticed TD's intense gaze upon him. Are you planning to stop that monster? Kirishima stammered, turning his head away. The memory of Su Xiao's strike still lingered vividly in his mind. Are you suggesting I intervene? The glint of murder flashed in TD's eyes. No. My intention is to rally our members and eliminate this human. It was evident that Kirishima harbored deep-seated animosity towards Su Xiao, who had nearly slain him. After a moment of contemplation, TD shook his head. The cost is too great. Even if we succeed in killing this man, we may both perish in the conflict. We must withdraw and abandon this place entirely. Knowing that this monster resides in Area 14 is crucial intelligence. Though the Bronze Tree possessed other recruitment grounds, relinquishing this one would incur significant losses. Thus, it was a reluctant decision. With that, TD and Kirishima departed, leaving the ghouls here without support. As the sun gradually rose, casting a golden hue upon the land, Su Xiao sat on the street in the heart of the West District, exhaustion etched upon his face. Within a half-kilometer radius, bloodstains marred the pavement at intervals, the air thick with the scent of blood, having lost count of how many ghouls he had slain that night. Su Xiao realized that the West District was now devoid of ghouls. The overwhelming stench of blood had made the remaining ghouls wary. A message began to circulate among them. Stay far from the center, for a terrifying human lurks there. Despite his bloodied appearance, Su Xiao meticulously cleaned Dragon Slayer, storing it in his inventory, for he cherished his weapon. Activating his mark, he reviewed the night's spoils. First, his contribution points had transformed. Second-class investigator, contribution 390,400. In just one night, he had amassed 340 contribution points, a testament to the number of ghouls he had dispatched. Not only contribution points, but his innate ability, Soul Eater, had devoured 68 points of mana. His current mana stood at 238 points, significantly enhancing the duration of Azure Steel Shadow. In his inventory lay 3 white treasure chests. The sheer volume of ghouls he had slain, even with the low drop rate of chests, had yielded these rewards. Byakuya, let us return. I can no longer continue. Jin Xiao reclined on the street, her composure as a lady forgotten. I too am nearing my limit. We should head back to the division. As Su Xiao took a few steps, he noticed Jin Xiao still lying on the ground. I'm utterly exhausted, she admitted, her tone uncharacteristically awkward. Throughout the night, Su Xiao had been the one hunting ghouls, while Jin Xiao managed the aftermath, and yet she too was drained. Approaching her, Su Xiao hoisted Jin Xiao onto his shoulder, the soft, plush sensation against his back evident. Please, do not take me back to the division. It would be far too embarrassing in this state. The intimate contact caused a blush to rise on Jin Xiao's cheeks. My home is nearby. We can reach it in a few minutes by car. After a moment's consideration, Su Xiao found her suggestion reasonable. He too was in dire need of rest. Arriving at Jin Xiao's apartment building, she had regained some strength during the journey, enough to walk unaided. Jin Xiao resided in a cozy, modest studio apartment. Upon entering her home, Su Xiao, under her astonished gaze, swiftly removed his shirt and headed straight for the bathroom, covered in blood. The night had left the dried fluid clinging to his skin, an uncomfortable sensation. Just as he began rinsing off in warm water, a knock echoed on the bathroom door. Byakuya, please hurry. I must wash up quickly. I'm a bit of a germaphobe, and having this blood congealed on my skin is nothing short of a nightmare. Chapter 17. The abduction of Yatu. In the afternoon, Su Xiao awoke from a deep slumber. The ample rest invigorated him, and as he sat up on the living room sofa, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. On the coffee table beside him lay an array of exquisite dishes, a bowl of rice, a roasted fish, and a bowl of fragrant soup. Accompanying these culinary delights was a note. Second class by Yi. I have gone to the branch to handle the aftermath of expelling the ghouls. Jin Xiao. Stretching his limbs, Su Xiao mused that although Jin Xiao lacked formidable strength, she proved to be a commendable assistant. After finishing the meal before him, Su Xiao retrieved 5 white treasure chests and opened them one by one. These 5 ordinary white chests, dropped by common ghouls, did not raise his expectations too high. He obtained the following items: acquired 1,100 paradise coins, total from 5 chests, acquired blood pack, grade A2, acquired blood pack, grade B, one among the 5 treasure chests. 2 yielded only paradise coins, while the remaining 3 produced blood packs. These blood packs held no immediate utility, as Su Xiao needed to accumulate contribution points to advance his rank and could not manufacture quinquas just yet. Fortunately, advancing his rank required merely reaching a certain threshold of contribution points without depleting them. Once he ascended to the rank of senior investigator, he could utilize the accumulated contribution points to create quinquas. Even if he chose not to craft them, the blood packs could be sold in the reincarnation paradise, representing a substantial source of income. Overall, acquiring 1,100 paradise coins was a satisfactory outcome. Reclining on the sofa, Su Xiao began to outline his future course of action. First and foremost, he needed to complete main task 2, which bore severe penalties, a reduction of 3 points across all attributes. While the impact on strength, agility, and intelligence would be significant, it was manageable. However, a decrease of 3 points in stamina, which would plummet from 6 to 3, would have dire consequences. As for charm and luck, the thought of those attributes dropping to 0 was disconcerting. Su Xiao theorized that charm did not merely pertain to physical beauty, but was more reflective of one's personal charisma. Certain individuals exuded a natural charm, much like celebrities in the real world, who likely possessed high charm attributes. In contrast, Su Xiao's menacing demeanor did not lend itself to charm in the slightest. Nonetheless, such an aura could be advantageous. If he joined a nefarious faction, he would be regarded favorably. A reduction of 3 points in luck would plunge it into negative territory. bringing forth a scenario reminiscent of Final Destination, where danger lurked at every turn. Thus, completing main task 2 was imperative, especially as it promised an attribute point and 1,500 paradise coins, no insignificant reward. Next on his agenda was the completion of a hunting task. The reincarnation paradise had not specified the rewards for the hunting task, but Su Xiao sensed that they would be substantial, considering he was aiding the paradise in eliminating threats. Therefore, he decided to continue searching for ghoul congregations. The benefits he reaped from last night's extensive hunt had left a sweet taste in his mouth. He would no longer waste time seeking out ghouls individually, as it was inefficient and yielded little gain. Instead, it was far more advantageous to locate a large gathering of ghouls. Identifying a substantial gathering of ghouls was no simple feat. The known congregations were terrifyingly numerous, with districts 1 through 4 housing hundreds or even thousands of ghouls. Even Su Xiao, formidable as he was, would not dare to face such overwhelming odds. A surge of over 1,000 ghouls, even if they were all grade B, could easily wear him down. Ideally, he needed to keep the number of ghouls he faced below 100. Any more than that would be unmanageable. Last night's success in dispatching dozens of ghouls without injury was primarily due to the fact that they did not all attack at once. Fighting one person is a different experience than battling 100. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands. Su Xiao was still flesh and blood. He could be wounded, and injuries could lead to death. With these considerations in mind, he resolved to visit the Helter Skelter bar once more, where Yada likely possessed valuable information. This time, however, he did not intend to acquire information through threats. Such an approach was not sustainable. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone an SS-grade ghoul like Yato. Picking up the phone from the coffee table, he dialed Zhen Hu Xiao's number. Second class by Yi, you're awake. Zhen Hu Xiao's voice rang clear and cheerful. How did things go? It's all sorted. The headquarters has received the bodies of those ghouls. If all goes well, I should receive a new quinqua. Zhen Hu Xiao's laughter, like silver bells, echoed through the phone. Second class by Yi. How do you wish to handle the blood packs from those ghouls? Since you expelled them, you have the right to decide. Su Xiao pondered for a moment. His current contribution stood at second-class investigator, contribution 39400, just 10 points shy of promotion to first-class investigator. I'll submit 2/3 to headquarters. And for the remaining third, help me exchange it for something. Su Xiao traded 2/3 of the blood packs for contribution points. Upon hearing Su Xiao's request, Zhen Hu Xiao hesitated. You want that? Very well, I'll report it, but the headquarters has limited stock of that item. It's typically used during the creation of quinquas. Zhen Hu Xiao was diligently assisting Su Xiao, and as her partner, she was not only gaining merits, but also rapidly honing her combat skills. After ending the call, Zhen Hu Xiao returned home an hour later. I've got the item. The branch just happened to have one, she said, but second class by Yi. I'm curious, what do you intend to do with it? It's highly dangerous and toxic to humans. Zhen Hu Xiao carefully held a small metal box, moving as if it contained something fragile. Some things are best left unknown. Su Xiao replied, accepting the metal box and opening it. Be cautious, she warned, instinctively stepping back 2 paces. Once confirming the contents were secure, Su Xiao closed the box and placed it in a storage space. He did not conceal anything from Zhen Hu Xiao, and she showed no surprise at the sudden disappearance of the item, as if it were all perfectly normal. This was the reincarnation paradise's camouflage mechanism, integrating various abilities into the ghoul world. Let us head back to that bar, Su Xiao declared. Zhen Hu Xiao was filled with questions but refrained from voicing them. As Su Xiao had said, some matters were better left undisclosed. While Su Xiao could negotiate with ghouls, Zhen Hu Xiao undoubtedly could not. It was a matter of perspective. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the Helter Skelter bar. Allowing Zhen Hu Xiao to wait in the car once more, Su Xiao entered the establishment. Welcome, Yada began. But her words halted as she spotted Su Xiao. In her eyes, he was akin to a harbinger of doom. Having eradicated numerous ghouls in the West District the previous night, which only heightened her wariness of him. Do not be alarmed. I am merely here to make a trade. Su Xiao reassured, producing the metal box and extracting a test tube from within. The test tube was exquisitely crafted, approximately 10 centimeters in length and the width of a thumb, containing a translucent crimson liquid with bubbling effervescence. Upon seeing the test tube, Yada swallowed hard. Her gaze fixated upon it. It was exceedingly rare for ghouls to acquire such items from Su Xiao, yet nearly all ghouls coveted what he held. Chapter 18. The initial purge. The test tube spun gracefully at Su Xiao's fingertips, its movement casting fleeting shadows beneath the dim light. Noticing the expression on Yin Yao's face, A smile crept across Su Xiao's lips. He gently set the test tube down on the bar, the crisp sound of glass meeting marble resonating through the air, causing Yin Yao's heart to skip a beat, fearing Su Xiao might shatter the fragile vessel. How about collaborating with me? I've never encountered a search officer like you. One who would ally with ghouls, Yin Yao exclaimed. Her curiosity piqued as she studied Su Xiao. Deep down, she understood the peril of such an alliance. Yet the liquid contained within the test tube held an irresistible allure for her. The contents were no miraculous elixir. Rather, they were a potent toxin for humans. RC cell concentrate, quality, white type, material rating, 8. Note, the rating for white items ranges from 1 to 10, with higher scores indicating greater value. Description: the test tube contains a high concentration of RC cell solution, an essential item produced by CCG for the activation of quinquis steel. The RC cell concentrate could only be sourced from CCG, making it highly unlikely for ghouls to acquire it. If a ghoul were to inject this substance, their RC cell levels would surge dramatically. Though the risks were significant, they paled in comparison to the dangers of cannibalism. With this before me, do I even have the option to refuse? A smile graced Yin Yao's face, her demeanor shifting considerably. Tell me, what must I offer in return? A transaction rests upon mutual benefit. Coercive threats might yield immediate gains, but are hardly a sustainable strategy. I require the locations of the ghoul gathering spots in District 14. As many as you can provide. Su Xiao tossed the test tube to Yin Yao, who suddenly lost her charming smile. Are you preparing to purge District 14? A flicker of fear crossed her beautiful eyes. Is there a problem? Su Xiao's gaze bore into her. At that moment, Yin Yao felt the test tube grow warm in her hands. No problem. Just a moment. She quickly retrieved paper and pen, sketching furiously. 5 minutes later, a rudimentary map appeared in Su Xiao's hands. The circled areas indicate ghoul gathering spots, including restaurants, auction houses, and information exchange points. Despite its simplicity, the map held significant utility. Should its accuracy be insufficient, I will return. Su Xiao regarded Yin Yao with a meaningful glance. Being a ghoul, he could not fully trust her. After he departed the bar, the panic on Yin Yao's face dissipated. Come forth, she beckoned, lifting a glass of human blood to her lips, enhancing the allure of her crimson smile. A peculiar ghoul, adorned with lip piercings and embodying a unique style, emerged. This ghoul, known as Bei, owned a mask shop in District 4, where he crafted Kaneki Ken's mask. He noticed me. Bei casually seated himself beside Yin Yao. How could that be? With your skills at concealment, how could he possibly discover you? Yin Yao questioned, disbelief etching her features, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. I am certain, just moments ago, I felt the gaze of a predator, as if I were being stalked by some ferocious beast. After all, he is the one who repelled the one-eyed owl, Bei mused, reclining in his seat, lost in thought. Never mind, as long as we do not provoke him, we should be fine. Are there any plans from the organization? Internally, Yin Yao resolved to move far away from the monster. She had no desire to meet her demise. Being under Su Xiao's scrutiny was far from a comforting notion. Although she yearned for more RC cell concentrate, her life held greater significance. No plans. Nick and Roma seemed to have vanished, she replied. The organization to which Bei and Yin Yao belonged was known as the Clowns, a mysterious group of ghouls. Currently, 5 members were known. Zongtai, the primary antagonist. Leader of the Clowns, Nick, a transvestite who associates with lizards, a masochist, Yin Yao, the bar owner in District 14, who once provided Kaneki Ken with information about Rise Kamishiro. Roma, a female ghoul who infiltrated a CAF in the safe zone later in the story, becoming a waitress. Bei, the mask shop owner. Among these 5, excluding Zongtai, the remaining 4 were all SS-ranked ghouls, who concealed their true strength and maintained an innocuous facade. Zongtai, whose full name was Hishuju Zongtai, not only led the Clowns but also was affiliated with other organizations. He currently lurked in the shadows, possessing top-tier abilities. After implanting Rise's Kagun later in the tale, his power surged tremendously, allowing him to easily overpower Takizawa. Indeed, the Clowns wielded formidable power, yet these individuals typically operated independently, rarely convening. In essence, the Clowns merely observed the conflict between the Bronze Tree and CCG, adopting an opportunistic stance. Upon acquiring the locations of the ghouls in District 14, Su Xiao returned to his vehicle. Xiao, where is this? Su Xiao pointed to a circle on the map, and Jean, who asked, leaning closer, her brows knitted in concentration. This appears to be the Daiyuan auction house. Appears? Jean, who took the map, studying it with a furrowed brow. It shouldn't be wrong. Su Xiao sighed. The map's simplicity exceeded his expectations. It can't be mistaken. This is indeed the Daiyuan auction house. Jinhu extracted an official map of District 14, comparing it diligently. Sunday at 11 p.m., a large auction is scheduled. What does this imply? Jinhu read aloud from the map, puzzled. Literally, tonight we continue our mission to expel ghouls and head to the Daiyuan Sports Hall. Today is Sunday, after all. Su Xiao leaned back in his seat, uncertain of what items might be auctioned among ghouls, suspecting they were unlikely to be valuable. Over 70% of ghouls possessed distorted psyches. Their sole sustenance came from humans, and their appearance mirrored that of humans, often consuming beings that closely resembled themselves, leading to inherently unhealthy mental states. Moreover, Su Xiao speculated that ghouls might not be a species that existed from the dawn of time. Otherwise, humanity would have faced extinction long ago during the extensive evolution process. While the combat capabilities in the ghoul world were not particularly strong, ghouls held a significant advantage over ordinary humans. Had ghouls existed since the beginning, humanity would have perished, and following their extinction, ghouls would be next. With a generous 20-day time frame for the main quest, and only 2 days elapsed, Su Xiao hoped to delve deeper into the secrets of the ghoul world. It was premature to dwell on these thoughts. He needed to complete the main quest too first. At that moment, the Cycle Paradise provided a prompt. A substantial quantity of low-grade Kagun has been delivered to the CCG headquarters, earning 135 contribution points. Current, second-class search officer, contribution 525,400. Upgrade position, yes, no. Su Xiao raised an eyebrow. The low-grade Kagun were surprisingly valuable, yielding 135 contribution points. As for why he did not retain those Kagun, it was due to the fact that they could not be transported out of the derivative world. Aside from items obtained from treasure chests, most items could not be taken from the derivative world. Choosing to upgrade his position, the prompt from Cycle Paradise faded. To become a first-class search officer, he would require a commission from CCG, but that would arrive shortly. Now, he simply needed to continue hunting ghouls, intent on purging all of District 14. Su Xiao was determined. If he could eliminate every ghoul in District 14, there was no reason he should not rise to the rank of first-class search officer. Chapter 19, The Most Abundant Milk Production? In the eastern side of District 14, within the Grand Auction Hall, ladies and gentlemen. This exquisite item on the auction block is simply unmissable. As the host on stage introduces the item, bidders in the audience eagerly raise their bids. It is daytime, thus it is the realm of humanity. However, even in the light of day, a few ghouls inevitably infiltrate the gathering. The atmosphere in the auction hall intensifies as two solemn elderly gentlemen, both eyeing the coveted item, begin a display of wealth. Among the crowd sits Su Xiao, whose focus diverges from that of the others. The auction hall is considerably spacious, capable of accommodating hundreds of bidders simultaneously, and features 3 exits, the main entrance, the rear exit, and an emergency escape route. The emergency escape route remains closed under normal circumstances, only to be opened in case of fire or other emergencies, although it is also subject to lockdown when necessary. Relying solely on the prowess of the renowned investigator, Jinhu, to manage all 3 exits proves impractical. It appears that reinforcements from the division will be required. Su Xiao rises from the throng and makes his way to the restroom, where he retrieves his phone. Special Investigator Shinohara, this is Baiyi. The voice on the other end is rife with noise, indicating that Shinohara Yukiki is likely engaged in a task. What is it? First Class Baiyi? The honorific startled Su Xiao momentarily. It seems the headquarters has promoted him. I have discovered a substantial congregation of ghouls and require assistance, many hands. Su Xiao deliberately emphasized many hands, as he realizes that purging District 14 would be quite arduous with just himself and Jinhu. It is not that Su Xiao lacks strength. Rather, he understands that to cleanse District 14, extensive support is necessary to secure the routes. How many? As a first-class investigator, Su Xiao possesses the authority to mobilize personnel, yet he must remain cautious not to request an excessive number. A considerable amount. Though the combat strength need not be formidable, merely enough to block off routes. After a moment of contemplation, Shinohara Yukiki responded. There are not many investigators in the District 14 division, approximately 80 investigators below 3rd class. However, you must first inform me of your plan. Su Xiao proceeded to outline his strategy, and upon finishing, Shinohara Yukiki appeared visibly taken aback. Purge District 14? This is not a trivial matter. Although there are not many ghouls in District 14, they are exceedingly elusive. Do you have a solution? There exists a method. After a prolonged silence, Yashiki Shinohara spoke. If this matter is not handled properly, it may significantly impact your future. Su Xiao chuckled lightly, for he was indifferent to the notion of a future. It matters not. I shall take action tonight. I cannot make it there myself, so I shall send Su Xiao in my stead. As for the personnel you require, they will arrive shortly. Su Xiao feigned an intention to end the call, only to be halted by Yashiki Shinohara's voice. Bai, you have been promoted to the rank of first-class investigator. Your credentials are at the branch office. I will have Su Xiao bring them to you. Very well. Su Xiao ended the call. Just as he was about to exit the restroom, he inadvertently caught sight of a mouse. This mouse was rather peculiar, with its fur a pale yellow hue. Upon closer inspection, Su Xiao realized it was, in fact, a hamster. The presence of a mouse in the restroom was not particularly surprising, yet one must wonder. Why a hamster? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. It is not entirely implausible. The pale yellow hamster shows no fear of humans, standing upright on the edge of the sink. Its tiny forepaws clutching something to nibble on. The sound of crunching fills the otherwise silent restroom. As the little creature eagerly chews, its cheeks puffed out adorably. With beady black eyes curiously fixed upon Su Xiao. For reasons unknown, Su Xiao suddenly felt as though he were being observed, as if this were not merely a hamster, but a sentient being. Squeak. The hamster chirped, extending a small piece of carrot towards Su Xiao with its forepaws, the gesture unmistakably inviting him to partake. With a wry smile, Su Xiao turned away. There was nothing amiss with this clever little creature. After Su Xiao departed, the hamster swiftly devoured the carrot, patting its belly in satisfaction. A flicker of blue light danced in its dark eyes, and with a few agile leaps, the hamster vanished into the restroom. Meanwhile, in a residence located 500 meters from the auction house, a girl clad in a pale green dress abruptly opened her eyes. "Sister, I found it," she exclaimed. The girl, with her pure visage and long hair cascading over her shoulders, emanated a scent reminiscent of verdant flora, not a fragrance from any perfume, but the essence of nature itself. So, is it truly as formidable as Hanyu claimed? That fellow is exceedingly cunning. He feigns fear of us while harboring ulterior motives. Were it not for the favor owed to that individual, he would have been vanquished long ago. A tall, elegant woman clad in knightly armor, wielding a shield the size of a door, spoke. The weight of her armor must be at least 200 or 300 pounds, yet she maneuvers with remarkable ease. Hanyu may have misrepresented the truth. According to Kaka, the little hamster's perception, that man has simultaneously enhanced 3 attributes: strength at 13, agility at 13, and intelligence at 12. His individual attributes resemble ours, but he has chosen a path of balance. The girl in green stifled a yawn, her delicate face betraying a hint of fatigue, suggesting that controlling the hamster from a distance is no simple task. The knightly woman furrowed her brow. While I can comprehend the high levels of strength and agility, what is this intelligence all about? He is a warrior wielding a blade, yet he remarkably enhances his intellect? The girl in the green dress lay on the bed, her delicate white legs raised and swaying intermittently. Who knows, peculiarities abound every day, but today seems particularly rife with them. After uttering these words, the girl erupted into a fit of giggles. Should we take action against him? A slightly hoarse female voice emerged from the shadows of the room's corner. The dimness concealed a woman clad in a skin-tight outfit. Without her voice, she would have gone unnoticed. The knighted woman, clearly the leader among the 3, pondered cautiously for a considerable time. Of course we should. Being alone in a faction is utterly abnormal. Eliminating him would disrupt the balance of this derivative world, leading to an abundance of world sources. The 3 of us have entered this lower-tier world using exemption tickets, and we possess no main quest. If we do not seize this opportunity, we shall regret it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The other 2 women in the room nodded in agreement. My queen, when shall we strike? The girl in green yawned, appearing drowsy. Just call me queen. Omit the honorifics. They are rather pedestrian. The knighted woman shot a fierce glare at the girl in green. Understood, my queen. A sultry laugh echoed from the corner. Black and white. You 2 are engaging in airport nonsense. Upon hearing the term airport, the girl in green snapped, sitting upright from the bed. I am not an airport. My capacity is exceptionally vast. If not for my capacity, you would have long since met your end in the giant's maw. Suddenly, the queen recalled something, her expression softening into a gentle smile. Indeed, you are the mightiest of milk-producing maidens. Let us set aside jest for now. We shall make our move tonight. As the conversation turned serious, the other two women's expressions became grave. I will seek a vantage point. The woman who had been lurking in the shadows stepped forward. Her purple skin-tight outfit accentuating her voluptuous figure, with her long purple hair tied back in a ponytail and a heavy sniper rifle, at least a meter long, slung across her back. I entrust this to you, black and white. Thus, these three women of mysterious origin began to prepare an ambush for Su Xiao, who remained blissfully unaware, busy orchestrating the extermination of ghouls at the auction. Chapter 20. Vigilance. As Su Xiao exited the auction house, daylight enveloped the surroundings. Ghouls typically prowled during the night. Good day, Mr. Bei. A languid voice reached him from a distance. Su Xiao turned to find it was the white-haired Shirzwa from the Suzuki family. Here are the credentials, Shirzwa said, handing over the document with a foolish grin. At the moment Su Xiao received the credentials, a notification from the reincarnation paradise appeared. You have been promoted to a first-class investigator, contribution 525-2000. Upon seeing the contribution points required for the title of first-class investigator, Su Xiao's brow furrowed. The contribution points needed to ascend from third-class investigator to first-class investigator lacked a discernible pattern. Sometimes the increase was nearly tenfold, at other times only 5. However, amassing 2,000 contribution points would necessitate the extermination of hundreds, if not thousands, of ghouls. Mr. Bei, what are you pondering? Shirzwa inquired, his curiosity piqued. Nothing. Su Xiao began to respond but was suddenly struck by an unsettling sensation, akin to being watched. It mirrored the feeling he experienced in the restroom when that little hamster had bitten him. His eyes sharpened, and he discreetly surveyed his surroundings. Crack, crack, crack. Faint gnawing sounds emerged, blending with the cacophony of car horns and pedestrian chatter. Su Xiao's gaze fixated on a piece of refuse. Perched atop the lid of a trash bin was a small hamster, nibbling on something. This familiar sight caused Su Xiao's pupils to constrict. There was something amiss with this hamster. Once his attention was directed towards it, the creature abruptly ceased its gnawing and extended a small piece of apple towards him. Instinctively, Su Xiao averted his gaze, but a sense of foreboding overtook him. Previously, after the hamster had made a similar gesture, he had exited the restroom without a second thought. What was the reason for this behavior? His focus returned to the hamster, which abruptly stopped chewing, dropped the piece of apple onto the trash bin lid, and scurried away. This little creature was surveilling him. Su Xiao dashed across the street, indifferent to the passing vehicles. The hamster scurried rapidly towards a narrow alley, but Su Xiao was faster, gradually closing the distance. In a residence 500 meters away, a green-haired girl, sprawled on her bed, suddenly opened her eyes. What nonsense is this? Level 3 deception should be foolproof. The languor on the green-clad girl's face evaporated, replaced by panic. The hamster was her symbiotic partner, possessing 3 passive abilities and was exceedingly valuable. What's wrong? The armored knight queen observed the green-clad girl, known as Ing, with confusion. Kaka has been discovered and is fleeing. Queen, you must save Kaka. How is that possible? The queen responded incredulously. That hamster was their most crucial source of intelligence. I'm going now. The queen hastily moved towards the exit, the clinking of her armor echoing in her wake. Su Xiao pursued the hamster with urgency. In another 200 meters, there was a storm drain, should the hamster enter. His chances of capturing it would drastically diminish. With a swift motion, he summoned the dragon slayer and twirled it twice in his hand to adjust his grip before launching it forcefully. Clang! The dragon slayer pierced the hamster's body with precision, embedding deep into the ground while the hilt remained motionless, a testament to the blade's formidable sharpness. Su Xiao approached quickly, withdrawing the dragon slayer, and crushed the hamster beneath his foot, the sensation of being watched dissipating. His ability to sense surveillance stemmed from his intelligence rating of 12, which influenced his perception. Moreover, his training in swordsmanship sharpened his instincts. The hamster was no ordinary creature. Level 3 deception was sufficient to deceive the human eye. Otherwise, Ing would not have allowed the hamster to appear so brazenly. Back in the residence, 500 meters away, the queen had yet to step outside when a piercing scream echoed from behind. Kaka! Ing wailed in despair, tears cascading down her cheeks. Drip, drip. Blood from her nose fell to the ground as she seemed to collapse in despair. Ing, what happened? The queen lifted Ing, her expression tense, revealing their close bond. Kaka is dead. Someone crushed him. I saw it through the shared vision. Ing began to sob uncontrollably. The queen's face darkened. The death of Kaka was a significant blow to their trio. How could Kaka, with level 3 deception, be discovered? I as an ally. often unconsciously overlook that little creature. The queen shared in the confusion over how Kaka had been spotted by Su Xiao, a development none had anticipated. Ing. Her voice choked with tears, continued. With an increase in intelligence, perception also heightens. That bastard, despite having 12 points in intelligence, could not possibly possess such acute perception. Under normal circumstances, a person with 12 points in intelligence would not exhibit such sharp perception. However, Su Xiao's training in swordsmanship had indeed heightened his awareness. The meditation technique passed on to Su Xiao by Geng Shiro also enhanced perception. Meditation had become a habitual practice for him. This cannot be left unpunished. I will kill that bastard, now, Ing declared, rising with fury. If you seek death, do not drag me and Heibai down with you, a cold voice interjected, causing Ing to shudder. Though the queen was typically easygoing, her serious demeanor instilled fear in Ing. After all, she was her captain. Rebelling against the captain in their adventuring party bore severe consequences. Calm down. We will act tonight. Heibai is already scouting higher ground. She must be cautious. If Kaka was discovered, Heibai cannot escape that man's perception either. The queen produced a headset, pressing a button to contact Heibai. In the alley, Su Xiao stood silently, gripping the dragon slayer. He had nearly overlooked the enemy's surveillance, but fortunately, he had detected it in time. This served as a lesson. In the world of ghouls, he had enjoyed an untroubled journey, which had led to a degree of complacency. Now, Su Xiao was on high alert. In the derived world, he could not afford to relax, not even for a moment. The pile of remains that had once been the hamster was no ordinary creature. Each time it had offered him food, his animosity would suddenly dissipate, and he would unconsciously disregard its presence. This reminded him of skills from the reincarnation paradise. He had encountered something similar in the real world, ultimately evading danger through acute perception. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired of the reincarnation paradise. Paradise, is there a method to probe enemy profiles? A prompt from the reincarnation paradise appeared. 1. Detection equipment. 2. Apostle summons. 3. Reconnaissance skills. Insufficient permissions to view the following content. The response from the reincarnation paradise satisfied Su Xiao. He resolved that upon concluding this derived world, he would devise a means to acquire one of the aforementioned 3. To know oneself and one's enemy is to ensure victory in every battle, he mused, acknowledging the wisdom of the adage. At the very least, he needed to comprehend the various attributes of his adversaries, which would allow him to gauge their strengths and weaknesses. Just as Su Xiao prepared to exit the alley, a sudden notification from the reincarnation paradise appeared. Detected a hunter of level 2, lower than the level of the current derived world. Activating temporary skill. Temporary skill. Basic detection. Cost. 800 paradise coins. Activate. Yes, no. Note. Temporary skills will vanish upon leaving this world. Upon witnessing the basic detection function, Su Xiao's heart swelled with joy. However, upon seeing the required cost, he couldn't help but curse under his breath, deeming it outrageously expensive. Although the paradise of reincarnation seemed to take advantage of the situation, he genuinely found himself in urgent need of such an ability. Su Xiao was acutely aware that the small hamster he had crushed was undoubtedly linked to an enemy contractor. The perils within the derivative world stem not only from various tasks or narrative figures, but should also encompass other contractors. With the demise of the little rodent, the arrival of its master cannot be far behind. Su Xiao found himself filled with anticipation, as he had yet to engage in combat with any other contractors. Chapter 21. The Life of Ghouls. After paying 800 paradise coins, Su Xiao found a new skill added to his skill panel. The newly appeared skill, depicted by an eye symbol, was distinct from the others. It was a pale gray, presumably due to its temporary nature. Basic detection. Temporary. Skill level. LV. 2 usage requirement. 10 mana points skill effect. Observe any biological data. The completeness of the information acquired is determined by the difference in strength between the observer and the observed target. Tip. Each level increase adds 5 to the completeness of the data. Tip. This skill has a cooldown period of 10 minutes. From its literal description, basic detection seems quite promising, though it remains unclear what the detected data entails. Mr. Baiyi? Suzuki Shirzwa wandered into the alley, gazing at Su Xiao with confusion. Upon noticing him, Su Xiao raised an eyebrow and activated basic detection. 10 mana points consumed. Basic detection activated. The following information obtained. Name, Suzuki Shirzwa. Rank, 3rd class investigator. Health, 100 mana, 50 strength, 7 agility, 10 stamina, 6 intelligence, 5 charm. For luck, 1 skill 1. Masochist, passive experiences heightened excitement after enduring pain, largely ignoring most sensations of pain. Skill 2. Sadist, passive after exhibiting a mad demeanor, instills fear in enemies, increasing damage by 8. All of Suzuki Shirzwa's information was laid bare before Su Xiao. The opponent's power was inferior, allowing for a comprehensive acquisition of data. Basic detection proved to be a rather commendable ability, albeit merely a temporary skill that would vanish upon leaving the world of ghouls. Su Xiao made a firm decision. Upon returning to the reincarnation paradise, he would acquire some form of equipment or skill for detecting strength. Mr. Baiyi, where are we headed? Suzuki Shirzwa circled around Su Xiao, seemingly unwilling to pause even for a moment. Su Xiao stood still, pondering. The appearance of this little hamster signified that the enemy's contractor was beginning to take action. This puzzled him. He felt that he had made swift progress on the main quest. Could it be that the contractors of the Ghoul faction were even faster? Such a possibility seemed unlikely. If the contractors of the Ghoul faction were indeed that formidable, then the balance mechanism of the reincarnation paradise would not have been triggered. The reason Su Xiao initially did not regard the hamster with caution was precisely this. Or perhaps the one surveilling him was not a contractor of the Ghoul faction at all. The reincarnation paradise was rife with danger. One must not allow their thoughts to become rigid. Now, the contractor monitoring him had yet to reveal themselves, and their source of observation had been located and eliminated. Yet, even so, he remained in a position of knowledge while the enemy lurked in the shadows. He must complete main quest 2 without remaining in the dark. Suzuki Shirzwa, follow me back to the CCG branch. Su Xiao resolved to temporarily return to the CCG branch. Unlike Makoto, Suzuki Shirzwa possessed some combat capability. Should the enemy contractor appear, Shirzwa could at least serve to delay them. If the adversary was not particularly strong, Shirzwa might even eliminate 1 or 2 contractors. The main quest could not be stalled. He would not abandon his mission simply because a contractor was observing him. That would be the most foolish choice. When faced with danger, one must confront the source rather than evade it. This was Su Xiao's modus operandi. In the CCG branch hall, Su Xiao stood before 2 rows of investigators clad in suits. That is the gist of it. We will reconvene here at 9 o'clock tonight. After delivering this statement, Su Xiao proceeded towards the logistics department. Following his departure, whispers erupted among the Ghoul investigators in the hall. The specifics of the plan were not fully known to them. Su Xiao had only informed them of the routes that needed to be secured. No one was certain whether there were ghouls lurking in the CCG branch. Thus caution was warranted. Once the plans for the night were arranged, Su Xiao returned to his dormitory on the upper level of the CCG to rest. He had a premonition that the plan to cleanse the auction would encounter unforeseen complications. With only a few hours remaining before the execution of the plan, he needed to seize the opportunity to rest. At 9 o'clock that evening, the CCG branch was ablaze with lights. Numerous CCG vehicles congregated at the entrance, and fully armed CCG members awaited their orders. As Su Xiao exited the branch, Makoto approached him. Mr. Baiyi, everyone is assembled and ready to depart. Makoto appeared somewhat anxious, as this was her first experience participating in such a large-scale ghoul extermination operation. Let us set off. As Su Xiao boarded the vehicle, the sound of closing doors echoed, accompanied by the rumbling of engines as he led a team of nearly 100 members into action. Given Su Xiao's rank as a first-class investigator, it would be impossible for him to mobilize such a large force without special authorization from Yukiki Shinohara. The reason for this special approval was simply because of Su Xiao's strength. Moreover, the prospect of purging the ghouls in District 14 was quite appealing to Shinohara. 20 minutes later, the convoy arrived near the auction venue, and the CCG members swiftly disembarked, concealing their vehicles and gradually surrounding the auction site. Each member possessed experience in ghoul extermination, moving silently through the inky darkness of the night. Mr. Baiyi? A voice crackled through Su Xiao's Bluetooth earpiece. It was Suzuki Shirzwa. What's the status? We have reached our position. Currently, there are no abnormalities. Should we proceed to infiltrate? Shirzwa's eerie laughter echoed in the earpiece. Remain still. Su Xiao switched channels to contact Makoto. Makoto, report. No abnormalities. We are well concealed. Su Xiao continued to communicate with others. All 3 exits of the auction venue were under surveillance by his team. It was now 9:30 in the evening. With over an hour remaining until the auction commenced, still too early for action. Mr. Baiyi, the mask you requested. A member of the CCG clad in black combat attire presented a mask to Su Xiao. During large-scale operations, all members donned this attire. The heavy combat gear minimized casualties. After receiving the mask, Su Xiao donned it and approached the auction venue. The main entrance of the auction was securely locked, with only the back door ajar. Ghouls would never dare to hold an auction openly, especially in District 14. Upon reaching the vicinity of the back door, Su Xiao produced a small canister of spray and applied it to his clothing. This was a scent-masking spray, preventing ghouls from detecting his human identity. Most ghouls possessed keen senses, and had Su Xiao attempted to enter the auction without this precaution, he would surely have been discovered. His plan to cleanse the auction was straightforward. He would first enter the venue alone, and once the auction commenced, he would seal off the 3 exits, leading to a massacre. Password. As Su Xiao was about to enter through the back door of the auction, a burly ghoul blocked his path. Human blood T3. Saint. Upon uttering this peculiar password, the hulking ghoul allowed him passage. Do not cause any trouble, or I shall slay you. Su Xiao paid no heed to the threat. He had come solely to eliminate ghouls. Stepping into the ghoul auction, the atmosphere was vastly different from that of the day. The venue transformed dramatically at night. Prior to the auction's commencement, pulsating music filled the air, and a crimson light was temporarily installed in the corners of the ceiling. The dimly lit environment, blinding disco lights, and deafening music created a scene of wild revelry. These ghouls displayed astonishing audacity. Did they not fear being discovered? They had begun to revel even before the auction commenced. Under the vibrant lights and the booming music, some female ghouls, overwhelmed with excitement, even shed their upper garments, flaunting their bare skin as they swayed. Madness and hysteria. This was the impression these ghouls left on Su Xiao. Living each day as if it were their last, they indulged in unrestrained celebration. Chapter 22. The Wolf Among the Sheep. As the raucous music reverberated through the air, the clock struck 11. With a resounding clap, the lights of the auction house illuminated the space, abruptly halting the music. The ghouls at the center of the venue ceased their rhythmic movements, some murmuring their discontent. Yet none dared to incite chaos. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to commence. Please take your seats, announced a ghoul host, his voice laced with an eccentric tone, concealed behind a jester's mask. Pray tell, dear jester, what surprises await us tonight? The previous auction left me rather dissatisfied, interjected a ghoul adorned in the fineries of high society. All ghouls present wore masks, for their true visages must remain obscured from human eyes, as well as from one another. Should a feud arise between 2 ghouls, if one were to discern the other's identity and report them to the CCG, the accused would find themselves in grave peril. Most ghouls scurried about like rats in the sewers, lurking in the shadows. However, there were exceptions, such as a girl named Izumi Takatsuki, a flamboyant daredevil who, as the leader of the Bronze Tree and a novelist, stood boldly in the public eye. Without further ado, the host proclaimed, tonight's offerings will undoubtedly satisfy all. Just as he was about to announce the commencement of the auction, Su Xiao activated his Bluetooth earpiece. Action. The moment Su Xiao's words echoed, several ghouls nearby cast wary glances in his direction, retreating a few steps. What did you just say? One of them queried. He had uttered the word action. Something was amiss. Eliminate him. Could he be a ghoul investigator? I must take my leave. With Su Xiao's single utterance, a wave of agitation swept through a small section of the auction house. It was no wonder these ghouls reacted so. Years of being hunted by the CCG had rendered them somewhat neurotic. The tension permeated the auction hall, and the ghoul host on stage sensed that something was amiss. Clap. The lights in the auction house suddenly extinguished, plunging the venue into complete darkness. Screams, roars, and the sounds of overturned furniture echoed through the room. Before Su Xiao, the world was also enveloped in blackness, yet he remained unfazed, his demeanor calm. Suddenly, an object resembling a monocular materialized in his hand. He leisurely placed it upon his head, restoring his vision. Although only his right eye regained sight, and all he could perceive was a sea of green, he was, nonetheless, able to see once more. Su Xiao had equipped himself with night vision goggles and had previously issued a command to sever the auction house's power the moment their operation commenced. The blade, Zanlongshan, manifested in his grasp as he approached a ghoul. He positioned the knife against the creature's throat. The ghoul, utterly oblivious, merely extended its hands in front of itself, its body slightly hunched as it aimlessly groped through the air. Su Xiao was testing whether the ghoul possessed the ability to see in the dark. It was evident that the ghoul lacked such a capability. With a swift motion, he drew Zanlongshan, the blade slicing through flesh with a soft sound, blood erupting forth. The ghoul's eyes widened in shock, and a series of choking sounds emanated from its throat before it collapsed moments later. In the pitch-black auction house, Su Xiao, donned in night vision goggles, resembled a ravenous wolf infiltrating a sheepfold. As he traversed among the ghouls, Zanlongshan glimmered with lethal precision. The sound of flesh being cleaved echoed repeatedly, with ghouls falling one after another, their blood staining the path Su Xiao traversed. The cacophony within the auction house concealed his movements. In a mere span of seconds, over 20 ghouls had perished beneath his blade. The auction house, a semi-enclosed structure, became saturated with a pungent scent of blood, prompting the remaining ghouls to sense the looming danger. What is happening? The smell of blood. This is a trap set by CCG. We must flee. I do not wish to die. I refuse to die. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The auction house had descended into utter chaos, with over 100 ghouls frantically dashing about. Some of the more volatile ghouls unleashed their kagun, swinging wildly, resulting in the inadvertent slaughter of any ghouls brave enough to approach. Consequently, the rate of casualties among the ghouls escalated rapidly. Su Xiao was acutely aware that time was of the essence. The ghouls could not allow him to continue his massacre unchecked. With an impassive expression, he wove through the throng, each ghoul that crossed his path falling victim to his relentless assault. Blood splattered across his cheek, yet he remained utterly indifferent. Does killing ghouls impose any psychological burden? Perhaps others may have their own perspectives. Yet, within the realm of the reincarnation paradise, it is a matter of either your demise or mine. Caught in the relentless cycle of kill or be killed, Su Xiao resolutely raises the blade in his hand. Blood and severed limbs splatter as his eyes begin to glimmer with a crimson light. Bang! A glass bottle shattered, igniting a brilliant flame that soared high. The ghoul host on stage, having rummaged somewhere for a bottle of strong liquor, transformed it into a makeshift Molotov cocktail and hurled it to the ground. This was perhaps leftover alcohol from the daytime auction. Ghouls would never partake in such transactions. The fire illuminated the entire auction hall, dispelling the darkness that enveloped the room. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Blood dripped from the tip of the dragon slayer, and all ghouls' gazes converged upon Su Xiao. Surrounding him lay at least 30 ghouls, their throats gruesomely slit, their lifeblood staining the earth beneath him, forming a thin pool of crimson. Gulp! And B-grade ghoul swallowed hard, terror evident in its eyes. Upon noticing Su Xiao, the initial reaction of the ghouls was not to swarm him, but rather to flee. However, they soon discovered that all exits of the auction hall had been sealed. This was an order issued by Su Xiao. Those outside were merely precautionary measures. Even though he held the title of captain of the cleansing squad, the contribution points he received from ghouls slain by CCG members were minimal. Thus, to elevate himself to a higher rank of investigator, he had to personally eliminate his foes. With all exits barred, the ghouls caught sight of large groups of investigators outside, driving them into a frenzy. What to do? It's over. We are doomed today. Run. That knife-wielding man is coming for us. The chaos escalated as Su Xiao pierced the throat of a ghoul with his blade, gaining points as the creature fell lifeless to the ground. Not all ghouls chose to flee. Among them were 2 S-grade ghouls. One was the host on stage, adorned with a clown mask, and the other stood directly before Su Xiao. This S-grade ghoul, donning a pig's head mask and possessing an obese physique, weighed no less than 300 pounds, his body round and bulbous like a large ball. You are human. The hefty ghoul bellowed, revealing his kakuja, which resembled armor encasing his shoulders. This creature was evidently tough, slow-moving yet resilient. Su Xiao charged forward with his knife, and the fat ghoul let out a roar, rushing at him. The two drew closer, Su Xiao's steps quick and nimble, while the fat ghoul advanced like a heavy tank, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. Die. The rotund ghoul lunged towards Su Xiao, who halted his steps, his focus razor-sharp. With a deft sidestep, Su Xiao effortlessly evaded the charge of the hefty ghoul, his long blade slicing toward the creature's lower extremities. With a sickening thud, a hefty leg severed and fell to the ground, the force of the ghoul's momentum aiding in the strike. A wretched scream echoed, and the ghoul collapsed with a resounding thump. Su Xiao swiftly advanced, placing a foot upon the ghoul's back, the tip of his blade poised against the base of its skull. No, please, don't. The ghoul's please faltered, stifled by the icy, sharp sensation against its head. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xiao plunged the blade into the ghoul's brain. He could feel the creature's body convulsing beneath his foot. A pale green treasure chest emerged above the lifeless body of the ghoul, and upon sighting it, Su Xiao's brow arched in surprise. What fortuitous luck! Slaying an S-class ghoul had earned him a green treasure chest. As Su Xiao turned his gaze towards the second-ranked S-ghoul in the arena, the one adorned with a clown mask, the ghoul, noticing Su Xiao's attention, hastily exclaimed, "Wait. I am a member of the Jukiyama family. You cannot kill me." Chapter 23. Life and Death. The ghoul, adorned with a jester's mask, slowly retreated, its eyes brimming with a menacing confidence, seemingly assured of the power held by the Jukiyama family. Su Xiao possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the Jukiyama clan. This family wielded considerable influence in both political and commercial realms, boasting extensive connections and abundant resources. While an ordinary individual might harbor trepidation towards the Jukiyama family, Su Xiao, however, was truly indifferent to their standing. Do not underestimate the ghoul before you. Even if it were the young master of the Jukiyama family, Jukiyama Shu, he would be met with the same fate. Moreover, the most fearsome force in the world of ghouls is the CCG, to which Su Xiao belongs. Although most remain oblivious to this fact, the Jukiyama family is indeed a source of dread. With a flippant tone, Su Xiao advanced closer to the ghoul, brandishing his long blade. The clown ghoul became wary. I will offer you 1 billion yen. Let me go. As expected from a member of the Jukiyama family, he spoke of vast sums with nonchalance. Su Xiao continued his slow approach, and the clown ghoul, not lacking in intelligence, soon realized that Su Xiao had no intention of sparing him. If I do not perish today, I shall unleash my family's power to hunt you down relentlessly. The clown ghoul manifested his kagun, a tail type. 2 fiery red tendrils emerged, each as thick as a thigh, albeit not particularly lengthy. The tail ghoul possessed balanced attributes, yet lacked explosive power, with notable strength in his lower limbs. The clown ghoul clenched his fists tightly before him, adopting a stance for close combat. Typically, tail-type ghouls are adept in physical prowess, but this particular clown ghoul was clearly an indulged young master, not particularly skilled in combat. His incessantly scanning gaze revealed his inability to focus during a fight. The battle needed to be resolved within a minute, for there were more formidable foes awaiting his attention. The ghouls fleeing within the auction house had mostly halted, their eyes filled with murderous intent directed at him. Su Xiao lightly tapped the ground with his dragon flash, diverting the clown ghoul's attention, and then, without warning, charged towards him. The clown ghoul's body stiffened visibly, rendered momentarily helpless. A brilliant flash of the blade appeared before the clown, who gasped in surprise and instinctively raised his kagun for defense. However, Su Xiao merely feigned a strike. With his free left hand, he delivered a powerful punch to the clown ghoul's abdomen. His hardened fist sank into the ghoul's midsection, causing the clown to bend over and emit a strange cry. The sound of weeping ensued, leaving Su Xiao momentarily bewildered. Had he truly made this ghoul cry? Indeed, he is quite the young master. How did the adversary evolve into an S-class ghoul? The enemy's anguished cries elicited not a hint of compassion from Su Xiao, who then delivered a forceful kick to the calf of the Joker ghoul. A sickening crack resonated as the bone fractured, stark white shards piercing through the flesh. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. A scream, reminiscent of a woman's, echoed through the air, causing the clown ghoul to stagger in terror and turn, limping as he attempted to flee. Setting aside the fact that the auction house was already sealed off, retreating amidst a battle was tantamount to courting death. With a swift thrust, Su Xiao's blade pierced the clown ghoul's back, abruptly halting its escape. The mask fell away, revealing a visage that was both handsome and laced with a hint of malevolence. I don't want to die. I still have so much wealth, he pleaded. With a thud, the clown ghoul collapsed to the ground, yielding no treasure chests apart from contribution points. Such a worthless creature, it was only natural that he drop nothing. Su Xiao suspected he couldn't even contend with a seasoned B-class ghoul. Drawing his dragon slayer, Su Xiao flicked away the blood and removed his night vision goggles. The auction house was ablaze, with ghouls igniting wooden chairs, creating a bonfire. Su Xiao turned to face the gathering horde of ghouls. Well then, let us indulge in some sport. A smile curled at the corners of his lips, his dark eyes glinting with a crimson hue in the flickering flames. There were nearly 100 ghouls present, the majority being B-class, with over 20 A-class among them. Should they charge all at once, he too faced the peril of death. Kill him. Even if we can't escape today, at least let one of us go down fighting. Yes, today's events were evidently a conspiracy of this scoundrel. The ghouls unveiled their kagun, their crimson eyes ablaze with ferocity, feathered, armored, scaled, and tail variants all in attendance. Faced with such a multitude, Su Xiao considered alternative methods to eliminate them, yet realized that those would be time-consuming and yield scant contribution points. The CCG investigators outside could rush in at any moment to assist him. Such an opportunity was rare indeed. He wished to test the limits of his capabilities. Enough chatter. If we are to fight, let it be decisive. If you can slay me, perhaps you may yet have a chance to live. The sight of the ghouls displaying their kagun was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Onward, kill him. A ghoul-esque cry incited the masses to surge forward. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiao charged towards the throng. With a swift, ringing slice, he severed the leading ghoul in half, plunging into the fray. Activating Blue Steel Shadow, he maximized his swordsmanship and commenced his earnest battle. A pale blue energy enveloped the dragon slayer, arcs of electricity dancing across the blade, rendering it even sharper. With a series of swift strikes, 3 heads soared into the air. Su Xiao's eyes, gleaming like rubies, locked onto one ghoul, who froze in fear. A quick slash across the throat, and he sought his next victim. Suddenly, a powerful blow struck his back, causing him to stagger forward. Unable to ascertain which ghoul had wounded him amidst the chaos, he sensed the attack yet could not evade entirely due to the sheer number of assailants. Blood seeped from his back as he tore away his tattered shirt. The blow had cost him 6 of his health, a minor setback. Surrounded by ghouls, Su Xiao managed to evade most of their assaults, only absorbing damage when evasion was impossible. His agility, a remarkable 13 points, enhanced not only his speed but also his reflexes. Compared to his injuries, the casualties among the ghouls were far greater. Any that fell prey to his blade met a grim fate. In the wake of death's terror, the ghouls descended into hysteria. This is the taste of human blood. He is human, and his stamina will eventually dwindle. We must not relent. He has been wounded. In the midst of battle, the ghouls formed a temporary alliance. Just narrowly avoiding an incoming kagun, Su Xiao seized one ghoul by the neck, snapping it with a decisive crack, his 13 points of strength proving lethal. Holding the lifeless body aloft as a makeshift shield, he continued to engage the ghouls. 3 minutes later, over 70 ghouls remained, with Su Xiao at 72 health. 5 minutes later, more than 40 ghouls remained, and his health dwindled to 46. After 10 minutes, only a dozen ghouls were left, with Su Xiao's health at 28. Breathing heavily, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. The onslaught of hundreds was a far cry from a solitary duel against an SSS-class ghoul. Surrounded, he found himself grappling with visual blind spots, relying solely on instinct and sound to evade attacks. Had the 100 ghouls charged him head-on, he would not have been so beleaguered. He had narrowly escaped death on several occasions. Such a chaotic skirmish was a first for Su Xiao. And though his experience was lacking, he was growing amidst the fray, a deeply fulfilling endeavor. The remaining ghouls, their eyes wide with dread, looked upon Su Xiao in terror. No. Don't come any closer. We surrender. These ghouls, having been thoroughly intimidated by Su Xiao, sought to capitulate. However, at this juncture, surrender was an impossibility. It was a matter of life or death. Su Xiao charged forward with his blade, and after a cacophony of wails and the sickening sound of flesh being severed, the auction house fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 24. Explosion outside the auction house. A multitude of ghoul investigators, armed with assault rifles, awaited anxiously. They had never received such an unusual order. In their mission to expel ghouls, they were instructed merely to guard the exits. The sporadic sounds of combat from within the auction house heightened their unease. Michiharu, pacing by the back door, shared their anxiety. What could possibly be happening inside? Shinya and others had truly gone too far. No matter how strong one might be, facing so many ghouls alone was impossible. 20 minutes had passed. The cacophony of screams had given way to an eerie silence, causing Michiharu to feel increasingly apprehensive. As Michiharu anxiously awaited, a fatigued voice from Su Xiao crackled through his Bluetooth earpiece. Come in. It's time to clear the auction house and prepare for firefighting. Firefighting? Michiharu felt a twinge of confusion but nonetheless led his team to open the back door of the auction house. Upon their entrance, a heavy stench of blood assaulted Michiharu's senses, causing him to furrow his elegant brows. He quickened his pace, rushing toward the auction hall. What lay before him rendered Michiharu speechless. An array of ghoul corpses lay scattered, and atop the mound of bodies sat a man smoking a cigarette. The brutality of the scene instinctively made Michiharu take a step back. Though she had encountered many corpses before, the sight before her was unprecedented, resembling something one might witness on an ancient battlefield. As Michiharu attempted to approach Su Xiao, she suddenly felt her footing slip, nearly falling as she noticed the ground was slick with blood. What are you standing around for? Start clearing the bodies, Su Xiao commanded, flicking away the cigarette but unsheathing his now pristine dragon-slashing blade. Yes, Michiharu responded, instinctively straightening her posture. The other investigators, though equally shocked by the scene, maintained their composure. They retrieved several body bags and began the grim task of clearing away the corpses. Su Xiao, feeling the ache in his body, reflected on the limits he had tested. If the number of ghouls exceeded 100, he would struggle. If it surpassed 200, his demise would be inevitable. Earlier, when the lights in the auction house had gone out, he had seized the opportunity with night vision goggles, delivering a formidable warning to the ghouls. Moreover, the two S-rank ghouls had failed to unite. Had they rallied their forces against Su Xiao, the outcome would have been drastically different. Despite the apparent danger of the evening, Su Xiao's actions were not without strategy. He knew that at his command, a multitude of ghoul investigators would surge in to assist. He was confident in his ability to withstand a protracted assault from the horde of ghouls. Su Xiao understood his strengths. His overwhelming offensive capabilities and extensive combat experience rendered him formidable in one-on-one encounters. However, in group battles, his lack of stamina diminished his resilience. No one is without flaws. Su Xiao had achieved a balanced development of his attributes, yet any further investment in stamina would inevitably slow his growth, putting him at a disadvantage compared to other contractors. As a hunter, it was imperative he remained superior to his peers. Otherwise, how could he pursue his targets? Seated in a CCG vehicle, Su Xiao observed the investigators diligently working to clear the bodies. It would take some time to restore order to the auction house, providing him an opportunity to rest and recuperate. His health was at a mere 27. He produced a portion of golden fried rice, a restorative food that required activation before consumption. Upon activating it, the outer membrane of the dish shattered, releasing a plume of steam, revealing the dish's delicious aroma. Unable to resist, Su Xiao took a bite, savoring the soft grains enveloped in egg, the rice pleasantly firm yet perfectly complemented by the egg's flavors. He couldn't help but take another mouthful. This golden fried rice was simply exquisite, a culinary delight from the world of food wars, so divine it felt like a crime. A whimsical thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should abduct a chef from that world. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he acknowledged that the effort would not be worth the reward. Strengthening his own abilities was paramount. With formidable power, he could relish such delicacies without worry. Before he realized it, he had finished every last grain of the fried rice, leaving nothing but satisfaction in its wake. After downing a bottle of mineral water, Su Xiao leaned back, content after a hearty meal post-battle. What greater joy could there be? A warm sensation enveloped his stomach as his health gradually restored. As his wounds healed rapidly, he was distracted by a delightful scent. Shirzor Rin, with his nose twitching, came running over. "Are you eating something? Could you spare me a bite?" he asked, peering from the seat with a beaming smile. "Tomorrow, I'll treat you all to a feast." It was essential to foster camaraderie among those who would accompany him in cleansing District 14. Having dispatched many ghouls, he was aware of the CCG's regulations. Exterminating ghouls yielded substantial rewards. This was reasonable, as being a ghoul investigator was perilous work, and their salaries were enviably high. After dismissing Shirzwa, Su Xiao began to reflect on the gains and losses of the battle. He had accrued 372 contribution points, bringing his total to first-class investigator, contribution 897-2000. He needed an additional 1103 points to complete the mission. He had also obtained a green treasure chest, yet despite eliminating over 100 ghouls, no white treasure chests had dropped. This led him to question whether he possessed an unfortunate tendency towards bad luck. Throughout his treasure hunting endeavors, aside from specific items, he seemed to have garnered little of value. The dragon-slashing blade, white, was effectively pilfered rather than acquired from a chest. The soul crystal, small, was a result of the significant gap between him and the monsters he faced. The wailing evil spirit, green, had originated from a gecko's chest. The gecko was a pivotal character in the plot, and eliminating it had yielded substantial world source. Yet, even with such achievements, he had only obtained a green ring rated at 21. With a sigh, Su Xiao realized he might possess the traits of a chieftain. Fortunately, he wasn't excessively unlucky, merely of average fortune. With a rueful chuckle, he dismissed such thoughts. By 1 a.m., the auction house was cleared of corpses, and the CCG investigators regrouped as the convoy began its return to the division. This was undeniably a resounding victory, having annihilated the enemy without any casualties on their side. Many investigators wore expressions of joy, their gazes towards Su Xiao filled with reverence. As the convoy traversed the desolate midnight streets, illuminated by the dim glow of streetlights, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over Su Xiao, as if he were teetering on the edge of an abyss. Danger approached from below. Without hesitation, Su Xiao flung open the car door and leaped out, rolling onto the asphalt before regaining his footing. A figure followed suit, Shirzwa, the clever little white-haired companion. Boom. The vehicle Su Xiao had vacated erupted in flames, soaring into the air and flipping several times before it finally came to rest. A massive pit has appeared on the road, and the explosive device is not concealed beneath a vehicle, but rather buried underground. A fiery explosion erupts, accompanied by a peculiar charred aroma mingled with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Su Xiao immediately identifies the smell as that of polyisobutylene burning. Someone has planted C4 plastic explosives along his path. A contractor lies in wait to ambush him, yet to assume that mere explosives could eliminate him is utterly naive. The Dragon Slayer flashes into his hand as Su Xiao scans his surroundings with heightened vigilance. He had just rested in the car for over an hour, restoring 80% of his stamina, and his health points have returned to full after consuming restorative food 3 times. Su Xiao had long suspected that a contractor might attempt to attack him, though he was uncertain of the precise timing. When his health was critically low, he did not hesitate to consume expensive restorative provisions, all in preparation for potential danger. In hindsight, his actions were indeed prudent. Had he remained in his previous state, he might have faced certain death. Chapter 25, Nature's Wrath. Accompanying the resounding explosion, the CCG convoy ground to a halt. Ghoul investigators, armed with assault rifles, disembarked, utilizing the vehicle doors for cover, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Investigator First Class Hayes, are you unharmed? Tuka Kirishima inquired, brandishing her quinqua as she approached, hiding behind a vehicle. Ken Kaneki gestured for Tuka to maintain her distance. The preceding explosion might have been a mere probe, an attempt to ascertain the possibility of assassinating him. Given the considerable number of Ghoul investigators presently accompanying Kaneki, it was improbable that the opposing contractors would engage him directly, unless they were utterly imprudent. The collective firepower of these 100 or so Ghoul investigators was not to be underestimated, unless the enemy contractors possessed the means to eliminate them instantaneously. An eerie silence descended upon the street, punctuated only by the crackling of the burning vehicles. It seems someone intends to harm us. I wonder why? Juzo Suzuya remarked, peering out with a palpable eagerness to engage. As Kaneki scrutinized the area, attempting to pinpoint the enemy's approximate location, the opposing contractors launched their assault. A verdant shockwave emanated outward, engulfing Kaneki in an instant. You have been subjected to nature's wrath. Initiating intelligence attribute assessment. Assessment result. Intelligence attribute exceeds 10 points. Immunity to sleep effect. You have resisted the control of nature's wrath. Vitality restored to 100. In the wake of the verdant shockwave, the Ghoul investigators surrounding Kaneki began to succumb, collapsing into a profound slumber, their bodies enveloped in a faint, emerald luminescence. Juzo, as though intoxicated, swayed precariously, his tenacity preventing him from collapsing. Kaneki seized Juzo's head, forcefully slamming it against the vehicle door. The metallic surface of the door buckled inward, a trickle of blood coursing through Juzo's white hair. Juzo's previously unfocused eyes gradually regained their clarity as he stared at Kaneki in bewilderment. Kaneki maintained his grip on Juzo's head. Are you lucid? He inquired, prepared to repeat the action if necessary. Juzo nodded, prompting Kaneki to release him. What transpired just now? I felt an overwhelming urge to sleep, Juzo confessed, bearing no resentment as he drew closer to Kaneki. Juzo, adversaries will soon emerge. Endeavor to impede one or two of them, even if they are not ghouls. Is that understood? Juzo nodded in affirmation. This was the rationale behind Kaneki's decision to bring Juzo along. The young investigator possessed a near-total absence of moral compass. Tuka, in contrast, would never have accepted such an order. For Ghoul investigators, the act of terminating ghouls was fundamentally different from terminating humans. Conceal yourself and await my command, Kaneki instructed, retrieving Tuka's quinqua and handing it to Juzo. Tuka, succumbing to the sleep effect, lay unconscious. Rising to his feet, Kaneki emerged from behind the vehicle, wielding his sword. Dragon Slayer, his focus heightened to its zenith. The street remained eerily silent, save for the slumbering Ghoul investigators. The opposition had meticulously planned their assault, employing explosives to obstruct their path before unleashing a mass control ability to diminish Kaneki's forces. Several hundred meters away, nestled within a narrow alley, the verdant-clad maiden, Yumi, regarded a parchment in her hand with distress, the parchment adorned with intricate, esoteric patterns, now marred by a network of fissures. It was a green skill scroll, designed for single use only. Queen, if this individual doesn't yield a blood card, we stand to incur significant losses. The Queen's crimson lips curled into a smile. It matters not. Even without the blood card, The subsequent world's source will more than compensate for our losses, allowing us to reap substantial profits. We can even procure a healing staff for you. Yumi's eyes widened at the mention of a healing staff, but she abruptly recalled something. Perhaps not. I must first resurrect Kaka. An endeavor that demands a considerable price. The queen's expression turned somber, cognizant of the cost associated with resurrecting Kaka. Very well. Upon the conclusion of this world, we shall resurrect Kaka. Yumi, moved by the queen's words, was about to respond when the queen interjected. He's emerging. Kuro and Shiro, prepare for the sniper attack. The queen produced a metal shield, towering in size, ready to repel any incoming attacks. Understood, came the reply. Perched atop a building, Kuro and Shiro lay prone near the edge of the roof. A tan cloth spread beneath them. Kuro and Shiro spat out their chewing gum, their long, purple pigtails cascading down their back as their fair fingers massaged their temples. A faint whirring sound emanated from within their equipment. Click, click, click. A small piece of headgear materialized above Kuro and Shiro's head, and a detection device appeared before their right eye, resembling night vision goggles but emitting a red glow, indicative of its sophisticated nature. This green piece of equipment possessed night vision, thermal detection, ultrasonic detection, and other functions, making it ideal for a sniper. Kuro and Shiro's slender fingers rested on the trigger of their sniper rifle, the red crosshairs of the scope trained on Kaneki. They had hesitated to do so previously. Given Kaneki's acute perception, as Kaneki traversed the street, he abruptly halted, an unsettling sensation coursing through him. He was being targeted, and by a lethal weapon, guided by instinct. Kaneki sought the source of the danger, soon pinpointing its approximate location, above and to his left. Raising his gaze, he discerned a building shrouded in the darkness of the night. Through the scope of the sniper rifle, Kuro and Shiro observed Kaneki lifting his head, looking directly in their direction, and they scoffed. That accursed intelligence specialist. With that, Kuro and Shiro squeezed the trigger, remaining stationary. Kaneki felt the sense of danger reach its apex. Suddenly, a faint sting emanated from the vicinity of his heart, causing him to instinctively sidestep. Bang! A gunshot shattered the night's tranquility. A gust of air grazed his shoulder, leaving a burning sensation as the asphalt behind him exploded, creating a crater several dozen centimeters in diameter, sending asphalt fragments flying. Sniper. Kaneki had evaded the shot not through superior speed but by anticipating the attack. A feat of precognition. From his stationary position, Kaneki erupted into motion, sprinting toward the source of the danger. Bang, bang, bang. Kuro and Shiro fired 3 more shots, but only one managed to graze Kaneki's sleeve. The distance between them rapidly diminished, from 700 meters to 400 meters. Kuro and Shiro felt a shiver run down their spine, as if they were being stalked by a predator. Their fingers frantically pulled the trigger. Yet, Kaneki seemed to anticipate the trajectory of the bullets, evading each one. In this life-or-death situation, Kaneki's perception heightened, reaching an unprecedented level. He could sense where the unknown sniper would aim next, a subtle sting appearing in the area being targeted. The key to his ability to evade the bullets. Queen, this individual's perception is nothing short of monstrous. I cannot lock onto him. Buy me some time. I'll resort to that tactic. Understood, the queen replied, nodding from her hiding place in the alley. Yumi, remain here and provide healing when needed. Yumi nodded, a verdant glow emanating from her hand as the queen emerged from the alley. Honor badge. The queen was bathed in green light, her arm muscles visibly bulging. I'm going in. Watch my health, the queen exclaimed, charging towards Kaneki. Possessing strength as their primary attribute, the queen was not particularly fast, but their speed increased exponentially as they charged towards Kaneki, eventually becoming a blur. Kaneki, noticing the rapidly approaching queen, was forced to abandon his pursuit of the sniper temporarily. Jutsu, proceed to the roof of that shopping mall and eliminate the enemy above. Chapter 26, Such Bold Maneuvers? The queen wielded her shield and charged fiercely at Su Xiao. He slightly sank his body to stabilize his center of gravity, realizing that her speed was too swift for him to evade. He positioned his dragon slayer horizontally in front of him, bracing for the impact. The queen barreled into him like a frenzied bull. With one hand gripping the hilt of his sword and the other pressing against the blade's back, they collided with a thunderous crash. The sharp edge met the sturdy shield, causing the asphalt beneath their feet to crack instantaneously. Impressive strength, Su Xiao thought as he exerted pressure downward onto the queen. As a specialist in physical prowess, she could not match his strength. Previously, her charge skill had only allowed her to hold her ground against him. Her delicate face flushed a deep purple as she was forced backward, her iron boots scraping against the ground, creating a shower of sparks. You shall not harm my comrades while I am here. Her strength was lacking, but her spirit was fierce. Su Xiao continued to apply force, pressing down from above. The queen could no longer withstand it and fell to one knee. The title of queen suggested her formidable nature, yet here she was, kneeling before Su Xiao. Such humiliation was intolerable. I will kill you, she screamed, attempting to struggle against him. However, under the overwhelming disparity in strength, her efforts appeared feeble. Su Xiao grasped the edge of her shield, preparing to wrench it aside. He had no intention of striking her shield. This was not a game, and his strength surpassed hers, making it more effective to simply pry it away before delivering lethal blows. The queen's cheek twitched. Perhaps she had never encountered an enemy quite like Su Xiao, who dared to seize her shield outright. Shouldn't they have engaged in a fierce battle first? He yanked the shield from in front of her, thrusting the dragon slayer toward her throat. Just as he did, he felt a faint sting in his back. It was the sniper. Time was too short, and his companion had not yet reached the rooftop. In a flash of inspiration, Su Xiao forcefully pulled the queen's shield behind him. She staggered, almost losing her balance. Bang! A bullet struck the shield, creating a dent and embedding itself within a small area, even turning red. Su Xiao's hand tingled from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, the queen yanked the shield free and retreated several steps. This physical specialist had never faced an opponent like Su Xiao, who brazenly fought for her shield. Amidst her humiliation, she felt a surge of frustration, vowing to enhance her strength attributes upon returning to the reincarnation paradise. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to have her shield taken by an enemy. Had she not fought desperately for her shield earlier, it would have already been lost. And even with her high stamina, she would have faced slaughter. The combination of a shield warrior and a sniper was intriguing. This was Su Xiao's first encounter with a contractor, and he now had a clearer understanding of their dynamics. The shield warrior before him likely specialized in defense alone, relying on the sniper for offensive capabilities. This was a commendable combination. If they had a support role as well, it would be perfect. Su Xiao felt no fear. His enhancements were comprehensive. Apart from his low health, he possessed almost no weaknesses. While other contractors often operated in units, he was a formidable unit on his own. Yeetzy. Switch to strength. I no longer need stamina. That scoundrel took my shield. The queen's tone bore a note of exasperation, while Yeetzy in the alley looked on, stunned, before promptly switching her aura from stamina to strength. How audacious, to dare confront me head-on. The queen, shield in hand and clad in knightly armor, appeared gallant. I'm quite curious about the nature of that shifting aura you possess. Or do you have other allies aside from that sniper? Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, the queen maintained her composure, revealing no hint of emotion. Showing too much could expose Yeetzy's presence, whose survival skills were minimal and whose melee capabilities were nearly non-existent. Fool. This is a natural aura of mine, she retorted. A smile crept onto Su Xiao's face. Is that so? Allow me to guess where your third ally might be. The queen scoffed, feigning disdain, but inwardly she felt a twinge of anxiety. If it were her, she would conceal a support companion in the rooftop, within the buildings, or perhaps in the alleyways. Su Xiao's seemingly trivial inquiries were, in fact, a probe into the shield warrior's psyche. He was uncertain of how many allies she possessed. He merely speculated. Applying psychological pressure during the battle was essential. Enough with the chatter, the queen exclaimed, charging towards Su Xiao with her shield. This time, she was much more astute, slowing her pace to ensure a steady advance. Su Xiao merely cast a glance at the shield warrior, choosing not to engage further. He resolved to eliminate the sniper first. Suddenly, he dashed away, swiftly creating distance between them. The queen felt a tightening in her chest. Her greatest fear materialized. The man before her was refusing to engage and was instead targeting her ally. You shall not escape. She raised one hand, revealing a silver chain that shimmered with a semi-transparent glow. It was slender yet moved with remarkable speed, swiftly binding itself around Su Xiao's arm, merging with him. You are bound by the mithril chain. The caster's stamina attribute is 33 times yours. Exemption failed. You cannot leave the caster's vicinity of 30 meters. Su Xiao's steps abruptly halted, not by his own volition, but forcibly restrained. He glanced at the semi-transparent silver chain on his arm and attempted to slash it, but the dragon slayer passed through the chain without effect. It was not a tangible entity. As expected, the queen, a specialist in physical prowess, would struggle to restrain an enemy without a limiting skill. I warned you. You shall not leave. Since the battle commenced, the queen had finally gained an upper hand, and a flicker of exhilaration coursed through her. She believed in the sharpshooting skills of her companion, confident that if she could hold Su Xiao in place, the sniper could eliminate him with just 2 shots. Su Xiao turned his gaze toward the queen, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Do you truly wish for death? Having just slain hundreds of ghouls. He exuded an air of ferocity, a glint of cold light flashing through his eyes, startling the queen. She pondered the extent of his killings, even in the derivative world. A contractor might take down a handful of foes, perhaps a dozen at most. Yet even that would impose tremendous psychological pressure on most contractors. Stop your empty bravado. While I may not match your strength, you are not worthy of taking my life. Su Xiao flexed his slightly sore left arm, tearing away the heavy combat suit and tossing it aside. He had grown serious. If he did not eliminate the shield warrior before him, he risked being overwhelmed. With the activation of Steel Shadow, the contractors had little health left, and the true damage from Steel Shadow would prove effective in combat against them. A pale blue arc crackled along the edge of the Dragon Slayer, as Su Xiao propelled himself toward the queen, now bare-chested. Previously, he had not taken the queen seriously. He had merely wanted to shake her off and eliminate her ally first. But now, as he focused, the queen felt the weight of impending pressure. Chapter 27. A blade to the bone. Yezi, prepare to heal me. This man is likely a remorseless lunatic. Upon sensing Su Xiao's current aura, the queen felt a pang of regret. Perhaps it was unwise for the 3 of them to provoke this man. Alone in his camp, the benefits Su Xiao would reap from eliminating her were monumental. As a level 6 contractor venturing into a level 3 world, the queen's actions were inevitably somewhat rash. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Su Xiao surged forward like a cannonball, charging at the queen. She raised her massive shield to block his approach. Holding his blade with both hands, Su Xiao chose not to slash, but instead, with his left hand gripping the end of the hilt, he thrust the blade towards the shield. With a crack, the tip of the Dragon Slayer became lodged within the shield. Despite being a top-tier white weapon, it was still classified as white gear. The queen wielded a green shield rated at 26. Had it not been for Su Xiao's formidable attack power, breaching the shield would have been impossible. As the tip of the blade penetrated the shield, the queen's heart bled at the thought of the exorbitant cost to repair it. If the mage in the reincarnation paradise is considered a master of magic, then the tank is akin to a giant panda. In the early derivative worlds, few contractors opted for a physique-oriented development. Enduring blows up front is not something just anyone can withstand. Setting aside the pain of taking hits, the mere act of being unable to retaliate while holding a large shield would deter most contractors. It is an unbearably frustrating predicament. Thus, tanks must be specifically cultivated. And stable adventuring teams typically nurture a small number of contractors with tanking aptitude. Fortunately, the demand for tanks is modest. In a 10-member adventuring party, 1 main tank and 1 off-tank suffice. After all, the primary goal in the derivative world is to vanquish enemies. After the Dragon Slayer pierced the shield, Su Xiao delivered a powerful kick to its front. The resounding thud sent the queen staggering back several steps. This initial strike served to test the enemy's defenses, which exceeded his expectations, revealing the need for strategy. The sniper positioned above had been dormant for quite some time, indicating that Shirzwa had located the enemy. Having gone without fire support for so long, the queen sensed something amiss. Hey bye. Attempting to contact her ally, she heard heavy breathing in her ear. Queen, I cannot assist you at the moment. I have been detected by the enemy. Who? A storyline character, Shirzwa Kisaragi. The queen's expression darkened, without Heibai sniping. They had no means to contend with Su Xiao. Give me 5 minutes. Heibai spoke with confidence, and the queen appeared to trust her implicitly. I will do my utmost to buy you 5 minutes. The queen retrieved a vial of potion and bit down on it. Although Yezi could heal her at any moment, Su Xiao's earlier strike had instilled a deep-seated fear within her. While the queen and Heibai conversed, Su Xiao surged forward once again. The queen quickly countered, swinging her shield forward, which radiated with a golden light. Holy shield assault, she cried, charging at Su Xiao with her shield. The force of the blow was tremendous. The shield accompanied by a rush of wind as it barreled toward him. Su Xiao keenly sensed the extraordinary nature of this attack, realizing it was likely a skill. The shield, glowing with golden light, lunged toward him, but he remained unfazed as he met it head-on. Just as the shield was about to strike him, he deftly leapt, planting a foot on the shield and using its momentum to perform a graceful backflip. He landed smoothly as the queen's skill concluded. Her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at Su Xiao, her worldview shattered. How could you evade a skill? The queen's holy shield assault was marked as an unavoidable attack. Su Xiao offered no reply, only gradually closing the distance between them. This contractor relied heavily on skills, yet she failed to realize that skills merely assist in combat. Adaptability and extensive combat experience are crucial for subduing an opponent. The reincarnation paradise is not a game. The so-called unavoidable skills can be altered by circumstance. Su Xiao's evasive maneuver stemmed solely from his understanding of combat. What of skills? Su Xiao planted his foot firmly on the ground, launching a powerful kick into the queen's shield. Even with her enhancements, the impact forced her back several steps, her stance faltering. Seizing the moment, Su Xiao's figure flickered as his impressive agility of 13 allowed him to dart behind the queen, transitioning from a one-handed grip on his blade to a two-handed stance. He swung with all his might at the queen's back. With a piercing sound, the dragon slayer cleaved through her armor, the blade embedding itself into flesh. As the unique energy of King Gangying coursed into her body, the queen's health bar plummeted by 27 from this vicious strike. The sharpness of the weapon combined with Su Xiao's strength and the true damage of King Gangying inflicted unbearable pain. The queen let out a scream, staggering forward. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Su Xiao aimed for the back of her neck once more. King Gangying burned an additional 10 points of her mana and inflicted another 10 points of true damage. The agonizing pain from the first strike had barely subsided when the new wave of torment hit her. The cumulative agony left her face pale, an overwhelming intensity of pain inducing a strange sensation of pleasure. This blow cost the queen 31 of her life. Should the current trend persist, she would undoubtedly perish within 4 strikes. Before the queen could acclimate to her body's torment, Su Xiao's third strike was upon her. The dragon slayer sliced through the air, emitting a dreadful wail. Upon hearing this sound, the queen bit down hard on the potion in her mouth, swallowing the shards of glass along with it. With a splatter, blood gushed forth as this strike proved even more devastating, robbing her of 34 of her health. After suffering 3 consecutive blows, the queen felt as if she were on the brink of collapse. It was not merely the physical injuries, but the pervasive agony within her that threatened to shatter her composure. The terrifying aspect of King Gangying revealed itself. Once struck by Su Xiao's first blow, if one could not endure the pain from the mana burn, retaliation became nearly impossible. In the midst of the queen's despair, Su Xiao's fourth strike approached. Her substantial armor seemed as fragile as paper against Su Xiao's onslaught. As the true damage of King Gangying took effect, the fact that he had not managed to fell her after 3 strikes surprised Su Xiao. This shield warrior was exceptionally resilient. Notably, even the gecko had not withstood 3 of his strikes. With a swift motion, Su Xiao severed the slender arm wielding the shield, causing it to fall to the ground. This strike, however, only cost the queen 16 of her health, as it did not target her torso. Had she not consumed the potion earlier, she would have already been lifeless. Even so, the queen was left with only 19 of her health. As Su Xiao prepared to land his 5th blow, a green orb suddenly soared from a distance and entered the queen's body. Her health rapidly restored, climbing from 19 to 34, and it continued to rise. At last, your third teammate has arrived. Su Xiao swung his blade toward the queen. But thanks to the earlier green orb, she had begun to recover from her pain. In a desperate maneuver, she rolled away, narrowly evading Su Xiao's strike. You pervert! The queen gasped, supporting herself on the ground, blood dripping onto the pavement. She had previously vowed to endure for 5 minutes, yet only 30 seconds had passed, and she had nearly succumbed to Su Xiao's blade. Were it not for Yezi's remarkable healing abilities, she would already be dead. Beneath the sallow glow of streetlights, a multitude of insects congregated. The midnight stillness was shattered by a gunshot. Su Xiao, hearing the shot, surmised that Juzo Suzuya had engaged the enemy contractor. He activated his Bluetooth earpiece. Juzo. There was no response, likely due to Juzo losing his earpiece in the heat of battle. While Su Xiao was uncertain of the sniper's capabilities, he believed Juzo could delay them. His immediate priority was the female shield warrior before him. Thanks to Yezi's healing, the queen's health had recovered to 67. The green-clad girl, named Yezi, possessed remarkable restorative abilities. The queen eyed Su Xiao warily, having retrieved her shield. However, the loss of her right arm made wielding it awkward. Even with balanced stats, such formidable attack power is impossible. In that agonizing blue light, you possess a class template. The queen, a veteran of 3 iterations, was astute. Who knows? Su Xiao's primary concern was eliminating the hidden support contractor. But the mithril chains prevented him from straying beyond 30 meters of the shield warrior. This was a vexing skill. The durable shield warrior, coupled with the concealed support, would be difficult to dispatch quickly. Given Juzo's uncertain situation, a swift resolution was preferable. Su Xiao charged towards the queen. reversing his long sword to strike the shield with the hilt. Bang! The queen's shielded arm absorbed the impact. Against a shielded foe, blunt force was more effective than slicing. The queen gritted her teeth, slamming the shield at Su Xiao in a desperate maneuver. Su Xiao evaded the blow, having sustained minor injuries himself. Blocking bullets had left him shaken, his health reduced to roughly 85. Evading the shield, Su Xiao's arm coiled, his left hand seizing the shield's edge. The queen groaned, inwardly lamenting, not again. Grasping the shield, Su Xiao lowered his gaze, a smile playing on his lips. A shield warrior unable to hold their shield might as well perish. Su Xiao yanked backward with his left hand, while his right hand thrust the dragon flash forward. The queen faced a choice: relinquish the shield or be impaled. Abandoning the shield would expose her to Su Xiao's devastating attacks, while holding on meant enduring excruciating pain. Ultimately, the queen released the shield, retreating from Su Xiao's blade. Seizing the shield, Su Xiao hurled it into the distance. Clang! The shield crashed into a nearby shop, scattering merchandise. The queen, after a moment's contemplation, spoke. We initiated the attack. I offer 10,000 paradise coins as compensation. Cease hostilities. We risk mutual destruction. Realizing Su Xiao was a formidable opponent, the queen attempted a strategic retreat. Pay first, Su Xiao retorted, intending to exploit the situation. Very well. A prompt appeared before Su Xiao. Contractor has requested a temporary contract. Within this iteration, you shall not attack members of team, nor shall they act to your detriment. Upon agreement, contractor will pay 10,000 paradise coins as a reward. Note: this contract is certified by the paradise and inviolable. Note: the contract is drafted by the initiator. Review carefully. Violations will incur penalties. Penalty for breach: deduction of 300,000 paradise coins. Accept decline. Su Xiao was intrigued by this function. He learned he could draft contracts for a fee of 50 paradise coins. He declined the queen's offer, intending to exploit the situation fully. The queen's expression darkened. What is the meaning of this? Meaning? I intend to eliminate you. Su Xiao consumed a salt rice ball, restoring 10 health. Do not force my hand. The queen's tone was icy. Ha, ha, ha. Su Xiao laughed, brandishing his blade. Planting explosives in my path, then demanding I desist? Only by severing your head will this end. Su Xiao's gaze shifted to an alleyway. Hide there. After I've shattered her, you're next. Su Xiao's ferocity was unnerving, causing Yezi to shrink back in fear. The queen, acknowledging her culpability, produced a vial and a knight's sword. The vial contained a viscous, crimson liquid. Yezi, monitor my health? The queen shouted, downing the potion. Ugh, foul. Upon imbibing the liquid, whisker-like markings appeared on her face, and a crimson aura enveloped her. Power surged. Her dark eyes transformed into bestial, blood-red orbs. An ominous sensation arose. Su Xiao refrained from attacking, employing basic detection. 10 mana consumed. Basic detection initiated. Information acquired. Contractor, 11740, Berserk. Strength, 610 agility, 510 endurance. Intelligence, 5 charm, 6 skill 1. Berserk, temporary passive loses 3 health per second. Deactivates below 5 health. Skill 2, Lesser Foxblood, temporary passive 10 to strength, agility, and endurance. Skill 3, Blood Frenzy, temporary passive random attribute check every 10 seconds. Failure induces confusion. Attribute check. One of 5 attributes is randomly selected. Skill 4. Skill 5. Skill 6. Su Xiao grimaced. This woman had consumed something granting temporary bonuses to strength, agility, and endurance. While her combat prowess had increased, she was suffering. The 3 health loss meant death in 34 seconds, though the support contractor might prolong that. Roar. The queen's bestial cry heralded misfortune. Her skill, random attribute check, had selected charm on the first round. Check failed. Chapter 29. Divergent Paths. Su Xiao narrowed his eyes. The contractor before him was no longer an easy adversary. A low growl emanated from the queen's throat as she crouched on the ground, enveloped in a shroud of dark red energy. This energy lacked a stable form, resembling a loose garment. The knight's sword she had drawn lay discarded nearby. Initially, the queen intended to consume that vial of liquid to augment her attributes and then engage Su Xiao in close combat, leveraging her enhanced stats to eliminate him. Alas, fate was unkind to her. She failed the assessment and fell into a state of confusion. The blood-red, beastly pupils betrayed her loss of reason. Now, Su Xiao was the closest to her, and she instinctively targeted him. Sharp bone claws sprouted from her elongated fingers, and her canine teeth protruded ominously. Through prior reconnaissance, Su Xiao had discerned that the queen possessed a strength of 16 points, agility of 15 points, and her stamina was too high to ascertain. With her strength exceeding his by 3 points and agility by 2 points, he felt it was not insurmountable. Taking a deep breath, he focused intently on the increasingly feral queen. With another threatening roar, the queen, despite her loss of sanity, sensed that Su Xiao was not to be trifled with. Having entered the world of ghouls, he had never shied away from a challenge. He had faced Takagi Izumi head-on, let alone this drug-enhanced contractor. He had spent considerable park tokens in the trial grounds to summon a mirror image of Yashikage Kira, significantly enhancing his swordsmanship. More importantly, he had absorbed practical combat techniques from Kira, having already practiced swordsmanship for 3 years before entering the reincarnation paradise, where he gained further combat experience under Kira's tutelage. Most contractors resorted to purchasing gear or skills with park tokens, while Su Xiao had invested in combat techniques. Come forth, little fox. For reasons unknown, the queen now exuded an aura reminiscent of a fox. I will kill you, she enunciated deliberately, whether driven by instinct or vestiges of her consciousness. Su Xiao remained still, opting not to strike first. After all, the queen was losing 3 of her health per second, granting him ample time. A green light darted from the street and merged with the queen, visibly restoring some of her diminishing health. Let us see how long you can endure. Su Xiao began to circle the queen, ever vigilant for her potential assault. Moments later, the queen seemed to realize her life was rapidly depleting. With a powerful push from the ground, she lunged towards Su Xiao. A red blur swept past, and when the queen reappeared, it was directly in front of him. Su Xiao's pupils constricted, his right arm tensed, and he swung his blade at the queen. The sharp dragon slash grazed her arm, akin to slicing through the surface of a tire, barely breaking through the outer layer of muscle. Such stamina. Truly formidable, Su Xiao mused, calculating her stamina at 24 points. Previously, when the queen employed the mithril chains, the reincarnation paradise had indicated the caster's stamina is 33 times yours. With Su Xiao's stamina at 6 points, that meant the queen's was approximately 14 points. After consuming that mysterious liquid, her attributes had risen to 10, suggesting her stamina now soared to 24 points. Once her stamina surpassed 20 points, remarkable changes occurred. The sharp dragon slash struggled to penetrate her defenses. Although Su Xiao had injured her arm, the wound ceased bleeding within moments, displaying signs of rapid healing. A faint wisp of smoke rose from the injury as it began to mend. Witnessing this extraordinary recovery, Su Xiao's lips curled in disbelief. Her regenerative abilities were truly monstrous. After being wounded, the queen stood frozen, as if contemplating something. Her blood-red beastly eyes trembled, and after 2 seconds, the crimson hue receded, restoring clarity to her gaze. Damn this blood. Finally, a determination of stamina attributes. The queen's state would now be assessed every 10 seconds. If successful, she would regain consciousness. Easy. There is no need to hide, come forth. As long as I remain unharmed, he cannot touch you. The queen and Su Xiao were bound by the mithril chains, prompting Yeezy to emerge from the alley. Yeezy possessed an exquisite figure, though not voluptuous, almost flat. Her delicate features and the essence of nature about her lent her a unique charm. Approaching the discarded knight's sword, the queen stepped on the hilt, causing the sword to soar into her grasp. Yeezy, grant me divine shield and then proceed with Plan C. Upon hearing the queen's command, Yeezy clasped her hands in front of her, releasing a cascade of green luminous particles. These particles coalesced above her head, forming 2 small birds, one green and one blue. The vibrant elemental birds flapped their wings and circled above the queen, showering her with hues of emerald and azure that seeped into her being. With her health bar, previously reduced to 1/5, rapidly regenerating, the queen regained her full strength within 3 seconds, ceasing to lose health. This was not merely a temporary passive ability fading. Rather, her recovery speed had surpassed the loss of 3 per second. The sensation of newfound power was intoxicating. The queen smirked alluringly, tilting her head towards Su Xiao. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Her confident smile heralded what seemed like a death sentence for Su Xiao. He was momentarily taken aback, then let out a rueful laugh. Do you truly believe that a sudden boost in attributes makes you my equal? Had the queen's strength or agility exceeded 20 points, Su Xiao might indeed have found himself at a disadvantage, as such stats would create a crushing effect of power or speed. However, her stamina alone exceeding 20 points did not signify weakness. Rather, it was offset by her temporary passive skill that caused her to bleed at a percentage. Currently, aside from her marginally superior strength and agility, She posed little threat to Su Xiao, provided he remained wary of the skills that had not been detected. In Su Xiao's estimation, the queen wielding a sword against him, a specialist in swordsmanship, was nothing short of absurd. Did she believe his sword mastery, LV3, was merely for show? Most of Su Xiao's earnings in the pirate world had been devoted to enhancing his swordsmanship. The dragon slash emitted a melodious hum as he swiftly closed the distance to the queen, intent on demonstrating the true essence of combat. The long blade, accompanied by the whisper of the wind, struck towards the queen's head. Instinctively, she raised the knight's sword to block. A sharp clang resounded as metal met metal, sparks flying between blade and sword. Though she managed to deflect Su Xiao's strike, it momentarily bolstered her confidence. Yet, in that instant, a searing pain erupted from her abdomen, causing her body to involuntarily recoil. As she soared through the air, a burning sensation flared across her face. She had sustained a cut. The queen rolled twice upon the solid pavement before regaining her footing, her expression one of confusion, utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired. Su Xiao flicked the blood from Dragon Slash, pointing the blade at the ground. With your close combat skills, you dare to engage me? Combat is not merely about hiding behind a shield. Without that shield, you are utterly defenseless. The queen found herself bewildered by Su Xiao's relentless onslaught, still grappling with the inexplicable force that had propelled her backward. Swallowing hard, she suddenly realized that the disparity between her and this man lay not in attributes or skills, but in combat experience. That ability to restore health. I refuse to believe it will persist indefinitely. Once it fades, your time will come. The words of Su Xiao caused a slight frown to appear on the queen's visage, and indeed, the reality was as such. I do not believe you can evade this strike. The queen stood resolutely in place, her lone arm gripping the knight's sword, which she raised high towards the heavens. Holy sword slash! She proclaimed with a voice imbued with formidable spirit. This was her sole powerful offensive maneuver, reserved for unforeseen circumstances, and now it was finally invoked. The night breeze danced through the queen's flowing hair, yet after her fervent cry, nothing transpired. Unbeknownst to her, the queen's magical energy had dwindled to a mere 6 points, rendering her unable to wield any skills. Qing's steel shadow had consumed a substantial portion of her mana. Now, with the knight's sword held aloft, the queen projected an aura that felt rather juvenile to Su Xiao. Chapter 30. The final struggle of the three sisters. The queen raised the knight's sword high. Yet nothing transpired. No brilliant radiance, no surging sword energy. Holy slash! Holy slash! The queen was taken aback, lowering her elevated arm. Perplexed as she gazed at the knight's sword in her hand, the atmosphere grew decidedly awkward. Truly, a display of immense power. Su Xiao's timely mockery left the queen feeling a wave of frustration. It was at this juncture that the queen noticed the notification from the reincarnation paradise. She was out of mana. The queen could not comprehend this situation. From the onset of battle until now, she had employed merely 3 skills, fearing her mana would be entirely consumed. She had purchased a necklace that augmented her mana by 30 points at a high price. The queen was oblivious to the circumstances, but Su Xiao was fully aware that it was the Steel Shadow skill that had drained her mana completely. While he was uncertain of its effects against mages, it proved remarkably effective against shield warriors with low mana reserves. With a few strikes, even if the opponent did not perish, they would be unable to unleash any skills. For quite some time, Su Xiao had pondered a question. The Shadowbane profession, with a name so specifically aimed at mages, how could he engage in combat with them? If he could close the distance, the agony of mana depletion inflicted by Steel Shadow would allow him to strike the mage repeatedly. But how to approach remained a significant conundrum. The unactivated skills of Shadowbane should resolve this issue. Otherwise, this profession would not merit the title of Shadowbane. However, it was premature to dwell on such matters. The immediate priority was to vanquish the foe before him. Upon confirming that the queen had no mana left, Su Xiao charged forward. Even if the queen had imbibed some unknown liquid and suddenly become stronger, acquiring additional skills, devoid of mana, she was nothing more than a toothless tiger. As for the knight's sword in the queen's grip, Su Xiao disregarded it entirely, knowing she was incapable of wielding it effectively. Closing the distance, Su Xiao aimed to strike at the queen's throat. The long blade sliced through the air, creating a wave of pressure, its angle exceptionally cunning. The queen raised her sword to block, but it was a futile effort. Su Xiao's slash had transformed from a cut to a slice, and a portion of the queen's ear was severed. The sensation of losing an ear was far from pleasant, causing the queen to feel a ringing in her head. The dragon slash was poised for another strike, but to execute it again required a moment of charge. Su Xiao seized the opportunity to press forward, nearly adhering to the queen's side, raising his left knee and delivering a brutal blow to her side. There was a particular spot devoid of rib protection, rendering it exceedingly vulnerable. Before the queen could recover from the ringing in her ears, she was struck with tremendous force. The impact was as one could imagine. Su Xiao leapt back a step, creating a meter of distance. Yet, before his feet could touch the ground, the blade flashed once more, scoring a cut across the queen's chest, slicing through her armor to reveal her fair skin beneath. Blood oozed from the gash in her armor, and the queen experienced that searing pain anew. Above her, the energy birds provided some alleviation, granting her a modicum of strength to retaliate. However, her will was not resolute enough. A determined warrior could disregard most pain during battle. "You bastard, die!" The queen unleashed a powerful slash, but Su Xiao deftly evaded, springing back. As Su Xiao landed, he propelled himself forward, narrowly dodging the queen's sword, leaving her open. With a soft thud, a shallow wound appeared at the queen's throat, causing her to stagger back a few steps. Breathing heavily, the queen felt as though her lungs were akin to a broken bellows, each breath proving exceedingly arduous. Where was that confident expression from earlier? Su Xiao approached the queen slowly. Throughout the battle, he had maintained a semblance of composure. Had he faced the combined efforts of a shield warrior and sniper, he would not have felt nearly as at ease. However, the primary firepower, the sniper, was entangled with Su Xiao's ally, and the shield warrior before him was far less adept in close combat. Su Xiao vaguely discerned a truth. If the contractors were oriented towards PV, then his path led to PvP, a deliberate design by the reincarnation paradise. As a hunter, he would frequently engage contractors in combat. A tank, skilled in absorbing damage, confidently dueling with a master of killing. The outcome was predictable. This is impossible. No matter the attributes, equipment, or skills, I should be superior to you. Why is this happening? There must be some mistake, the queen thought, a deep sense of unwillingness in her gaze. Little did she know, the energy birds hovering above her were rapidly fading. In truth, Su Xiao was not without his own struggles. The female shield warrior was remarkably resilient, her health plummeting only after reaching 24 points. He found it exceedingly challenging to breach her physical defenses with Dragon Slash. This was a novel experience for him. This served as a warning to Su Xiao. If the disparity in attributes was too great, even his extraordinary combat skills might not suffice against an opponent. However, the queen evidently did not fall into that category. Her enhanced attributes were a result of her drug use. The two elemental birds above the queen simultaneously emitted a cry, shattering and transforming into countless specks of light that merged into her being, signaling the end of their healing effects and causing her health to dwindle rapidly. Observing this, Yezi, from a distance, turned pale. Her own mana was dwindling, and she could only afford to prolong the queen's life for a few seconds. However, per the queen's command, her remaining mana had other purposes, representing the trio's hope for victory. As despair began to creep into both the queen and Yezi, Su Xiao charged directly towards the queen, executing a series of strikes with his long blade. In this moment of crisis, a voice, as melodious as a celestial hymn, reached the queen's ears. "My queen, I have dealt with the opponent." The breathless voice was strained, punctuated by a few harsh coughs. "You killed Su Xiao?" The queen's heart soared with delight. "No, that fellow was quite difficult. He managed to escape at the last moment, albeit gravely injured." Although she had not slain Su Xiao, the queen was unconcerned, for the main assault of the trio was finally free to act. "I shall face you," the queen bellowed, discarding the knight's sword and lunging towards Su Xiao as if embracing death. Su Xiao was taken aback. Such erratic behavior was suspicious, prompting him to instinctively retreat. However, the queen's charge drove Dragon Slash deep into her abdomen. As Su Xiao attempted to withdraw the blade, the queen grasped its edge tightly, causing her fingers to nearly sever. Yet, she paid no mind, lunging towards Su Xiao and clinging to him as if a koala to a tree. It was essential to note that the queen's strength attribute stood at 15 points, surpassing Su Xiao by 2. Escaping her grasp would require finesse. Su Xiao clasped the hilt of Dragon Slash and ruthlessly twisted it within the queen's abdomen. Tears streamed down the queen's face, yet she refused to release him. A gunshot echoed from a distance. Su Xiao had sensed the impending danger, but the queen's weight combined with her armor rendered his movements cumbersome. In that critical moment, Su Xiao could only slightly shift his body to avoid a lethal strike. A bullet, roughly the length of a pinky, penetrated Su Xiao's abdomen, continuing its path to pierce through the queen's body. This shot resulted in a staggering loss of 70% of Su Xiao's health. The queen's form slumped as her arms grew weak. At that moment, Yezi, who had remained at a distance, unleashed the trio's trump card. Judgment. Yezi's voice rang out, and a massive energy cross materialized above Su Xiao's head. The cross shimmered with holy light, crashing down upon him. With a resounding thud, Su Xiao's ears rang as the energy cross shattered. You have been slain by judgment. Your health is below 15. Execution effect activated. Beep, beep, demonic physique. LV. Max activated. Execution failed. Immunity to this execution, health deducted by 9. Chapter 31. Cunning cold sweat trickled down Su Xiao's forehead as the recent notification sent chills down his spine. Within the realm of the reincarnation paradise, an alarmingly powerful skill known as execution existed. The girl named Yezi had hidden in the distance not merely due to her role as a healer, but also for the purpose of that lethal strike. When the radiant cross, gleaming with holy light, descended, the blinding golden glow compelled everyone to instinctively shut their eyes. 3 seconds later, as the brilliance faded somewhat, the figures of black and white observed from their vantage point through the sniper scope, their expressions betraying an undeniable tension. Yezi collapsed to the ground, her complexion ashen, her lips trembling. How could there be no kill notification? Sitting in disbelief, her eyes were filled with shock. As the light receded, Su Xiao struggled to stand. A wisp of green smoke rising from him. A fist-sized wound marred his abdomen. If one leaned close enough, they could even see through to the other side. His upper body was drenched in blood, droplets falling from his chin, yet a smile played on his lips. In his grasp, he held a woman by her long hair, the queen, shielded before him. It must be noted that the queen was indeed strikingly beautiful, but to Su Xiao, her appearance held little significance. The queen and her 2 companions had ambushed him without cause. Since they were adversaries, the prudent course was to eradicate them entirely. In Su Xiao's hand appeared a vial of potion, the XT12 Vitality Elixir, capable of restoring 15 of his health and facilitating rapid recovery from injuries. He bit off the cork and drank it down in one swift motion. The potion tasted bitter and astringent, with a sharp odor. 2 seconds after consuming the XT12 Vitality Elixir, his body responded, showing faint signs of healing at the horrendous wound on his abdomen. The exorbitant price of the XT12 Vitality Elixir stemmed not only from its ability to restore 15 of health, but also from its rapid recovery effects. It could heal all injuries, provided they were not severed limbs. Holding the queen as if she were a rag doll, her armor was battered, her body limp. Were it not for his grip, she would have surely crumpled to the ground. Now that I have your ally, let us converse, Su Xiao called out, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. Speak freely, what do you desire? I can offer equipment and paradise coins to secure the queen's life. Came the voice of black and white from a distance atop a building. Lowering his eyelids, Su Xiao swiftly severed the queen's remaining arm with a decisive stroke. One more word, and I will dismantle her piece by piece until she breathes her last, his voice devoid of emotion. What should we do, black and white? Yezi struggled to her feet, torn within herself. After a moment's hesitation, black and white declared, the queen has saved my life. I must rescue her. With that, black and white vanished from the rooftop's edge, evidently intent on reaching Su Xiao soon. In no time, black and white stood shoulder to shoulder with Yezi before Su Xiao. It seems she holds great importance to both of you, black and white began, but was interrupted by the smile that curled upon Su Xiao's lips. You dare. Black and white's words trailed off, as Su Xiao released his grip on the queen's hair, brandishing his blade to sever her neck. Her beautiful head soared into the air, and Yezi stared blankly at it. You bastard. I will make you pay. Black and white roared hoarsely, aiming her sniper rifle at Su Xiao. But she was far too close. Talk of negotiation was but a facade. Su Xiao's initial intent was to use the queen as bait to draw black and white and Yezi closer. Wounded as he was, he knew that only in close combat did he stand a chance of victory. In a flash, Su Xiao lunged towards black and white, his blade crackling with faint blue electricity. With a clang, he struck her sniper rifle with his sword. As a sniper, black and white excelled in both strength and agility. Her strength allowed her to withstand the recoil of her weapon, while her agility enhanced her reflexes. A deep gash marred her sniper rifle, and it had become unusable. This was Su Xiao's intention. A sniper deprived of their rifle would see their combat effectiveness plummet by at least 50%. With a disdainful snort, black and white relinquished her sniper rifle, drawing 2 handguns, a black one and a white one, both with long barrels, approximately 30 centimeters in length. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 handguns fired with the rapidity of a submachine gun. A barrage of bullets rained down upon Su Xiao, even if he did not perish. He would be gravely injured by the onslaught. After the sniper's bullets were discharged, Su Xiao found himself unable to evade, yet the bullets from the handguns were different. His pupils narrowed to their utmost limits, his vision sharpening to its peak. The muscles in his right arm surged as he wielded the dragon's slashing blade, slicing through the air in a flash of white light. Clang! Su Xiao deflected 2 bullets, creating a path through the storm of projectiles. However, the sound of bullets striking flesh followed. 3 shots found their mark on his left arm and right chest. Yet every injury was worth it, for he had closed the distance with Black and White. Without mercy, he swung his blade, severing Black and White's forearm, the one that had held the white handgun. The faint blue arcs of energy, the special powers of Azure Steel Shadow, surged into Black and White's body, eliciting a sharp cry of agony from her. With another strike, Black and White's other arm fell as well. The dragon's slashing blade pierced through her ample chest, embedding itself deep within her heart, rapidly draining her health. In the face of a mortal wound, health points became irrelevant. The reincarnation paradise merely provided semi-datification. Upon receiving a fatal injury, one would perish, regardless of the remaining health points. The Ethereal Flower Adventure Group will not let you go. Black and White gasped, her head drooping as life slipped from her. The Ethereal Flower Adventure Group? I have never heard of it. Even if I had, I would show no mercy. Shaking his head, Su Xiao turned to face the only surviving enemy, the healer named Yezi. A healer drained of mana was utterly at Su Xiao's mercy. No, don't come any closer. Realizing Su Xiao approached her, Yezi stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Heh. Su Xiao chuckled coldly, stepping closer to Yezi. During their previous ambush, she had healed the queen to the point of invulnerability. Now, what good was her pleading? As an enemy, she was to perish, regardless of her beauty or gender. Su Xiao would show no hesitation. Those who spared women during combat were unworthy of survival within the reincarnation paradise. Only those women who could endure were anything but mere decorations, each more perilous than the last. Only the deceased enemy constituted a worthy adversary. Su Xiao fought with his life on the line, driven by his own ambitions. Anyone who obstructed his path would be ruthlessly eliminated. Standing silently before Yezi, he rarely indulged in idle chatter, save for necessary taunts during battle. Yezi, her face streaked with tears, personified the frailty of humanity, fierce in inflicting harm, yet pitiful when faced with it. I'll give you everything. Just spare me. The long blade cleaved through flesh, and Yezi fell, surprisingly fragile for a healer. Once he had dispatched his foes, Su Xiao collapsed onto the cold pavement, laughter bubbling forth. He could have extorted Yezi before ending her life. Yet the peculiar skills within the reincarnation paradise, particularly the execution skill she had previously displayed, filled him with caution. Who could say if she were merely feigning vulnerability while awaiting her mana to recover for a lethal strike? Su Xiao considered himself a greedy man, yet he chose to indulge that greed at opportune moments. Lying on the frigid road, he burst into laughter. This battle can only be described as harrowing. The powerful ranged attackers, the main tank, and the healer's collaboration allowed him to narrowly escape the clutches of death on several occasions. Nevertheless, he ultimately emerged as the victor. Chapter 32. The green light. After resting on the road for a few minutes, Su Xiao managed to rise to his feet. His current health was at approximately 16. And despite the XT12 Life Vitality Elixir having mitigated his major injuries, the considerable blood loss and exhaustion rendered him beyond recovery. Above the queen's lifeless body hovered a blood-red card, glimmering ominously in the night, its crimson glow conspicuously apparent. Even from a distance, Su Xiao could sense an almost metallic tang emanating from it. He picked up the scarlet card, and a notification from the Cycle Paradise appeared. You have obtained the Crimson Card. Do you wish to use it? Note: the Crimson Card is acquired after killing a contractor. Upon use, a random draw will occur. Note: each Crimson Card provides 3 drawing opportunities, from which items or equipment may be randomly obtained from the deceased contractor's storage space or worn gear. Note: in the Ghoul world, which is semi-peaceful, there is a 50% chance of dropping a Crimson Card upon a contractor's death. Su Xiao did not immediately use the Crimson Card. Instead, he stored it away. The situation was still precarious, and he could not ascertain whether other contractors were present. He approached an unconscious CCG member, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Finding a phone on the CCG member, Su Xiao recalled a number and dialed. Mr. Shinohara, my team has come under attack and requires assistance. In his office, Shinohara Yukiki, who was busy handling important documents, sprang to his feet. Are there casualties? Where? I'll head there immediately. Shinohara Yukiki was a reliable superior. He dashed out of the office to rally personnel. I'm not sure of the exact location, but we can locate it via this phone. As for casualties, Shizuo may have perished, though I did not see his body. Upon hearing that Shizuo Ring might be dead, Shinohara Yukiki felt a weight in his chest. Yet, this was the fate of a ghoul investigator. He said little more. How are you, Baiyi? You sound gravely injured. I'm fine. I want to die within the next few hours. I'll do my best to locate Shizuo. Shizuo Ring was someone Shinohara Yukiki had assigned to him, and he had been of considerable assistance during the battle. After hanging up, Su Xiao began searching for Shizuo Ring nearby. Before long, he found Shizuo lying near a storefront, face down in a pool of blood. Su Xiao turned him over to check for signs of life. Remarkably, Shizuo was fortunate. Despite several gunshot wounds, none were fatal. Coughing, Shizuo unconsciously expelled a mouthful of blood, his eyes cracking open slightly. Su Xiao pondered for a moment before producing a salt rice ball and placing it in Shizuo's mouth. Shizuo, still unaware, was unable to chew. This posed no challenge for Su Xiao, who pinched his index and middle fingers together and inserted them into Shizuo's mouth. A muffled moan escaped Shizuo as the salt rice ball lodged in his throat, causing him to convulse, his eyes wide with a deathly gaze fixed upon Su Xiao. With a gulp, Shizuo swallowed the salt rice ball and fell back into unconsciousness, perhaps never having fully awakened. Su Xiao was uncertain whether restorative food would be effective for narrative characters, but since Shizuo had helped him, he was determined to do his utmost to save him. It was as simple as that. Indeed, without Shizuo's assistance, Su Xiao might have perished under the assault from the queen and her companions. Initially, Shizuo's black and white presence had played a crucial role. After Su Xiao forcefully administered the salt rice ball, Shizuo awoke within 5 minutes, the restorative food proving effective. Mr. Baiyi. Am I dead? Not at all. You are still alive. Su Xiao leaned against the side, lighting a cigarette to minimize movement. As he had numerous wounds and blood was gradually seeping from him. The woman from earlier was incredibly strong. I nearly had my head blown off. How exhilarating. Shizuo appeared unfazed by his brush with death, maintaining his usual demeanor. However, Mr. Baiyi, my throat feels terribly sore, and my mouth is uncomfortable. Su Xiao, who was resting with closed eyes, twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth. That is merely your imagination, is it? Yet I taste food in my mouth, as if someone forcibly stuffed something down my throat. Imagination. Su Xiao maintained a meditative expression. Is that so? How peculiar. Shizuo scratched his head, and the several gunshot wounds on his body seemed to have vanished, likely due to his passive ability, masochism, which transformed pain into exhilaration. Before long, commotion erupted outside. Shinohara Yukiki had arrived with reinforcements. Baiyi, Baiyi, came Shinohara's voice. Before Su Xiao could respond, Shizuo shouted, Mr. Shinohara, we're over here. Following Shizuo's exclamation, Shinohara Yukiki rushed in. Shizuo, so you're unharmed. Seeing that Shizuo was alive, Shinohara's expression brightened. Baiyi, how are you? As Shinohara approached and took in Su Xiao's injuries, he was taken aback. Quickly, summoned the medical personnel. Su Xiao's severe wounds alarmed Shinohara, who ordered the investigators behind him to fetch medical assistance. The medical team arrived promptly, and as Su Xiao felt his head grow heavy from blood loss, he realized he had lost an alarming amount of blood. The XT12 Life Vitality Elixir had stabilized his abdominal injury, but its efficacy had waned significantly, and only a fraction of his other injuries had been mended. Baiyi, hold on. Upon arriving at the scene, Shinohara Yukiki had surmised the situation. The scattered body bags on the street were ample evidence of Su Xiao's successful cleanup at the auction house. From the explosion and bullet marks at the scene, it was clear that enemies had ambushed Su Xiao's team. Such occurrences were not uncommon within the CCG. While purging ghouls, they also had to guard against ghoul retaliation. Su Xiao was swiftly placed on a stretcher and transported to the CCG hospital for emergency treatment. In the same ambulance lay Shizuo Ring. Su Xiao felt a momentary sense of relief. The substantial blood loss made him crave sleep, yet he could not allow himself to succumb. His trust in the CCG was tenuous. If the higher-ups suddenly ordered a ghoul organ transplant, he would find himself in dire straits. While it sounded absurd, it was not beyond the realm of possibility, as there had been precedents, albeit unreported. Thus, throughout the medical process, Su Xiao remained vigilant, refusing blood transfusions and declining the doctor's offers of anesthesia. After urgent medical attention, his bleeding was staunched and his condition stabilized. Lying on a warm, dry hospital bed, Su Xiao gradually drifted off to sleep. at least free from the threat posed by ghouls in the CCG hospital, due to excessive blood loss. He slept for over 10 hours before awakening, his vitality restored to 65. Although he still felt a twinge of pain from his wounds, he was now fit for battle. Su Xiao sat up, leaning against the hospital bed, feeling invigorated after his extended slumber. The room was shrouded in darkness, still night. With danger having receded, Su Xiao smiled wryly, reflecting that even in a level 2 derived world, peril was ever present. With time to spare, he retrieved the green treasure chest and the crimson card he had previously acquired. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to open the green treasure chest first. Do you wish to open the treasure chest, Green? He chose to proceed. This time, the treasure chest opened differently than before. It slowly creaked open, revealing a blinding emerald light that illuminated the entire hospital room. Chapter 33. Is my chieftain Blackhand saved? The piercing green light compelled Su Xiao to instinctively shut his eyes. What is this? He had opened several green treasure chests before, yet had never encountered such a phenomenon. As the radiance receded, the already opened chest dissipated into the air, revealing a heavy, smooth object in his hand. A notification from the reincarnation paradise appeared. You have obtained the Flame of the Goddess of Fortune. Flame of the Goddess of Fortune, Premium, Origin, Eastern Ghoul Quality, Green Category, Accessory, Lighter, Durability, 40/40 Equip Requirement, Usable by anyone. Equip Effect. Flame of the Goddess, active. Igniting a cigarette with the Flame of the Goddess temporarily increases luck by 1 point, lasting for 15 seconds. Note: the cooldown for the Flame of the Goddess is 10 natural days. Note: using the Flame of the Goddess costs 500 Paradise Coins. Rating: 30. Note: green equipment ratings range from 10 to 30. A rating of 30 indicates premium status and grants special attributes. Description: is smoking really harmful to health? Are you sure? Price: 3,600 Paradise Coins. After examining the exquisite lighter in his hand, Su Xiao was momentarily stunned. He gently caressed the metal exterior, which was engraved with a blue flame motif. His hands trembled slightly. It seemed that his dismal luck as a chieftain might finally be salvaged. Although using this lighter to ignite a cigarette would only increase his luck by a mere point, for him, that attribute would effectively double his fortune. While he was uncertain if luck directly correlated to fortune, it was certainly worth a try. For instance, if he were to ignite a cigarette with the Flame of the Goddess while opening a chest, he might just stumble upon unexpected treasures. Given its impressive rating of 30, this item was undoubtedly valuable. Su Xiao chuckled softly, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped disaster and was destined for future blessings. He had also observed a phenomenon regarding treasure chests. If they yielded ordinary items, they would simply open. However, if they revealed something of significant value, the chest would glow brilliantly. He temporarily dubbed this phenomenon flashing. If a chest flashed, it signified prosperity. This was still the case with green chests. If a blue chest were to flash, the rewards could easily be worth tens of thousands of Paradise Coins. Yet, achieving a flash was no simple feat since entering the reincarnation paradise. Su Xiao had opened numerous chests, but only this one had flashed, indicating that the probability of such an occurrence was quite low, perhaps even negligible. In truth, this flash was not merely a stroke of luck. After entering the ghoul world, Su Xiao had slain hundreds of ghouls, all by his own hand. These hundreds of ghouls had dropped only a few chests, and the rewards from opening them were dismal. His ability to flash was entirely a result of pent-up potential. Or perhaps the reincarnation paradise, unable to overlook his woeful chieftain luck, had granted him this single moment of fortune. With the Flame of the Goddess lighter in his possession, the likelihood of opening valuable items in the future might significantly increase. Not only could it be employed for treasure chests, but it could also be utilized in situations where luck was required. The only drawback of the Flame of the Goddess was its lengthy cooldown of 10 days. As for the cost of 500 Paradise Coins to use it, Su Xiao dismissed it outright. The potential rewards could far exceed the expenditure. This 500 Paradise Coins was merely a nominal cost. It was entirely reasonable for such a capability to require 500 Paradise Coins for each use. Su Xiao solemnly stowed away the Flame of the Goddess. This item would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Lying on his bed, he began to reflect on the gains and losses from his battle against the 3 contractors. The most notable reward was the Crimson Card, which could randomly draw 3 items or pieces of equipment from the Queen. However, having just experienced a flash, his luck was severely depleted. So he intended to refrain from opening it for the time being. The Queen excelled in physical prowess, and even if he were to draw her equipment, it would not significantly enhance his combat capabilities. Moreover, After killing the 3 individuals, his Soul Devourer had not activated. At the time, he believed that the Soul Devourer could not extract mana from contractors. Later, he discovered that after he had cleared the ghouls from the auction house, his Soul Devourer talent had granted him an additional 100 mana points, reaching the maximum for this derivative world. His current mana stood at 253 points. From this battle, Su Xiao learned that although the reincarnation paradise operated on a semi-digital basis, the combat here was a visceral spectacle, where skills merely served as an aid. True combat strength depended on the individual's performance. It was akin to giving a housewife a nuclear bomb. The most likely outcome would be that the bomb would become a hunk of scrap metal, merely for display. No matter how formidable the skills, if the individual lacked strength, their combat effectiveness would remain limited. The Queen, Bai He, and Yi Zi all possessed formidable skills. In comparison, aside from blue steel shadow and swordsmanship, Su Xiao's other abilities were lacking. Yet, in that confrontation, aside from the Queen clinging desperately to him, allowing him to take a bullet, Su Xiao had dominated her throughout the encounter. The Queen's sharp shield skills posed little threat to him, allowing him to toy with her at will, ultimately leading to her demise as a hostage. There are no useless skills or professions. The strength of one's abilities is contingent upon the user's inherent capabilities. Su Xiao's greatest strength did not lie in any inherited profession, but rather in his indomitable spirit and fearlessness in the face of death. While these concepts may seem simple to articulate, how many can remain entirely unafraid in the heat of battle? However, within the reincarnation paradise, there existed something that transcended equipment or skills, the various physical attributes. After the Queen's physical attribute reached 24 points, she could withstand his slashes with mere flesh and bone. What transformations might occur if Su Xiao's strength, agility, and intelligence surpassed 20? Undoubtedly, elevated attributes combined with his swordsmanship would create a truly fearsome combination. Su Xiao lit a cigarette and lay quietly on the bed. Unintentionally, a thought crossed his mind. Previously, when Yi Zi had used the execution skill against him, the notification from the reincarnation paradise indicated that he was about to be executed. Yet, at the last moment, he faintly heard something akin to a skill that had prevented this execution. Saving his life, Su Xiao focused his thoughts on the imprint, selected the skills option, and began to review his various skills. Both blue steel, shadow, and swordsmanship collection remained unchanged. But beneath Absolute Demon Physique, a new line of text appeared. Absolute Demon Physique, LV. Max. Skill effect. Cannot master learn any spell type skills. Note, the Absolute Demon Physique is subjected to mana invasion, activating passive abilities. Would you like to view skill changes? Su Xiao chose to view, and the description of the Absolute Demon Physique revealed changes. Absolute Demon Physique, LV. Max. Skill effect. Cannot master learn any spell type skills. Passive ability. Absolute Demon. Immune to 40 spell damage. Note, this passive ability has extremely high priority, capable of immunizing against real spell damage, divine spell damage, and execution type spell damage. We detest those arcane arts that disrupt elemental balance, resisting them with our souls. They shall not corrupt our bodies. Marvin Walls. Closing the skill panel, Su Xiao exhaled deeply. He finally understood why his profession was called the Shadow of the Lawbreaker. Chapter 34. Progress previously. Su Xiao had been intrigued by a particular matter, how the Shadow of Annihilation engages in combat with mages. It now appears that the absolute magic physique serves as his effective means against them. In Su Xiao's understanding, the most challenging aspect of battling a mage lies in the approach. Mages typically wield ranged attacks, whereas he is a melee combatant. The absolute magic physique grants him the leverage to close the distance. Once he approaches a mage, the battle is essentially concluded. Su Xiao had observed in the trading market of the reincarnation paradise that most mages possess slender limbs, and once he is within reach, he becomes their father. The absolute magic physique possesses 2 abilities. The first is rather unfortunate, the inability to learn magical skills. The second bestows immunity to 40 of magical damage. The inability to learn magical skills does not equate to a total incapacity for skill acquisition within the reincarnation paradise. Many abilities do not fall under the category of magical skills. Most passive skills are not classified as magical skills. Moreover, Su Xiao interprets an ability to learn magical skills as an ability to learn a mage's skills, which seems appropriate. After all, he is the Shadow of Annihilation. Casting a fireball or similar spell during combat would be utterly incongruous. During the inheritance of the Shadow of Annihilation, the disdain exhibited by the 6 sculptures suggested a deep-seated animosity towards mages, explaining why the shadow of annihilation cannot acquire their skills. However, all things are relative. While he is incapable of learning magical skills, he simultaneously gains a significant magical resistance. The following day, Su Xiao rose early, shedding his hospital gown for his usual attire. "Mr. Bai, why are you up? You should lie back down. Your injuries are quite severe." A young nurse in a white coat exclaimed, hurriedly positioning herself in front of him. "It's nothing. I have already recovered," he replied. The nurse assumed a serious demeanor. "No, you mustn't." This diligent nurse was attentive, and as a first-class investigator, Su Xiao naturally had dedicated personnel for his care. He gently patted the soft shoulder of the nurse and deftly maneuvered behind her. "Wait," she began, but her colleague intervened. "Aki, let it be. The investigators have their missions. We merely need to assist in their recovery. This is Mr. Bai's checkup report for today. He has met the criteria for discharge." Aki appeared skeptical as she examined the report closely. How is this even possible? What kind of physical constitution is this? Upon exiting the hospital, Su Xiao promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Shinohara Yukiki's number. "Special Investigator Shinohara, I have been discharged. The plan to cleanse District 14 can proceed." Surprised by Su Xiao's call, Shinohara responded, "Is your health all right?" "Absolutely. Very well. Return to the department. The original personnel will remain." But the injuries sustained by Shinohara have not yet healed, so he cannot participate in the cleansing of District 14. Su Xiao took a dispatched vehicle and drove toward the department. 20 minutes later, within Shinohara's office, the personnel have been assembled. "I do not care where you obtained the intelligence regarding the ghoul gathering. I only require results. Turn District 14 into a safe zone akin to District 20. District 14 is quite expansive, and once cleansed, it could accommodate a significant population, thereby diminishing the threat posed by ghouls to humanity." "Understood," Su Xiao replied, making as if to leave the office. "Bai, have you heard the recent news? The headquarters is planning significant actions in District 11. Su Xiao halted his steps. The mention of District 11 by Shinohara likely referred to the pivotal moment in the original narrative where Kaneki Ken is captured and CCG confronts the ghoul organization. Recently, District 11 has descended into chaos, with a group known as the Ghoul Organization openly attacking local ghoul investigators. "I must depart for District 20 in 4 days. I am uncertain who will be assigned to oversee District 14, hence the cleansing plan must be expedited. I can offer my support, but it does not guarantee the backing of others. I understand your hatred towards ghouls. I once collaborated with your father in driving them away." Shinohara evidently misunderstood Su Xiao's identity, perceiving him as a genuine investigator, a misconception that ultimately benefits Su Xiao, who refrains from correcting it. "For days? I will do my utmost," Su Xiao declared before exiting the office. Time is indeed of the essence. Should Shinohara be reassigned, unforeseen events may unfold. No one can assure that the next appointed special or elite investigator will endorse his plan. The personnel participating in the cleansing of District 14 awaited in the lobby, with Toka standing at the forefront. Today, Toka displayed an unusual demeanor, her eyes dull and lifeless, her usually meticulously styled golden hair hastily tied back. "First Class Bai. All personnel are assembled and ready for departure," Toka announced, her eyes reddened and her focus wavering. "Let us set off." Su Xiao chose not to inquire about Toka's unusual state. He would not indulge in sentimentality. The remaining time was scant, and the main mission took precedence. According to the map annotated by Inoue, there is a dilapidated building on the outskirts where a considerable number of ghouls congregate, numbering between 200 and 300. This constitutes a loose coalition of ghouls with several leaders. This time, he would not venture alone. The number of ghouls was too great, and he needed to assess the situation wisely, leveraging the power of CCG. As Su Xiao sat in the passenger seat contemplating strategies, the sound of liquid dripping broke the silence. Glancing sideways, he noticed Toka, who was driving, had tears streaming down her face. Realizing Su Xiao's gaze was upon her, Toka quickly turned her head away, wiping her nose. "Given your current state, your chances of survival in this mission do not exceed 20, Su Xiao remarked, reclining in his seat. "Ugh." Toka could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. "Is dying in battle our fate as investigators, Bai?" Her voice trembled with sobs, tears cascading uncontrollably. "Investigators exterminate ghouls, and ghouls, in turn, will kill investigators. It is a fair exchange," Su Xiao replied, surmising the source of Toka's distress. In the original narrative, Toka's father, Toka Wuji, perished shortly after the plot commenced. It seemed evident now that Toka Wuji had likely met his end. The death of Toka Wuji signified that the storyline had commenced. Kaneki-kin's implanted ghoul organs had transformed him into a ghoul. At this juncture in time, it was shortly after Kaneki-kin entered the Anti District CAF. Before his capture, however, the lizard had been slain by Su Xiao, and while Kaneki-kin might be captured, whether he would endure torment remained uncertain. The existence of contractors on the ghoul's side, coupled with Kaneki-kin's potent abilities that emerged after being trained, suggested a high likelihood of his transformation being completed. As Toka's cries echoed, the CCG convoy arrived at the outskirts of District 14, near the gathering site of the ghouls. Chapter 35, Famed the Edge of District 14. This location boasts an excellent geographical position and picturesque scenery, making it an ideal place for habitation. However, the rampant proliferation of ghouls has forced many humans to abandon this area, gradually leading to its desolation. Within a dilapidated building, hundreds of ghouls have gathered, sharing intelligence, trading food, or seeking companionship. Have you heard? The auction house and the cannibalism zone have been obliterated by the CCG. Those fools are courting death. How could I not have heard? Every ghoul in District 14 knows that a madman has been dispatched by the CCG to our district, someone named. By something. By E. My friend mentioned him. He operated in the cannibalism zone and has seen that guy in person. A student-like ghoul paused mid-sentence as the surrounding notorious ghouls closed in. Come on, don't leave us hanging. What does this Bai madman look like? We must avoid him when we encounter him. The student-like ghoul, hands shoved in his pockets, wore a sardonic smile while gazing at several ghouls. I'm starving. The CCG's crackdown has intensified lately. I haven't eaten in half a month. A few ghouls exchanged glances, comprehending the implication of the student's words. Tianchuan, don't you have some rations left? Share a bit. Why should I? I need my rations for emergencies. As for what that madman Bai looks like, I have no interest. The gossipy spirits of the ghouls flared, casting unfriendly looks at the student. Come on, spill it. I have my own cannibalism habits too. The student, youthful and somewhat timid, displayed signs of fear. Yet, to yield in such a manner felt somewhat disgraceful. I assure you, I'm not sharing this out of fear. We're all ghouls. And survival is tough. The surrounding ghouls exchanged knowing smiles, as they too lacked the courage to fight, merely attempting to intimidate the student. Honkai, we understand your sentiments. Hurry up and tell us. The student cleared his throat and began to recount the information he had gathered, while the nearby ghouls listened intently. In the overgrown grass surrounding the dilapidated building, shadows stealthily approached. Team 1 on the left flank, Team 2 on the right, Team 3 preparing for a frontal assault, and Team 4 securing the large exit at the rear. Su Xiao crouched in the grass, inching closer to the dilapidated building. The number of ghouls to contend with was substantial. Thermal scanners indicated at least 240 ghouls within the structure, possibly more. If he charged in alone, he would surely be outmatched. But with the collaboration of other investigators, the scenario would change. He would lead the charge while the investigators provided cover. After a bloody confrontation, they would undoubtedly eradicate the ghouls present. Team 1 ready. Team 2 ready. Team 3 ready. Team 4 has reached the designated position. The Dragon Slayer appeared in Su Xiao's hand, his fingertips gently pressing on the Bluetooth headset. Action. At Su Xiao's command, the investigators from Teams 1, 2, and 3 simultaneously raised their grenade launchers. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of canisters resembling tear gas shells were fired into the dilapidated building. Initially, Su Xiao intended to bombard the ghouls directly, but curiously, the CCG's arsenal did not provide a significant supply of grenades. The Armory's rationale was that grenades were ineffective against ghouls and could potentially harm the impoverished. This left Su Xiao puzzled and somewhat skeptical of the CCG's motives. They were executing a purge in the suburbs, far from civilian reach. Perhaps the CCG headquarters was cautious of some extreme investigators, fearing they might unleash large-scale weaponry in crowded areas. While plausible, this reasoning felt somewhat forced. Su Xiao had no desire to delve into the intricacies of this situation. His primary focus was to complete the main mission. A deeper investigation into the CCG could provoke the ire of its higher-ups, leading to a precarious situation that might jeopardize his mission. Crack, crack. A series of muffled sounds echoed from within the dilapidated building, as a white mist began to spread. This white mist was not tear gas but CRC gas. When CRC gas reached a certain concentration, it significantly affected ghouls, reducing the activity of their RC cells, causing their kakuja to wither and rendering them incapable of releasing kakuja. The moment was ripe. Su Xiao surged towards the dilapidated building, followed by dozens of investigators. The sounds of gunfire, clashing weapons, and screams erupted within the structure. The battle escalated into a frenzy from the very start. See. The CCG is here. Run. The ghouls fell into chaos. The sudden appearance of CRC gas prevented them from even manifesting their kakuja. However, the dilapidated building was not a sealed structure, and the CRC gas was dissipating rapidly. Su Xiao, wielding his blade, charged at the forefront, slashing down several ghouls and carving a bloody path, while the investigators provided rear defense. With their cover, Su Xiao felt considerably more at ease amidst the fray, with ghouls falling one after another to his blade. 2 hours later, Su Xiao sat on the ground, drenched in blood. He tore a strip from a nearby ghoul's corpse and began to wipe the dragon slayer. This battle had raged for a full 2 hours, proving exceptionally brutal. During the conflict, the ghouls had attempted to flee but were intercepted by Su Xiao's external forces. By then, the CRC gas had been dispersed by the wind, and the ghouls became utterly frantic, fighting desperately. Discarding the bloodied, shredded cloth, Su Xiao sheathed the dragon slayer. Before him lay numerous ghoul corpses, yet not a single treasure box in sight. Perhaps the previous flash had depleted his luck. Eliminating these ghouls, Su Xiao accumulated 367 points of CCG contribution value. His mission completion status transformed to First-Class Investigator, Contribution 1264-2000. Though he had driven away over 200 ghouls, not all were slain by him. A significant portion fell to other investigators, resulting in only a small share of contribution value for him. As he neared the target for completing the main mission, a thought crossed his mind. If this idea came to fruition, he would gain ample time for freedom of action. Xiao, report on the casualties. The death of Jin Huisu weighed heavily on Jin Xiao. Yet, due to today's mission, she chose not to take a leave of absence. This woman was strong-willed and obstinate. A total of 128 personnel were dispatched, 78 sustained minor injuries, 15 were severely injured, and 23 lost their lives, leaving only 12 with mere scrapes. After reporting, Jin Xiao stood still, having sustained a minor injury herself. Hearing the casualty figures, Su Xiao was not surprised. Purging ghouls was no simple task. Lives were sacrificed in the process, and losing 23 personnel was considered a resounding victory. Without Su Xiao leading the charge, the death toll could have easily surpassed half of the team. Consolidate the teams. The deceased will be sent to headquarters, while the severely and lightly injured will be taken to hospitals. How many are still capable of fighting? Su Xiao prepared to clear the next ghoul gathering point. Time was of the essence. Approximately 50 or so can continue the fight. What is the exact number? In the midst of slaughter and conflict, Su Xiao exuded a unique aura. 53. Jin Xiao instinctively straightened her posture. 53 isn't enough. Contact Shinohara and inform him that we are short-handed. Shinohara Yukiki had previously discussed with Su Xiao the purge of District 14. His maximum acceptable casualty count was 100. Exceeding this number would compel him to forcibly halt the purge of District 14. To expel a large number of ghouls, casualties on our side are inevitable. A battle devoid of death exists solely in the realm of fervent tales. Su Xiao is not so naive, nor is Shinohara Yukinori. Both are acutely aware of this reality. A killer must possess the consciousness of being killed. Chapter 36. Your marksmanship is impressive inside an abandoned large warehouse. Hordes of ghouls clashed with the CCG. Break through. Quickly. No, boss, the escape route is blocked. Were these ghouls insane? The sound of gunfire echoed, rhythmic and intense. Su Xiao crouched behind a tall concrete pillar, dust and debris erupting from the impacts of bullets. He was engaged in battle against a formidable group of over 100 ghouls, led by an S-class ghoul. To his surprise, this faction was armed with an impressive array of firearms. Given the current firepower, they wielded at least 100 weapons of various calibers. This is the third group of ghouls I've cleared after the unfinished building fight, and the last gathering of ghouls I could locate, he thought. Boss Bai Yi. Their firepower is overwhelming. We can't advance. Jin Xiao stood beside Su Xiao. The concrete pillar was shrouded in dust from the relentless bullets, with the occasional explosion of grenades punctuating the chaos. Just as Su Xiao contemplated peeking out, an unsettling sensation tingled at the back of his head. He propelled himself off the ground, yanking Jin Xiao along, and leaped to a nearby concrete pillar. The warehouse was vast, housing at least 100 1-meter-wide concrete columns. Boom! Just as Su Xiao leaped away, a wave of heat surged from behind him. The shockwave from an explosion sent him stumbling a few steps. Jin Xiao sat slumped behind the pillar, disbelief etched on his face as he stared at the source of the blast. A rocket launcher? Not just Jin Xiao, even Su Xiao was taken aback. These ghouls possessed a rocket launcher. Su Xiao raised his automatic rifle, firing indiscriminately at the ghouls without aiming, uncertain if he hit any. Bang, bang, bang. After his erratic shooting, 2 ghouls screamed in agony, and Su Xiao received a notification that his CCG contribution had increased. It was sheer luck. He vowed he hadn't aimed at all. Nice shooting, boss by Yi, Jin Hu Xiao remarked, perhaps unaware of Su Xiao's haphazard shooting stance. Only noticing the fallen ghouls. Well, it's passable, Su Xiao replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Most ghoul exterminations were close combat. This had unexpectedly turned into a gunfight. Bai Yi, we can't hold out much longer. The brothers are struggling. A middle-aged investigator, wielding a bulletproof shield, rushed to Su Xiao's side. Those who had accompanied him in purging several ghoul gatherings often referred to him as boss, reflecting their admiration. Bankai, where did you get that? Su Xiao inquired, intrigued by the bulletproof shield in Bonsai's hands. During the rear assault, I took it from a ghoul, who was later killed by my grenade. Grenades are the only explosives authorized by the CCG, Bankai replied, a proud grin on his face as he handed the shield to Su Xiao. The shield was entirely black, approximately 1 meters tall, featuring a rectangular viewport embedded with bulletproof glass. Boss Bai Yi, this is a Chinese-made FXF-6T anti-explosion shield, rated level 6 for bullet resistance. It can withstand all firearms except heavy sniper rifles. Su Xiao grasped the shield. It felt substantial and reliable. Everyone, pay attention. I will create an opportunity to eliminate these ghouls. He raised the shield with his left hand and wielded a knife in his right, charging out from behind the concrete pillar. As he advanced, Su Xiao glimpsed a row of firearms on the ghoul side through the bulletproof glass, their dark muzzles exhaling fiery tongues as they unleashed a barrage of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless stream of bullets battered against the shield, slowing Su Xiao's advance. Each bullet was formidable, and now he faced dozens, even hundreds. Upon seeing Su Xiao charging forth with the shield, the ghoul leader recoiled in shock. He recognized Su Xiao, the very man who had dispatched 6 of his subordinates in mere seconds. Clad in mercenary attire, the ghoul leader was a sharpshooter. We must repel him. He cannot breach our line. The scarred mercenary ghoul's expression twisted as if struck by a sudden thought, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. He rummaged behind him and brandished a sniper rifle measuring at least 2 meters in length. I'll make you pay. The mercenary ghoul's eyes glinted with malice as his finger poised to pull the trigger. At this distance, aiming was unnecessary. Su Xiao, through the bulletproof glass, witnessed this moment but remained unfazed. He retracted the Dragon Slayer flash into his storage space and retrieved a fist-sized metal ball from his lower back. Clank. The crisp sound of metal echoed as he tossed the sphere near the mercenary ghoul. Rolling, the ball came to a stop at the feet of numerous ghouls. You bastard. The mercenary ghoul cursed, discarding his sniper rifle and curling into a ball, his kagun enveloping him. Boom. A fiery explosion erupted within the large warehouse, dust cascading from the ceiling. Shrapnel rained upon Su Xiao's shield, creating a cacophony of noise. This was a high-explosive grenade, one that Su Xiao had petitioned CCG headquarters for twice before they reluctantly approved. The ghoul's firepower faltered, a charred aroma wafting through the air. With a sickening thud, a mangled lower leg fell before Su Xiao, its severed end blackened and its tattered pant leg ablaze. Su Xiao had long intended to deploy the high-explosive grenade, but the ghoul's dense fire had made long-distance throwing perilous. It could have been shot down mid-air. Charge. With Su Xiao's command, the investigators surged from their cover. He led the charge, racing ahead. The mercenary ghoul, dazed, struggled to rise, bewildered by his surroundings. His kagun lay in tatters, blood trickling from his ears, rendering him disoriented. Before he could recover, Su Xiao was upon him, delivering a swift, merciless strike to sever his neck, then moving on to haunt other ghouls. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted. What had been an evenly matched confrontation transformed into a one-sided slaughter. Half an hour later, only humans remained able to breathe within the warehouse. Su Xiao rested on a dilapidated chair that had endured the onslaught, now reduced to 3 legs, making for an uncomfortable seat. The investigators began to gather the corpses of the ghouls. Boss Bai Yi, the ghouls have been cleared. We have expelled 147 ghouls in our side. Upon hearing the battle report, Su Xiao nodded, signaling Jin Hu Xiao to handle the subsequent matters. Tomorrow, Shinohara Yuki would be reassigned to District 20, and Su Xiao had eradicated all ghouls he could find. Iri Tori could hardly fathom that her casually drawn map had indirectly caused the demise of thousands of ghouls. Su Xiao's mission completion rate soared. Now reading. First Class Investigator, Contribution 2053-2000, Upgrade Position, Yes, no. Su Xiao opted for the upgrade, and the notification from the reincarnation paradise faded. Once the CCG headquarters relayed their message, he would complete the main quest. This brought him relief. He did not wish to leave his fate in the hands of the CCG, just as Su Xiao began to feel at ease. A notification from the reincarnation paradise abruptly appeared. The hunter has expelled 95 of ghouls in District 14, of which the hunter killed 34 and indirectly caused the deaths of 46, with 15 escaping District 14. Due to the hunter's actions, a significant number of ghouls in District 14 have perished or fled, completing the achievement task, Scavenger. Achievement task, Scavenger, requires personally expelling over 30 of ghouls in a district and causing over 90 of ghouls in that area to die or escape. Achievement task, Sanitation Worker, reward, 1 attribute point. 7 Source of the World. Current total acquired source of the world, 14. 3. Chapter 37. The Forbidden Zone of Humanity. Upon noticing the achievement task, Cleaner, Su Xiao was quite taken aback. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Both the 1 attribute point and the 7 Source of the World were commendable rewards. In fact, the completion of this achievement task was even more lucrative than the rewards from his main quest. He lit a cigarette, and wisps of blue smoke rose delicately into the air. Now that the conditions for main quest 2 had been met, there was no longer a need for him to exterminate ghouls. Although slaying ghouls was an act of cruelty, Su Xiao had his own objectives to achieve his goals. He would resort to any means necessary. With 12 days remaining before the deadline set by main quest 2, he had ample time. Bai Yi, what shall we do next? The true identity of the person accompanying Su Xiao in the recent ghoul exterminations, Shinohara Yukiki, appeared quite fatigued. Let us head back to the division. The CCG convoy swiftly returned to the division. Upon entering, Su Xiao encountered Shinohara Yukiki and the enigmatic Suzuya Juzu approaching him. Bai Yi, has today's extermination been completed? Su Xiao had gained considerable notoriety in the 14th district. Indeed, his name had become known throughout the CCG. In just 8 days, he had nearly cleansed the entire 14th district, a feat perhaps only that person could accomplish. His reputation extended beyond the CCG. Even among ghouls, his name was whispered. Some referred to him as Bai Yi, while others called him the Grim Reaper, a moniker born of his jet black hair and eyes, coupled with his ruthless nature of leaving no survivors. Almost all S-rank ghouls had heard of Su Xiao, and even those who had not certainly recognized the title of the Grim Reaper of the 14th district. It's done. I have essentially cleared the ghouls from the 14th district. Shinohara Yukiki smiled, not out of greed for accolades, but rather from the joy of providing humanity with a safer living space. On behalf of all the people in the 14th district, I thank you, Bai Yi. Su Xiao was momentarily stunned. Shinohara Yukiki was aware of his impending promotion to Special Class Investigator. Don't be surprised. The news from headquarters will reach us soon enough. I am to head to the 20th district to rendezvous with others. The situation in the 11th district has become more dire. The Bronze Tree has overrun the 11th district division, transforming it into ghoul territory. Hearing Shinohara Yukiki's words, Su Xiao's brow furrowed. The CCG division in the 11th district had been breached. The speed of this development was alarming. He could not believe it was without the influence of a contractor. It seems we are not far from a direct confrontation with the Bronze Tree. Is there any insight into the timing of this conflict? Su Xiao sought to glean information regarding the impending clash between the CCG and the Bronze Tree, as this knowledge would be advantageous for his actions. Not yet. We are only heading to the 20th district to assemble a special response team. However, Bai Yi, you will accompany me. Su Xiao looked at Shinohara Yukiki in confusion. Was he also a member of the special response team? Although you will go to the 20th district, you will not join the special response team. The higher-ups have assigned you a more significant task, which is, of course, very perilous. Su Xiao's interest was piqued. What task? Whack-a-mole. Su Xiao was rendered speechless. Whack-a-mole? Shinohara Yukiki chuckled, as if it were peculiar that Su Xiao was unfamiliar with the term. Have you heard of the 24th district? Shinohara Yukiki's expression turned grave. Su Xiao had indeed heard of the 24th district. If districts 1 to 4 were perilous zones rife with ghouls, then the 24th district was a veritable forbidden zone for humanity. It was said within the CCG that even those on the cusp of special class investigator status lacked the qualifications to enter the 24th district alone. The 24th district was not a single area but rather a network of tunnels excavated by ghouls beneath Tokyo, sprawling throughout the city. These labyrinthine passages remained largely unexplored, and most ghoul investigators dared only to probe the periphery. Only one small team within the CCG dared to delve into the depths of the 24th District, Team Zero, led by Arima Kishu, renowned as the strongest investigator in CCG history, known as the Invincible Investigator. Now, the headquarters of the CCG had issued a command for Su Xiao to venture into the 24th District to engage in whack-a-mole. The danger level of the 24th District could be succinctly summarized. A-rank ghouls roamed freely, S-rank ghouls were as common as dogs. And only SS-rank ghouls could barely hope to make an impact. However, even this impact came with immense risk. One could be eliminated at any moment. Indeed, this was the 24th District, the forbidden zone of humanity. In that realm, cannibalism was commonplace. For ghouls, there could not feast upon human flesh, as there were no humans to be found. According to intelligence gathered by Team Zero, the depths of the 24th District likely harbored tens of thousands, if not more, ghouls. How intriguing! Should I engage in whack-a-mole at the periphery or delve deeper? Su Xiao's inquiry surprised Shinohara Yukiki. Most individuals assigned to the 24th District would be unable to suppress their fear. You will be working alongside Arima and the others, and with your strength, you are certainly to venture deeper to whack-a-mole. Having grasped the situation, Su Xiao bid farewell to Shinohara Yukiki, who was heading to the 20th District. His transfer order had yet to arrive, but he too would make his way to the 20th District to rendezvous with someone. That afternoon, Su Xiao received his transfer order from the CCG headquarters, along with new credentials. Promoted to Special Class Investigator, CCG Contribution, 2053-10,000. Becoming a Special Class Investigator was certainly not the end. Above that rank lay the Quasi-Special Class Investigator and the Special Class Investigator. However, for main quest, too, achieving the rank of Special Class Investigator was sufficient. Su Xiao opened the task options. Main quest, 2 Special Class Investigator. Completed. Task difficulty, LV, 3. Task summary. Rapidly elevate your position within the CCG to prepare for subsequent tasks. Task information. Utilize any means to elevate your status, including exterminating ghouls, bribery, and all other methods. Task rewards. 1 attribute point, 1,500 paradise coins. Time remaining, 12 days 16 hours. Su Xiao was poised to complete the task at any moment. But as he prepared to finalize main quest, too, a thought struck him. What would happen to the remaining 12 days and 13 hours if he completed the task now? It was crucial to note that the longer one remained in a derived world, the more opportunities for benefits arose. The resources Su Xiao required to grow stronger were all acquired within the derived world, and upon returning to the Cycle Paradise, he had no means of obtaining resources. Through inquiries to the Cycle Paradise, Su Xiao learned that if he completed the main quest now, the remaining time would reset to 0. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiao decided to postpone completing the main quest. Currently, he was the sole member of the CCG faction. If he did not complete main quest, too, it would be of little consequence even if the contractors from the Ghoul faction completed it. Given the format of the current main quest, it was highly likely that main quest, 3, would involve confrontation. If he did not complete main quest, 2, the contractors from the Ghoul faction would be left waiting. He could complete the task at any time, which was a significant advantage. As the deadline approached, Su Xiao's main quest, 2, would not fail, effectively granting him an additional 12 days of freedom to act. The CCG headquarters had dispatched him to the 24th District to engage in whack-a-mole with Arima Kishu, which undoubtedly presented an opportunity for gain. The more ghouls present, the greater the likelihood of treasure chests dropping. Su Xiao's hands may be stained with darkness, but he did not believe that ghouls would continuously fail to drop treasure chests. Chapter 38. Shirzhua, you've caused trouble in District 11, at the Bronze Tree Outpost. A piercing scream echoed throughout the dilapidated building. On the first floor, numerous contractors had gathered, and the source of the scream was none other than the protagonist, Kaneki Ken. These contractors, intent on enhancing their own strength and ensuring the plot continued its course, had collaborated with Ayato Kirishima to capture Kaneki Ken and bring him to the Bronze Tree. Unlike Su Xiao, who cared little for the continuity of the storyline as long as he could complete his tasks, these contractors were deeply invested in the narrative. To them, reliance on the plot felt precarious. Should it unravel, they would inevitably face dire consequences. Is this truly all right? Murmured Hanyu, his spine tingling at the sound of the anguished cries. He pondered what Kaneki had endured to elicit such torment. It should be fine. In the original, it was the gecko torturing Kaneki, and now it has been replaced by the grotesque Nico. Their methods of torment are nearly identical. Even the fierce Wabao felt a twinge of unease at the horrific wails. Tell me, tell me, tell me, what is 1000 minus 7? A voice, sickly and shrill, rose above the crowd of contractors. Kaneki won't he die, will he? Huabao swallowed hard, reassuring himself, probably not. After all, he is the protagonist. A heavy silence enveloped them. Behind the throng of contractors stood a small girl, Shilua Luo, the one who had previously made a deal with Su Xiao. Dressed similarly to Connor. From her position and the indifferent demeanor of those around her, it was evident that her standing within Hanyu's adventuring group was rather low. Has that pervert from the CCG made any recent moves? Huabao casually inquired, yet Hanyu was taken aback by the question. Nothing noteworthy, he replied, but discreetly transmitted a message to Huabao via a seal. That guy has eradicated all ghouls in District 14. Huabao's body stiffened, waves of shock washing over him. The concept of clearing an entire district of ghouls was staggering. Hanyu understood the significance of keeping this information from the other contractors. The fewer who knew, the less morale would be impacted. Both Hanyu and Huabao were adept at controlling information flow, ensuring that their team members remained blissfully ignorant. A tactical advantage in intelligence would solidify their leader's position and yield greater benefits for them. Selfishness is inherent to humanity, and especially so within the confines of a temporary adventuring group such as theirs. Exploiting the contractors within this transient assembly was an unspoken agreement among most leaders. The exploited contractors were aware of their plight, yet they had little choice. Without joining a temporary adventuring group, survival in the derivative world was uncertain. The countertask has begun yet. How is your main mission progressing? Huabao diverted the topic. SOSO, finding ghoul investigators is proving difficult. There are hardly any scattered investigators around. I estimate my progress at around 40. Hanyu sighed. After today, we have 12 days left. The plot in District 11 will commence soon. It's an excellent opportunity. Su Xiao's mission was to expel ghouls, whereas Hanyu's group aimed to eliminate investigators. Thankfully, they required far fewer kills. Each contractor only needed to slay 5 investigators, if the number required were equal to that of the ghouls. Even annihilating every investigator in Tokyo might not suffice, as their numbers were far too sparse. Listening to their conversation, Shilua Luo felt increasingly frustrated. She had paid her dues. Yet Hanyu seemed indifferent to her mission's progress. Currently, her kill count remained at 0, and Hanyu's words echoed in her mind. There is no rush. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yet, Shilua Luo sensed that Hanyu might be planning to renege on their agreement. Although she had paid and signed a contract with Hanyu, should she encounter someone with ill intentions, that contract would not serve as a guarantee of her safety. The contract merely stipulated that Hanyu would assist her in completing her tasks and protect her as best he could. This as best he could left ample room for interpretation. If Shilua Luo were to perish, the contract would become void, and Hanyu would only suffer a minor loss of paradise coins, a sum he could easily afford. Painful, yet not debilitating. Otherwise, he wouldn't have signed the contract in the first place. Under normal circumstances, Hanyu would not act so ruthlessly. But Su Xiao's presence imposed significant pressure on him. Hanyu no longer cared for Shilua Luo's paradise coins, and her survival mattered even less. As formidable foes lurked outside and contractors harbored their own ulterior motives, even the seemingly allied Hanyu and Huabao were likely calculating against one another. In District 20, CCG headquarters. Upon receiving orders from headquarters, Su Xiao made his way to the CCG branch in District 20, a short drive from District 14. Standing before the imposing building, Su Xiao stretched, having been under the strain of the main mission for too long. Now, with the ability to complete it at any moment, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was 5 in the afternoon, and the sunlight was soft, bathing the surroundings in a warm, golden hue. The fiery clouds at the horizon melded together, while in the nearby park, some elderly individuals sipped tea and engaged in light-hearted conversation. It was a splendid day for exercise. Since entering the ghoul world, Su Xiao had been engaged in intense battles. If his time in the paradise of rebirth had been about honing his combat skills, then now was the time for practical application. Through countless trials of iron and blood, Su Xiao felt his swordsmanship had slightly improved. The sensation of the blade becoming an extension of his body, as described by Geng Shiro, was growing more pronounced. Mr. Bai Yi, a white figure approached swiftly. Instinctively, Su Xiao reached for his dragon-slaying flash, only to recognize a familiar face. Shirzua. A smile crossed his lips. He held a favorable impression of Shirzua, having fought alongside him, forging a bond that surpassed mere acquaintance. Mr. Bai Yi, what brings you here? I'm looking for someone. And please, Just call me by Yi. Though he sought someone, Su Xiao was unsure who exactly that was. I got lost earlier. This is the District 20 branch, right? I've been searching all afternoon. Bai Yi, do you know where the conference room is located? Su Xiao nodded and led Shirzua into the branch, having visited the District 20 CCG office previously. Upon entering the conference room, Su Xiao sensed something was amiss. All eyes turned toward him as if he were a rare specimen. And several female investigators discreetly pulled out their phones to take pictures. At that moment, within the conference room of District 20, South CCG branch, Special Investigator Maruta Zai was presiding over a meeting. Dozens of investigators were seated within, including 2 special investigators and 3 quasi-special investigators, with even more upper-level investigators present. Such an assembly was rarely seen in CCG history. Although Maruta Zai was a special investigator, he typically refrained from engaging in combat. His leadership skills far surpassed his combat prowess. Only during significant combat missions did he take command on-site, acting as CCG's battlefield commander, particularly adept at orchestrating large-scale battles. With an impassioned tone, Maruta Zai ignited the spirits of those in attendance. This is a war between humans and ghouls. So I ask that you entrust your lives to me for the time being. By the way, this is an order. You have no right to refuse. Hereby, I announce the formal establishment of the Special Response Team in District 11 at this moment. Maritosiai's speech had escalated to a near roar. He was poised to articulate his final statement, a summation of his previous extensive discourse, which he had painstakingly crafted over 2 days as a declaration of battle to inspire those present. The mobilization before the conflict is of paramount significance. Suddenly, the door to the conference room swung open without warning, startling several investigators. I apologize. I am Shizuya Shizu, an aide to Mr. Shinohara, and I inadvertently lost my way, which caused my tardiness. Shizu extended his arms before him, explaining his abrupt entrance, which undoubtedly accounted for the loud noise. At that moment, Su Xiao stood behind Shizu, his vantage point allowing him to observe Maritosiai, whom he had previously seen in a video, now wearing a look of utter disbelief. The conference room fell into a profound silence. It seemed that the little angel Shizu had unwittingly caused a commotion. Chapter 39. Frightening Encounter, Please Guide Me. With that, Suzuya Juza flashed a smile. Huh? Maruta Zai's hand transformed into a claw shape, trembling in front of him. Beside them, Shinohara Yoshinori observed this scene, pressing his hand against his forehead, displaying an expression of acute headache. Honestly, Shinohara's gaze swept over and immediately noticed Su Xiao behind Suzuya. Maruta Zai also took note of Su Xiao, and the previously stiff expression on his face abruptly vanished. Shinohara, the headquarters has temporarily assigned him to us? That's splendid. It was no wonder Maruta Zai was so elated. After all, Su Xiao had nearly single-handedly cleared the 14th district, a feat witnessed by all. Amaru, you might be celebrating prematurely. Bai Yi has been reassigned to the 24th district for whack-a-mole duties alongside Arima Kishu. Maruta Zai was taken aback. The depths of the 24th district? That cursed place seems unreachable except by the Zero Squad. Bai Yi has become a member of the Zero Squad? Isn't there a rule about that? Consider him a temporary member. Hearing this, Maruta Zai's eyes brightened. A temporary member. This opens up some maneuvering room. If the Black Reaper is present during the operations in the 11th district, even if we engage in combat, our casualties would be minimal. As he spoke, Maruta Zai had already moved towards the door, bypassing Suzuya and enthusiastically approaching Su Xiao. Bai Yi, we met before, and there's a meeting in progress. You should join us. Taken aback by this sudden enthusiasm, Su Xiao was momentarily stunned. But Bai Yi is still occupied. It will take at least a day. Reluctantly, Su Xiao made his way to the conference room. Suzuya, you can just observe for now. Suzuya stared blankly at Maruta. Observe? Outside to observe. With a slam, the conference room door was firmly shut. Maruta Zai was evidently a person who bore grudges. He often wore a carefree demeanor, yet he was indeed dependable. Suzuya, clad in bright red slippers, leaned against the wall next to the door while the meeting continued. Now, let us discuss the focal points of our operation. The Bronze Tree is evidently organized and disciplined, leading me to conclude that they have a leader among them. Furthermore, based on past cases, their leader. As Maruta Zai began to elaborate on the operation, Su Xiao stifled a yawn, resting his chin on his hand. I may issue some harsh directives, but please bear with me, I implore you. The operation is set for a week from now. The surviving residents of the 11th district must find ways to relocate. Recently, the number of ghouls in the 14th district has remarkably decreased, so we will move them there. I will handle media relations. That is all. You are dismissed. Yes. The meeting finally concluded, and Su Xiao had dozed off. The consecutive days of travel had rendered him exhausted. Bai, it's time to go. Shinohara Yoshinori roused Su Xiao. Huh? It's over? Maruta Zai is quite the chatterbox. Su Xiao yawned and stood up. Amaru is also worried about the potential casualties. Our work is like this. One cannot be careless. As Su Xiao and Shinohara made their exit, they encountered Maruta Zai waiting by the door. At that moment, Maruta Zai wore a mischievous grin as he approached Suzuya, who leaned against the wall. You must be Suzuya Juzu, a rather frail little fellow. Suzuya remained silent, staring blankly at the ceiling. Shinohara, conversing casually with Su Xiao, noticed the unfolding scene. This isn't good. I should intervene. Shinohara hastily approached. Maruta Zai, noticing that Suzuya was ignoring him, was not angered. Instead, he leaned closer to Suzuya, wearing a predatory expression. Have you been eating well? Do you have what it takes to speak up? Clearly, Maruta Zai was seeking trouble, harboring resentment from when Suzuya had interrupted his meeting. Huh. Upon hearing the provocative remark, Suzuya exhibited some reaction. Never mind, Amaru. Suzuya has just arrived at the division and must be exhausted. Let him be. Let us go eat. Shinohara gently pushed Maruta Zai's shoulder as they made their way out. What is the matter? I was merely chatting with him. Let us leave it for tomorrow. We should go now. With that, Shinohara turned back, making a pleading gesture towards Su Xiao. Suzuya had just arrived in the 20th district. He was unfamiliar with the surroundings. And this innocent little white-haired boy lacked a sense of right and wrong, making him prone to trouble. In the 14th district, only two individuals could manage Suzuya. One was Shinohara Yoshinori, who sought to guide Suzuya with kindness, and the other was Su Xiao, who would not hesitate to discipline Suzuya until he complied. After Maruta Zai departed, Suzuya turned his head slightly, watching the direction in which he had gone. His light red eyes firmly imprinting Maruta Zai's image in his memory. This little white-haired boy, too, bore grudges. What do you plan to do in retaliation? With your current combat prowess, Maruta Zai could eliminate you within 10 minutes. Suzuya's gaze shifted away. Bai, I'm hungry. Let us go? Su Xiao led Suzuya out of the division, and after a brief search in the vicinity, they discovered a barbecue restaurant. The establishment boasted luxurious decor, and the per capita consumption was evidently substantial. Su Xiao was not short on funds. Before leaving the 14th district, he had received a considerable bonus from the division. Welcome. A youthful voice greeted them as the server guided Su Xiao and Suzuya to a table. Suzuya ordered a jaw-droppingly expensive cut of beef, then stared at Su Xiao with a silly grin. Su Xiao ordered copious amounts of meat and fish. Soon, a wire mesh grill was brought to their table. The beef Suzuya ordered was a tenderloin known as wagyu. Sizzle. As the beef sizzled, its surface glistened with fat, the animal oil dripping onto the charcoal and creating a delightful sound. Su Xiao sampled a piece and found it indeed exquisite. The meat was tender and succulent, and with the unique sauce, it left an unforgettable aftertaste. After indulging in a hearty meal, Su Xiao aimlessly wandered the streets. Since entering this derived world, he had been perpetually occupied, and now that he had a moment of leisure, he found it somewhat disconcerting. As dusk descended, Su Xiao spotted a CAF in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the CAF's name, Anti District. What a coincidence! Su Xiao had not been deliberately searching for Anti District. He was merely meandering after his meal. Since he was already there, he might as well enter and observe, perhaps gaining insight into the Ghoul faction's general situation. Although the Anti District boasted formidable strength, including figures like the store manager, Shikama Daisuke, the magical ape, and the Black Doberman in the 20th district, Su Xiao refrained from initiating conflict, as Anti District would not dare to engage unless they wished to vacate the 20th district. Pushing open the CAF door, a bell chimed melodiously. Welcome. A somewhat delicate childlike voice greeted him. Upon entering the CAF, Su Xiao was met by a small girl with short, tea-colored hair and fair skin. He recognized her as Hina, who had recently lost her parents. For reasons unknown, Hina froze upon seeing Su Xiao, as if confronted by something terrifying. No, don't come any closer. Hina's voice trembled, and she plopped down onto the floor. Having recently slain numerous ghouls, Su Xiao was enveloped in an aura of bloodshed, while Hina possessed an innate ability for heightened perception. Chapter 40. Paradise, are you joking? A profound silence enveloped the CAF. Among the patrons were Donko Kirishima, Cookie Furuya, and Nishio Nishiki. My apologies, my employee has recently endured a tragic event and is rather unstable. Cookie Furuya, the manager, said as he approached with a gesture of invitation. "Who is this guy?" murmured Danko Kirishima, her gaze filled with trepidation as she looked at Su Xiao. Danko Kirishima, a half-protagonist in the original tale, was a ghoul. The ghouls in the stable district differed from others. They typically refrained from preying on humans, subsisting instead on the remains of those who had taken their own lives. After hesitating, she, with her light blue hair pulled back, ultimately took on the role of a waitress. In this CAF, both the manager and the staff were ghouls, making it a sanctuary for many of their kind. The manager, Cookie Furuya, was a formidable figure, classified as an SSS-grade ghoul. In his youth, he had committed numerous atrocities, but in his old age, he established this CAF in District 20 with the aim of fostering harmony between humans and ghouls, who merely sought to survive without actively hunting humans. Seated at the bar, Su Xiao observed his surroundings while Shirzwa Kirishima curiously scanned the area. "Customer, what would you like?" Cookie Furuya inquired, his neatly combed white hair and gentle demeanor reminiscent of a refined elder. Strangely, his eyes appeared to be perpetually closed, perhaps due to their small size. "Since I'm here, I might as well have a cup of your renowned coffee," Su Xiao remarked, not intending to engage in conflict, but rather to gather intelligence. Not spotting Kaneki-kin within the CAF, he considered two possibilities. Either Kaneki was absent or had been captured by the clowns. He leaned towards the latter. "Please wait a moment," the manager replied, recognizing Su Xiao and personally attending to him, given his notorious reputation. Danko Kirishima presented a towel, placing it on the bar before slightly bowing and attempting to depart. "Wait," Su Xiao called out suddenly, causing her to freeze. What is it, customer?" she stammered, averting her gaze as if overwhelmed with shyness. "You must have a brother or a sister," Su Xiao stated, and upon uttering these words, a chill surged from her feet to her head. "No, I don't have a brother," she replied, her face betraying the anxiety that had enveloped her since Su Xiao's arrival, despite his casual inquiry. "Your coffee is ready," the manager announced, presenting a cup to Su Xiao as a gesture for him to enjoy at his leisure. "Danko, go prepare the ingredients for tomorrow," he instructed, granting her a reprieve as she hurried into the back room. The rich aroma of coffee wafted through the air, and although Su Xiao was not in the habit of drinking coffee, the enticing scent compelled him to take a sip. Raising an eyebrow at the taste, he remarked, "Delicious." The manager smiled appreciatively. "Thank you for your compliment." He then took a seat beside Su Xiao, setting down his own cup. "You don't drink coffee often, do you? It's best savored slowly. Otherwise, it may affect the flavor, much like life itself, bitter yet capable of revealing other nuances." "I'm not accustomed to coffee. I merely came to see a friend who works here, but unfortunately, he is absent today," Su Xiao replied as he continued sipping his drink. "Friend?" the manager inquired, his brow furrowing in curiosity. "Indeed, a friend, Kaneki-kin. I wonder if you could contact him. It's been a while since we last met." Su Xiao placed his cup down, casting a meaningful glance at the manager. "Ah, Kaneki. He recently took a trip and requested some time off. It is indeed a pity," the manager replied, confirming Su Xiao's suspicions that something was amiss with Kaneki. "Is that so? Well, if that's the case, I shall let it be," Su Xiao said, finishing his coffee in one swift motion. "Shirzwa, let us go." Su Xiao appeared relaxed, though he remained acutely aware of the numerous eyes scrutinizing him, hinting at their recognition of his identity. He pretended to reach for his wallet. "No need. This one is on me," the manager stated, rising with a serene expression. Though their interaction had been brief, Su Xiao noted that the manager was unlike most ghouls he had encountered. There was no hint of madness or depravity. He resembled a wise elder, his wrinkled visage occasionally betraying a sense of resignation towards the world. "Thank you," Su Xiao replied, meeting the manager's gaze. "If you ever have the chance, I invite you to return to the stable district for coffee, even at night. The surroundings are quite secure." The manager's words hinted at multiple implications, an invitation to Su Xiao, an expression of goodwill, and subtly conveying that the ghouls in District 20 were peaceful and posed no threat to humans. He also seemed to implore Su Xiao to refrain from undertaking any drastic measures against the ghouls in District 20. Perhaps the manager was already aware of Su Xiao's discoveries. The eradication of an entire district's ghouls was a terrifying prospect for their kind. The manager also appeared wary of Su Xiao's ominous reputation as the Black Reaper. "Perhaps, in the near future, our paths shall cross once more," Su Xiao said with a smile, a glint of crimson flashing in his eyes as he draped his jacket over his arm and exited the CF. Once seated again, the manager sighed as Danko Kirishima emerged from the back room. "Is this the infamous Black Reaper that has recently surfaced? He must surely be a madman." Domko expressed her concern. She feared Su Xiao might cleanse District 20, forcing the stable district to relocate. What a terrifying individual, Nishio Nishiki, an A-grade ghoul. Trembled slightly at the thought, his legs feeling weak. Su Xiao had slain more A-grade ghouls than Nishio had ever witnessed. It was astonishing how a mere human could possess such strength. If he were correct, Su Xiao had come in search of Kaneki. After the manageress remarks, a heavy silence descended upon the CAF. On the way back to the CCG headquarters, Shizuo Kurishima was unusually animated. Hey, I felt something strange back at that CAF. He exclaimed. Shizuo's intuition was sharp. Aside from the two of them, all others present had been ghouls. Who knows? As they walked along the dimly lit streets, Su Xiao lit a cigarette. Shizuo darted to Su Xiao's left before scurrying to his right. Brother Baiyi, how can I become as strong as you? Opportunities, diligent practice, and fearlessness in the face of death, Su Xiao replied. Shizuo nodded, though he seemed only partially enlightened. 5 minutes later, the two arrived back at the CCG headquarters. After a refreshing shower, Su Xiao lay bare-chested on his bed. A blood-red card materialized in his hand. He was prepared to activate the crimson card dropped by the queen, hoping to obtain something of value. Tomorrow, he might venture to District 24, and any enhancement to his combat prowess or supplies would prove beneficial. Do you wish to use the crimson card? Choosing to proceed, the crimson card gradually dissolved into a pale red liquid, suspended in midair. This liquid began to whirl rapidly, forming a vortex before Su Xiao. One end of the vortex was just large enough for a hand to fit inside, and he reached in. After a moment of exploration, he felt a smooth, somewhat soft object. A smile crept onto Su Xiao's face. He seemed to have grasped a piece of equipment, something called Chief's Black Hand. His luck appeared to be quite favorable. As he withdrew his hand from the blood-red vortex, a notification from the reincarnation paradise echoed in his mind. Upon receiving the notification from the reincarnation paradise, a smile faded from Su Xiao's face, leaving him momentarily dazed in place. After a prolonged silence, he muttered an expletive under his breath. The notification from the reincarnation paradise read, "You have randomly drawn silk bra." Chapter 41. The Violator 12470 holding the bra in his hands, Veer was taken aback. What rendered him even more speechless was that it was, in fact, a piece of equipment. Silk bra, origin, magical index, District 3 of Academy City. Quality, white. Category, armor. Durability, 1115. Equipment requirement, female exclusive. Equipment effect, charm 1, cup 1. Rating, 7. Note, the rating for white equipment is 110. A rating of 10 for white equipment will be marked as rare and endowed with special attributes. Description, the cup represents charm. Trust me, you won't be mistaken. Price, 900 paradise coins. Su Xiao scratched his head. This item was of little use to him and could only be sold within the reincarnation paradise. The faint red whirlpool still lingered, and Su Xiao commenced his second draw. Having learned from his previous experience, he began searching for a hard object. Before long, he encountered something with a notably hard exterior and a smooth texture. With a mindset of experimentation, Su Xiao extracted the item. Universal wrench. The reincarnation paradise merely presented 4 simple words, and Su Xiao's face turned pale as he held up the silver wrench. This item wasn't even categorized as equipment. It was a common object within the reincarnation paradise, typically used by workers and valued at no more than 3 paradise coins. How could such a thing be found in the queen's storage space? Was she a worker? Clearly not. Su Xiao surmised a possible explanation. The queen might frequently activate the crimson card to familiarize herself with this method of random drawing. In the reincarnation paradise, no one could guarantee their survival upon leaving the derived world. To safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, the queen must have stashed many useless items in her storage space. Thus, even in death, she would not afford her enemies any advantage. Given the queen's character, this was undoubtedly the case. Sighing, Su Xiao held little hope for his third draw. With his permanent passive ability Soul of the Chieftain, combined with the multitude of odds and ends in the queen's storage space, the likelihood of drawing something valuable was exceedingly slim. Casually, he yanked an item from the crimson whirlpool and focused his gaze. To his astonishment, what appeared in Su Xiao's hand was a plastic bottle. Rejoice shampoo, worker made. After much hesitation, Su Xiao resisted the urge to discard the bottle of shampoo. It could be considered a gain. Should he find himself stranded in desolate wilderness during a mission, washing his hair by the riverside would not be a terrible prospect. After forcibly comforting himself, Su Xiao sat cross-legged on the bed, resting the dragon-slaying flash on his legs, and began to meditate to alleviate his troubled mind. The meditation technique imparted by Gung Shiro was far from a mere exercise in tranquility. Recently, he sensed that after each session of focused meditation, his perception grew increasingly acute. Much like the previous encounter with the sniper, Su Xiao could sense impending danger ahead of time, a phenomenon not unrelated to his regular meditation practice. Despite having slain numerous ghouls lately, he did not experience the frenzied bloodlust that often overwhelmed others. Though drenched in blood, his will remained steadfast and unyielding. Likely bolstered by his frequent meditative practices, whenever possible, he would meditate for 2 hours before sleep, and this had become a routine. Upon concluding his meditation, Su Xiao felt a tinge of fatigue, a sensation that enabled him to drift into slumber more swiftly. Nightfall in District 4, Shinjuku. The bright moon hung high. Despite the towering buildings, the area was engulfed in darkness, as if humanity had abandoned it entirely. This was indeed the case, for due to the rampant proliferation of ghouls, District 4 had become devoid of human life. Shill. A whistle pierced the silence, and a figure cloaked in black robes with a wide hood materialized on the outskirts of District 4. Surrounded by overgrown grass, with the occasional sound of nocturnal wildlife echoing, the shadow bore a large linen bag on its back, within which something stirred faintly. The contractors of the ghoul faction were truly inept, hindering the efficiency of his mission, while the CCG faction had but a single member. What a peculiar situation. A deep male voice resonated from beneath the hood. A pair of black triangular eyes emerged in the moonlight. Merely gazing into those eyes revealed the sinister nature of their owner. Those eyes brimmed with negativity, malice, cruelty, and a hint of madness. The bag behind the triangular-eyed man jostled a few times, and the muffled sound suggested it contained a human. This triangular-eyed man had ventured alone to the outskirts of District 4 around 10 at night, and he had a person ensconced within a bag. Be quiet, or I'll cut your tongue out. The triangular-eyed man discarded the bag and delivered a harsh kick to it. A cry of pain emanated from within, suggesting the occupant's mouth was sealed. Here we go. The triangular-eyed man unfastened the bag, revealing a small boy. The child appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old. Adorable yet covered in grime. 2 distinct tear streaks marked his dirt-smeared face, and his clear eyes were swollen from crying. Consider yourself unlucky. I couldn't find anyone else, so you'll have to suffice. But the flesh quantity is a bit lacking. The triangular-eyed man cackled, his gnarled fingers, resembling chicken claws, fished out a sticky substance akin to chewing gum from his mouth. Ugh. He spat out a glob of black saliva, cautiously tossing small chunks of the viscous substance around, keeping a portion in hand. After completing this ritual, the triangular-eyed man produced a hand-sized curved knife, emitting a series of sinister chuckles. The boy, terrified, struggled desperately on the ground, but with his hands and feet bound by tape, he could only squirm helplessly. At your size, how many pieces should I divide you into? The triangular-eyed man feigned contemplation. 5 pieces should suffice. You are simply too small. He licked his lips, bringing the curved knife closer to the boy. Under the moonlit outskirts, a horrific scene unfolded as a man clad in black robes skillfully dismembered a child. Though the boy's mouth was sealed, he emitted low, anguished cries. 10 minutes later, the boy was reduced to a pile of flesh, carelessly discarded on the ground, where the remnants bore traces of the black, sticky substance. The triangular-eyed man lurked in the shadows, patiently awaiting. An hour later, 2 red lights streaked through the night. Those were the crimson eyes of ghouls. Is this a murder scene? Huh. What fortuitous luck to feast on human flesh. Upon confirming the area was clear, the ghoul seized the boy's remains, devouring them voraciously. The triangular-eyed man smirked, seemingly dissatisfied with the presence of only one ghoul. Explode. At the man's command, the ghoul that was ravenously consuming the remains suddenly detonated. Boom. A mist of blood erupted. Though it was an explosion, no flames arose, only a shower of dismembered flesh. The scent of blood intensified, soon attracting a dozen more ghouls, all eager to feast on the boy's remains. The taste of human flesh was a rare delicacy in District 4. The triangular-eyed man bellowed explode. Once more, and all the ghouls burst apart simultaneously. They shared a common trait. Each had consumed a portion of the boy's remains. 2 hours later, the stench of blood in the outskirts of District 4 drew dozens of starving ghouls, enticed by the scent of the boy's blood. 60, 70, that should suffice. The triangular-eyed man remained concealed in the shadows, a dark radiance manifesting in his palm. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted where the ghouls had gathered. Debris flew, and fragments filled the air. As the reverberations of the blast subsided, 2 white treasure chests floated down to the ground. 2 white treasure chests emerged from the explosion. That seems only fitting, for I am double the portion. The man with triangular eyes, satisfied, tucked away his box while simultaneously receiving a notification for completing the achievement task. Since his entry into the derivative world, he had been stealthily eliminating ghouls in Zone 4. Although he belonged to the ghoul faction, he possessed a unique method to evade the deduction of faction contribution points after slaying ghouls. However, the triumphant expression on the triangular-eyed man's face darkened abruptly, as if he had received some unsettling news. Why does the Paradise always issue warnings? Is it not merely a task that grants double rewards? If they have the guts, let them execute me. With a disdainful sneer, the triangular-eyed man showed no concern for the warnings issued by the reincarnation Paradise. He was, after all, the designated target of Su Xiao, the violator, contractor number 12470. Chapter 42, District 24. The next morning, beneath the shade of a tree in the park of District 20. Su Xiao supported himself with one hand, maintaining an inverted position. 543, 544, 545. He was performing one-handed handstand push-ups, training his arm strength. Sweat dripped down his cheeks, forming a small puddle on the ground beneath him. Although the reincarnation Paradise could enhance attribute values, Su Xiao never slackened in his personal training. Most individuals become entranced by the sensation of gradual strength. Imagine the delight of feeling oneself grow stronger each day. Bai Yi, someone is looking for you. A male investigator approached Su Xiao, a stranger to him. Su Xiao exerted force with his arms and straightened his body. Who? Yamato, the investigator said. Admiration evident in his expression upon mentioning the name. Yamato? Understood. Where is he? After learning of Yamato's location, Su Xiao donned his shirt and exited the park. He was surprised to find that the person he awaited was indeed Yamato. In the cafeteria of the division, Su Xiao devoured his meal. Seated across from him was a strikingly handsome man with white hair and glasses, Yamato, the strongest investigator of the CCG. Then, you are my superior now? Su Xiao inquired, finishing his last bite of breakfast and looking up at Yamato. Indeed, you have been temporarily assigned to Team 0, responsible for reconnaissance in District 24. Yamato spoke in a calm tone, his expression stoic. Su Xiao contemplated for a moment. He had 12 days of freedom left, while District 24 was perilous. It also presented a unique opportunity. To grow stronger swiftly, one must embrace risk. After all, sacrifice begets reward, a fundamental truth of the reincarnation Paradise. When do we depart? Now. Su Xiao's initial impression was one of formidable menace, evident from his meager 3 points in charm. In contrast, Yamato's stoic demeanor made their communication straightforward and unembellished. Yamato did not propose testing Su Xiao's abilities. The fact that he could cleanse District 14 spoke volumes about his own strength. Following Yamato, Su Xiao left the CCG division in District 20 and drove towards District 24. The district lay on the outskirts of Tokyo. To be precise, it was a desolate wasteland, with the true District 24 located underground. In the conference room of District 20, Marihandai stood by the window, watching the departing vehicle with a sigh. He has ultimately left. If the Black Reaper joins this operation, his expression was somewhat forlorn. Amaru, it's all right. I might have a solution. Shinohara Yukiki patted Marihandai's shoulder, gazing thoughtfully at the retreating vehicle. A solution? Pray tell. Marihandai looked at Shinohara in surprise. Shinohara smiled mysteriously, leaning in to whisper something into Marihandai's ear. Yes, just like that. I didn't realize you could devise such a plan, Shinohara. Shinohara's expression darkened as he regarded Marihandai with exasperation. In District 24, a CCG armored vehicle halted amidst the overgrown grass. This is the spot. Yamato exited first, followed closely by Su Xiao. Before them gaped a wide opening, measuring several meters in diameter, a gateway to the underground, shrouded in darkness, emitting faint, eerie wails, reminiscent of ghostly cries. That's the sound of the wind, indicating a vast space below. Yuna, please introduce the situation in District 24 to Bai Yi. From the driver's seat emerged a young woman who appeared to be a student. This beauty, named Yuna, seemed around 18 or 19. With long black hair and a white sailor uniform, her modest figure bearing only a slight curvature. She carried 2 quinquil boxes in her hands. Yuna glanced at Su Xiao and cleared her throat. It was evident she possessed a rather aloof demeanor. District 24, we refer to it as the Underground Labyrinth. To this day, we have been unable to fully explore it. Within District 24, there are numerous flesh walls. Su Xiao felt a twinge of confusion. He had only heard whispers of the flesh walls beneath District 24, lacking a clear understanding of their specifics. Yes, the flesh walls. which are constructed from the flesh of ghouls, similar to the technology used to create quinqua. These walls significantly complicate the exploration of District 24. Yuna began to elaborate on the circumstances of District 24. In summary, the current exploration team consisted of 3 members, Yamato, Su Xiao, and Yuna. The other members of Team Zero had been reassigned by headquarters due to Su Xiao's arrival, with the directive to disperse their strength across various regions given the current unstable situation. Despite her seemingly delicate appearance, Yuna was a provisional special investigator. These are the details regarding District 24. We are merely passing through here to provide a brief introduction. Operations will commence in the afternoon. The 3 stood in silence, and Su Xiao could not help but wonder if they were to remain idle until the afternoon. Eventually, Yuna broke the silence. Are you 2 planning to just stand there? Yamato remained silent, opting to enter the vehicle directly. Su Xiao turned to Yuna, who met his gaze, their eyes locked in a moment of tension. Temporary division. Yuna enunciated each word with peculiar intonation. Through their brief interactions, Su Xiao realized he had misjudged Yuna. She was not merely aloof, but rather somewhat neurotic and unpredictable. 5 minutes later, the trio arrived at the temporary division, a 3-story villa serving as a resting place for investigators in District 24. Due to the scarcity of investigators, the atmosphere felt somewhat desolate. Don't bother searching. Aside from newcomers honing their skills, it's just the 3 of us investigators here. Yuna's demeanor shifted, becoming more welcoming. What time do we depart to explore District 24? Su Xiao surveyed the surroundings. The layout was simple, with only a logistics department and an information investigation section deemed essential. We depart at 1 in the afternoon. The cafeteria is inside. That will be your accommodation. Upon finishing her statement, Yuna suddenly leaned her fair face towards Su Xiao, her delicate nose twitching. I smell blood. I like the scent on you. Su Xiao's lips twitched at her words. This woman was a veritable doppelganger of Ryoko Shimizu, and perhaps even more neurotic. Ignoring the neurotic girl, Su Xiao approached the logistics department window, having received a prompt from the reincarnation paradise. Prompt. You have entered a special area, the temporary division of District 24. Prompt. The temporary division of District 24 is a hidden area. In the logistics department of the temporary division, you can exchange CCG contribution points for items. Su Xiao felt a surge of curiosity regarding what items could be exchanged in the logistics department. Bai, welcome to the logistics department. Our goods are all of excellent quality and reasonable prices, but they are certainly not free. A thin old man wearing round sunglasses grinned mischievously from behind the window. Su Xiao felt momentarily bewildered. Was this truly the logistics department of the CCG division? It felt akin to entering a store. As the old man spoke, a list of items appeared before Su Xiao. Upon seeing the first item on the list, his eyes lit up with fervor. The dazzling blue radiance was a sight he had never encountered before. In that moment, Su Xiao felt immensely fortunate to have arrived in District 24, overwhelmed with gratefulness. Chapter 43, Questioning Departure. At the forefront of the inventory list lay a vial emanating a radiant blue glow. This luminous blue was reminiscent of the brilliance exuded by a blue diamond, strikingly resplendent. The inventory detailed: Human Gene Enhancement Solution, Origin, Reincarnation Paradise, Maka's Human Gene Research Institute. Quality: Blue type, Potion effect. Upon consumption, strength increases by 4, physical power by 2, effect is permanent. Stock quantity: 1 redemption requirement. 15,000 CCG contribution points. Provisional Special Investigator position. Description: This potion can be consumed once per individual. Repeated consumption is ineffective. Crushing Spirit, Premium, Origin, Tokyo Ghoul. Quality: Green attack power, 620, calculated based on destructive capability, firearm potency, and weapon composite. Category: Quinqua, large handgun. Ammo capacity: 6. The Quinqua automatically reloads. Cooldown time is 2 minutes. Durability: 35 equipment requirements. Strength 12, agility 10. Equipping effect: Gaze shot, active, upon activation. The user must aim at the enemy for 5 seconds, during which movement speed is reduced by 50. After 5 seconds, a rapid-fire sequence will target the gazed enemy, discharging all 6 bullets in a fleeting moment. Note: the gaze shot will lock onto the enemy, and the ammunition fired will be tracking bullets. Note: using gaze shot requires 50 mana points. Note: gaze shot, active, cooldown is 24 hours. Rating: 30. Note: green equipment ratings range from 1 to 30. A rating of 30 signifies premium with additional special attributes. Description: my marksmanship may be lacking, but once I fixate on you, Death is the only outcome, unless, of course, there are substantial obstacles in your path. Price, 3. 800 paradise coins. Stock quantity, 1 redemption requirement. 13,000 CCG contribution points. Provisional Special Investigator position. C-type battlefield injector, origin, Tokyo Ghoul. Quality, green type, potion effect. Injection restores 30 of health and accelerates injury recovery. Stock quantity, 1 redemption requirement. 8,000 CCG contribution points. Provisional Special Investigator position. Description, a life-saving remedy, a product of CCG's human trials. Beneath these 3 items, numerous other potions and quinquas were listed. However, aside from these 3, Su Xiao had no desire to redeem the others. Their prices were excessively inflated. Indeed, what Su Xiao yearned for most was that vial of human gene enhancement solution, which offered an increase of 4 in stamina and 2 in strength. Furthermore, it was the first blue item he had encountered. Blue quality items were exceedingly rare and held greater value. This vial of human gene enhancement solution did not originate from the world of ghouls but from the reincarnation paradise. This indicated that Area 24 must be a unique zone. Otherwise, such a redemption feature would not exist. The CCG branches in other areas, specifically Area 14 and 20, lacked this function. Perhaps Area 24 was particularly perilous? Or was it due to its distinctive location? Su Xiao could not ascertain the reason. What he needed to do now was straightforward. Delve into Area 24 to hunt ghouls and explore its uncharted territories. Exploring the unknown regions of Area 24 could also yield some CCG contribution points, provided those areas held value for the CCG. If, after redeeming the human gene enhancement solution, he still had surplus contribution points, he might consider acquiring the powerful handgun, Crushing Spirit. As a solitary operative without allies, he required a certain level of ranged capability. Encountering specialized foes without such abilities could lead to perilous outcomes. Developing range proficiency was no simple task, necessitating substantial investment. Yet, the skill accompanying Crushing Spirit presented Su Xiao with a swift path to enhance his ranged capabilities. The active ability of Crushing Spirit could lock onto an enemy, then unleash 6 rapid shots in succession. What piqued Su Xiao's interest the most was the tracking ammunition indicated by the rapid-fire capability. His marksmanship was mediocre. Yet the activation of Crushing Spirit's skill did not require precision shooting, making it a commendable choice. As for the final item, the C-type battlefield injector, it was also a valuable lifesaver. All 3 items were highly coveted by Su Xiao, yet upon reviewing his current contribution points, he could only lament in despair. Upper-class investigator. Contribution points. 2,05310,000. Firstly, he needed to elevate his status to Provisional Special Investigator to redeem these items, alongside amassing a considerable quantity of CCG contribution points. With 12 days remaining for automatic operations, he required a total of 33,947 contribution points, a daunting task indeed. Nevertheless, Area 24 was notorious for its dangers, and the ghoul population was likely substantial. Additionally, he could earn contribution points by submitting ghoul organs and exploring unknown territories. With this in mind, acquiring such a volume of contribution points might not be entirely implausible. That afternoon, Su Xiao, along with Arima Kishu and Yuna, convened to check their supplies, for their explorations in Area 24 were never limited to just a day or 2. Arima Kishu carried a large backpack, each hand gripping a quinqua, and donned a white trench coat. This white trench coat was exclusive to Team Zero, and now Su Xiao wore one as well. Perfectly tailored for combat. Yuna was similarly attired, her pack containing provisions and fresh water. Su Xiao, however, bore no burden. All his supplies were stored within a spatial storage unit. This unit, measuring 2 cubic meters, was not particularly vast, yet it could accommodate ample supplies. Over 2/3 of the storage was filled with food and fresh water, sufficient for extended use. The remaining space held combat gear and restorative items. "I'm ready to depart at any moment," he declared. Yuna regarded Su Xiao with curiosity. "What will you fight with?" The Dragon Slayer flashed into his hand as Su Xiao raised the hilt. "With this." Yuna chuckled derisively, pointing at the Dragon Slayer in Su Xiao's grip. "That's just an ordinary metal weapon. Isn't it? Can you really pierce a ghoul's hide with it?" Her skepticism regarding Su Xiao's abilities was palpable. Clang. A glimmer of cold light flashed as a few strands of black hair fell to the ground. The Dragon Slayer was now poised at Yuna's throat. Gulp. Yuna stared at Su Xiao in disbelief. So fast. Not just Yuna, But Arima Kishu also cast a sidelong glance at Su Xiao. Do you now believe it can slice through a ghoul's hide? Yuna lightly traced the blade of the dragon slayer with her finger, drawing a bead of crimson to the surface of her delicate fingertip. She licked the blood from her finger, contemplating, with the sharpness, it should pose no problem. As Su Xiao sheathed the dragon slayer, he found it to be a comfortable fit, though regrettably, its quality was inadequate, being merely white-grade. Had its rating not been a commendable 10 points, it might have long since failed to keep pace with Su Xiao's growing prowess. Even so, during his confrontation with the queen, the dragon slayer had displayed signs of fatigue. It was only a matter of time before he would need to change weapons. Yet the thought of doing so vexed him. Frequently switching weapons was hardly advantageous. He required a weapon capable of growth. Alas, procuring such a weapon was no easy feat. And given his current strength, the pursuit of such an item felt like a fanciful dream. Let us depart for the 108th exploration of Area 24. With that, Arima Kisha stepped out of the temporary base, followed closely by Su Xiao and Yuna. Soon, the three of them arrived at the entrance of the pitch-black cave, which led directly underground. A mournful wailing echoed from within, as if some monstrous entity lurked in the shadows. Chapter 44. The initial encounter as Su Xiao stepped into the pitch-black cave. A pungent gust of wind brushed against his cheek, and the entrance sloped downward, gradually leading him underground. After progressing a certain distance, the cave narrowed slightly. Yet it remained at least 5 meters high and 7 or 8 meters wide. It was uncertain how long the ghouls had excavated to create such an expansive cavern. Upon entering the cave, he discovered that, despite being underground, visibility was not entirely obscured. At the apex of the cave, a peculiar grayish plant clung to the surface, its roots dense and flourishing, producing unusual blossoms. The flowers dangled from the ceiling, emitting a faint white glow that illuminated the cave, dispelling the darkness. Drip, drip. Water droplets fell from the cave ceiling, prompting Arima and Yuna to instinctively retreat. Do not touch those liquids. They are secretions from the light flower and are highly toxic. Yuna promptly warned Su Xiao, who nodded in acknowledgement. It was imperative to remain vigilant, as over 50 investigators had perished due to the venom of the light flower. Noticing Su Xiao's nonchalance, Yuna reiterated her caution. Thank you, he replied. Though Yuna exhibited a hint of neuroticism, she proved to be a commendable ally. After traversing several hundred meters within the cavern, a metallic door loomed before the trio. We've arrived, Arima declared, reaching into his collar to produce a necklace adorned with a golden key. Inserting the key into the door, it swung open with a resounding clatter. Every time I pass through this cursed door, I feel an overwhelming sense of entrapment. Who on earth designed this abomination? Yuna muttered under her breath, grumbling silently for a moment. This checkpoint had been constructed by the CCG long ago to prevent ghouls from escaping Area 24, and there were only 2 keys in existence. One held by Arima and the other by the CCG director, Shuji. As the metallic door creaked open, a foul stench assaulted their senses. Beyond the door lay 2 diverging paths. The interior transformed from earthen walls to a dark crimson flesh wall. Su Xiao drew his weapon, the dragon slayer, and thrust its tip into the flesh wall, which proved to be remarkably tough and resilient. To his surprise, as the dragon slayer penetrated the wall, it began to constrict, attempting to ensnare the blade. Arima, which path should we take? Su Xiao inquired, aware of the familiarity between Yuna and Arima, who had been partners for quite some time. You decide, Arima replied, each hand gripping a quinqua, named Narukami and Ixe, respectively. Yuna tossed a coin into the air. Heads, the right side is good, she announced. Arima nodded in agreement. Observing this exchange, Su Xiao felt puzzled. Was there truly no predetermined route? Isn't it strange, this method of choosing a path? Yuna beamed at him. No fixed route? None at all. That would be impossible. Her words only deepened Su Xiao's confusion. The flesh walls were not static. They frequently altered, much like the very crossroads they encountered, which could present 2, 3, or even 5 paths at times. This explained why Area 24 could never be thoroughly explored. It was a living entity. Furrowing his brow at Yuna's explanation, Su Xiao contemplated the dilemma of exiting Area 24 after delving deeper. Given the current circumstances, it was not inconceivable to find themselves trapped. There is a way out. With this, Yuna said, brandishing a compass. Arima interjected, our exploration is scheduled for 2 days. If we yield no results by then, we will return to the surface and regroup at the temporary division. After a moment of contemplation, Arima continued, Bai Yi, what are your strengths? Arima sought to ascertain Su Xiao's capabilities. Direct confrontation, perception, and breaching defenses, Su Xiao answered. Excellent. Arima adjusted his glasses. I will lead, Yuna will stay in the center, and Bai will bring up the rear. Su Xiao had no objections to this formation, though Yuna pouted in discontent. I am not a novice. Why must I stay in the center? It's quite vexing. After assessing Su Xiao and realizing she could not best him, Yuna begrudgingly acquiesced to the arrangement. The trio commenced their expedition into the depths of Area 24. Roar. Not long after, an enraged bellow resonated ahead. Damn, how can we be this unlucky? Yuna cursed softly, pivoting to flee. Arima mirrored her reaction, sprinting without hesitation in the opposite direction. Fall back. Something is approaching. Without needing Arima's command, Su Xiao turned to run, instinctively outpacing Yuna. What is that? He asked while running. It's a monster. Area 24 is unlike Area 14. There are more than just ghouls here. Soon, the three found themselves back at the crossroads. Although the terrain of Area 24 was subject to change, such alterations followed a cyclical pattern, typically taking several days to manifest significant transformations. Ordinarily, only minor shifts occurred. The right path is blocked. The blood eye is to the right, Yuna panted, glancing nervously at the opening on that side. Su Xiao frowned, pondering the nature of the creature that prompted Arima's retreat. Arima, the blood eye is active. Should we reconsider? Yuna expressed her reservations. No need. The blood eye's range is limited. We will explore the left passage, Arima decided, leading the way as they ventured into the left corridor. Before encountering any ghouls, Area 24 had already presented two formidable challenges: the constant dripping of venom and the presence of a creature so powerful that even Arima was compelled to flee. Their expedition into Area 24 had proceeded smoothly for several hours without any sign of ghouls, leaving Su Xiao perplexed. Wasn't this area supposed to be teeming with them? Boom. A thunderous noise erupted, shaking the corridor and sending dust cascading from above. The blood eye was beginning to stir. Yuna's expression soured, clearly apprehensive about the creature known as the blood eye. It has entered its molting phase. I clashed with it last week, Arima revealed, astonishing Su Xiao with the revelation that he had faced this unknown monster before. After delving deeper into Area 24 for another hour, Su Xiao found himself disoriented. True to its reputation as a labyrinth, the myriad of paths they had traversed added up to at least dozens. A corner appeared ahead. Wait, Su Xiao suddenly called out, prompting Yuna and Arima to turn their attention to him. What is it? Yuna inquired, her body tense. There is a scent of blood, and it is quite fresh. Just beyond the corner. Yuna regarded Su Xiao with skepticism, cautiously approaching the turn to peek around the edge. She nodded to the others. Arima cast a sidelong glance at Su Xiao before they both advanced quietly toward the corner. Peering around, Su Xiao discovered two ghouls feasting on a corpse. Judging by the crimson eyes of the body, it too was a ghoul. This marked Su Xiao's first encounter with the ghouls of Area 24, and he noted that they were strikingly different from those encountered outside, not in appearance, but in attire. These two ghouls from Area 24 were clad in grass skirts, and one sported a necklace of bone teeth. Su Xiao was momentarily frozen in disbelief. Had he stumbled upon primitive ghouls? Chapter 45. The line "the appearance of these ghouls is rather peculiar," Yuna murmured, seemingly having never encountered such primitive-looking ghouls before. Are such ghouls rare in District 24? Su Xiao inquired casually. They must be quite rare. In my 6 months of exploring District 24, this is the first time I've seen ghouls dressed like this, Yuna remarked. Her gaze filled with curiosity as she scrutinized them. What about you, Arima? You've explored District 24 for a longer period. Have you seen such ghouls? However, Arima merely walked silently from around the corner, not answering Yuna's question. A vague feeling stirred within Su Xiao, suggesting that Arima might possess some knowledge. The first time Su Xiao encountered Arima, he felt an odd sensation, as though the latter were not entirely human. His powerful physique resembled that of a ghoul. Nevertheless, this remained merely a conjecture. Su Xiao had witnessed Arima consume human food and had subsequently spent considerable time alongside him without any anomalies. Based on Arima's exhibited behavior, he could not possibly be a ghoul. While Arima's physique was akin to that of a ghoul, his conduct was entirely unlike one. As Su Xiao pondered this, Arima had already emerged from the corner, and the Quinqua Mingxin materialized. Mingxin is an S-class Quinqua that assumes 3 forms: the cannon form, capable of unleashing a wide-range electric current; the claw form, which can fire electric spheres at a distance; and the sword form, exceptionally sturdy and suitable for close combat. Currently, Arima was wielding the sword form. 1 person for each ghoul. We must resolve this swiftly, Arima signaled to Su Xiao, his meaning unmistakable. Arima's current actions deepened Su Xiao's confusion. The 2 ghouls were not particularly formidable, and Arima could easily handle them alone. Was he testing Su Xiao's strength? That seemed unlikely, as the ghouls lacked the capability to serve as an adequate benchmark. Upon entering District 24, Su Xiao sensed an abundance of mysteries. There must be some secret here that Arima might know. However, their acquaintance was limited, and Arima was not one to offer assistance readily. Su Xiao would have to explore on his own. With determination, Su Xiao gripped the Dragon Slayer and stood side by side with Arima. They positioned themselves behind the two ghouls, who were preoccupied with scavenging and unaware of their presence. Arima extended 3 fingers to initiate a countdown. Once the last finger was retracted, they both dashed toward the ghouls simultaneously. During this charge, Su Xiao observed that Arima's speed was remarkably swift, nearly matching his own. This only intensified Su Xiao's suspicions regarding Arima's humanity. An agility score of 13 seemed implausible for an ordinary human in the ghoul world. After a rapid succession of footsteps, both Su Xiao and Arima reached their respective targets. Only then did the two ghouls react, with a swift and precise stroke. Su Xiao's blade gleamed brightly as he severed the head of one ghoul, the mouth agape, revealing a grim set of decayed teeth. Quick, accurate, and lethal. He dispatched his foe. Looking up, he saw a headless corpse topple before Arima as well. In the distance, Yuna stood in stunned silence, having long recognized Arima's strength. Yet she was astonished to discover Su Xiao's prowess as well. How infuriating! How have I become the weakest? A sense of bitterness washed over Yuna's face. But she felt powerless to alter her fate. Upon the demise of the ghoul, the reincarnation paradise provided a notification. You have slain a Diakman resident. CCG contribution value increased by 46 points. Diakman tribe reputation value 92. Currently, the reputation value of the Diakman tribe exceeds 50. Therefore, the Diakman tribe will actively engage you. Upon receiving this notification, Su Xiao's confusion deepened. What is this Diakman tribe? In the narratives he understood, such an organization did not exist. With a swift motion, Arima sliced open the back of the ghoul's corpse and retrieved a ghoul organ. This organ was quite valuable, if one sought status. It could be submitted to the Information Investigation Department of District 24. Arima began rinsing the organ of blood with a bottle of clean water before stowing it in his backpack. Emulating Arima, Su Xiao extracted a ghoul organ himself, prompting another notification from the reincarnation paradise. You have acquired a ghoul organ, Type 1, redeemable for 40 points of CCG contribution value. Whether by slaying primitive ghouls or retrieving their organs, substantial CCG contribution values could be garnered. The contribution value awarded for the death of a primitive ghoul was at least tenfold that of surface ghouls. The reasons behind this remained unclear to Su Xiao, as one enigma after another unfolded, rendering District 24 increasingly enigmatic. Just as the trio prepared to venture deeper, a pair of crimson eyes fixated upon them with palpable enmity from a distance. At the end of a corridor 100 meters away stood another ghoul. Not good. Arima, unusually expressive, appeared to harbor concerns. The distant ghoul, also resembling a primitive, emitted 2 strange calls upon witnessing the corpses of its companions. Who, you? The primitive ghoul's cries were brief yet high-pitched, echoing far and wide. Arima's quinqua transformed into a ranged form. With a bang, a golden electric sphere shot forth, striking the ghoul squarely. Upon being hit, the ghoul convulsed and collapsed, a scent of charred flesh wafting through the air as it was electrocuted to death. Arima's eyes narrowed behind his glasses, his expression soured. Prepare for battle. Yuna, stay behind me. Arima activated his briefcase, summoning another quinqua. Diaxe, an S-class quinqua, capable of transforming into multiple forms, served as a dual-purpose weapon for both offense and defense. Where's the enemy? Su Xiao's demeanor turned grave. Though he lacked the capacity to sense their presence, Arima's atypical behavior heightened his vigilance. Before Arima could finish his sentence, Su Xiao felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. Boom. It was as though a multitude of soldiers were charging down the side corridors, dust cascading from the ceiling. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The peculiar cries resonated once more, as hordes of primitive ghouls surged towards Su Xiao from both directions, blocking all paths of retreat. These ghouls donned primitive attire, grass skirts and bone necklaces being nearly standard. Some even bore crude markings on their faces. Upon closer inspection, one might discern that the patterns resembled a corpulent fish. The thundering of bare feet upon the ground stirred up clouds of dust as the primitive ghouls charged forward, shouting excitedly. Damn it, Su Xiao muttered under his breath. Conservatively estimating, there were at least 300 primitive ghouls flanking both sides of the corridor, completely encircling them. Despite having never fought together before, cooperation was imperative, Otherwise, they would all perish. Su Xiao turned to Arima, who nodded gravely in agreement. Let us collaborate. You handle the left flank, and I shall take the right. We must not allow ourselves to be surrounded. In the midst of battle, bonds could be forged, especially in the face of life and death crises. And what shall I do? Yuna asked, her face contorted with concern. Provide support for the two of us at all times, Su Xiao instructed, gripping the Dragon Slayer tightly, preparing for the onslaught. Leave it to me. Although Su Xiao was merely a first-class investigator, one rank below Yuna, titles mattered little now. Strength was the ultimate truth. A leader like Primitive Ghoul emitted a sharp call, brandishing a lengthy root and adorned with feathers atop its head. Following its shrill cry, the Primitive Ghouls bared their teeth and lunged towards Su Xiao, resembling wild beasts. Chapter 46. The center within the center. The underground passage where Su Xiao found himself was rather narrow, approximately 3 meters wide, allowing only 4 ghouls to charge at him simultaneously, which significantly alleviated his pressure. The 4 ghouls lunged at Su Xiao, their claws extended, strangely. They made no use of their Kagun. Su Xiao had no time to ponder this anomaly. Even without their Kagun, these ghouls were formidable adversaries. With determination, Su Xiao gripped his sword, the Dragon Slayer, and unleashed a series of swift, white arcs. The sound of flesh being severed echoed as several arms were cleaved, and the ghouls before him let out agonized shrieks. With a horizontal slash, he expertly slashed through the throats of the remaining ghouls, blood gushing forth in a precise display of timing. As the 4 ghouls fell, others rushed in to fill the void, leaving Su Xiao no respite. His focus was razor-sharp as he swiftly targeted the newly arrived foes. Blood and dismembered limbs scattered around him. Within 2 minutes, a mound of corpses had formed before him. Recognizing the urgency of his situation, Su Xiao leaped atop the pile of bodies, though the uneven surface threatened his stability. Standing upon it granted him a distinct advantage over the ghouls below. The cacophony of battle and the ghouls' roars melded into a singular sound within the passage. 5 minutes had elapsed since the onset of the conflict, yet Su Xiao had yet to witness a single ghoul employing their Kagun. It appeared these ghouls either lacked the ability to wield it or simply did not possess one. In stark contrast, their physical strength was formidable, and their defenses were notably resilient. The durability of the Dragon Slayer had diminished by 3 points in a remarkably short span, now standing at 28 out of 40. If this battle persisted for over 2 hours, the weapon's durability would likely succumb to depletion. In a moment of desperation, Su Xiao activated the Blue Steel Shadow. His mana now at 253 points, sufficient for a 2-hour duration. A faint blue arc flickered across the surface of the Dragon Slayer, noticeably diminishing its impact against the ghoul's flesh. Just as he cleaved through one ghoul, another leapt towards him from afar, pouncing with ferocity. Su Xiao dispatched a nearby ghoul with a swift kick before executing a rising slash with his blade. The airborne ghoul suffered a grievous wound, nearly severing its head. Yet he chose not to linger on it. However, as he prepared to eliminate another foe before him, an unexpected sharp pain shot through his calf. Glancing down, he was astonished to find the nearly decapitated ghoul had managed to sink its teeth into his leg. These ghouls had previously conveyed an impression of immense strength and resilience. But now a new quality emerged: tenacity. With a fierce motion, Su Xiao lifted his leg, tearing several decayed teeth from the ghoul's maw. He then mercilessly stomped on the creature's head, a white fluid splattering forth as its already severed skull shattered beneath his boot. In that fleeting moment, another ghoul had charged up to him. Su Xiao's expression shifted. The proximity was perilous. Yet, he remained undeterred, adapting swiftly to the chaos of battle. With a deft spin of the Dragon Slayer, he struck the ghoul squarely in the face, sending it staggering back with a guttural cry before delivering a fatal blow. A gunshot rang out from behind him, and a ghoul advancing towards Su Xiao was suddenly dispatched with a bullet to the head. He glanced sideways to see Yuna, her hands gripping a sleek firearm, her quinqua, Red Moon. The revelation of Yuna's ranged capabilities provided Su Xiao with a momentary sense of relief. With her and Arima's cover, her combat effectiveness flourished. Both Arima and Su Xiao stood atop the mound of bodies, their surroundings littered with the fallen. Yuna occupied a central position between them, vigilant amidst the carnage. The relentless slaughter ensued, and as Su Xiao engaged multiple ghouls, he sustained injuries from the primitive ghouls wielding black stone spears hidden among the throng. A bloodied wound on his thigh bore testament to one such attack. A series of sharp cries rang out. The ghoul leader, who had been lurking at a distance, emitted a series of urgent calls. Following these short, frantic sounds, the ghouls descended into madness, surging towards Su Xiao in a frenzy. This was clearly a signal for an all-out assault. The pressure escalated drastically, Su Xiao found himself on the verge of being overwhelmed. With a fierce roar, his eyes glinting crimson, he unleashed 3 powerful slashes forward. The sound of flesh parting filled the air as he cleared a small space before him. The chaotic melee had persisted for nearly 20 minutes, and the exertion was rapidly depleting Su Xiao's stamina. Despite his enhanced attributes, he could only endure such an intense confrontation for a maximum of half an hour. He cast a sideways glance at Arima, who appeared equally fatigued. His once godlike demeanor had faded, his glasses shattered, and his form drenched in blood. The ghoul's cries echoed once more, abruptly halting the combatants who had been engaged with Su Xiao, causing them to retreat. Breathing heavily, Su Xiao regarded the ghouls with confusion. A glance down revealed a veritable carpet of corpses at his feet, the pile rising at least 2 meters high, stretching far down the passage. The distance between him and Arima widened by 5 or 6 meters, and both men needed to ensure they were not overwhelmed by the ghouls, maintaining a safe distance from one another. The ghoul leader glared at them with unbridled hatred, its face adorned with garish patterns, twitching intermittently. Presumably, they had slain too many of the primitive ghouls, prompting the leader to choose retreat. The horde of ghouls began to withdraw to the sides of the passage, and Su Xiao opted not to pursue. These unknown entities were not to be trifled with. Had the battle continued for another 10 minutes, he would have been engulfed by their numbers. Once the ghouls vanished from sight, Su Xiao leaned against the wall, a wave of fatigue washing over him. Arima was no better off, using his quinqua to support himself. What should we do now? Yuna, brimming with energy, remained vigilant in the center. Let us get out of here. Now, both Su Xiao and Arima declared in unison, causing Yuna to pause in surprise. The stench of blood was overwhelming, likely attracting other ghouls. Su Xiao lit a cigarette, forcing himself to stand upright. We'll return to the temporary division. This exploration has reached its conclusion. It seemed that the encounter with the primitive ghouls had taken Arima by surprise, prompting an early end to their mission. Yuna shrugged in agreement, and the trio retraced their steps. After about 10 minutes of progress, they halted to catch their breath, with Yuna maintaining a watchful eye with her quinqua at the ready. Su Xiao leaned against the wall of flesh, reflecting on the battle that had netted him 670 points of CCG contribution value, excluding the Kagun of the ghouls. He chose not to dwell on the Kagun. Should more ghouls appear, he would undoubtedly meet his end. In the aftermath of their confrontation, as Su Xiao and Arima departed, several ghouls cautiously approached the site of battle. Who was that newcomer? So powerful, almost on par with the White Reaper. Uncertain, but we must tread carefully. Inform the children to avoid Central City for the time being. These ghouls were distinct from the primitive ones. They donned tattered yet recognizable human clothing and could speak the human tongue. One ghoul, its expression grim, surveyed the vast array of corpses and remarked, "These undeveloped beasts have breached the perimeter again. Otherwise, they would not have emerged. What now?" The leader is absent from Central City, engaged in conflict with the CCG on the surface. Several ghouls fell into silence, ultimately choosing to depart and venture deeper into the depths of District 24. Chapter 47, The Labyrinth. After resting for approximately half an hour, the trio regained some of their strength. Su Xiao removed his upper garment and retrieved a large bucket of fresh water from his storage space, drenching his head and allowing the faint red stains to spread beneath his feet. Both Arima Kisho and Yuna followed suit, cleansing themselves of the metallic scent of blood, thus diminishing the likelihood of being detected by ghouls. Is every exploration of the 24th district this perilous? Su Xiao observed the two, contemplating the inherent dangers faced in this area. Not at all. This is the first time I have encountered such a ghoul. Where do these creatures originate? They possess formidable strength without even utilizing their Kagun. Yuna's response surprised Su Xiao. She had been traversing the 24th district for half a year, yet had never faced such a scenario before. Arima Kisho, you seem quite familiar with these ghouls. Su Xiao regarded Arima with a knowing gaze. Arima removed his glasses and adjusted the shattered lenses. This is a unique type of ghoul, endemic to the 24th district. The specifics elude me. His expression remained calm, perhaps because both had fought valiantly together. Is that so? Please continue. Su Xiao produced 2 packets of jerky, tossing them toward Arima and Yuna. Yuna effortlessly caught hers. But when the jerky landed before Arima, he instinctively stepped back. Thud. The packet fell to the ground, his hand hovering in midair. It was nearly inconceivable for Arima, with his close combat prowess, to miss catching the jerky from such a distance. He adjusted his glasses and picked up the fallen snack. Yuna was blissfully enjoying her jerky, oblivious to the unfolding scene. However, Su Xiao noted that Arima's eyes seemed to have an issue, relying heavily on those glasses to maintain his vision. Su Xiao had long pondered why Arima wore glasses. It was rather inconvenient during combat. This food is excellent for quickly replenishing energy. Arima glanced at Su Xiao as he consumed the jerky. I suggest you consider wearing contact lenses, as Su Xiao would soon be fighting alongside Arima. Akin to their recent encounter with the primitive ghoul, his survival would hinge on Arima's. I have warned them before. I simply cannot get accustomed to it. The two ceased their conversation, while Yuna looked on in confusion. After their brief respite, the trio set out to depart from the 24th district. The meat wall in this direction remained unchanged, allowing them to retrace their steps. Yuna led the way, holding a tablet that documented their previous route. They had now ventured deep into the 24th district, where the passages twisted and turned, resembling a labyrinth. Oh no, the route is altered. Yuna held the tablet, her path obstructed by a blood-red meat wall. According to the device, there was supposed to be a fork in the road, yet it now led to a dead end. What now? Shall we break through this meat wall? Su Xiao stepped forward with his blade. It's worth a try. Let us see how significantly the terrain has transformed. Su Xiao gripped the hilt of his sword, the Dragon Slayer, plunging it into the meat wall and yanking it back, creating a gash several decimeters long. Yuna quickly approached to investigate the breach. What met her gaze was yet another meat wall. Alas, we are left with no choice but to employ the most rudimentary method. Yuna stowed the tablet and retrieved a compass from her backpack. Su Xiao sheathed his sword. The moment the Dragon Slayer was withdrawn, the meat wall began to heal, fully restoring itself in under a minute. Is the compass functioning correctly? In this maze-like 24th district, Su Xiao felt the compass's effectiveness was nearly negligible. Yes, it is effective. I have tested it numerous times, regardless of the complexity of the paths here. As long as there is a specified direction, we can navigate out of the 24th district. Though the trio was ensnared within the 24th district, Yuna and Arima appeared unfazed, seemingly confident in their eventual escape. Left, right, left, right. Yuna's slender fingers danced as she whimsically selected their course. Arima remained silent, accustomed to the process, patiently awaiting Yuna's decision. Right, the airflow is swifter on the right. The likelihood of it being a dead end is minimal. Su Xiao interjected suddenly, causing Yuna's finger to freeze midair. The airflow is quicker? I do not feel it at all. Yuna regarded Su Xiao with skepticism. Allow me to lead. Is that agreeable? Su Xiao requested, taking the compass from Yuna. Certainly. Arima's response was succinct. All right then. The two followed closely behind Su Xiao as they advanced swiftly. 5 minutes later, they encountered yet another blood-red meat wall, marking yet another dead end. Ahem, a rare miscalculation. Su Xiao observed the meat wall with confusion. He genuinely sensed the airflow was indeed more vigorous here. Bayako, can you be reliable? I feel as though we are descending deeper underground. Yuna scratched her head, puzzled as she looked at Su Xiao. Yuna did not aim to blame him. Even if she were leading, her choices would have been equally arbitrary. Perhaps there is nothing to worry about. The trio pressed on. And 10 minutes later, a meat wall reappeared before them. Unlike the previous instance, this time several ghouls emerged from the dead end. We have avoided you thus far. Why persist in pursuing us? We do not wish to engage in combat. One ghoul, tears streaming down its face, gazed fearfully at Arima. Ghouls, perish. Yuna's quinquo box transformed, revealing him. Red moon. Bang, bang, bang. After a flurry of shots, the passage was awash with blood. Onward. Su Xiao remained unconvinced that he could not find the correct route. 20 minutes later, another meat wall loomed before the trio, marking yet another dead end. Half an hour later, still a dead end. An hour later, another dead end. Su Xiao felt his lips twitch. He had indeed lost his way. Perhaps I should give it a try. Yuna looked at Su Xiao with a hint of exasperation, and without a word, he silently handed over the compass. Yuna and Su Xiao approached the route selection differently. Whenever they reached a fork, she would mutter to herself for a bit before making her choice. Yet, even with Yuna leading, the situation remained unchanged. An hour later, the three found themselves in yet another dead end. Damn it, this is truly unfortunate. Yuna stomped her foot in frustration, gripping the compass tightly, which snapped with a crack. 2 pairs of icy eyes turned toward Yuna, causing her to shudder as she quickly checked the compass. Fortunately, it was merely the exterior that was damaged. The device itself was intact. Allow me. Arima took the compass, assuming the lead this time. It must be said, Arima Kisho, the author's favored child, possessed remarkable luck. Over the next 20 minutes, the trio encountered no dead ends. At this pace, they would soon escape, drenched in sticky blood, feeling utterly miserable. Yuna tugged at the collar of her garment, enviously eyeing Su Xiao and Arima. As males, they were indifferent to their bare torsos, but Yuna was not so fortunate. As they rounded a corner, Arima suddenly halted. What? Yuna began to speak, but Su Xiao swiftly covered her mouth with his arm. Upon discerning the situation before them, Yuna's eyes widened, her pupils constricting in shock. Chapter 48. The silent zone. At the forefront stood Arima Kishu, who began to retreat slowly while signaling for silence. Su Xiao, not one to hinder his teammates, nodded at Arima, and the three began to withdraw gradually. Their cautious retreat was prompted by the vast open space that appeared beyond the corner, teeming with at least 1,000 monstrous ghouls. These ghouls were dubbed monstrous due to their bizarre and even terrifying appearances. Their skin was a dark, charred hue, resembling coal scorched by fire, and their surface was coarse and rugged. Unlike typical ghouls, these creatures exhibited their cocoon in an outward state, resembling a tail protruding from their bodies. Strikingly, these monstrous ghouls lacked eyes. Indeed, their eyes had seemingly degenerated, covered by a layer of grayish-white shell. Despite the trio's exposure, the ghouls remained oblivious to their presence. After retreating a considerable distance, Arima let out a sigh of relief. I have encountered such ghouls before. They rely on their hearing to hunt and are exceedingly difficult to deal with. If we were to disturb such a horde, we would surely be outmatched. It was evident that Arima possessed some knowledge of the secrets of District 24. In the original narrative, Su Xiao had never encountered primitive ghouls, nor these eyeless variants. What now? Yuna inquired, looking towards Arima, clearly considering him their anchor. Let us find another route, Su Xiao suggested silently, and Yuna expressed no dissent. The trio commenced their search for alternate paths, but after 2 hours, they realized a disheartening truth. Apart from the area occupied by the eyeless ghouls, the other 4 routes led to dead ends. According to the compass, the direction of the eyeless ghouls was the only path leading to the surface. Seated in a circular formation within a passageway, they began strategizing. Su Xiao, having mysteriously procured a notebook and pen, began to sketch. Here, and here, these spots remain unexplored. From my hand-drawn map, District 24 resembles a funnel shape. The direction leading deeper into the district is the wide end of the funnel, while the route to the surface is the narrow end. Thus, it becomes clear that this is our only way out based on the 17 dead ends I previously encountered. As Su Xiao illustrated a detailed map in his notebook, it even included marked coordinates and a scale. Yuna gazed at him with admiration. How did you manage that? You remembered the routes we traversed? Not only was Yuna, the neurotic girl, astonished, but Arima also regarded Su Xiao with surprise. The nature of my previous profession was quite peculiar. I often infiltrated places to locate specific individuals, which has become second nature to me, Su Xiao explained. Yuna pondered for a moment. That sounds akin to being an assassin. Similar in nature, yet differing in ideology, Su Xiao replied, looking at both of them. So, shall we wait for the next terrain shift in District 24? Or risk traversing through that perilous area? After a moment of contemplation, Arima and Yuna responded, our supplies will not last until the next terrain shift in District 24. Yuna and Arima carried provisions and fresh water sufficient for 4 days, while they could endure hunger until the next shift. Their combat capabilities would severely diminish in such a state. Su Xiao had ample supplies, yet he was reluctant to remain trapped in this world, as time was of the essence. As long as we remain silent, those unique ghouls will not detect our presence, Arima stated, indicating his willingness to take a risk. Then let us dare to venture forth, he continued, rising alongside Yuna. Since we have decided to take this risk, I have a plan, Su Xiao interjected suddenly. What is your strategy? Given that these ghouls are sensitive to sound, we can set up a sound source here on the map. We will then position ourselves at this point and wait for the sound to attract the attention of those special ghouls, allowing us the opportunity to slip past. Su Xiao articulated, wishing to avoid direct confrontation with the eyeless ghouls, who, based on Arima's demeanor, appeared formidable. That could work. I have employed a similar tactic before with significant success. Where will the sound source come from? With a smile, Su Xiao produced a mobile phone, deftly manipulating the screen with his thumb. We'll set the timer for 5 minutes. That should suffice. After placing the phone on the ground, the trio hastily moved forward. Soon, they arrived at a dead end, perilously close to the position of the eyeless ghouls. A cheerful melody echoed in the distance, causing Yuna, the neurotic girl, to unexpectedly begin dancing, her hands moving rhythmically before her. It's my favorite song, she exclaimed, her sudden change in demeanor leaving Su Xiao speechless, while Arima turned his head in disbelief. Within moments, the sound of rapid footsteps approached, reverberating like a stampede. Thud, Thud, thud. The trio exchanged glances and sprinted towards the soul escape route. Time was of the essence. Who knew when the eyeless ghouls might return? They moved swiftly, with Arima leading, Yuna in the middle, and Su Xiao bringing up the rear, maintaining their formation. In mere seconds, they reached the previous corner. Suddenly, Arima halted, raising one hand behind him, palm facing Su Xiao and Yuna. Instantly, Su Xiao stopped, peering around the corner at the expansive open space. A few eyeless ghouls lingered in the area. Not all had been drawn away. What should we do? Yuna whispered, her voice barely audible. Stay silent and move slowly, Arima instructed, proceeding cautiously while Yuna followed closely. Su Xiao remained still, not advancing, prompting Arima to glance back in confusion. Su Xiao pointed behind him, then gestured toward the two of them, indicating that moving together would create more noise. He suggested they let one pass first while he covered their retreat. Arima nodded, signaling for caution. Yuna gave a thumbs up, remaining in place as Arima moved forward. Su Xiao's actions were not selfless. The trio was intertwined in their fates, and any blunder could be catastrophic. Arima advanced steadily, albeit slowly, across the 200 meters of open space, neither too long nor too short. In less than 3 minutes, he successfully crossed the open area without incident. A low growl suddenly emerged, freezing the trio in place. It was an eyeless ghoul that had been awakened from slumber by the stirring of its companion. The ghoul rudely brushed aside the Kagun and returned to sleep. Yuna had reached the center of the space, with several eyeless ghouls at her feet, moving with utmost caution. Meanwhile, Su Xiao leaned close to the ground, attuning himself to the sounds beneath. All was secure. The eyeless ghouls drawn away by the sound source had yet to return. With careful steps, Su Xiao began to advance, each movement executed with meticulous precision. Chapter 49. Arima, you scoundrel. With great caution, Su Xiao lifted his left foot, narrowly evading the slash of a mindless ghoul's Kagun. The gust of wind billowed his pants, and the sharp tip of the ghoul's Kagun lightly grazed the fabric. The sound of tearing echoed as the material split, causing Su Xiao to furrow his brow. These creatures possessed formidable strength, and their Kagun was exceptionally keen. Maintaining his composure, Su Xiao advanced stealthily. Given his psychological fortitude, he remained calm even in the face of more perilous circumstances. As Su Xiao traversed halfway through the perilous zone, Yuna deftly maneuvered through the gaps between the numerous mindless ghouls. Arima and Yuna stood at the opposite corridor, their thumbs poised over the activation buttons of their quinqua, ready to assist Su Xiao at a moment's notice. From their previous skirmishes, Su Xiao was well aware that the two were far from being incompetent allies. Otherwise, he would not have taken the rear. Yuna lowered her stance, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders as she carefully observed the movements of the mindless ghouls for Su Xiao. Suddenly, Yuna raised one hand while bringing her index and middle fingers together, indicating a command to stop. Su Xiao immediately noted Yuna's gesture as she pointed towards two mindless ghouls in front of him, their backs turned, obscuring their movements from his view. Yuna gestured sideways, instructing him to change his route. Without hesitation, Su Xiao opted for an alternative path. The three of them were in this together, and the distance between Arima and Yuna confirmed they would not abandon him. After a few steps, Su Xiao discerned that the two ghouls Yuna had indicated were in a state of awareness, their heads swaying as if sensing something amiss. He pressed on, and under the cover of Arima and Yuna, he successfully advanced over 180 meters. Victory was within reach. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from behind. The trio's expression shifted dramatically. The previously distracted mindless ghouls were returning. Ignoring the risk of exposure, Su Xiao hastened his pace, propelled by the sound of their pursuit. Moments later, he successfully crossed the hazardous zone, and the three regrouped. The thunderous footsteps animated the ghouls in the vicinity. Yuna signaled victory, but just then, a ghoul materialized behind her. It was a normal ghoul, a woman appearing to be in her 30s. The emergence of ghouls in Area 24 was not unusual. The trio had encountered such occurrences numerous times, yet the timing of this particular ghoul's appearance left them at a loss. Their gazes locked onto the female ghoul, radiating an aura of lethal intent. White Reaper. The female ghoul hissed through clenched teeth upon seeing Arima. Su Xiao sensed impending doom, drawing his dagger. He adjusted his grip and hurled it with all his might. The female ghoul wore a deranged smile, having spotted the mindless ghouls. She resided in Area 24, thus recognizing the beasts. A piercing scream reverberated through the corridor. With a swift strike, Su Xiao's blade and Arima's golden electric sphere struck simultaneously. The female ghoul was first pierced by the dagger and subsequently electrocuted into charred remains, collapsing lifelessly. However, it was too late. The scream had alerted the mindless ghouls. And returning from the depths, there were at least 500 of them. Countless gray-shelled eyes fixated intently on Su Xiao and his companions. In that instant, all surrounding sounds faded into silence. Su Xiao stiffened, turning to behold the throng of standing mindless ghouls. A chill creeping up his spine as a wave of dread coursed through him. Faced with such a multitude of ghouls, there was no escape. A chorus of growls erupted as the mindless ghouls, moving on all fours, charged rapidly towards the trio. Prior to this, they had already bolted forward in desperation. As they passed the corpse of the female ghoul, Su Xiao reached out, grasping the dagger's hilt. A cloud of dust billowed behind them as the mindless ghouls, akin to beasts, surged forth. Their speed was astonishing as they ran on all fours, utilizing their kagun for balance. Unlike ordinary ghouls who walked upright even in combat, these mindless ghouls resembled wild animals, their kagun serving as a perfect substitute for tails. With no time to spare, the trio fled at breakneck speed. Though Su Xiao possessed an agility attribute of 13, allowing him considerable speed, the relentless ghouls were gradually closing in. This was untenable. It was only a matter of time before they were overtaken. Though Arima ran swiftly, he remained composed. Upon reaching a straight corridor, two paths diverged ahead. Bai Yi, you take the left and lead Yuna. I'll hold them off, he instructed. Previously, Su Xiao had taken the rear. Now, Arima took the initiative to do so. Stay alive. Su Xiao nodded to Arima, who was not one to dither. Stopping at a fork, Arima positioned himself while Su Xiao and Yuna dashed into the alternate passage. Just before entering, Yuna shouted, Arima, you must survive. With that, she sprinted down the corridor. A resounding crash echoed behind them. Su Xiao turned to see the entrance sealed tightly. It was Arima Esquinqua, Iaxe, capable of altering its form at will. The sound of continuous impacts followed. Presumably the mindless ghouls colliding against the wall created by Iaxe. While Iaxe was undoubtedly robust, it could scarcely withstand such relentless assaults. After Su Xiao had fled a short distance, a thunderous sound erupted as Iaxe was breached. Approximately 50 to 60 mindless ghouls poured into the corridor, menacingly pursuing Su Xiao and Yuna. Ignoring the oncoming ghouls, Su Xiao pressed onward. After several minutes, he abruptly halted, causing Yuna to collide with him. Why have we stopped? We need to run, she gasped, breathless from the earlier skirmish coupled with their frantic escape. If their speeds were recorded, they would have far surpassed the world's sprinting champion. If we continue fleeing, our stamina will deplete. We won't outrun these beasts, Su Xiao stated, standing firm as the ghastly ghouls rapidly approached. I'll cover you. Take this quinqua. Yuna tossed him a quinqua. Su Xiao contemplated for a moment before pressing the activation button. It was his first time utilizing a quinqua. With a click, a silvery metallic box sprang open, and the quinqua began to expand rapidly upon contact with the air, enveloping his upper body. This was not a weapon-type quinqua, but rather an armor type. Su Xiao recognized it from the original story, where Yukinori Shinohara had donned such armor. This particular one was called New, a recent development by the CCG. The dark blue quinqua armor enveloped Su Xiao, its weight considerable, yet its defensive capabilities were formidable. Upon donning New, a prompt appeared in the reincarnation paradise. You have equipped the quinqua New. Strength 3, Agility 3, Defense 2, Movement speed reduced by 30. Temporary status, upon removal of New, the enhancements or reductions will dissipate. This armor, in conjunction with Su Xiao's swordsmanship, significantly amplified his combat effectiveness in defensive scenarios. Chapter 50. Fury in the nape of New. There exists a switch. In dire circumstances, one can press it, but it is imperative to remember that once activated, New must be removed within 1 minute. The switch mentioned by Yuna refers to the original form of New. Upon activation, New becomes sentient, beginning to consume the user's flesh and blood, while simultaneously enhancing its capabilities significantly. Understood. As Su Xiao acclimated to the armor encasing his body, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Had the situation not been so perilous, he would have preferred to remain unencumbered. Although his strength and defense had markedly increased, his speed had plummeted. In the narrow confines of the underground passage, this was manageable. However, in more open terrains, he risked being outmaneuvered and overwhelmed by his foes. A faceless ghoul lunged at him, resembling a ravenous beast, its maw stretching impossibly wide, with the muscles of its cheeks tearing apart. Su Xiao stood firm, the weight of the armor altering his combat style. This was a necessary adaptation. With agility diminished by 3 points, he found himself less nimble. Yet the increase of 3 points in strength amplified his striking power tremendously. Accepting his reduced agility, he refrained from dodging, instead gripping his blade and unleashing a powerful strike. The blow was formidable, the sharpness of his weapon, the dragon slasher, enhanced by the newfound strength. Blood erupted forth as he cleaved through the faceless ghoul with ease. The creature's dark crimson blood exuding a potent stench. In the heat of battle, Su Xiao paid no heed to the surrounding odors. His focus remained on vanquishing his enemies. A specially designed bullet whizzed past him, fired by Yuna, who utilized her ranged capabilities to provide cover. As a user of Nu, Yuna also possessed melee abilities. Her quinqua could transform into a sniper rifle or a scythe. However, in close combat, both she and Takatsuki Arima were vastly outmatched by Su Xiao. The sounds of slicing and gunfire reverberated through the passage. The faceless ghouls exhibited no fear of death, pressing forward despite the numerous losses inflicted by Su Xiao. He swiftly decapitated one more ghoul, only to have another strike at him with its tail. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, but with agility reduced, his movements were noticeably sluggish. The tail struck the surface of Nu, producing a clang akin to metal on metal, creating a finger-wide puncture from which blood oozed. Su Xiao had sustained injury. The ghoul's strength was formidable. Grasping the tail with one hand, he forcefully pulled, while thrusting his blade forward, piercing the ghoul's skull, which convulsed a few times before succumbing to death. The sheer number of faceless ghouls was beginning to weigh heavily on Su Xiao. Fortunately, these creatures remained within his capacity to handle, especially with Yuna's assistance. With each swing of his blade, the number of ghouls diminished rapidly. Observing this, Yuna exhaled in relief. After 10 minutes, only a handful of faceless ghouls remained. Su Xiao's grip on his weapon trembled. Fatigue was setting in. The prior assault by primitive ghouls had drained much of his strength, and now, being besieged by the faceless ghouls, he was approaching his limits. Raising his surarm, he delivered the final blow to the last remaining faceless ghoul, a pool of blood forming at his feet, his own. Surrounding him were scattered remnants of the fallen foes, and the walls of flesh bore witness to the carnage. Finally, it was over. Yuna hurried forward, eager to assist him. "Do not come any closer. More are coming." Su Xiao's expression darkened as he gazed into the inky depths of the passage. "What?" Yuna was momentarily taken aback. Boom, boom. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed ominously. Clearly, the battle was far from over. No, it can't be. Despair washed over Yuna's features. "Yuna, can the original state of Nu deplete stamina?" Su Xiao, facing insurmountable odds, refused to surrender. As long as he breathed, there remained a chance to fight back. "It can, but..." Yuna's words fell on deaf ears as Su Xiao raised his left hand to activate the switch at the nape of his neck. Click. Instantly, Su Xiao felt Nu stirring to life. A blood-red glow enveloped the surface of Nu, which began to pulsate, transforming the armor into a mass of writhing crimson tendrils. Nu shifted from its original dark hue to a vivid red, mirroring the color of the ghoul's cocoon. Gurgle, gurgle. As Nu surged, Su Xiao sensed it consuming his blood, almost as if it yearned to gnaw at his flesh. This entity was undeniably ferocious. After 3 seconds, the activity of Nu ceased, reverting to a deep crimson armor. A cloud of black-red mist billowed around Su Xiao. "They're coming," he intoned, his voice grave, as his eyes radiated a crimson glow. Nu formed a helmet, exposing only his eyes. His vision shifted to a pale red hue, and his physical attributes surged dramatically. "The Nu you are wearing has been activated. Altering your state. Strength 5, Agility 5, Constitution 5, with a 2 health loss per second. Temporary state. Benefits or penalties will dissipate upon deactivation of Nu." A torrent of power surged within him, estimating the number of ghouls before him. He reckoned there were over 60 faceless ghouls. "Cover me, I'm going in," he commanded, propelling himself off the ground. Boom. The earth erupted, and Su Xiao became a blur of red. Slashing sounds filled the air as he tore through the ranks of faceless ghouls, his blade leaving a trail of devastation. In that moment, Yuna stood frozen, momentarily forgetting to fire her quinqua, her eyes wide with astonishment. Is Nu truly this powerful? Yuna shook her head, regaining her composure, and began to provide fire support for Su Xiao. As Su Xiao's vision deepened in hue and his heartbeat quickened, he silently counted down the seconds. 30 seconds, 31 seconds, 32 seconds. Upon reaching the 40th second, a groan escaped him. Nu was no longer satisfied with merely consuming his blood. It began to gnaw at his skin. Enough. With one final strike, Su Xiao dispatched 5 more ghouls before him. After executing that blow, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. An overwhelming weakness surging through his body. He could fight no longer. Yet, before him loomed a dozen more faceless ghouls. At that critical moment, A slender figure darted past him, positioning itself protectively in front of him. The figure was Yuna, wielding a large scythe, which she spun expertly to fend off a ghoul lunging towards Su Xiao. What a formidable barrier! By ye, I need Nu. Su Xiao pressed the button at the nape of his neck once more, feeling the activation of Nu begin to wane. Ordinarily, Nu would detach from his skin, yet it clung to him tenaciously. With the dragon slasher planted firmly at his feet, Su Xiao gripped Nu with both hands and pulled with all his might. Crack, crack. Several tendrils of Nu snapped under his forceful grip, and he forcibly removed it from his body. He tossed the still writhing Nu to Yuna, swearing never to don that wretched thing again. In 20 seconds, Nu would consume the flesh of his body, and within a minute, it would reduce him to a mere pile of bones. Chapter 51. The Secret Room. The principle of Nu is remarkably straightforward. It resembles an engine, with human flesh and blood serving as its fuel. The more flesh and blood provided, the more potent the abilities of Nu become. The CCG is utterly misguided to have developed such a thing. The frequent use of Nu is not merely a matter of sustaining injuries, it could even shorten one's lifespan. Within the CCG, it is not only Yuna who employs Nu. Figures like Shinohara Yukiki and Kuroiwa also partake in its use. This leads Su Xiao to suspect that the upper echelons of the CCG are indifferent to the lives of their investigators. The various manifestations from the high-ranking officials of the CCG subtly convey an attitude. As long as they can eradicate ghouls, the well-being of the investigators is inconsequential. Some of the senior investigators may have recognized this truth, yet they persist, fighting for their beliefs. After receiving Nu from Su Xiao, it clung to Yuna's body. She would need another period of recovery. Without hesitation, Yuna activated Nu by pressing a point on the back of her neck. 3 seconds later, wielding her scythe, Yuna's strength surged severfold. I will carve you to pieces, ha ha ha. She cackled, swirling her scythe and swiftly dispatching the remaining dozen or so eyeless ghouls. In less than 30 seconds, the ghouls lay slaughtered. Yuna's speed in killing was remarkable, yet she collapsed even faster as Nu began to gnaw at her. Help, help me. Just moments ago, Yuna was relentlessly slaying ghouls, but now she lay on the ground, reaching out to Su Xiao for assistance. Su Xiao leaned against the wall and approached Yuna, roughly peeling Nu from her. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as he successfully detached Nu from her. But Yuna was left as vulnerable as a lamb, entirely unclothed. Blood trickled down her fair skin as she curled up, one hand clasped over her chest. Stop pretending to be a shrimp. Hurry up and leave. There are at least 1,000 ghouls. Though Yuna's appearance was enticing, this was not the moment for such thoughts. Life and death were at stake, and danger lurked nearby. However, this was far too humiliating. Yuna remained curled on the ground, one hand shielding her modesty, the other clasped over her chest. Choose between shame and becoming a corpse. After speaking, Su Xiao stepped forward, determined to exit District 24 quickly, as it was fraught with more peril than anticipated. Wait for me. Yuna, disregarding her embarrassment, forced herself to stand, sheathing her quinqua before trailing behind Su Xiao. Please, do not look back. I am completely naked. How on earth can I return to the surface like this? Yuna awkwardly followed Su Xiao, clutching 2 quinqua cases in front of herself. Put this on. Su Xiao retrieved a set of clothes from his storage space and tossed them to Yuna. In a mere 5 seconds, she donned the outfit. Oh no. Yuna suddenly halted, her complexion paling. What is it? Su Xiao inquired, glancing at her. The battle was too intense. I lost my compass. Losing the compass after venturing deep into District 24 posed the risk of getting lost, and if that happened, the hope of survival would be exceedingly slim. Not to worry, we can mark our path along the way. With my hand-drawn map, we can find our way out soon enough. Su Xiao used his sword to etch a line into the ground, indicating the location of the passage, and then took out his hand-drawn map to annotate it. I wonder how Arima is faring. Compared to you two, I truly feel inadequate. Yuna lowered her head, following behind Su Xiao. Arima will not perish. Yuna looked at Su Xiao in confusion. If he were that easy to kill, I would not have stayed back to cover for him. Through the original narrative, Su Xiao had not gleaned much about Arima Kishu, but after their personal encounters, he realized that Arima was an exceptionally clever individual, harboring many secrets. This way, as Su Xiao rounded a corner, he noticed something peculiar about the flesh wall nearby. While the other sections of the flesh wall were continuous, in front of him lay a gap approximately 40 centimeters wide. The darkness within the crevice beckoned, and Su Xiao retrieved a powerful flashlight, directing its beam into the void. The gap in the flesh wall tapered inward, and he could faintly discern dusty objects within. Yuna peered in curiously. Is this a secret room? It seems so, Su Xiao replied, sheathing his sword and moving toward the crevice. What if there is something in there? I suffer from claustrophobia. Can I not go in? The once ferocious Yuna now exhibited a look of trepidation. Those eyeless ghouls could appear at any moment. If you wish to continue fighting them, you may stay outside, but in your current condition, you would likely become their snack. As Su Xiao spoke, he squeezed through the gap where the surrounding space opened up. Illuminated by the flashlight, he surveyed the interior of the secret room. A musty odor permeated the air, and various unidentified objects were strewn about. Some resembled wooden tables, while others appeared akin to boxes, all shrouded in a thick layer of dust that obscured their forms. This place bore a resemblance to an ancient laboratory, devoid of any electronic devices, with a dusty balance scale in the corner attesting to its age. I despise confined spaces. Yuna stepped into the secret room, shaking off the dust from her hair. Su Xiao's decision to enter the secret room was born of necessity. His condition was far from optimal, and he needed a moment to recuperate. The absence of a threatening atmosphere reassured him. Otherwise, he would have never ventured inside. He instructed Yuna to place the quinqua cases in the flesh wall's gap to prevent it from sealing shut unexpectedly. Even if the quinqua cases could not halt the closing of the gap, they would buy him precious time to escape. Those cases were remarkably sturdy, especially the one containing new, forged from a special alloy. Is this a laboratory? It appears so, and it has existed for quite some time. Su Xiao approached a wooden table, brushing away the dust. Cough, cough, cough. Dust particles danced in the air, provoking a fit of coughing from Su Xiao. A glass vessel shattered upon hitting the ground, splintering into countless pieces. Instinctively, Su Xiao stepped back, examining the broken glass on the floor. The shards revealed that it had been a beaker, its interior a murky yellow, speckled with suspicious dark points. I never knew such a place existed in District 24. Yuna marveled at her surroundings. Once Su Xiao confirmed that the secret room posed no danger, he leaned against the wall, unrolling a bandage to tend to his wounds. Yuna's injuries were minor, mere surface wounds. She was currently experiencing the fatigue reaction from using new, and a brief period of rest would suffice for her recovery. In contrast, Su Xiao's injuries were severe. The consecutive battles had left him utterly drained, and he had suffered significant bites from primitive ghouls, compounded by the brutal gnawing from new. Let us rest for a few hours before we set out again. Su Xiao took out some food and fresh water, consuming a little to regain his strength. Gesturing for Yuna to do the same, he retrieved a salt rice ball. Consuming it in 2 bites, it restored 10% of his health and would hasten his recovery. As for the more refined golden fried rice, he refrained from consuming it. The remaining portion of golden fried rice was his best restorative food, making it exceedingly precious. Yuna sat before Su Xiao, replenishing herself with food and water, as she had lost all her supplies. After consuming a salt rice ball, Su Xiao felt his wounds mend slightly. Activating his imprint, he checked his current CCG contribution points. The numerous primitive ghouls he had slain had netted him a considerable amount. He wondered if the hundreds of eyeless ghouls he had just vanquished would yield further contributions. Senior Investigator, current contribution value, 7,723 10,000. Su Xiao squinted, astonished that he had amassed over 5,000 CCG contribution points in such a brief period within Zone 24. There undoubtedly lay a tremendous secret here, intricately linked to the CCG. If he could unveil the mysteries of this place, then Su Xiao pondered the implications of exploring Zone 24's secrets. While it might lead to a confrontation with the CCG, the potential rewards were immense. However, now was not the opportune moment, even if conflict arose. It would be prudent to wait until he exchanged that vial of blue-quality potion. Chapter 52, The Ghoul Investigator. After resting for several hours in the hidden chamber, Su Xiao opened his eyes. Let us proceed. The chamber was not a suitable place to linger. It served merely as a temporary refuge, and the environment was far too poor, posing a risk of infection to his wounds. Yuna sat beside him, her head resting on Su Xiao's shoulder, emitting soft snores. Su Xiao nudged her shoulder, causing Yuna to startle awake, leaping to her feet. What is it? Are there ghouls? Her reaction was understandable. In District 24, vigilance was essential to avoid a fatal outcome. The ghouls have departed, Su Xiao replied, rising to approach the gap in the flesh wall, squeezing through sideways. Yuna hesitated for a moment, grappling with her claustrophobia, before mustering her courage and entering the opening. Once back in the underground passage of District 24, silence enveloped the area. Su Xiao's initial foray into this district had been fraught with peril. Since entering the world of ghouls, this experience ranked among the most dangerous. His previous endeavors in purging ghouls in District 14 seemed trivial by comparison. Utilizing his hand-drawn map to navigate, he pressed onward toward the surface, meticulously documenting each passage and leaving markers along the way. After traversing the intricate labyrinth of tunnels for 2 hours, Su Xiao halted. "Why have we stopped?" he mused. Recognizing the markings he had etched into the ground, he annotated an arrow on his map, realizing he was not heading toward the surface, but rather delving deeper into District 24. In the absence of a distinct direction, losing one's way was commonplace. However, Su Xiao remained undeterred. Through persistent attempts, coupled with his map and the markers, he would soon navigate out of District 24. A dull thud resonated from a nearby wall, the sound emanating from behind a flesh barrier, evidence of a struggle. "It's Arima," he discerned, recognizing the unmistakable sound of Narukami discharging electricity. Yuna cheered, the prospect of combat signaling that Arima was still alive. Su Xiao remained silent, focusing on discerning the source of the commotion. Encountering Arima would be fortuitous. He was now an ally, having previously saved Su Xiao from demise in District 24. "Over here," Su Xiao urged, quickening his pace from a brisk walk to a run. As he navigated the maze-like corridors, his speed increased. He had begun to familiarize himself with the nearby routes. The sounds of battle drew nearer, and after turning a corner, Arima came into view in the distance. At that moment, Arima was devoid of his usual composure, his upper body bare, white hair stained with blood, and his glasses conspicuously absent. Why do you not speak to us? Do you find communicating with us to be a disgrace?" An elderly ghoul, his hair as white as Arima's, lamented, gazing at him with anguish. "Do not waste your breath. He is no longer one of us," another elderly ghoul began. But Arima raised Narukami in response. Bang bang. 2 electric spheres shot forth, the elderly ghouls nimbly evading the assault. Arima's left hand, wielding Ixa, surged with energy. With a swift motion, a part of Ixa had already morphed and burrowed underground, now erupting forth and skewering the 2 ghouls. Why must you?" One of the elder ghouls gazed at Arima with a mixture of disbelief and despair, his life force swiftly waning, rendering him incapable of further speech. Arima's lips moved silently, as if uttering words unheard. From Su Xiao's vantage point, he caught a glimpse of Arima's profile. Noting a hint of sorrow etched upon his features, sorrow for having slain the 2 ghouls, Su Xiao's brow furrowed. The deceased ghouls seemed to harbor a semblance of respect for Arima, as if he had once been their leader. Could it be that the strongest investigator of the CCG was once the head of a ghoul faction? Such an idea was preposterous. "Arima," Yuna called tentatively. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere, Arima turned to face Su Xiao and Yuna, his right eye shut. "You have arrived. Our exploration ends here." The ambience was undeniably strange. Su Xiao refrained from voicing his thoughts. The CCG was shrouded in enigmas, and it was improbable that Arima harbored no secrets. His primary goal was to amass substantial CCG contribution points to later exchange for human gene enhancement liquid and crushing spirit at the temporary District 24 branch, both totaling 28,000 contribution points, of which he had only accrued a fraction. Moreover, now was not the time for mutual suspicion. Danger was ever present in District 24. Judging by Arima's actions, he showed no signs of betrayal. As long as Arima did not intend to defect from the CCG, hostility towards Su Xiao is unlikely. "Arima, what is the story behind these ghouls?" Yuna, the neurotic young woman, displayed a lack of subtlety in her inquiry. "They were once my friends. They masqueraded as humans. And at that time, I was too young to discern their true nature. That was many years ago, and I never anticipated encountering them today, especially in the guise of a ghoul and an investigator." A bittersweet smile crept across Arima's lips, blood trickling from his chin. "How poignant. I too have experienced such loss. I once had friends, classmates, whom I killed with my own hands. The existence of ghouls among humans and the unexpected friendships that arose between investigators and ghouls were not unheard of. The role of an investigator was merely a profession, and they often blended in as ordinary people, while ghouls concealed their true identities, striving to integrate into human society. Instances of investigators and ghouls forming bonds of friendship, even within the original narrative, were not uncommon. Yuna accepted Arima's explanation. Having collaborated with him for 6 months, their lives intertwined in mutual peril. Such camaraderie would not easily be shaken. Yet, could matters truly be so uncomplicated? Su Xiao held reservations. He would not succumb to unfounded suspicion. For everyone harbored their own secrets. Those who prided themselves on unearthing the secrets of others often found themselves distanced from society. With the hand-drawn map in hand, Su Xiao led the way, Arima and Yuna trailing behind. In the absence of a compass, his map became invaluable. As he documented every passage, the map evolved, a red arrow lengthening, guiding them to the surface. Footsteps echoed ahead. Su Xiao halted, peering into the dimly lit corridor. "Hurry, it is the White Reaper." A dozen ghouls emerged. But upon spotting Arima, they promptly turned to flee. The trio remained stationary, all were weary, intent on minimizing conflict. Arima's reputation was well-earned. In District 24, most ghouls would flee upon his arrival, opting against confrontation. This circumstance undeniably expedited their progress. An hour later, Su Xiao recognized the metallic door they had initially traversed. Arima opened the door and, after the three exited, he forcefully shut and locked it behind them, a precaution against any ghouls escaping from District 24 to the surface. Whether this measure would prove effective remained uncertain. As they navigated the straight passage, a blinding light emerged ahead. The sun, after spending an extended period underground. Su Xiao found himself momentarily unaccustomed to its brilliance. Squinting against the light, he emerged from the tunnel, re-entering the realm of humanity. Though his time spent in District 24 had been brief, he felt an overwhelming sense of disorientation, as if he had traversed eons. Inhaling deeply, he savored the refreshing air above, devoid of the faint metallic scent that lingered in District 24. Chapter 53, Faction Mission at Noon, Under the Radiant Sun. The backyard of the temporary division in Zone 24 was adorned with a shimmering swimming pool. A gentle breeze rustled the trees beside the pool, and birds chirped merrily from the branches. Su Xiao reclined on a lounge chair, a glass of orange juice and some exquisite snacks at his side. "Why don't you come down, Bai Yi?" Yuna, clad in a bikini, frolicked in the water. "The wound must not come into contact with water," Su Xiao replied. His torso wrapped in bandages, comfortably half reclined. The trio had returned to the division in Zone 24 a day ago. Although time spent in the derivative world was precious, Su Xiao had sustained significant injuries and was severely drained of energy, necessitating some much-needed rest. "Pfft, what a boring guy," Yuna scoffed, shifting her attention to Arima Takashi, who sat nearby. Arima was adorned with a brand-new pair of glasses, seated cross-legged at the pool's edge, his own body similarly bound in bandages, engrossed in a book titled The Egg of the Black Goat. This work, authored by Takagi Izumi, showcased her talent as a writer. Every book she penned became a bestseller. In the original narrative, Takagi, as a novelist, even managed to interview the elite special investigators of the CCG, underscoring her renown. The Egg of the Black Goat tells the tale of a female serial killer who gives birth to a son. The child appears normal in his early years, yet gradually develops a disturbing desire to kill, oscillating between the life of a typical person and that of a murderer. Su Xiao glanced at it briefly, discerning that it likely reflected Takagi's own experiences. Arima was deeply engrossed in the book, occasionally nodding in agreement with its content. The three of them were in a state of relaxation, their fierce demeanor from Zone 24 nowhere to be seen. Arima, nearing 30, resembled a scholar as he read, while Yuna exuded an innocent charm, a stark contrast to her ruthless persona wielding a scythe among ghouls. Su Xiao, on the other hand, appeared completely lethargic, sprawled out without a hint of movement. Yet, the occasional glint of sharpness in his eyes sent a chill down one's spine. With nothing else to do, Su Xiao took out his dragon slayer and some maintenance tools, beginning to care for his weapon. His movements were deft. Although the durability could be restored in the reincarnation paradise, he cherished his weapons dearly. The blade had saved his life on numerous occasions. Regrettably, the dragon slayer was beginning to lag behind his capabilities. He held it aloft with one hand, the blade shimmering ominously. This weapon, once discarded by the legendary dragon slayer Ryoma due to damage, would have been a blue-grade weapon had it not been marred. Su Xiao had previously sought methods to repair the dragon slayer. With the myriad of wondrous abilities in the reincarnation paradise, it was indeed possible. But the cost was beyond his means. The hints provided by the reincarnation paradise mentioned materials he had never heard of, with 3 being blue-grade and several others lacking any color designation, leading to a classification of, even if he were fortunate enough to acquire such materials, he would still need to find a craftsman with forging skills beyond master level in the reincarnation paradise. Such artisans were treated like royalty, always accompanied by a protective entourage, lest they be harmed in the slightest. It was rumored that these individuals could forge blue-grade equipment, a truly extraordinary ability. Of course, this information came from Shilua Luo, and Su Xiao had never witnessed it firsthand. Sighing, Su Xiao acknowledged that while he was quite adept with the Dragon Slayer, he would inevitably need to switch to a different weapon. Its quality was merely white, the lowest tier of equipment, despite its rating being a staggering 10 points. After meticulously maintaining the Dragon Slayer, Su Xiao resumed his position on the lounge chair, his health having recovered to over 80. With most of his injuries healed thanks to the effective, free medication provided by the CCG, which was of white quality. Naturally, while the medication was beneficial, it was available only for free use. To claim it as his own would require contribution points. Fortunately, as he was injured in the line of duty, he enjoyed the privilege of complimentary treatment. After resting for 2 days in the temporary division, Su Xiao's injuries were no longer a significant concern, and he could engage in combat without hindrance. Inside an office, Arima Takashi sat behind the desk. That's how it is. The last exploration yielded considerable results, and the headquarters issued commendations, he stated. Su Xiao raised an eyebrow. What kind of commendation? A verbal commendation, Arima replied. Su Xiao curled his lips in disdain. The CCG headquarters was surprisingly stingy. The next exploration is tomorrow morning, still the 3 of us. Prepare accordingly. Working in Zone 24 was akin to playing with fire. Yet Su Xiao remained unfazed. He needed to accumulate CCG contribution points swiftly. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Come in, Arima said. And the door opened. Excuse me for the interruption, but Bai Yi, you have a call. A staff member from the temporary division stepped in, respectfully handing the phone to Su Xiao. Investigators held a high status within the CCG, far beyond the ordinary staff. Su Xiao answered the call. This is Bai Yi. On the other end, a cacophony of noise erupted, and Su Xiao faintly heard shouts of the call has connected. Bai Yi? This is Maruda's eye. I have good news for you. The voice on the line carried a slight hint of amusement, seemingly pleased. It's me. What good news? The upper management has issued a temporary order concerning operations in Zone 11, indicating that you are to assist on short notice. Maruda's eye patted Shinohara Yukinori's shoulder. The two had somehow managed to sway the upper echelons of the CCG. Oh, is that so? Then no problem, Su Xiao replied promptly, as the reincarnation paradise had provided him with a task. Faction mission, cover operation. Difficulty level, LV, 4. Mission summary. Assist the Special Measures Division in combating the Bronze Tree to ensure victory for our side. Mission information. CCG faction missions will not be counted in the completion evaluation. Mission deadline. Until the conclusion of operations in Zone 11. Mission reward. 10,000 faction contribution points. Failure penalty. None. This faction mission was not trivial, yet the rewards were substantial, and he was in dire need of CCG contribution points. Following the introduction of the exchange function in the temporary division of Zone 24, Su Xiao's contribution points in the Ghoul world had equated to paradise currency. He was particularly eager to obtain the 2 items from the logistics department in Zone 24 and had a solid chance of acquiring them. After hanging up, Su Xiao placed the phone on Arima's desk. It seems I will be away for a while. The headquarters has temporarily assigned me to the Special Measures Division. Arima nodded. That's fine. The exploration in Zone 24 can be postponed, but actions in Zone 11 cannot be delayed. Arima did not impede Su Xiao, but rather granted him passage. Half an hour later, Su Xiao boarded a vehicle heading to Zone 20. Although the operation was in Zone 11, the assembly point for the Special Measures Division was located in Zone 20. As the CCG division in Zone 11 had already been overrun, leaving him with no choice but to proceed. Chapter 54. Reinforcements. Su Xiao disembarked at the 20th District Branch. Clad in the distinctive combat attire of Team Zero, characterized by its white trench coat. Members of Team Zero are mandated to wear this uniform during combat missions. After expressing his gratitude to the driver, Su Xiao entered the 20th District Branch. Byakuya is waiting. Mara Handai is holding a strategy meeting on the 12th floor. Please follow me. A third-class investigator awaited at the entrance. Upon reaching the meeting room, Su Xiao discerned Mara Handai's distinctive bellowing. What nonsense is this? The equipment has yet to arrive? What is going on up there? Apologies, I will expedite the process, someone responded. Mara Handai. The latest intelligence indicates that the Bronze Tree has gathered in the 11th District and exhibits aggressive tendencies. The meeting room was filled with a cacophony of voices. It had transformed into a temporary command center for the Special Tactics Unit. Su Xiao's presence in the Team Zero uniform was particularly conspicuous. Is this Team Zero? Are they also participating in this operation? I suddenly feel less anxious. Murmurs arose among the attendees as Su Xiao approached Mara Handai. The latter appeared somewhat disheveled, with unkempt hair and bloodshot eyes. Here is the latest situation in the 11th District. Take a look. We will mobilize in 2 hours. Su Xiao was taken aback. The timing for the offensive felt rather rushed. Is it so urgent? There is no choice. Those bastards in the 11th district are exhibiting aggressive tendencies. The 9th, 10th, and 12th districts are all at risk of attack. We cannot remain idle. Marahandi slammed his fist on the conference table, cursing under his breath. Currently, the Special Tactics Unit is not fully prepared, and such a hasty deployment could lead to complications. This was precisely why Su Xiao had been assigned to the Special Tactics Unit, a decision influenced by both Marahandi and Yashiki Shinohara. As first-class investigators, their combined opinions could not be overlooked by the upper echelons of CCG. There are 3 first-class investigators in the Special Tactics Unit: Yashiki Shinohara, Marahandi, and Kurohira Iwa. Marahandi oversees battlefield command, while Shinohara and Kurohira lead on-site teams, both being seasoned practitioners. Kurohira is an experienced investigator, having successfully confronted the owl twice and emerged unscathed, reflecting his prowess. Like Shinohara, Kurohira is also a user of New. I understand, but I have an odd feeling, Su Xiao remarked softly to Marahandi after placing the documents down. Marahandi's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Su Xiao's words. That is not without its possibilities. We must remain vigilant. I will take precautions and summon some personnel from CCG headquarters. Indeed, your presence was not a mistake. During the battle, I implore you to minimize casualties among the investigators. Marahandi's demeanor shifted from his usual casualness to one of solemnity as he exited the meeting room. Su Xiao found an empty seat and relaxed, adjusting his state of mind. Byakuya, you have arrived, a familiar voice reached him. Turning his head, he saw Yashiki Shinohara. Shinohara, how long until we depart? After this operation, I intend to return to the 24th district to continue my explorations underground. Su Xiao's unperturbed demeanor elicited a wry smile from Shinohara, in stark contrast to Su Xiao's calmness. The surrounding investigators wore expressions of anxiety. We will set off in 1 hour and 30 minutes. The assembly has already begun. What is the situation in the 24th district? Shinohara seated himself, dressed in black combat attire. The perimeter of the 24th district remains relatively safe, but the number of ghouls within is considerable. I suspect there is a significant gathering point of ghouls at the very center of the 24th district. The two engaged in idle chatter to pass the time. Before long, Marahandi returned to the meeting room in a hurried manner. Shinohara, how goes the evacuation of residents? Shinohara rose. Though time was tight, we completed it with the police's cooperation, and we are ready to depart at any moment. Marahandi took a deep breath, picked up a nearby microphone, and addressed the assembled investigators. Prepare yourselves, everyone. Yes. All investigators promptly stood and swiftly exited. At the main entrance of the CCG branch, a long line of vehicles awaited. This time, CCG had deployed over 1,000 personnel. And the convoy was indeed formidable. Su Xiao located a transport vehicle and was about to board when he was called by Marahandi from a distance. Byakuya, come to the command vehicle. There is something I need to discuss with you. Su Xiao made his way to the front of the convoy, where a multitude of individuals had gathered, and the atmosphere was exceedingly noisy. Here were leaders from various departments in Tokyo, along with a throng of television reporters. After briefly addressing the reporters, Marahandi entered the command vehicle. Mr. Marahandi, could you disclose whether the situation is optimistic? Indeed, please convey some information to the citizens. The reporters clamored, armed with cameras and microphones, but were halted by CCG personnel. Amidst the crowd of journalists, a petite and fair-skinned female reporter, who struggled to keep up due to her frailty, found herself pushed to the outskirts. The reporter, her face etched with urgency, felt compelled to capture Marahandi's image for such a momentous story, yet she could barely glimpse his features, let alone take a photograph. With tears welling in her eyes, she feared losing her job. Just then, she noticed a uniquely attired investigator. While the others were clad in black combat uniforms, this man wore a striking white trench coat. Her keen instincts told her that this individual was extraordinary and worth interviewing. Excuse me, sir. The female reporter hurried towards Su Xiao but stumbled, tripping over her own feet. As she leaned forward, her microphone thrust out like a sword, poised for an interview. Su Xiao's eyes twitched at the sight of the oncoming reporter, and he instinctively recoiled. Her enthusiasm seemed overwhelming, as if she intended to thrust the microphone into his mouth for an impromptu interview. Tokyo television interviews are indeed quite unique. Once the reporter regained her footing, Su Xiao had already entered the command vehicle, leaving her with tear-streaked cheeks. In the 20th district, the Antique CAF, also known as the Antique Coffee House, infiltrating the 11th district to rescue Kaneki would not be a simple endeavor. the movements of CCG and the personnel of the bronze tree required careful consideration. Reports indicated that CCG had dispatched over 1,000 personnel, signaling an imminent confrontation with the bronze tree. Even if we attempt to rescue Kaneki, the likelihood of complete annihilation looms large. The CAF owner glanced at Tuka, Hanami, and Nishiokin, addressing them directly. He did not wish for the trio to embark on this rescue mission, as he and the others had already devised a plan for Kaneki's rescue. They were the protected ones in the stable district, and the owner was determined to shield them from harm. "Hey, old man, what are you saying? Do you intend to abandon him in his time of need?" Nishiokin, though not particularly powerful, was not ungrateful. Kaneki had once rescued his human girlfriend. And now that Kaneki was in peril, he could not stand idly by. "I will go to save him," Tuka declared. "I will go too," Hanami timidly added. The CAF owner sighed inwardly. "I understand your sentiments. I have indeed been preparing a plan for Kaneki's rescue, but I fear for your safety. If you wish to save Kaneki, it may require wagering your lives." Upon hearing this, the trio's faces illuminated with hope. Just then, the door swung open, and a suave figure with purple hair entered. It was Jukiyama Sho. "You scoundrel." Nishiokin's body instinctively bent into a defensive stance, for Jukiyama had once captured his girlfriend. Tuka also assumed a vigilant posture beside him. Jukiyama raised his arms, feigning a pained expression. "It is truly heart-wrenching. My sole companion, Kaneki, has been taken away. And how can I remain indifferent? Moreover, I possess intelligence to share with all present." Among those dispatched by CCG, an additional name has been temporarily included, one we ghouls refer to as the Black Reaper. Upon hearing this moniker, the ghouls in attendance were visibly shaken, the shopkeeper included. Chapter 55, Helplessness and Resentment. The helicopter soared above the highway, traversed by a dense stream of vehicles. This road had been cordoned off, prohibiting the passage of all other vehicles. Nevertheless, the convoy of the CCG progressed slowly, hindered by the sheer volume of traffic. Ahead, the police cleared the way, while helicopters whirred overhead, creating an imposing spectacle. At this moment, all television stations in Tokyo broadcasted the scene live. The CCG, in collaboration with the police, launched a preemptive assault on Area 11 under the command of Special Investigator Maruta Sate, accompanied by several esteemed investigators. Below, Special Investigator Maruta addressed the public. Almost all citizens of Tokyo were glued to their screens, eagerly awaiting his words. In the lead vehicle of the convoy, Maruta maintained his composure while directing operations, with Su Xiao also present in the command vehicle. The interior of the command vehicle was spacious, adorned with dozens of monitors of varying sizes, allowing Maruta a clearer view of the battlefield. "Bai Yi, assist me with the television station. I currently lack the time," Maruta instructed, holding a camera and gesturing for Su Xiao to help with the interview. Su Xiao's expression darkened. He was reluctant to participate in the interview, deeming it a cumbersome affair. "I lack experience in interviews," he replied. After a moment's consideration, Maruta removed his Bluetooth headset. "Do you see that white cloth? Hold it up behind me." The cloth bore the emblem of the CCG as Su Xiao raised it behind Maruta. Adjusting his hair and clearing his throat, Maruta activated the camera. "I am Maruta Sate. The initial phase of the operation has proceeded smoothly, but," he paused, gathering his thoughts, "99% of the residents' safety relies on our lives, while the remaining 1% necessitates the cooperation of you, the residents. I hope we can unite to reclaim peace in Area 11. Upon concluding his statement, Maruta switched off the camera, exhaling deeply. This was a live broadcast, directly relayed to the citizens of Tokyo. "Hey, was that recorded? This pose looks ridiculous," he remarked. "Now, where were we?" Su Xiao discarded the white cloth carelessly aside. "As for my guarding position," Maruta began, but was interrupted by urgent voices through his earpiece, loud enough for even Su Xiao to hear. "Maruta, the camera is still on. What are you and Bai Yi doing?" Maruta was taken aback and hastily grabbed the camera, his face appearing on thousands of television screens. This was a live broadcast with less than a minute delay, in a bid to boost ratings. The television station had not cut away from the conversation between Su Xiao and Maruta. At that moment, the citizens of Tokyo were bewildered to discover that the CCG emblem they had seen was being held up by a young man clad in a white trench coat. This amusing scene sparked much discussion among viewers. "What a troublesome contraption," Maruta muttered, struggling to find the switch and instead discovering what appeared to be a battery. With a loud snap, the expensive camera fell into disrepair. Su Xiao clearly observed Maruta's body shudder, revealing the high value of the device. Half an hour later, the CCG convoy arrived at the Bronze Tree stronghold in Area 11. The convoy halted, and a throng of investigators clad in combat gear rushed out to establish defensive positions in front of the stronghold. The Bronze Tree stronghold was essentially a dilapidated building. Maruta was already occupied within the command vehicle, while Su Xiao leaped atop the vehicle, comfortably seated on the radar antenna, allowing him a clear view of the battlefield. Surrounding sounds of rushing footsteps and commands filled the air. Hurry! We must establish the defenses within a minute. The CCG's defensive line was straightforward, consisting of bulletproof shields arranged to form a wall in front of the vehicles. This formation had two advantages. It facilitated ammunition retrieval from within the vehicles. And even if injured, personnel could take cover inside the armored vehicles, all of which possessed substantial ballistic protection. The defensive line was quickly established, with the CCG personnel demonstrating commendable discipline and maintaining silence. It was around 8 o'clock in the evening, darkness enveloping the area, including the Bronze Tree stronghold. The crumbling edifice of the stronghold bore witness to significant damage, with large sections of its exterior peeling away and all windows forcefully removed by ghouls. Despite the darkness, Su Xiao sensed the presence of many ghouls within, at least several hundred. Maruta, however, refrained from issuing an immediate attack order, seemingly waiting for something. On the rooftop of a nearby building, several ghouls observed the CCG below, some standing, others seated. "Ah," muttered Todoroki in acknowledgement. Turning to the figures behind him, these were the cadre of the Bronze Tree, as he began issuing operational commands. After detailing specific tasks, Todoroki and Takatsuki left. "Is this really going to work?" "I saw that guy," Takatsuki remarked, speaking plainly to Todoroki, who remained silent, sharing in her concern. Within the Bronze Tree, Todoroki and Maruta had similarities, both serving as commanders on the battlefield. Even if he is formidable, he has his limits. We may only lose a few subordinates, but if it weakens the CCG's strength, it is worth it. The intentions of the CCG's upper echelons are clear. We have disrupted the balance, and now they seek to eradicate us. By the end of his statement, Todoroki's teeth were clenched in frustration. Takatsuki gazed towards the sky, a mixture of helplessness and resentment in her eyes, feeling the unfairness of the world and lamenting her existence within it. "One day, I will ensure that ghouls no longer have to hide in the shadows. I swear it," Takatsuki vowed, recalling her childhood spent in the polluted underground world until she emerged at the age of 14, penning a novel and founding the Bronze Tree the same year. After a prolonged wait, Maruta received orders from headquarters. "Prepare to launch the flares. After that, we will suppress their fire." Following Maruta's command, a flare was launched, soaring into the sky. It illuminated the surroundings with a brightness akin to the sun, casting light upon the Bronze Tree stronghold. Within the upper rows of windows, several ghouls draped in red robes aimed their rifles. "Open fire! Open fire!" The CCG and ghouls issued simultaneous commands, and gunfire erupted like a cacophony of firecrackers. The battlefield ignited in intensity as both sides unleashed their strongest firepower, intent on annihilating one another. Su Xiao leaped down from the vehicle's roof, unwilling to become a target. Contrary to expectations, while the CCG possessed superior equipment, the ghouls boasted better protective measures, with their kakuja serving as natural bulletproof shields. As the battle commenced with fervor, both factions unleashed their might, each determined to obliterate the other. Su Xiao took cover behind a tall bulletproof shield, a cigarette clenched between his lips. Unarmed and biding his time, it was not yet his moment to act. More crucial matters awaited him. If everything proceeded favorably, he would soon be able to exchange for that vial of human gene enhancement liquid. Chapter 56. A calculated scheme. The CCG and ghouls commenced a mid-range exchange of fire. The ghouls stationed at the Bronze Tree stronghold clearly held the advantage, their kakuja taking on the form of shields with small apertures, allowing them to both defend against bullets and maintain their offensive capabilities. The casualties among CCG personnel began to mount, and within a mere 5 minutes of skirmishing, dozens of combatants lay injured or dead. Inside the command vehicle, Marihandai observed this scene on the monitor, his expression betraying his displeasure. "Why are we not dominating in the shooting?" he questioned. His adjutant quickly responded, "The enemy possesses kakuja shields, making them exceedingly troublesome." With a cold snort, Marihandai rose and strode towards the exit of the command vehicle. With a forceful kick, he flung open the rear door, disregarding the hail of gunfire surrounding him. Seizing a firearm from a nearby investigator, he unleashed a series of precise shots towards the Bronze Tree stronghold. With each trio of bullets he discharged, another ghoul met its demise. This terrifying marksmanship instinctively compelled the ghouls to retreat behind cover, their firepower considerably diminished. You lot, follow me. Marihandai began to call out, but was interrupted by a familiar roar from a distance. He stiffly turned to the source of the sound. Ringing in his ears was the sight of Suzuya Juzu, astride a brand-new motorcycle, revving the throttle with fervor. Hey, what do you intend to do with my motorcycle? Marihandai exclaimed urgently. Juzu flashed a mischievous grin, his eyes narrowing with delight. Just borrowing it. Without waiting for a response, he twisted the throttle and sped off towards the Bronze Tree stronghold. Wait. Hold on. Marihandai's pleas fell on deaf ears as his face contorted in frustration, tears glimmering in his eyes. Su Xiao, witnessing this, felt perplexed. Why had Marihandai brought a motorcycle for this mission? Was it for a hasty retreat? Given Marihandai's character? It wasn't entirely implausible. Juzu surged up a steep incline on the motorcycle. The sound of an explosion echoed, signifying the sacrifice of Marihandai's motorcycle, while Juzu, propelled by momentum, charged into the Bronze Tree stronghold and commenced a sweeping barrage, neutralizing all enemy positions within. As debris from the motorcycle scattered, Su Xiao noticed Marihandai's tears streaming down his face. My limited edition motorcycle, he lamented, wiping his face clean of tears. Although Juzu had obliterated his motorcycle, he had simultaneously breached the outer defenses of the Bronze Tree. Charge. Following a hoarse roar, Marihandai collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. A multitude of CCG combatants surged towards the stronghold. Marihandai, I shall proceed to my designated position, Su Xiao stated as he passed by. Marihandai, now on his knees, lifted his gaze to Su Xiao. I leave the rear to you. Do not allow any ghouls to escape amidst the chaos. I've already arranged the bomb disposal team you mentioned earlier. They are currently searching for possible explosives under the cover of our main force. Before their departure, Su Xiao had informed Marihandai of the potential for numerous explosives hidden within the Bronze Tree stronghold, suggesting that once the CCG forces were drawn inside, the ghouls could retreat through the back exit and detonate the explosives. Upon hearing Su Xiao's speculation, Marihandai promptly requested a bomb disposal team from headquarters. As a battlefield commander, he regarded any potential danger with utmost seriousness, especially one as plausible as this plan. Indeed, the Bronze Tree had concealed explosives in the original narrative. Su Xiao's knowledge of this fact was not lost on the ghouls, who could just as easily deduce that their plan had been compromised. With the threat of explosives neutralized, the conflict would devolve into a test of raw strength, determining victory based on individual prowess. Su Xiao stepped into the Bronze Tree stronghold, deliberately avoiding the densely populated upper levels, and instead positioned himself at the rear entrance to intercept any retreating ghouls. The night breeze carried a faint metallic scent, mingling with the cacophony of gunfire and screams within, yet the rear remained eerily silent. He leaped onto a 3-meter-high concrete beam, settling in to await his adversaries. Given his current physical condition, a height of 3 meters posed little challenge, though to say it was trivial would be somewhat boastful. Perhaps it was merely of moderate ease. For the time being, there were not many ghouls at the rear. The atmosphere was tranquil. A faint sound of footsteps grew discernible, signaling the approach of a ghoul. Oh, it seems I have encountered a rather formidable opponent. A figure clad in a pink top and adorned with gold-framed sunglasses emerged from the shadows, strutting with an air of flamboyance. Unexpectedly, a delightful surprise, Su Xiao mused as he descended from the beam, loosening his shoulders and brandishing his weapon, the Dragon Slayer. If my memory serves me correctly, you are Nicole, an SS-class ghoul and a member of the Clowns. Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, Nicole's demeanor shifted dramatically, the carefree expression fading. You know of the Clowns? I had no intention of engaging you, but it seems I must eliminate you now. Her crimson eyes glinted ominously as a kakuja extended from the base of her spine, resembling scales. According to the intelligence gleaned from the original narrative, Nicole's prowess was formidable. Though designated as an SS-class ghoul by the CCG, her capabilities surpassed mere classification. Her regenerative abilities were alarmingly potent. She had previously been impaled through the abdomen by a gecko, but recovered with astonishing speed. Nicole discarded her high-heeled shoes and charged at Su Xiao. He positioned the Dragon Slayer defensively, his gaze fixed intently on her. Upon reaching him, Nicole launched a kick aimed at his head, which Su Xiao evaded by tilting his head to the side, countering with a swift kick to her abdomen. He refrained from drawing his blade, opting instead to use it defensively against Nicole's kakuja. Except for a few ghouls, the majority lacked formidable close combat capabilities. In battles against ghouls, one must primarily guard against their kakuja, which didn't necessarily possess any remarkable abilities. As expected, after being knocked back 2 steps by Su Xiao's kick, Nicole lashed out with her kakuja, targeting his neck. Gripping the Dragon Slayer tightly, Su Xiao inhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful strike against her kakuja. With a slicing sound, Nicole's kakuja severed cleanly, a significant portion flying away. "Ah!" Nicole cried out, her voice tinged with a tremor, her expression morphing into one of ecstatic pleasure. Remarkably, she appeared uninjured, instead lunging at Su Xiao without a hint of hesitation. Ignoring her bizarre cries, Su Xiao swung the Dragon Slayer twice more. With each slash, Nicole's arm and a substantial portion of her shoulder were severed, yet Su Xiao frowned, feeling as though he had struck liquid rather than flesh. Nicole retreated a few steps, her severed kakuja swiftly regenerating. Wrapping her remaining appendages around the dismembered parts, dark crimson fluid surged as she reattached them at the wound site. Her regenerative capabilities were astonishing, rivaling even that of the notorious feral ghoul. "Let's continue," Su Xiao murmured, his brow furrowing. Ordinary slashes would not suffice against Nicole. A faint blue arc of electricity crackled along the surface of the Dragon Slayer as he activated its true form. Since conventional attacks proved ineffective, he resolved to incinerate her internal energy and crush her with genuine damage. Chapter 57. Exceptional Resilience. A murmur of crows danced across the night sky, weary from their flight, and they settled upon a nearly shattered telephone pole. Just as they alighted, a thunderous crash resonated below. The pole broke, sending plumes of dust spiraling into the air, prompting the crows to scatter in alarm. A figure, ragged and bloodied, rose from the ground. "As I've said, such attacks and pain are of no consequence to me." Nicole licked the blood from her palm, her body marred with lacerations, and her visage grotesquely cleaved in two, while other ghouls would have succumbed to such injuries. Nicole appeared unfazed, her face adorned with a perverse grin. A closer inspection of her severed wounds revealed minimal bleeding, her form devoid of flesh, filled instead with a substance akin to modified kakuja. Unbeknownst to her, the kakuja that had once been behind her had vanished, assimilated into her being. A peculiar physiological structure indeed. Su Xiao emerged through the back door, moonlight illuminating his figure, revealing traces of blood that were not his own. With the activation of his quinqua, the Dragon Slayer gleamed ominously, resembling a long blade forged from lightning, exuding a soft azure glow. The effects of his weapon on Nicole were negligible. While real damage was inflicted, she felt no pain. The creature before him was a true masochist, seemingly exhilarated by suffering. The wounds on Nicole were evidence of genuine harm. Yet standard strikes were ineffective against her. Su Xiao harbored grave doubts about Nicole's strength, suspecting it to be far beyond SS rank, possibly straddling the threshold between SS and SSS. In terms of resilience, she surpassed Takagi Izumi. As for her offensive capabilities, her clumsy punches were unlikely to land on him. Presently, Su Xiao found himself at an impasse, unable to harm Nicole, while she, in turn, could not injure him, and with Su Xiao's swiftness, escape was not an option for Nicole. "How about it, handsome? Shall we continue this duel?" "I have no objections," she cackled, her face twisted in a sickly smile, yearning for Su Xiao's blade to strike her. Su Xiao's lips pressed into a thin line, a glint of cold determination flickering in his eyes. He crouched low, charging towards Nicole, covering the distance in less than 5 strides. Nicole threw a wild punch in his direction. Her regenerative capabilities were formidable, yet her strength and speed were rather ordinary. Su Xiao halted, evading her strike with a deft sidestep, exploiting her moment of vulnerability to deliver a crushing knee to her groin. A chilling crack echoed in the air. Nicole emitted a strangled cry. Her eyes bulging, no amount of masochism could conceal the agony of such a blow. Though she could recover, the pain was overwhelming, rendering her momentarily dazed. A howl akin to a wolf's reverberated through the vicinity, as Nicole instinctively bent forward. Su Xiao seized the opportunity, darting to her left and delivering a sharp kick to her calf, which grotesquely twisted sideways. With a reverse grip on the Dragon Slayer, he plunged it into her spine, pinning her in place. Taking advantage of her compromised position, Su Xiao grasped her chin with his left hand, placing his right atop her head, exerting force in opposing directions. A sickening crack resounded as Nicole's head rotated a full 180 degrees, her jaw pointing skyward. Withdrawing the Dragon Slayer, Su Xiao assessed her condition from a distance. Nicole's lower body was devastated, her calf shattered, spine pierced, and head grotesquely twisted. If she were to survive this, it would defy all reason. He had attempted to sever her head before, but it felt as though his blade merely glided through water. Nicole's body began to convulse, her eyes turning milky white. "This is exhilarating." Ha! It was evident that she had not perished. Su Xiao glanced at her health bar, bemused. It still stood at 86%. with all damage being genuine while ordinary attacks were rendered ineffective. Su Xiao sheathed the Dragon Slayer at his waist and turned to re-enter through the back door. Engaging with Nicole was a futile expenditure of time and energy. Though he could kill her, it would require a protracted effort by the time he triumphed over her. The battle between CCG and the Bronze Tree would likely conclude. Should CCG meet defeat, his accumulated contributions would vanish, and the coveted vial of blue-quality elixir would take an eternity to amass the necessary points. As he departed, Nicole's form gradually returned to its former state. To inflict such damage upon me, what a terrifying individual. The smile faded from her face, and after a moment of contemplation, she moved away. Her formidable resilience came at a cost. This tenacity was the result of a fusion between Kakuja and bodily tissue, a union that significantly curtailed her lifespan, stripped her of reproductive capabilities, and rendered her mentally unstable during feeding. During such times, no one dared approach her. Akin to the ferocity exhibited by Noro of the Bronze Tree, anyone who ventured close would face frenzied assaults, regardless of their relationship with her. As Su Xiao crossed the threshold, a cadre of ghouls clad in crimson robes charged towards him, members of the Bronze Tree. Their numbers, approximately 20, indicated that they had successfully drawn CCG's attention and were now attempting to retreat. Unfortunately for them, their escape route had already been severed. Who is this? Su Xiao remained hidden in the shadows, the ghouls only able to discern a faint silhouette of his white coat. A human, and without a quinqua. Kill him. The ghouls of the Bronze Tree lunged at Su Xiao silently, unaware that they were marching towards their doom. The earlier encounter with Nicole had left Su Xiao vexed. An adversary that clung to him, like gum, was hardly enjoyable. The Dragon Slayer was unleashed, its blade transforming into a silvery streak. With a swift series of motions, 5 ghouls fell, blood spraying as they crossed paths with Su Xiao. Fear etched on their faces, the remaining ghouls regarded Su Xiao with trepidation. Moonlight streamed through a gap, illuminating Su Xiao's upper body, where droplets of crimson marred his visage. This one is. A Class A ghoul trembled, as though ensnared in the icy grip of the Arctic. Flee, or we shall perish. With their fighting spirit extinguished, the ghouls turned to flee. But with Su Xiao's agility at 13 points, escape was an impossibility. 3 minutes later, a bloodied arm quivered as it extended from the back door, bathed in moonlight. Help! With a swift thrust, a long blade pierced the skull, blood cascading from the tip. Su Xiao withdrew the blade, flicking the blood from the Dragon Slayer as he resumed his vigil at the back door. During the war between CCG and the Bronze Tree, slaying ghouls yielded additional contribution points. Each ghoul dispatched could earn him approximately 20 points of CCG contribution. Su Xiao stood like an iron wall, obstructing the ghouls' critical escape route. More crucially, the ghouls of the Bronze Tree were retreating in small groups. A mass exodus would surely raise CCG's suspicions, with batches ranging from 10 to 30. The ghouls from the Bronze Tree streamed towards the back door, much like the story of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather. Half an hour later, a plethora of corpses littered the vicinity of the back door.